Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. A dominant Tarek Skubal leads the Tigers to another series win, this time over the Orioles last night. The Ace tossing 7 scoreless in the 4-1 win, giving up just 3 hits, 6 strikeouts. Scoob, though, says it was a game where he had to battle himself. A solo home run from Dylan Dingler and a 3-run shot from Parker Meadows in the 4th. All the offense Skubal needed. It's win number 7 in his last 12 starts. He's got 101 strikeouts and 5 walks. Only the second pitcher to do that the last 125 seasons, joining Clayton Kershaw in 2016. The Oilers even the Stanley Cup final at 2 games apiece with a miraculous 5-4 comeback win over the Panthers last night. Edmonton was down 3-0 after 1. Leon Draisaitl scored the game winner in overtime. A goal from former wing Jake Wallman gave the Oilers a 4-3 lead in the 3rd. Lions GM Brad Holmes says when former offensive coordinator Ben Johnson was interviewing for head coaching jobs this offseason, he thought the Bears were his last destination, and he was hoping for that too. Recently on a podcast, when Johnson accepted the job, Holmes said to himself, "Man, why Chicago?" And former NFL wide receiver Antonio Brown wanted by police in Miami-Dade County for attempted murder. Brown claims that someone was trying to steal his jewelry at a celebrity boxing event last month, but police say he fired shots at a man he has history with. Brown was briefly detained that day. At the Corbin Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, gather round. Happy Friday. Here we are. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. No Gov, but Greg behind the glass today, and Luke Sloan on the updates. Not fire up chips or the Antonio Brown story.
No.
Did he say attempted murder?
That's what he said, yes.
Yeah, developing story last night. Remember we did the news story that I saw it last night because I was up late trying to stay awake to watch that hockey game, which was, by the way, a phenomenal game. The Stanley Cup final has been unbelievable. But I get the notification that AB has been charged with attempted murder.
What?
They're looking for him. They'll eventually find him.
Oh, they'll find him.
Oh yeah. But it was in the results of that was the boxing match that he had a scuffle with after.
Oh.
About I don't know. It seems like a couple months ago, maybe 4 weeks ago. I don't know. But yeah, that's what it all stems from. Shots were fired.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
All right.
So we'll see what happens there.
Cool down
Developing
chips.
story. Yeah.
The other thing from Luke's update that wasn't related to attempted murder, Tarek Skubal and the Detroit Tigers win another series. They beat the Baltimore Orioles. Although, John, Tarek Skubal walked 2 batters, so I feel like we're getting a discount on the next contract.
Yeah. I mean, that 425, it's got to be down to 420 now. I mean, just start taking off. Maybe it's this. They offer him that contract, and then for every walk that he gives up for the rest of the year, they're going to take $1 million off the total.
I still think it's a great deal for us because he never walks anybody. 2 guys, 2 in 1 game. I'm like, is he okay? Yeah, he still goes 7 innings, still shuts the door, and the Tigers pick up another win.
Yeah, and I don't mean to be kind of a nitpicker here, but can you read on the rundown since Gov is off today?
Yes.
Little typo.
Where would the typo be? Where am I looking?
Tigers lose.
Oh.
Yeah. I don't know. Were you watching last night?
I was watching. Why did I write Tigers lose? That was
Freudian slip. Are you somehow a closet Baltimore fan?
No, that was how we started yesterday's show. I don't know why that was left in.
Yeah.
Tigers win yesterday. Yeah. Yeah. All right, Jared.
Great poll there, Greg. So I did want to ask because I did something unique last night. How was your Thursday night?
I did watch the Tigers, despite what you accused me of. But other than that, kind of ho-hum. Went to a workout, watched a ball game, and went to sleep.
Went to a workout, or did you do a workout? I'm really on a roll this morning.
I just went and watched one.
Yeah.
Nice job.
I'm going to go to the gym. High fives.
I was at the ice cream place across the street. What's going on, guys? Good form on the deadlifts.
Yeah.
I worked out yesterday, then I watched baseball, and then I caught a little hockey before I fell asleep. What did you do?
So speaking of ice cream, I actually did go in an ice cream shop. We were walking around downtown Plymouth last night, had dinner down there, went into Kilwins, and obviously Teddy gets Superman ice cream, which I hate when he does that because then I can't share it. There's just something about it I don't like. And it's not just because I feel like I'm a grown-up. I know I'm not. When he orders Superman ice cream. Anyway, not the story. We walk down the street, and they're showing at the Penn Theater, which is a historic landmark. It's a small theater, old school seats, right? No loungers, no big, love seats. And we watched Return of the Jedi. It's showing last night and tonight. And it was, Teddy loves the Imperial March. So I'll be riding around in my truck all weekend now since he saw that, playing the Imperial March.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, and
now, did you drop him into episode 6? Had he seen any? I mean, he's
he's seen them all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, he's seen the original 3. I don't know that.
Okay, that's good enough right now.
Yeah.
I just it'd be weird to drop him into 6.
Yeah, Star
with no
Wars,
backstory.
Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi, and so we're in there, and as soon as they start playing the music, everybody starts cheering, right? Because it's a classic. Everybody's excited to be there. And then the only one that started clapping was when they first showed Darth Vader. There's Teddy with his small little hands.
He likes the villain.
Bad guy.
Yes.
So that's what we did last night. It was awesome. It was really cool. We didn't get a chance to stay for the whole thing because he burns out after about an hour and a half.
Sure. I was going to ask you
just before the Ewoks, before they went to the Endor moon. So anyway, Star Wars geeks.
Greg appreciates it. You're getting head nods behind the glass. I'm looking at the rest of the rundown that is accurate. We will have Cookie Jar later today at 7:35. Some fun on a Friday. Lions, still a top 5 offense. There's a conversation to be had there. And a player nobody's talking about that the Lions could be pursuing, should be pursuing.
Could add.
Oh,
we'll player acquisition all the way up until the season starts?
Now, Heather, if you look at the rundown, after my typo, the next words are Canely Odd Ritual. Do you have any idea what that means?
I don't.
Okay, so this is good. We don't want you to know. We wanted to get your candid reaction. I texted John yesterday. So Tommy Canely, Tiger reliever, gives up a run yesterday, which brings up a story that was in the Free Press detailing Tommy Canely and the season he's had, but there was a weird anecdote.
Okay.
Tommy Canely shaves his entire body as a personal punishment whenever he allows a run, a tradition he started in the minor leagues and follows to this day. So, as you can imagine, nobody had a weirder night than Tommy Canely, who stripped naked and shaved himself of every hair on his body after the game last night.
Does he do it right there, or does he go home and do it in the privacy of his own home? Is he shaving in the shower? Is he using an electric razor? Sorry, I've got lots of questions.
Yes, lots of questions. Yes, I don't know if it's razor that he, because even if you use a razor or an electric razor, shaving your entire body is going to take some time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I know more about that. I mean, I shave my legs, right? Like I am shaving more of my body than I'm sure most men are.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yes, I understand it takes a little bit of time. Sure.
Yes. How do I phrase this without
just say.
Like the entire yes. I'm hoping he's not using a razor everywhere. Let's just say that. Yeah, because that would take some time.
It is one of the weirder traditions I've ever heard of in sports. John, I know you were in a locker room. I don't know if you've seen anything that compares to this from your playing days.
Unfortunately, I have.
Oh.
And it didn't hit me until just now when you said, Heather, does he do this in the team shower?
Right.
Because the team showers, I don't know what they are anymore. I know what they used to be. And that is just a giant room with a lot of spigots in the wall.
Yeah.
Right. And there was one point of my career where I was on crutches, hobbling into the shower, and there was a player that was shaving everything, and I mean everything, in the team shower. and it was awful. I'll give you one guess.
That's who it was?
Yeah. Portis?
Yes.
My guess was Chris Cooley.
Also, no, guess.
Chris Cooley was more of the voyeur. I don't know, not voyeur. He was more of the
exhibitionist.
Exhibitionist. There you go. He'd take a picture and post it on social media. Yeah, he was the one that took a picture of his playbook with his junk hanging out, and then posted it. Yes. So lots of great stories from my time at the Red
Now,
Sox.
did he explain why this was his ritual? Like what? Why this?
It's just an anecdote that's thrown in the story. So, I mean, they continue to say he's the loudest player in the clubhouse, collects Eagles jerseys, wears a Notre Dame football helmet, keeps a video game console with a monitor in his locker.
Okay.
He has a caffeine addiction.
Sure.
Shaves his entire body as a personal punishment when he allows a run. Dates back to the minor leagues.
So it's a punishment.
Yes.
It's not something that's like, this is going to help me perform better.
You'll learn your lesson, Tommy.
You'll never do this again.
As he talks to himself, shaving in the shower.
So who's the spooky guy in the Da Vinci Code? It kind of gave me vibes of that. The guy that is very pale, white hair. He's the one that's going around killing people.
It's been a while since I've seen the Da Vinci Code.
It kind of gave me some vibes of,
Do you think he's a serial killer? Is that what you're accusing Tommy?
It does give you a little bit of serial killer vibes. Now, he could be a killer on the mound.
And he has
We'll
been.
take that. Maybe this is where, hey, we're starting to narrow in on
nicknames.
A nickname. Hairless?
Well, you want him to be very.
What a great nickname.
Yes.
No, that would
Baldy?
be a bad thing. John, if he's bald, he's giving up runs every outing. We want him to be hairy.
Right.
We want him to be like an abominable
Sasquatch.
snowman.
Yeah.
Squatch out there.
Yeah. Maybe he should just stop shaving his face and everything. There you go.
Right.
It all comes together.
Greg is on his game on a Friday. Look, we got open lines, 248-539-9797. If you have an odd ritual that you've observed in sports or a reaction to Tommy Canley, we'll start there, but we have so much more to do. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. And if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
5th run allowed all year by Tommy Kahnle. It's in 30 innings of work. We brought up a note from the Detroit Free Press. Apparently, Tommy Kahnle, every time he gives up a run, shaves his entire body, a tradition that goes back to his minor league days. And that would mean, you guys were talking about shaving his legs. Forearm, armpit, chest hair, back hair, if he's a hairy guy. I don't know.
I wonder if he asks for assistance with that. Like if he's got the back hair. Because that's got to be hard.
If you do, that's not a question you ask in the locker room. Hey, can you give? I got a spot. I can't get any. No, hell no.
Go home. Hey, sweetie, can you get right there? Like what?
I don't know.
Well, yeah.
Or maybe he just he gets what he can, and then he leaves like the just leaves like a middle patch down the back.
That's what he can't reach.
We're talking off air like swimmers do this.
Yeah, that's what it would look like.
There you go. But like swimmers do this. Like, I guess that's what he has to do to himself because he wants to, as punishment and a reminder not to give up runs. I don't know.
Maybe he just secretly likes it and it's his excuse. Like if you ever come across him in shorts and he's got no leg hair, he's like, it's a punishment. Like, I don't know. It's a weird thing to do.
It's one of those weirder sports
I don't know.
rituals.
I mean, I don't know if it's different for dudes than it is girls, because I know girls, like, obviously they shave their legs
right
here in the States. And I used to shave my legs because I would tape directly to my skin and not use pre-wrap. So it was my ankles and it was, right above and below my knees to tape knee braces on. So I would just shave my leg completely, and every once in a while, right? You don't do it. It would rip the hair out when I would take the tape off. And the kids actually asked me just a couple of days ago. They're like, "Dad, how come you don't have any hair on your legs?" And I'm like, "Oh, I think I just ripped it all out."
Like the damage to the follicles.
Yeah, I don't know if it's different. Like if dude hair is different than chick hair on their legs.
I wouldn't imagine.
Wouldn't think it would be, but.
Yeah, because I was asking the question, like, how long will it take for his leg hair to fully grow back?
Right. I'm not a very hairy individual, though. So, like,
it does depend. Everyone's different.
Genetics and all that.
Yeah.
So, anyway, Tigers did win. Took 2 or 3 against the Orioles. Tarik Skubal, not 1 but 2 walks at a baseball game. Sound the alarms. It was still 7 shutout innings, and he continues to be lethal. John, it's like 101 strikeouts to 5 walks on this run that he's been on right now.
It's unbelievable.
He got to 98 pitches. I know we were talking about pitch count a little while back, so let him finish out that inning. And he's a madman, dude. When he got that final punch out, he's yelling, he's roaring, he's screaming. He's fiery.
In his last 4 starts, his ERA is .29. 0.29. His ERA over the season is now under 2. It is bonkers how good he is throwing right now. His command of the strike zone is just ridiculous. And that's, we talked about the other day. Yeah. Like, do you try and attack him early because you don't want to get behind against Tarik Skubal, but you also want to try and get him the pitch count up? So do you take a pitch? And it was...
You can't win.
No, you can't win.
If you take a pitch, he's throwing strikes, you're down 0-1, and
yeah,
you're in trouble.
The one walk to that, I'm sure... We heard reports that he wasn't very happy with himself after the game, and that's when you are so close to, you're never going to be perfect. Yes, there are perfect games, but there are still throws in that game that you would want to have back, and guys always focus on the negative, even though they won. The one that I'm sure he would want back is the walk of first baseman Kobe Mayo. Is not a guy that hits very well.
It was a tough pitch to take, and to Mayo's credit, he took it.
I think he was more hoping I don't know that I'm actually going to put bat on ball, so maybe he'll walk me.
If it's close, I got a better
his average
chance.
Is like, I don't know. It's sub 150.
I don't remember who it was, but there was a batter he fell behind 3-0, and he dotted him for 3 straight strikes and punched him out. It's like, all right, guys, wrap it up. This game's over, especially once they gave him a little bit of a lead. Your guy, Dylan Dingler, hits a home run.
Yeah. I tell you what. Yeah, he is big time. Mm-hmm. He is big time.
And Gov's guy, Parker Meadows.
Goes yard.
There have been some texts, and we haven't really done a topic on it, but he's hitting in the 9 spot, and the average is low, and when's he going to get going? Well,
last night.
Good time to get going. He hits a run bomb for the Tigers.
It's actually why Gov is off today. He's actually still hot and bothered by that Parker Meadows home run.
Yes, it could be. Yeah,
fanning himself.
That is breath taken away.
It's a great call.
Anyway, we're going to talk about the Lions' end of the hour, some forecasting the top offenses in the NFL next season. Where do the Lions check in? The expectations, no Ben Johnson, no Frank Ragnow. Where do you expect the Lions to be offensively next season? We'll tell you the forecast, and we'll get to a Heather conversation at 9:35. She needs some help. We need, travel hacks?
I need some advice from those who have done this before me.
Okay, we'll get to that.
I'll share what I know.
Thank you.
Do the best you can. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Detroit meteorologist Kim Adams has revealed that she's dealing with serious health issues. She released a statement on social media and on the Local 4 News website. So she said, in recent months, I've been dealing with some serious health issues that have caused me to seek care at Cleveland Clinic in Ohio. Because of my ongoing condition, I've had to be off the air for periods of time. She did go on to say that she went public with her health issues to thank viewers for their outpouring of support and concern, but she didn't go into any specifics of what's actually going on. She said she would do her best to provide updates. So we got to wish her well.
Yeah.
If she was here for a period of time too, at Odyssey, or
she was.
Yeah, she used to. She worked on one of the stations for a short period of time, and I know she has quite the story. I know she is a breast cancer survivor. Single mom of 5, and I there's more to her story. I don't want to get it wrong, so I won't share the other, because I'm not sure. It's not in the article, so I would just be kind of guessing. But
and it's important too. I mean, she shared what she was comfortable sharing.
Yes.
I know people will speculate as a previous cancer survivor, but respect the privacy and wish her the best.
Without a doubt. Oh my gosh, you guys! There was one miracle survivor from that doomed India flight.
How?
Blows my. I mean,
there were different reports of how this happened too.
Right, and on social media, I was reading comments, and everybody had a different story. Like he jumped out the window,
plane.
He opened the door. I don't think that that's how it happened. From what I have read, this isn't. You can only call it a miracle by what you know of what happened to this plane and the destruction that it caused when it crashed into that building.
Video of it crashing is dramatic, and then to think that there is an actual survivor is unbelievable.
He got up and walked away from the crash. It wasn't like, oh my gosh, he's still alive, rush him to the hospital. I mean, yes, they rushed him to the hospital, but he was seen walking covered in blood, just walking away. And he said that when he woke up, like on the ground in the debris, he woke up and was surrounded by bodies and got scared and jumped up and ran from the site. But basically what I read is that when he was in the hospital
Seems
bed,
like a pretty legit reaction.
Yeah, that's what I would do too. He was saying that it like split in two, the plane. And it sounds more like he was just kind of like pulled from the plane. He was traveling with his brother.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. It's a wild story. I know more.
If it's not but we say it all the time, if it's your time, it's your time. If it's not your time, it's not your time.
It wasn't his time, but
wild experience.
And now imagine the survivor's guilt that this man is going to carry forever.
One of how many were on that plane?
242 passengers and crew were on board, and his brother too. That he was the only one to survive that, and why?
Yeah.
You know, like it's going to be a lot of recovery for him as well. There's a real life superhero in Dearborn came to the rescue of an elderly woman on Wednesday night. This man, who's known only as Power Man. Have you heard of him?
Power Man. No, he's actually a superhero.
Yeah, superhero.
Da-da-da-da.
He jumped into the rescue this woman. There was a single car crash that occurred in a Kroger parking lot, and an elderly woman and her driver, they were in a Ford Fusion, rolled after they hit this yellow parking pole. And everyone, people were concerned, kind of looking at what was going on, but not Power Man. I mean, he was concerned, but he just jumped into action, and he went on top of the overturned vehicle. He held the door open with one hand, helped free the 79-year-old woman who was stuck inside at the bottom of the vehicle with the other arm. Yeah, it was just, he goes by Power Man. That's his nickname.
Does he have like a costume, like a superhero?
No, he doesn't wear a costume.
A cape or something?
Not all superheroes wear capes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yep. No, but he has a presence on social media about just doing good. He does like to work out and such, but he's going viral for for his actions, his heroic actions during this accident.
Does the city of Dearborn have like a bat signal, like a Power Man
They
signal?
should.
Like, we need you, Power Man.
If they don't, they should do it now. Sabrina Carpenter announced her new album yesterday, and it's causing a lot of controversy. So it's called Man's Best Friend. And on the cover, I'll describe it somewhat. She's on all fours in front of a man
who's
pulling her hair.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, some people are calling it sexist. There's one women's advocacy group that says it's regressive, saying that it reduces women to, quote, pets, props, and possessions, and promises an element of violence and control. Now, her fans are defending it as satire. I guess look at it
it's open
as
to
you
your
will.
interpretation.
Yes. You can look at it one way or the other.
Look, her performances are incredibly sexual,
Yes.
so this is not a surprise at all. And her creative license with this, I don't know, maybe it'll end up being satirical, but I saw the cover. I'm sure a lot of people did.
Yeah, I did too.
Kind of the point,
I saw
right?
the cover after I saw the
publicity.
article, so I didn't like really form my own opinion on it. Like I didn't see it and think about it. I have read and then saw, so it's different. But.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, it's Heather's travel hacks. We need to help her out. It's 97.1. Right, there's been a lot of concern about the Lions offense and what's going to happen without Frank Ragnow and without Ben Johnson. A forecast for the best offenses in football. Where do the Lions stack up? We'll get to it at 6:50 this morning. Happy Friday. Good morning. Heather, you got a trip coming up.
We do our first trip as a family of 4. Really, I mean, Emily has flown. We took her when she was basically the exact same age Brooks is now, like 18 months, so a year and a half. And it went pretty well. I would say overall, it went better than expected with 1, but with 2 is going to be a little different. And Brooks is a very different kid than Emily is. Emily is calm, composed,
Brooks is a dude.
Full, and Brooks is like a bowling ball. Like you just set him loose and it's just like, boom. He's like,
yes.
He's a boy. He's all boy. He's a very good kid, but he is all boy. Like he doesn't love to be held. He doesn't love to hold your hand. He wants to be on his own and he wants to explore and move. But I'm just looking for any, especially on flights, right? Like, help me get through this flight. And everyone else on board, I know Colin was like, we're going to walk on and everyone's going to look at us. They're going to be like,
that's
oh,
that
no.
family.
The damn dinosaur
Don't sit next
sounds.
to us. Don't sit next to us.
Yeah.
Oh, they're sitting in the row before. You know what? It's the row behind, because that's where you're just hoping that as you sit down, there is a mom or a dad, somebody who has been a mom or a dad in front of you. Still a mom or dad.
That gets it.
That understands. Yeah, this kid is going to kick my chair. It's okay. My kids did it, so I'm going to have to live with it.
What do you mean it's okay if the kids kick the chair? No, you tell your kid, don't kick the
Stop it.
chair.
Yes, I tell-
That's what you tell them, and you tell them, don't put your feet up there. Don't touch the tray table.
Right.
It's going to happen, and you try
One
and minimize.
time I go, okay, it's a kid back there, but
yeah. I'm
if it's happening all
not
flight
talking
long,
to you.
you're going to judge the parents and go, Heather, come on, get your kid in line, right? That's
It
what you
happens.
want to avoid.
Yes, you try and avoid it as much as you can,
Believe
but
me,
it does happen.
We want to
And
avoid all of that.
I have sat in front of young kids, especially it seemed to have happened over the last, 18 months, a lot. When I've been traveling alone, and I have no issue with it because I understand the struggle that they're going through.
That you've been there.
Yeah.
You've done that.
Here is the number one hack that I had. Now, this worked best with 4. And because there was a year where I took them down to Disney World by myself, and I'm traveling through with 4. And it was
that's a
where
handful.
Lucy and Ruby were, 5, 6. Ellie and Jack were in the 1, 2 range. And so what we did was in their car seat, they have these rollers that you can screw to the back of their car seat, and it just stays there. You when you're in your own car, like you don't have to have it on there, but it stays there because it's thin enough to be able to. Doesn't affect how it fits in a car. Doesn't affect how it sits in a airplane seat. But the beautiful part of it is it becomes their stroller. So you just leave them in the seat. And you tilt them back, and they're rolling. And so I was carrying all the bags, and it was actually Lucy and Ruby that were pulling Jack and Ellie. It was hilarious.
That's even part of my question: to fly with the car seat or not? Like we weren't
it's so
even
easy to put.
We weren't going to bring the
seat.
car seat.
It's
plural. We need two.
Right now, when you rent, and if it was just 2, if it was just Lucy and Ruby, I wouldn't do that because. They needed to be able to walk, and sitting in their seat, they were girls, so they would sit there. But then when you get to whatever the car rental or car service, like you can get car seats at your destination.
That's what we're hoping for.
Yeah.
We're also looking into. I don't know if anyone's used these. There's now these like baby rental apps where you can rent
a baby.
No. They're all the things that go along with baby, like
Can
pack
we rent
and
one
plays.
for Jim for this weekend?
Nobody wants that. The baby doesn't want that. I don't want that. Go ahead, Heather. What were you saying?
Like you can rent like a pack and play. You can rent strollers.
Sure.
You can rent anything that goes along, like a high chair. So we're going to stay in an Airbnb that does not have a pack and play or a crib. So I'm trying to figure out how these rental companies work so I can rent one instead of having to go purchase one when I get there.
Yeah.
So we're trying that. Like anyone that has any sort of travel hacks, travel tips.
Lots of gummy bears.
Yeah, there'll be lots of snacks.
Yeah, for him and you.
Yes.
So one of the first texts we got, Heather, one word, Benadryl. Knock them out.
Yeah, I never did that.
Now, I have heard, though, that can backfire, that Benadryl or something like that for some kids can be where it can knock them out and make them tired, but it could also make them a little crazy and loopy and even worse behavior-wise.
Right.
That
if you
would
miss that window of them falling asleep, then all of a sudden now they're just grumpy as hell.
It's like the lemons in Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, you don't want to get them all zany.
Right.
Yeah.
So that scares me a little, and I'm not one to drug my kids, but I'm not opposed to that idea.
How long of a flight is it?
It's a quick flight. We're not going super far.
Like under 3 hours?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where do you stand on? Go ahead, look it up. Where do you stand on parents who don't want to lose their kids, so they like latch something onto them,
like putting them on a leash?
Yeah. I'm not a big fan. I understand it, and if it works for you, go for it.
I've never been a big fan. Definitely wasn't a fan before I had kids. Always thought like, I've never put my kid on a leash. That's for animals. Yeah. I've changed on that a little bit now that I do have kids, and I know people who have used one and they swear by it. I don't think I'll do it. They wear little backpacks.
Okay, because it's not like a leash. Like they're not a dog.
They're not putting it around their neck.
Well, right.
No, but they wear little.
No, but if you could put it around their waist.
And the little pulley comes off the backpack, and then they can walk around, but you're still... I see it a lot at the zoo. A lot of people use them there. Mm-hmm. I don't think it's for me.
Okay.
But you do you.
I don't know. I mean, I was always of the mindset, if you do that, one, I don't like the appearance of it. I'm not saying it's wrong. I just didn't like the appearance of it.
Yeah, I don't either.
And everybody that's ever walked a dog knows that the dog is going to get twisted around somebody, or the other leash of, if you've got two dogs,
they're going to walk at the very end of it.
They're going to get twisted up, and now all of a sudden you got a bigger problem than you had.
248-539-9797. Heather's taken 2 kids under 4 on an airplane, travel, vacation. Mm-hmm. Tips for the airport and beyond, traveling with 2 little ones.
How do you keep Colin under control?
Well, I put him on a leash. I'm not opposed to that. He's an adult. That's fine.
I'm sorry. I was not ready for that. That's incredible. I should have said 3 little ones.
That's true.
Texter says, give Brooks a shot of whiskey. He'll be fine. Aaron in Lake Orion.
That's just for teeth.
Yeah.
Go to the airport an hour early. Let them walk around, explore, and exhaust themselves.
I have heard that. That's great. That's a good idea. And I don't know if Detroit Metro Airport has this area, but some airports actually have like a play area. Do you know if they have one in Detroit?
I remember seeing
so are you flying Delta?
We are.
Okay, so you're at the McNamara Terminal. I don't know that I've seen that.
I don't think I have either, but I've never.
In the entire airport, like they can just run up and down. And there are plenty of areas like gates where there's no plane coming in or leaving. There's no one sitting there. That's where you just let them
That's
roam.
good. Good advice.
Yeah.
Heather, ship whatever you want to the destination you're going to. We've done that before, Alan in Lake Orion. Mm-hmm. The entire radio community is going to judge me, but bring a tablet, turn on that garbage show Coco Melon. Your kids will be hypnotized the entire flight. That's Kyle in Oxford.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Got to bring a something to view, a screen.
My kids don't very rarely watch tablets or TV, but they will be in front of a screen on this plane.
There is nothing that I think is cuter than when Teddy puts on his headphones.
The little headphones.
Oh my goodness, they look so big on his head.
So cute.
And then the kids don't understand. Like most adults don't understand when you have those headphones on that you talk a little bit louder.
Yes.
And so he's always screaming.
Dad! I thought this was a strategy to keep the kids quiet.
Yes.
Perfect hack for traveling with toddlers. Drive. Why would you put yourselves and everyone else on that plane through that? Think of the other people, not just yourself.
Oh, stop it.
Steve,
Go away.
father of young kids. This is not a kidless man, John.
We contemplated driving. What was his name? Steve?
Steve, yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, we definitely thought about driving, and we've done long trips. We're going to take a trip up to the cottage, which will be over 10 hours. That's tough, too, with little ones in the car that long. But no, we contemplated that. But overall, we only have a small period of time to travel, and we don't want to waste it in the car.
Yep. Get it?
I heard Heather Park dropped a new album release today. It features Colin on a leash. It's setting us back.
It's regressive.
Yes. It's very offensive to dudes.
248-539-9797. Advice for Heather. Texter says, we got back from a trip to Tennessee with our 14-month-old. Mm-hmm. Says, We arrived at our cabin. There was a full crib, mattress, baby monitors, stuff like that. So I'm assuming, is this the same person who said they had it shipped? No, this is a different person.
Did they get it provided from
the cabin probably?
Right.
Yeah.
Or did they order it from a rental? Because our Airbnb does not have it. We've already asked if they had any baby stuff.
The other thing is not just the screen, but give him something in his hands. And this is, I'm stealing this a little bit from, we do this for Teddy when we go to church. They have all these fidget toys. And I know it all started with the fidget spinner. Fidget spinner's not going to work for Brooks, but they have these ones where they don't come apart. So you're not picking up little pieces, but they can make little shapes out of these fidget toys. There's the ones where they can like pop, like there's like little bubbles in them that they go in and out, and you could just keep popping them. Those are a lot of fun. I usually use those when Teddy's not using them.
Say they're good for people with childlike dispositions as well. Exactly. How about putting AirTags on your kid? That's come up.
I love that idea.
Yeah.
I've never done it, but I'm not opposed to that.
Well, in an airport, like, okay, you could just put an AirTag on their backpack, and I don't know if he's going to be wearing his backpack.
He's not, but Emily will.
Yeah, you could put something on the wrist. I have no problem with it. Like, if they're going to school, I'm not going to do that. But if they're in an airport where things get busy, it's just more of a safety measure.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that at all.
More hacks for Heather, 248-539-9797. Plus that forecast for the best offenses in the NFL next year. Where do the Lions check in? It's 97.1.
FanDuel's the best place to find all your favorite player props while the NBA Finals are going on. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Maybe you want to check if a player has been consistent throughout the course of the playoffs, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app. You never have to leave and see who's getting hot. And after the game tips off, you can combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win something big. If you don't already have a FanDuel account, it's not too late. You can still get in on all the action. You're going to get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. All you have to do is follow these simple directions. Go to FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to join today and make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There you go. Parker Meadows getting going. And it lasted more than 4 hours, so Tom is out today. The rest of us are in. Happy Friday. Tigers win, take another series. Tarek Skubal, 7 innings. Shutout baseball. Did walk 2, so something's wrong. Guy never walks anybody.
I know. It's kind of it takes your breath away. Like, uh-oh.
The ump's got to be wrong. That couldn't have been a ball.
Is there something wrong with his arm?
Stop. If anything, we're getting a discount.
Right.
Now he's walking guys again. We're going to get to the Lions. Where are they for the upcoming season? Best offenses in football. We've got a forecast. Wrap up the conversation about travel hacks for Heather. Nicholas in Harper Woods, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
yes, we got you.
Oh. Yeah, so my travel hack, what we did with our daughter when she was little is we just did a lot of, little presents. We wrapped them up ahead of time. We planned for about every 30 minutes of flight, so that way she had something to open. And we packed a lot of prepackaged snacks just to keep her busy all the time. And we had 0 problems every single time we flew.
Wow, little presents. That's interesting. I've never heard that. That's cool.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. A lot of prep going into that one.
That is.
Yeah.
It is. I mean, it's just dollar store stuff. So.
Right. Oh, yeah. I mean,
sure.
it could literally be toys we already have at home.
Right.
That she just opens or he opens to, whoa, what's that?
Mm-hmm.
I like it.
Thanks, Nick.
Thanks, Nick. And all your fellow passengers will thank you, too.
I like that.
All right, John, I'm staring at NFL.com's projected top 10 offenses for 2025. What are you laughing at? Something
You're always taking
wish?
shots at parents, the dude with no kids. Anyway, yes,
I think
top 10 offenses.
Whether you got kids or not, we don't want kids kicking seats and yelling and making dinosaur sounds.
And
Nobody
no one wants
that.
it more than the parents.
Right. Believe me, I'm already thinking, oh my gosh, how am I going to do? We do not want them to misbehave at all. And I will be telling them and teaching them how to behave, but
yes,
we're stuck on a small area, right? There's
I'm not
only
suggest that
on the job learning.
Yeah.
I'm not going to suggest that you're not allowed to travel because you have kids. You're doing all the right things. You're asking the questions. You're trying to make it so they're not a nuisance for other people.
Yeah.
All comes back to the dinosaur sounds with Jim.
It does.
It does.
His ballpark experience.
Her ballpark experience.
They're really
I think
cute
hers
sounds.
was fine, yeah.
And,
Other than
it was
shirtless
because
guy.
so many people were cheering. So it was kind of his cheer, but it comes out as a baby dinosaur
Yeah.
squawk.
They were cheering for his baby dinosaur sound.
Mm-hmm.
Became a fan favorite.
That was good.
All right, top 10 offenses for 2025. I'm staring at a list from NFL.com, and they do a little refresher that the Lions were number 1 a year ago. They scored 32 points per game, nearly 3 points better than second, which was Buffalo, followed by Baltimore, Tampa, Washington to round out the top 5. So, will the Lions still be the best offense? How far will they slip? Let's go through it. The number 10 offense forecasted, the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, I do expect them to be better next season, John.
Yeah, a healthy Rashee Rice, more weapons to throw the ball to.
Year 2 for Worthy.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that they're going to be a very different offense than we saw last year. Now, the one area where I still question them, and I always wonder why, with Patrick Mahomes, why do you not invest in the offensive line? Or are they just okay with, well, he can make things happen when he's running around?
Yeah, because they lose Joe Thuney. They were already moving him around the tackle. They need to be better up front. They're number 10.
Mm-hmm.
Number 9, Cincinnati Bengals. Always explosive. They kept those receivers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Chase Brown had a nice year last year. Could be more featured this season.
Yeah. The only question is, hey,
O-line.
Well, O-line and running game. Are they going to be able to run the ball? We know they're going to be able to throw it. It's as we go, I just want people to remember, we're going to be talking about some of what we think are going to be the best offenses in all of football. There are things why they're on this list. And for Cincinnati, it's Joe Burrow. Okay, you could say hard stop right there. But then it's Jamar Chase, it's T. Higgins, it's their passing attack. There are also flaws on all of these. There is no perfect offense that we're going to be talking about, at least going into the season.
So since he was top 10 last year, they have him top 10 again. It's a safe bet back end of the top 10. Second year in a row, Green Bay expected to have a top 10 offense. They're number 8 on the forecast. Number 7, the Philadelphia Eagles, which I'm scratching my head a little bit here. what's this weakness on this offense that would keep them out of the top 5? The line's the best in football. They've got 2+ receivers, a mobile quarterback, and the best running back in the NFL. Why 7?
I think it is, okay, Jalen Hurts, obviously you can win a Super Bowl with him.
Yeah.
It's very obvious.
You got a play that you can run with him that you can pull off that no one else can.
Right, in certain situations.
Yeah.
But there still is this feeling of he could be a turnover guy. And he was at times last year.
Okay.
And again, so it's some flaws are bigger than others. And you're starting to, as you get towards the top of the list, you're nitpicking some of these flaws.
Number 6 is maybe a surprise to people. The Denver Broncos. Year 2 for Bo Nix. They've added more weapons, took a running back in the second round, Harvey out of Central Florida. What do you think? They added Evan Ingram. I think could have a good year at tight end. Mm-hmm. It's always a question, though, year 2 for young quarterbacks, that adjustment. C.J. Stroud last year got a taste of it.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of faith in Sean Payton as a quarterback guru, getting Bo Nix to play the way that he did as a rookie, continuing his development, but also his offense.
And I think it is a good offensive line.
If
you nerd out on
offense.
rushing yards above expected, their backs didn't get what was given to them by that line, so there's reason to believe that they could help Bo Nix more in the run game this season.
Yeah.
And he's a threat in the run game, too.
And they signed J.K. Dobbins, who had a healthy year last year.
Mm-hmm. So then we get to the top 5, and I haven't mentioned the Lions. This is where they check in. They are expected to be a top 5 offense. They expect them to be number 5.
So I'm going to piggyback on what we just said a little bit with Denver, Sean Payton's offense. What's this offense?
Dan Campbell's offense.
Right. But where did he learn this offense?
Sean Payton.
And so when you have all of your skilled players back, and rating was done after the retirement of Frank Ragnow.
Yep.
Still question marks about the interior of that offensive line. They have guys that they can plug in there, but very unproven or old. And so it's going to be a matter of how can they get that offensive line to gel, to play good enough for this offense to be explosive. And, I mean, Goff back, running backs back, tight end back, receivers back. One of the most loaded, skilled offenses in the NFL. But as I've said, there are flaws in all of these different offenses that we're talking about. The flaw right now, and we don't know if it's going to be a huge flaw or it's not going to be that big of a deal, is going to be the interior of that offensive line.
Yeah, I would not have Detroit top 5. I would have Philly in the top 5.
Okay.
Just because the offensive line.
Goff.
Well, if we're going to do sometimes Hurts can get turnover prone. John, I want to remind you of those words. Sometimes Jared Goff can be turnover prone. And if you tell me the center of his offensive line is going to be giving up more pressure, I'm going to tell you I'm more concerned about that than Jalen Hurts turning the ball over.
I agree. And when I said it, I knew that was you were going to use that against me.
Filing that away. It's coming up. Let's get to the other teams in the top 5. Number 4 is Washington. If you're thinking, what, really? That's overreacting. They were top 5 a year ago. They added Laramie Tunsil. They drafted an offensive tackle as well. Added Debo, whatever he's got left in the tank. I get them being top 5. Baltimore is number 3. Number 2 is Tampa. They lost their OC, but they have a really good line. Bucky Irving breakout a year ago. A lot of continuity offensively. And number 1 is the Buffalo Bills.
And obviously, reigning MVP and Josh Allen.
They were the number 2 offense a year ago. I think local media wants more receivers, but I think Dalton Kincaid and Keon Coleman have some untapped potential in that offense. Those aren't rookies they're leaning on. Those are guys that should have improved seasons.
Yeah, and it's another year for this offensive line for Tampa to continue development. We talked about Graham Barton, who was drafted, who was not a center a little bit as a freshman, but then was a tackle for the rest of his time. They move him to center. He plays extremely well. Now it's the second year. So there are little pieces in, as we're talking about these offenses, when we talk about the strengths, we talk about the warts that some of these offenses have. A lot of it can relate to the Lions because of where some of these teams are. Now on the flip side, as you look at these top offenses. When we come back, we'll talk about what the downside of seeing some of these teams on there is.
You had this good note. We'll do that next. We want your calls as well. Do you expect the Lions to be a top 5 offense next season without Frank Ragnow and without Ben Johnson? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Another masterclass from Tarek Skubal propels the Tigers to a 4-1 win and another series victory, this time over the Orioles last night. Scoob's final line, 7 scoreless, 3 hits, 6 strikeouts. Manager A.J. Hinch on his ace. All the Tigers' offense coming in the fourth, a solo home run from Dylan Dingler, a 3-run blast from Parker Meadows. Win number 7 for Skubal. His ERA now inches to 1.99 on the season. Tigers 20 games over 500 once again, 45-25 entering the weekend. Round 2 at the U.S. Open at Oakmont tees off this morning. J.J. Spawn, your leader at 4 under. The local product, Bloomfield Hills native and former Wayne State golfer Grant Hafner, has some work to do. He's 11 over after 1 round. The Michigan Panthers go for their first spring football championship since 1983 when they take on the D.C. Defenders in the UFL Championship tomorrow night in St. Louis. The Panthers clinched the title game with the win over Birmingham last week. They've already beaten D.C. once this season, 38-14 last month at Ford Field. Jonathan Smith landing a commitment from 4-star offensive tackle Colin Campbell out of Arizona. Campbell, Michigan State's 11th and highest ranked pledge in the 2026 class. Quarterback Cade Kaufman is the Spartans' other 4-star recruit in the class. And Game 4 of the NBA Finals, Pacers Thunder in Indy tonight. Despite being up 2-1 in the series, Vegas still has the Pacers as the underdog to win it all. Indiana's had a 2-1 lead in all of its series so far in the playoffs, but OKC has not lost back-to-back games in 2 months. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Seven o'clock hour on a Friday. We have the cookie jar at 7:35 today. And we don't want to give people a teaser for Dear John, but something to look forward to in the cookie jar. We got a Tiger question.
Okay.
Got a couple Father's Day questions. A classic Michigan summertime question, that and more. John, we mentioned the Lions are expected to have a top 5 offense in the NFL this season. That's NFL.com forecasting them exactly at number 5. Now, I would put them outside the top 5. Sounds like you would keep them in there.
I would. And it's because of, I know Jared Goff has his warts. There's no question about it. And we were left with a awful taste in our mouth at the end of the season when he performed the way he did against Washington. I'm not going to let that overshadow what he had done for 2 years, game in, game out, in large part. Now, there were, again, you play Houston and you have turnovers, but your defense steps up and you get a win. It does gloss over some of those warts, and that's why it's a team game.
Well, I think a couple things, John. Last year, they scored the most points in the NFL, and they really did run up the score against some teams that were downtrodden. Like the Lions didn't let up, and I'm not blaming them for it, right? Mm-hmm. I don't think they're going to be in a position this year to roll up 21-point victories or 17-point victories stacking up in this schedule.
Not at the beginning of the schedule. The end of the schedule, they might have a couple of games.
Maybe by the end of the year, they're looking more like a top 5 offense. But as I sit here today in June with the concerns up front of the offensive line and that making Jared more vulnerable, I'd have them in the top 10, but not in the top 5. I would put the Eagles in the top 5.
That seems logical to me.
And I think you can do it. Everybody else in the top 5 was top 5 a year ago, and they didn't lose a critical Pro Bowl, All-Pro player up front on the offensive line. You had another note, though, in seeing these teams that could be top 10 offenses.
So it's great that the Lions, whether they're top 5 or top 10, you think they're still going to be an explosive offense.
It's a very good football team, yes.
The other way to look at this is, of these 10 teams, obviously you take out Detroit because they're in it, so now you have 9 other teams. How many of those teams are you playing this year with those top 10 projected offenses?
Yeah.
And the answer is ding, ding, ding. You play 7 of them, and since you play Green Bay twice, you have 8 games against what is projected to be some of the best offenses in the NFL.
So they don't play Buffalo.
Right. Number 1 projected offense.
But then they're basically playing everybody else, right? I mean, they're playing
Buffalo
Cincy,
and Denver.
Yeah, but they don't play Buffalo and Denver, but Cincy, Baltimore,
and the issue
Kansas City, Philly, Washington, Green Bay twice, all these guys.
And of those, how many do they have on the road?
All but Green Bay?
Green Bay once.
Yes.
Green Bay once on the road. And so, yes, it's That's where the challenge is in this schedule. And when something like this comes out, again, there's always two ways to look at it. Hey, it's great that you have such an explosive offense. Last year, wasn't it a lot of fun to watch the highest scoring offense in the NFL? And we watched Jahmyr Gibbs rip off long runs, and we watched J-Mo with 80-yard pass plays, and Amon-Ra St. Brown with big-time first down catches, all of these different aspects. That's still going to be there. The question is going to be, will they be able to slow down some of these other top offenses when they see them, and when they see them in their home stadiums?
Well, it's why we've brought up, look, you're not going to be able to add a Frank Ragnow at this point of the offseason. I mean, they don't grow on trees. There's one of one. From a grit, intelligence, identification, execution, you're not replacing Frank. So if you're not going to score on as many possessions because your offense is taking a step back, you're going to need a stop or two. Za'Darius, we're looking at you, or something to upgrade the defense to get one more stop, because you might need one more stop with these offenses that you're going to face this season.
Or at 8 o'clock. I'll give you another option that I believe no one has mentioned to this point.
People, John sent this over in his prep, and I went, light bulb on. This is smart. Nobody's brought this up. Full credit to you. 8 o'clock, somebody we should be talking about for the Detroit Lions. Some ticket texters. Lions will still be top 5. The Bengals should be higher, and Tampa should be lower.
I was a little bit surprised at Tampa being the number 2 offense, but then you go look at what they did last year, and everybody thinks, well, Baker Mayfield, he's a gamer, right? He's a scrappy quarterback. But then you look at what they did last year in terms of points scored per game. They were number 4.
And they added Emeka Egbuka. They're going to have a healthy Chris Godwin, who was injured for a stretch last season. Bucky Irving breakout now, year 2, ready for a better workload.
A healthy Mike Evans going into the season. Now, he did miss, 5 weeks last year?
Yeah, but I'm putting him in for 1,000 yards.
That's what he does.
Put it in pen, put it in ink. And the other thing is, you brought up their offensive line. They've got a Tristan Wirfs, kind of like we have Penei Sewell. Graham Barton in year 2 as a center.
Yep.
They drafted him. He played last year. He's in a much better position than the Lions, who would be starting potentially a rookie center or a rookie guard.
Yep.
I fully expect the Lions to be a top 5 offense next season, from an unnamed texter. Yes, losing Ragnow hurts, but let's not forget about the embarrassment of riches we have at the skill positions, and J-Mo set to take his game to the next level. That's how we stay in the mix.
And I know the loss of Frank Ragnow is huge. There are going to be guys that play those positions that have talent, unproven, and we have no idea how they're going to translate some of them from college to the NFL, or if Christian Mahogany will be able to stay healthy. All of these things. But when you have, as the last texter put it, an embarrassment of riches, now it is on John Morton and Dan Campbell to keep a defense on their heels. Mm-hmm. Try and keep them guessing as, well, are they, do we pass rush on this one? Are we trying to run stop on this one? Is the ball going inside, outside, deep? Like all of those different things, not only those aspects of the offense that can help that offensive line, it is how are they going to protect that offensive line? I've said this since Frank retired. There are ways to protect the interior of that offensive line. It is easier to do, and I like to take my shots at guards and centers, but it is easier to do when it's not a tackle. They have 2 very good tackles. They have the best tackle in the NFL, and they've got a very experienced tackle in Taylor Decker.
You can help because you got, in the case of young guards, players on either side.
You get sideboards.
And you can always have a back step up and take someone out at the legs.
Yeah, you can have a tight end come in motion and park his butt right behind one of the guards.
And if all else fails, screen.
Yeah. There's a lot of different ways to do it. Now, it is up to the coordinators and the coaching staff to put together a game plan that is able to still move the ball, score points, but develop trust with that interior offensive line.
How about the text that goes the other way? Sees the Lions taking the step back outside the top 5. Unfortunately for us, I think Goff is a Ben Johnson merchant, and the offense will slip towards middle of the pack this season.
Yeah, if you think the offense left with him, sure. I understand sky is now falling.
He says facetiously.
Yes.
You have said this before Ben Johnson left. This is Dan Campbell's offense. And I said, look, you got the X's and O's leaving the building, if you believe that.
And you still got a lot of those Jimmies and Joes.
But you still have the Jimmies and the Joes. What changed for me is losing one of the biggest, toughest, orneriest Jimmies up front, and now I have him just outside the top 5.
You think, you're just trying to steal your name for him? You think he's a Jimmy, not a Joe?
He's not a John.
He's not a John.
He's a Frank.
Jimmys and Johns. Can we change that saying now?
Sure.
Just from 6 to 10, we'll just say the Jimmys and Johns.
It's really about having the Jimmys and the Johns out there. It makes all the difference in the world. All right, Cookie Jar at 7:35. I want to know why more people aren't watching hockey. Can we spend a couple minutes on that next? We'll do it. 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and even stronger relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer you a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. And here's how they build that partnership. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. And here's a fact. They've done exactly that for me and my family over the years, so that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. Visit them at firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Hey, if you're injured in a car accident, you need a law firm that cares about you. I'm talking about KG Law. Lawrence KG's a Detroiter. He's built his firm with the idea that you're more than a number in this insurance game. And he's staffed up to get you the best possible payout. They're not going to settle for some low number. They're going to work to get you what you deserve. They're not cutting corners. You're not going to be left in the dark. You'll have someone who checks in with you. You'll have the same person from the intake team that you can check in with if you have questions throughout the process. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. That's kgcares.com, K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. Another overtime game in the Stanley Cup last night. That's 3 of the 4 games have gone to overtime, including one that went to double OT. The tension, the comeback last night for the Oilers, down 3 goals. They score 4 unanswered. Florida scores a frenzy goal at the end of regulation. These have been great games. I don't know if anybody's watching them, but they've been great games. And I don't want to do the thing that hockey guy falls into, which is, why won't you love my sport? And they whine about it. I'm genuinely just curious. You got other stuff going on at night. It's just not a priority. You never really got into the game. Or we don't have a team. It's as simple as if our team's not in it, we don't care. Because the games have been phenomenal.
They have been unbelievable. There's only been one. It was game 3 where you're like, maybe this is them running away with it. Now, and last night I texted you.
Yeah.
I must have been the jinx for the Panthers. I'm like 3-0 in the first period. It felt like Florida was just going to run away with it again. And then they come out and boom, boom, Edmonton responds. Then you get to the end of regulation and our old pal, Wallman.
Of course, Jake Wallman.
Hits what you
rocket
looked like was going to be a possible game winner. They go up 4-3, and then an empty netter at the end of the game. Florida did not have anybody in their net, and they've got an extra, offensive player. They've put one in with, what was it, 19 seconds left?
19 point something, yeah.
Something, yeah. To go to overtime. It's been unbelievable. Tied 2-2, going back to Edmonton.
Edmonton's got home ice, chance for McDavid. And by the way, Draisaitl has held up his end of the bargain. And some
4-game winners.
It's unbelievable. I mean, there's a case he should win the Conn Smythe. I know McDavid won it a year ago, and McDavid's the best player on their team. Draisaitl's got all the big moments, all the finishing.
Maybe they could have 2 guys win it.
Shared Conn Smythe.
Yes, won it last year in a loss.
Yeah, and then
could win it again this year in a loss. If they lose, because I don't think there's any question. He's had the best final.
You're right. He has. I mean, if it's Florida, it's probably Sam Bennett, or if Bobrovsky stands on his head in one of these clinching games. He had some big
one
saves.
With his toe yesterday. Jeez.
I know they gave up 5 goals counting overtime. He played very well for them. Mm-hmm. John, you're right. This series was teetering on over. When you get blown out in game 3 and you go down 3-0 on the road in game 4, Edmonton, it says a lot about them that they rallied, came back, won that game, and this has been great theater. So why aren't you watching? Texter says, I didn't even know the Stanley Cup was on, let alone who was in it. The NHL does a terrible job of advertising and marketing.
Agree.
I don't disagree with that. Says, as simple as this, hockey is for the true sickos. Most Americans don't care about the NHL. It's boring, and people have better things to do.
So through 82 in the regular season, you could make an argument that some of it could be boring. But I think when you get to the Stanley Cup final, boring is not what I would classify this as. And maybe if you haven't watched the first 4, it's tied 2-2. At a minimum, you're going to have 2 more opportunities. They could be epic games.
The storylines were set. I tell you, it's a rematch of a series that went 7 the year before. You have the game's best player, arguably the most talented competitor in all of sports right now, going up against this physical, ferocious reigning champion, and it's set to go 7 again this year. And you would think I'm telling you to watch like curling tonight.
Yeah.
Or hey, check out tennis. Like this is one of the 4 majors. Ticket Texter says maybe we need to drop the idea that we have 4 majors.
Well, so baseball does not do a great job of selling its stars nationwide. It has largely become a regional sport. Hockey certainly has, and to complicate matters, and I know, hey, you've got the Blue Jays up north of the border, but the best player in Connor McDavid is in Edmonton. We don't hear a lot about him unless you are following hockey all season long. It has become very regional, and it's not even in this country. The best player.
Hockey is a niche sport. Unless you played, it's hard to actually know what's going on. People don't have a connection to it. Yeah, but we're in Detroit. We're in an original 6 city that we've referred to as Hockey Town. People here know the game.
Yeah.
Texter says it's too late of a start time. It starts the same time as the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
8:30 most nights.
I think part of it is, and I understand why both hockey and the NBA do this, but to have always a couple of games or a couple of days in between games, like there's just doesn't feel like there's a rhythm to when the games are actually on.
2 teams that don't interest me, but I did end up watching last night, was not disappointed. Hockey's a winter sport, should not extend into the summer. People are outside. Baseball's going, golf's going, etc. Series has been incredible. Game 3 was an out-of-characteristic game for Edmonton. They fell into Florida's trap, but now they're back. It's going 7, pure theater. Dave in Detroit.
God, I hope it goes 7.
Stanley Cup is must-watch. Shows the Wings are far away. That's Norton Pinckney. I'm a hockey hater, but I've been watching the games because I like sports, and they've been incredible games. Mitch on his way to Ann Arbor. Let's get Dan in Windsor's take. Now, this is cheating a little bit. You're in Canada. We know you like hockey.
True. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, and which is still pretty damn close. But I just think hockey is baseball. Go Tigers, number one. But like baseball is a long, drawn out season, and those games can drag on. Hockey is like there's fighting. I mean, the sport you can fight in. I mean, I'd like to see that in baseball. I'd watch some more games.
It should be a good draw.
Maybe less beanballs because you see Ohtani coming out and no pitcher's going to throw at him. You know what I mean? The guy's a giant.
Yeah. I don't know if it can fight. I mean, I'd like to see more Nolan Ryan, Robin Ventura. That's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. That was classic.
Dan, appreciate the phone call. And with this ticket text, the NHL's new slogan: Taylor Swift is watching. Why aren't you? John in Lake Orion. She was at the game last
Travis
night.
And Taylor, TT, at the game.
Maybe that'll work.
Who knows?
Let's get to Heather with the news.
No ring, by the way.
Oh,
you were looking.
There's a woman who was shot by a Detroit police officer Thursday afternoon after she allegedly opened fire on a repo driver. Yeah, so Detroit Police Chief Todd Bettison said the officers were on routine patrol when this woman opened fire on the repo driver. And they were told that she was in the process of having her vehicle repossessed. So she was not happy, right? Apparently, she said something to the effect of, "You're stealing my car," and then fired multiple shots at this guy and his truck. Well, in response to that, police then returned fire on the woman, striking her multiple times. Bettison did say she suffered non-life-threatening injuries. Was struck in the arm and the leg. She's going to survive. As for the repo driver, he's also going to survive. He says just a little shaken up, but doing okay. Oh, an elderly woman in Oakland County was swindled out of $8,000 in a scheme where the scammer actually showed up at her house to collect the money. And this all schemes, all scams, especially taking advantage of older people, are awful. But when you play at their heartstrings, which is typically what they do, it's even worse. So this woman, a 78-year-old woman in Troy, reported the incident to police on Tuesday. And she said that she received a phone call, and on the caller ID, it showed that it was her son. So, right, she's going to pick up the phone. When she answered it, it wasn't her son speaking. It was somebody else who said they were with her son and that her son had just been in a car accident and was in jail. Right? And they said, hey, here's a number. You should contact a lawyer, but you're also going to need to pay about almost $9,000 in bond money. So then also, there's multiple phone calls said, hey, we'll send someone to the house to pick it up so we can get your son out of jail, right? Like, of course, your son could be injured, who knows what's going on. So someone showed up at her door. She gave them an envelope with the cash, left. Well, after that exchange, she received another phone call. This time, the caller told her that she needed to give them an additional $9,000 for her son to be released from jail. And that's finally when she was like, wait. I just gave you basically $9,000. Something's up. So she contacted the Troy Police Department. I don't know if these people were caught, if she is going to get her money back.
It's tough when you give them cash.
Man,
they can just disappear.
But I get it. Like, it showed your son's ID, his number on your phone. You're saying that he needs your help, right? And as a mom, as a parent, you want to help your child.
It's a true story. When I was doing radio on the other side of the state, my co-host got a phone call from his family, frantic, because his grandparents had received a message that he was in a car accident and his jaw was wired shut, so he couldn't talk. But they needed money. So now I'm like, hey, go sort this out. We'll do the show without you. You got to get your parents and your family in line so you don't fall for one of these scams. It happens to people.
It does. And I can understand when you're a little bit older and you don't
it preys on
understand
your
the schemes and scams as much, and you want to help your family. Oh, so sad.
Yeah, confirm those criminals have no morals.
Yep. A hometown hero known affectionately as Power Man came to the rescue of an elderly woman who was involved in a car crash in Dearborn on Wednesday night. So this elderly woman and her driver hit a yellow parking pole. This was at a Kroger parking lot, and the vehicle flipped, it rolled over, and bystanders were watching, concerned, right? But Power Man
to the rescue.
Jumped into the rescue. Yeah, he jumped into action. He went on top of the overturned car. He held up one door with one arm. He freed the 79-year-old woman who was kind of like stuck at the bottom of the vehicle with the other arm, and just doing good all over the community. He's got a presence on social media. He's been nicknamed Power Man since he was a child, and he just likes sending positivity throughout his community of Dearborn. And we do have some sound of him talking about his rescue, his brave rescue. And he did. He helped her out, and both the woman and the driver are unharmed. So.
I wish people could see. I wish we had one more angle on Twitch as he was describing it. Heather was.
I was being Power Man.
Yes,
holding the door, reaching in,
getting grandma,
taking her out. Yeah.
Not all heroes wear capes.
No, they don't.
Although he really could turn this into a costume. I mean, he is a superhero. Power Man.
He might have a theme song. I mean, I know he has a presence on TikTok, so maybe.
Power Man.
No, it can't be the same as Batman. Yeah. He's got to have his own.
Okay, we'll work
Good
on
effort,
it.
Though. Yes, we'll workshop that along with the
bullpen nicknames.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's Heather with the news. All right, John. I know I affectionately refer to you as a lughead or a meathead sometimes.
Yes.
You had a brilliant topic that we'll do at 8 o'clock. It's a spin on a story that nobody has come up with yet. I think it's legitimately interesting, and it involves the Detroit Lions. I hope I haven't oversold this. We'll get to that. We got Cookie Jar next. It's 97.1.
Hey, you guys, it's Heather. If you've been thinking about getting a hot tub, this is your moment. You've got to go check out Beninati Pool and Spa. I am telling you, their experts are going to walk you through all of the options because they have a lot, and they're going to hook you up with a perfect tub. For me, all they had to say was self-cleaning, and I said, that's the tub I want. And they made the entire experience a breeze. They helped find the right tub. They delivered it. They installed it, and they've been there to help with maintenance as well. And for me, having this hot tub has been a total game changer. Using it after workouts for recovery, using it to relax as a family in the evenings with my husband and kids. So if you're interested, go check out Beninati Pool and Spa. It's in Utica. It's right next to Jimmy John's Field. Plus, they have a brand new showroom in Clinton Township right off M59 and I-94. So no matter which location you go to, you're going to be met by Beninati experts who are going to personalize your experience and help you find the right hot tub. And if you mention my name, they're going to take $500 off your purchase just like that. Visit BeninatiPools.com or stop by the Utica or Clinton Township location and see why so many people, including me, love the Beninati experience.
Got some Father's Day questions in the cookie jar, a classic Michigan summer topic, a little Tiger baseball and more. It's the Cookie Jar brought to you by Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Guys, if you find yourself in a cycle of someone holding the door open for you multiple times in a row, you ever been there?
Yeah, like somebody, there's a family that goes through and somebody's stuck holding the door and then you go through, other people go through.
How many times do you have to say thank you before it's enough?
Well, you say it once, but I think everybody that goes through says thank you.
Oh, no, I'm thinking different situations.
Yeah, you guys have two different scenarios going on.
You guys are walking into a building that's got double doors, and then there's a third door when you go in, and they continue to hold the door for you each
door.
time.
Oh,
multiple doors.
So
you say thank you the first time. You may go, hey, acknowledge the second. How many times do you have to say thank you?
So normally the way it goes is, okay, if somebody's holding the door for you, you're the first one through, you're to that next door first, so then you hold that door open, they go through.
I'm doing a terrible job explaining this. If you're behind me, I'm just going to kind of hold the door open as we both walk. It's not a full after you. It's a, hey, I'm just going to help you out as I continue.
Oh, you're already through.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I still beat you to the next door. I would just say every time.
Okay.
I probably wouldn't say it every time because I think at that point there'd be you do like the head nod.
It's
like
a one and a nod.
Yeah, you kind of realize, okay, you both are like, okay, we get this, and you do the little head nod and head nod. But you definitely have to say it at least once. Maybe you say it the next time too, and then you realize, okay, and you both do that. Mm-hmm. Yep.
I would max it at 2, and if you're going beyond 2 doors, I don't know what the heck building you're in.
Right, yeah. You're going through like a federal building with high security. Like I don't know that I've seen the 3-door event, but could be.
All right, the next question is better lineup of drinks, Coke or Pepsi?
So this one to me is Coke. And I think it's Coke because, first of all, I like Coke or Diet Coke. I don't drink them. It's been a long time. But I think the top end is what makes this so much stronger. And then you've got Sprite. Yeah. And you got all the Sprite ones. You get to their water is Dasani. Water's water, but it just seems
water is not water.
Oh, okay, all right,
Heather.
Well, that's
Powerade.
Actually how I'm picking my
by the water.
Yes, because I think both lineups are fine. Fanta is fine. What's Pepsi's orange pop?
Crush,
great, but to me they're on the same level. I like Coke better than Pepsi, but when I was looking at their water selection,
Sprite way outdoes 7-Up though.
That is true.
Yeah,
I do like Sprite better than 7-Up, but
or Starry. I think that's the other thing Pepsi has now. Their rebrand is here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And I like Gatorade, so that's tough. But no, so Pepsi has Aquafina, and I know there's people who love Aquafina, but to me, Aquafina is the worst water. I'd rather have Dasani, even though that's not. Yes. And I also saw that Smart Water's on Coke, so it comes down to their water selection. Okay. Aquafina, I cannot stand. Also, Ice Mountain, that's not part of it, but those are my least 2 favorite waters.
Aquafina to me is neutral, fine, no big opinions. Dasani, you'll find people who don't like the taste.
I like Dasani better than Aquafina.
Water's water.
I went with Coke. And it's because of I like Powerade more than Gatorade, which I know is unique, but I prefer Powerade. Huh.
We here have 2 football teams. I have no idea who's on either team, but I know the quarterback. I'm going to go with the star quarterback. I will take Coke.
Yep.
Okay. Where does Up North start?
We did this one a while ago with Stoney. It starts at Up North Jesus. You're heading up 75. Oh, yeah, it starts with Up North Jesus.
You guys, I don't live that far from Up North Jesus.
Yeah, well, you're close to Up North. That's to me signals I'm going up north. And maybe, okay, your address, if you're going north of Up North Jesus, you're up north.
John says, take me to God's country.
Yeah, Holly. Holly is Holly?
Yeah, yes. Yeah. And I don't live far from Holly. I'm basically right there.
Heather and Holly.
To be honest, if I'm going anywhere north on 75, I'm going up north. Yeah. So I kind of agree with you, but
like Flint is north on 75.
I know.
That's not up north.
No, it's not. No. I know.
Saginaw Bay City, that's not up north.
No, okay.
Saginaw,
how about past the Zilwaukee Bridge?
Yeah.
Once you go over the Zilwaukee Bridge, you are now officially up north.
So I've heard people say, and I don't hate it, but Mount Pleasant is north of the Zilwaukee Bridge, and I don't consider that I went to college up north. So to me, it's Cadillac.
Mount Pleasant's on the other side of the state.
Cadillac to me is the start of up north.
Mount Pleasant's on the other side of the state.
I argue
it's in the middle of the state.
I argue it's in the central part of the state.
Thank you.
It's in central Michigan.
Yeah, so if you go with Cadillac, you're basically saying north of the Saginaw Bay if you want to stay on the east side of the state.
Yeah, I think, Jim, you took the other one. I mean, Heather said Zilwaukee Bridge. That's very common. Yeah, southernmost point of the Saginaw Bay and up.
Yeah.
Typically up north.
That's good. It's good.
Next question.
Line of demarcation.
Father's Day this weekend. Who's the best TV dad?
Oh.
So I'm going to go with an actor because I love both of his characters as dad, and that would be Tim Taylor.
I knew you were going to say that.
The Tool Man Taylor and Mike Baxter. When we watch,
or whatever it was. Yeah, I knew you were going to say that. Knew it.
When we watch either of those shows, the kids always make a comment, "Dad, that's so you," and I can relate to him. It makes me laugh every time. It doesn't matter how many times I've seen it. I just love watching him. So yeah, I'm going to go with Tim Allen.
It is funny when you think of this. I always go back to those old shows.
Sure.
And I instantly thought of Danny Tanner, right? Because Full House was my favorite show growing up. So I think of those older ones. But a more recent one, Jack Pearson from This Is Us could be a good dad, or was a good dad for a moment.
Was that Coach?
No.
Which I'm trying to think of who was in This Is Us.
Mandy Moore. I don't know what his name is, the actor I'm talking about, but or Uncle Phil.
That's who I was going to say.
I mean, I could rattle off a bunch of people, I guess.
And I thought someone would say Uncle Phil, but because someone didn't, I'll gladly plant the flag on Uncle Phil. I had a funnier one too. Frank Costanza, underrated, zany TV dad. Greg, who is it for you?
I get my moral compass from a cartoon dog, Bandit Healer from Bluey.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
I've never watched Bluey.
Yeah.
Wait,
I've avoided that one, yes.
I just recently have seen it and learned that Bluey is a girl, right?
Yes.
And I always thought Bluey was a boy, so I'm learning.
You and your gender stereotypes.
Yeah, it's not Pinky. I'm with you.
I had no idea. I thought Bluey was a boy.
Yeah.
For Father's Day, say something you admire about your dad.
Gosh, the list is long, so I guess I would have to say everyone that meets my dad likes my dad. His kindness, his ability to have conversation with anyone, it's just, he relates to everyone. He was a teacher for 33 years, and his gift of gab is certainly there. Mm-hmm. So I would say just the way that he treats everyone with respect and kindness.
That's nice. I think for my dad, I would say his work ethic, like how hardworking he is, how resilient he's been, because his life could have been very different had he not had the drive that he has, and is very successful and was able to turn what he was given into something much more. So I think I would say that.
My dad was very sort of laid back, but still supportive. Would be supportive of me, say, going out and trying out for football, things like that, but would not like direct me to do something, right? It's like, it's up to you, but I support you, what you're doing.
For my dad, I would say I get my sarcasm and snark from him. So if you want to blame someone, it's him. But to compliment him, his work ethic. He was an auto mechanic, Honda mechanic, and then spun that into his own business that he ran doing high performance engines. So while I don't do the same stuff, I admire how he pursued his passion and turned it into a successful business and was able to do that for a long, long time.
Mm-hmm.
Last question. It'll be a little timely here. Heather had it in her news yesterday, all the Lions jerseys that are popular. If you were to buy a Tigers jersey, we don't talk about them having the star power. If you had to buy a Tigers jersey, who would you buy?
I'd go number 13, Dylan Dingler.
Your guy.
Yeah. He's it's so much fun to watch him play.
I also would go with Dingler just because of the name.
See, this is why you have corrupted me. You just think it's a funny name? Yeah.
No, I always think of Dirk Diggler from Boogie Nights.
And what's he famous for?
Yeah. And now every time I hear Dingler, I think of that. So
you're always thinking of Dirk Diggler.
Apparently so.
Greg?
I'm going with Riley Green. He was really, to me, like the first bright sign of a young position player we have drafted.
Yeah.
Young, out of high school, really anticipated when he came up to the major leagues. We had the whispers of him coming up, going to be sooner than later, and he's still a young guy, 24 years old. He's not an impending free agent. A lot of team control. I would go Riley Green.
Yeah, but he runs like he's got a piano in his pants. And not in the way that Heather was talking about. Yeah. But he runs awkwardly.
What? I've never heard that phrase before.
It's like it's just this very
or
awkward.
Or a piano on his back.
Yeah.
Maybe
but that doesn't get the alliteration of piano in your pants.
No, it's like, he runs like he's got a load in his pants.
Well,
like,
you don't want to say that like a
that makes
dirty
more
diaper.
sense.
Yeah, he did a number 2, and he's,
I considered Torkelson, great story for Torque, but really the face of the Tigers... It's the gritty Zach McKinstry in the Central Michigan connection.
Yes, of course it is.
You guys let us know. Look, if Scooble had an extension, I think it's the runaway answer. It's the Cookie Jar, brought to you by Moran Chevrolet. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case could take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization with a random individual you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you can call them at 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Your favorite Tiger, Dylan Dingler.
Love it when he's at the plate because he's a guy that has good at bats. And then, he's not a huge power guy. They got 6 or 7 on the season, and he's just so fun to watch. And I like him behind the dish, too.
Some ticket text from the cookie jar. If you had to buy a Tiger jersey, you wanted to go out and buy a Tiger jersey, this team's best team in baseball, whose jersey would you buy? Ticket texter says, for me, it's Kerry Bonds. Homer off Clase, won me over, went out and got a Carpenter jersey right after.
Mm-hmm.
My jersey would be Javier.
Fear Javier.
Well, what a turnaround this has been. He says, after the injuries, the turmoil, the torment, he's turned his career around. It's amazing. I would absolutely wear it as a tribute to him. Signed, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
What else we got on jerseys? We'll keep taking those 248-539-9797. On the other stuff.
I'm surprised nobody said the most obvious.
Who?
Skubal?
Well, you don't know how long he's going to be here, right? Is that part of buying a jersey?
Yes, but even if he's not here, he's a Cy Young winner.
Right.
He's dominant. Like, I think you would still want to celebrate, even if he leaves, his time as a Tiger.
You didn't say him, dude.
No, I didn't. But I'm just surprised that I'm not saying nobody here, but there been any texts that say Skubal.
I'm sorry, the dude was a little sharp. I'm sorry, John.
Yes.
Bro.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Yep, brah.
Awesome.
It's not bro. Bro to me is okay. It's when somebody says brah.
Big fella.
Yeah,
Hoss.
I'm okay with big fella. Hoss is good too. Yeah.
But I think part of it when you buy a jersey is you want to know a guy's going to be here for a while. You like to have some longevity to it, all things considered. Not a factor at all to you?
Not particularly.
Okay.
I mean, it's no, not really.
Okay. You guys are talking up north. You should come to Frankenmuth this weekend. See Bronner's taking the Great Bavarian Festival.
You should. Is that this weekend?
That's what they said.
Yeah,
I mean,
You
go.
said anything north of 75 is up north. So
You should go up north and go to Bronner's.
I should go up
North
to
on
Bronner's.
75, not north of 75.
No, north on 75. Yes.
Oh, okay.
What else we got here? Claire has a sign that reads Gateway to the North. It's from Dale.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Claire.
if you're going up the middle of the state.
When you hit that windmill farm, that's up north.
Up north starts at West Branch, exit 212 off 75. My wife would agree with John. She believes it starts with, quote, Up North Jesus.
Up north, Jesus.
Agree with Heather. Up north is past Zilwaukee. The Zilwaukee Pack. What happens north never comes back. Sean in Algonac. I agree with Heather. Big Z Bridge starts up north. Up north starts after the city aptly named Midland.
Okay.
Yes. Is Bronner's up north? Jimothy, Scott and Carlton. Up north begins at Standish, split of US 23 and I-75.
Mm-hmm.
On the better beverages, Coke products have a better lineup. Cherry Coke is far superior to Wild Cherry Pepsi.
I can't even tell you the last time I had a cherry Coke. But it had to be at camp in middle school.
When you guys were mentioning Pops, nobody mentioned Mountain Dew.
Yeah, again, Mountain Dew, it's probably been since well before college since I've had a Mountain Dew or a Mellow Yellow.
It says Mountain Dew is their number one state. It's actually Pepsi's number one state.
I bet it's supposed to say seller.
Yeah. Also because we're a sweet state. Thanks, Sean in White Lake. And someone said they'd have to be stranded 3 days in the desert before they'd crack open a Dasani.
I don't get that.
I know people hate it. I like it better than Aquafina. That's all.
Honestly, the determining factor, if I go into a gas station and I'm looking for a snack and something to drink, if they got there's 2 for $1.50, that's what I'm getting. I don't care what the name is on it. I don't like the flavored waters.
It's not the name. It's the way the way the water tastes.
Oh no, I know. I get it. You're not buying it because you don't like the name Dasani,
right?
Yeah, or whatever it is, Deja Blue. But it's if either of those are on sale, that's what I'm getting because they're all the same to me.
She goes to the water aisle to search for baby names.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Deja.
Yeah. Deja.
Aquafina.
Of all of the water, Deja's not bad.
Sure. Deja vu.
Smart. I didn't say the whole thing.
Smart to Corsi.
Deja vu. That's a stage name.
I didn't say deja vu. I just said Deja.
I know. Well, it's Deja Blue that I put in there because it's.
Yes, John, because it's a strip club. Yes.
Well, I don't know that I wasn't sure Heather was aware of that.
I'm aware.
Okay. You went to MSU. You know about the Lansing scene.
The VU?
I'm not saying you
I
don't know it,
but
I
know it.
Yeah, that's all I was saying.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, we're going to start the 8 o'clock hour. We're going to start the 8 o'clock hour with something I thought was really smart, John. You took something in the news, and no one has brought this up.
For me.
Try to build you up in the 8 o'clock hour. Because you took something in the news, and no one's connected these dots, but it involves the Detroit Lions, and it makes a lot of sense. So we'll get to that in the 8 o'clock hour. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Make it another series win for the Tigers. Tarek Skubal made it happen. Dominant once again last night in a 4-1 win over the Orioles. 7 scoreless, 3 hits, 6 strikeouts. But the ace is a perfectionist, and he had some holes in his performance that he noted. In his last 4 starts, Skubal owns a 0.29 ERA, 32 strikeouts, and 30 2/3 innings. All the scoring for the Tigers last night in the 4th inning, a solo home run from Dylan Dingler and a 3-run blast from Parker Meadows. Tigers 20 games over 500 once again, 45-25, but now the second best team in baseball to the Mets. Sunday Night Baseball back up Comerica Park for the first time since 2017. Tigers take on the Twins June 29th for that game. Tigers have the best record in baseball since August 11th of last season. Twins the best record since May 3rd of this season. That sets up a showdown this month. Oilers even up the Stanley Cup final at 2 games apiece with a miraculous 5-4 comeback win over the Panthers last night. Edmonton was down 3-0 after 1. Leon Draisaitl scoring the game winner in overtime. A goal from former wing Jake Wallman gave the Oilers a 4-3 lead in the 4th. Commerce Township native Winnipeg Jets goaltender Connor Hellebuck picking up a rare double last night, winning both the Hart Trophy for NHL MVP and the Vezina Trophy for top goaltender. The last netminder to do that, the Canadians' Carey Price in 2014. And the Michigan State University Board of Trustees will approve the contract of new AD Jay Batt during their meeting in Traverse City this morning. Reports say Batt will get a 6-year contract, $1.5 million a year. He'll begin his new job on Tuesday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Later this hour, a forecast of the top offenses for the NFL season. Lions were number 1 a year ago. What's the expectation this season? We'll get to that. Now, John, you had this topic you wanted to bring up, and I think it's connecting a couple dots.
It is. And so we've seen and we've talked about, ad nauseum, we've talked about the edge opposite Aiden Hutchinson. And for a little while this offseason, we thought there might have been a pipe dream of Myles Garrett. Well, he's back in Cleveland. Max Crosby at the trade deadline, or even this offseason, where he had said a couple of things about maybe wanting to be here in Detroit. We know he played at Eastern. Mm-hmm. That's not a possibility. We've talked, and it literally is almost sickening how many times we've talked about Trey Hendrickson. There is a player that is currently on the roster for Cincinnati that is unhappy and could be available. And that is their first-round pick, Shamar Stewart, out of Texas A&M. We talked about him leading into the draft. Now, we thought it would be a stretch for him to be there at 28 or 27 or 26, even if they were to trade up a little bit to try and get a hold of him. But he left yesterday in the middle of their mandatory minicamp. Is no longer there. We played some sound of him earlier in the week about how his contract's not done. and he's the only first-rounder left to be done. They are trying to take away some of the guarantees later in his deal, and there were reports yesterday that he is considering sitting out this year, which would put him back in the draft next year to be drafted by whoever would like to take a guy who's sat out for an entire season. I don't know what that means for him if that were to be the path that he takes. I do know what it means for Cincinnati. One, it probably means that if they're not signing him, they have a little bit of extra money, and they'll probably re-sign or extend Trey Hendrickson.
Well, they're over a barrel. I think that's the funny part of this is they added Shamar Stewart to give themselves breathing room, and all they've done is
can't sign either one.
Botch his situation. So, now you got to go back to Trey Hendrickson and go, please?
Would you trade for Shamar Stewart? If they can't get it done, and they're looking at it as, well, we don't want to just lose our pick. If he for some reason says, there's no way, I don't want to deal with this now. I don't want to have to deal with it, whether you're going to pick up my 5th year at that point, or if we're going to talk about an extension. He's seen what they have done with, now they've obviously re-signed T. Higgins, but it was a long drawn-out process. It was the same thing with Jamar Chase. The only one that they've treated with any type of, I don't necessarily want to say dignity, or respect is Joe Burrow.
Quarterback.
Yeah. And he's going to get it. Yeah. So if Shamar Stewart finally draws that line in the sand and says, you know what, I'm going to sit out a year. I was able to make a little bit of money in college. I've done well for myself. I'm okay for a year. I'm going to be just fine. I'll go back into the draft and be drafted by one of 31 other teams other than the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yeah, if Cincy wants to draw this weird line in the sand that nobody else does and they haven't done until now, great. He's not going to take a bad deal. He's not going to take money out of his own pocket by signing this ridiculous counter that Cincy has put forth. And if they want to stick to it, the Lions should absolutely throw them
a lifeline.
Hey, guess what? We'll give you a first-round pick for him. Now, it's going to be in next year's draft,
right?
And we'll get the player now. Mm-hmm. We'll get a bigger, heavy edge. It seems to be their type.
4-down guy. Opposite Aiden Hutchinson.
Sack production not there last year in college, but projectable, and they're big on that. Would you give up next year's first for Shamar Stewart? My answer would be yeah. Let's take advantage of their stupid situation.
And so he's slotted it. This is why it's so confusing as to why Cincinnati hasn't been able to get it done. They've done other draft, there's been other draft picks where guys have been taking 17. They've taken other draft picks in this not even new era of having your salary slotted in where you're drafted as to what you're going to make. There's not a lot of math involved in this. So I looked it up. Last year, Dallas Turner out of Alabama, just so happens to be he was an edge as well. He was taken number 17 overall by Minnesota. Now, these numbers will be a little bit higher because it's one more year down the road. But in year one, his cap hit $2.8 million. Year two, 3.5. Year three, 4.3. Year four, 5.0. Does that fit under the salary cap? That doesn't bind you in years 2, 3, 4. Yep. So I do think that this is a situation where, hey, man, kick the tires. Hey, you're having a little bit of issue with your rookie.
We can help you.
We can help you out. And I know that, we calling about Trey Hendrickson doesn't feel like it's going to work out. Brad Holmes might not even want Trey Hendrickson. We don't even know. But Shamar Stewart, would you be interested in our first-round pick next year? Because it could be anywhere. I mean, everybody thinks that, the sky is falling offensively. Maybe it's 17 overall. Maybe they miss out on the playoffs. Or if you add this piece to the puzzle, it could be, in Cincinnati's perspective, as bad as 32.
Right. Well, why I'm doing it as a Lions fan is I don't think they're going to be picking 17 or better next season. I think it's going to be in the 20s.
So you get a top 20 pick for a late 20s first round, maybe an early 30s first round pick.
Yeah, and you're jumping a year early. You don't have to wait to use that pick. The guy's on the field this season.
You're in a win now mode.
You are, and I say a position of need. We feel it's a position of need. Need to make this football team better. Can we capitalize on the Bengals bungling the situation? 248-539-9797. Ticket texters with their feedback. If Stewart sits out and goes back into the draft, what's going to stop Cincy from drafting him again? Matt in a truck.
Okay, so if they don't want to give him the deal now, why would they jump back into the same situation next year? If they did, and he decided, I'm just not playing in Cincinnati, he could sit out a second year. And if he does that, he doesn't go back into the draft. He has to sit out the year, but then he becomes an unrestricted free agent going into his first year, but 3 years removed. Now, okay, that would be completely insanity. Yes. Yeah, you don't want to sit out 2 years of development of your prime earnings. But yeah, he would become an unrestricted free agent if he ended up sitting out 2 years.
What would be the pro/con of trading for Stewart instead of just signing Za'Darius? Would it just be the cap hit difference?
So the con is you're getting a guy that didn't have great sack numbers at the college level. And you're getting a guy that has a proven track record, can come into the NFL, can be productive opposite Aiden Hutchinson. We have there are swings and misses every time in the draft. Who knows who it's going to be this year? Maybe he's a swing and a miss. I don't think he is. I think he's going to be good at the NFL. So the pro of doing it is versus Za'Darius. One, his cap number will be much less.
And you'll have him longer.
You'll have him longer. So
it fits into Brad's, we're not going to go all in.
Yeah, instead of year 11, you're getting a guy at year 1. You get to develop him. You get to be that team that has him and has that fifth-year option.
Yeah, here's the thing. The Lions don't view this as they have one chance to win the Super Bowl. They think they're going to have multiple cracks for years to come. Well, that's the case for Shamar Stewart. He was regarded as an elite recruit coming out of high school with all the measurables and all the tools, and it just needs to be unlocked. Well, the Lions fashioned themselves an organization that wants to bring in high athletic profile dudes and unlock them. And you would have 4, and if he performs, a fifth-year option that you could tag onto with 2. If he performs, you've got bookends. That's the argument to go get Shamar Stewart.
Correct. And, I mean, so you look at I just feel like this at least requires a phone call. And if it doesn't work out, if they're like, no, we'll eventually work something out.
Yeah, we'll just play a little bit of hardball.
Yeah. But it is starting because, and I was a little surprised that Shamar Stewart went to the media as a rookie. Rookies, in my opinion, seen, not heard. I was surprised that he went to the media, and I think Zach Taylor was as well. You listen to some of his comments from yesterday. Yeah, he's no longer here. I wish he hadn't gone to the media. I wonder if he's falling out of favor and how much they obviously drafted him because they like him. But draft him in the first round. You like this player. You think he can be influential on your team.
I think his agent gave him good advice. At least I look at it as good advice. He didn't have to show up at all because he doesn't have a contract. But by going there, he put a little pressure on Cincinnati. And he's right. He can't be fined. He doesn't have a contract.
Right.
He's not violating any team policy. He hasn't signed a contract. He's 100% well within his right to negotiate. This is a negotiating time for him right now. We just don't see this because these deals are boilerplate.
Yep.
There's no more crazy rookie salary situation. It's slotted.
And now the only room for negotiation is where some of the guarantees are, how much of it's guaranteed. There's some of that, but for the most part, you're going to be slotted into making X number of dollars over the first 4 years of your contract. Mm-hmm. Now, if they believe in years 3 or 4, like they don't want to guarantee him, then why did they even draft him?
That's the issue. Why are you trying to change the rules of engagement? Why are you trying to offer this guy a deal that nobody else has? If they don't like him, if they're at odds, if they thought he was going to be a lemon and take this deal and he's got a backbone and won't,
they can have 2 first-round picks next year, wherever they end up, as well as the Detroit Lions first-round pick. And I'll ask you this. If anybody says, oh, well, no, there must be something wrong with him. If he was on the draft board at 28, are you picking between Shamar Stewart and Tyleik Williams? Who would you take?
I think people say that you take Shamar Stewart. Yeah.
So now you have a chance.
Both.
Or at least in theory, you have a chance to have both.
How about beefing up the D-line with 2 players from last year's first round? This makes sense. I don't think anybody's brought it up yet. Shamar Stewart at odds with the Bengals, still hasn't signed. People are talking about him sitting out an entire year and re-entering the draft. Let's just give them the pick.
Yeah.
And they don't waste their pick.
And move along.
And we get the productive player to play this season. Would you do
a rookie deal.
Perfect. 248-539-9797. We'll get into the Tigers a little later in the hour. It's 97.1.
Hey, you know in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it sure as heck feels personal. That same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That someone is David Femininio. He uses the slogan, "Get David, get paid." It's not just a slogan. It's a promise to take care of you. If you or someone you know has been injured, tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH or on the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Tigers won last night. They win their 16th series of the year. Skubal on the mound. What did you expect? 7 shutout innings. Though he did walk 2 batters. Something wrong? Guy never walks anybody. Skubal's stats are unbelievable. You start to put it in context. Was it 101 strikeouts, 5 walks in this span right now?
It's so bonkers.
Yeah, the only other pitcher to do it, Clayton Kershaw. 2016.
His last 4 starts, he's got an ERA of .29. His ERA over the entire season is now sub 2. It's just ridiculous.
Yes, 30 innings with a .29 ERA, 32 strikeouts,
2 walks.
It's ridiculous.
And those 2 walks came last night. And if you heard him, or we've heard some people, in the industry talk about he was a little grumpy after last night. I think it's probably the 2 walks. He is a guy right now that is after perfection. He's never going to be perfect. He may have a perfect game. I know that's hard to do, but even in those, competitors are always going to, I wish I had that one pitch back, or I wish I would have put this one there. That's how good he is right now.
He had an at-bat where he got down 3-0.
Boom, boom, boom.
Boom, 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 strikeout. See ya. He's on another level right now. And by the way, the Tigers on another level. This announcement that they're going to be playing on Sunday Night Baseball in a few weeks.
Oh, what channel? What
it's
streaming
ESPN.
service?
And
okay.
It's been a minute since we've been on Sunday Night Baseball. I think Little League World Series site last year was the last time we had that kind of presentation. So on June 29th, Tigers and Twins will be a Sunday Night Baseball game.
Division matchup. Mm-hmm. And they should get that opportunity more and more because they have the best record in baseball.
It doesn't have to be Yankees and Red Sox every Sunday.
No.
Some ticket text on Shamar Stewart. I thought this was something interesting you brought up, John, this idea of, hey, we've done all the edge conversations ad nauseum, but is there another way to look at this? The headline out of Cincinnati is not just Trey Hendrickson who's unhappy. Shamar Stewart hasn't signed because they're playing games with his contract, and people are saying, well, if it really continues, he could sit out the entire season and re-enter the draft. Here's where the Lions could jump in and offer them a life raft. We'll give you next year's first. We'll get the player on the field this year. We're not going to play stupid games with his contract. We get an edge guy who athletically profiles as a stud. The numbers weren't there in college. Those are Brad Holmes guys. Those are the type of guys he brings in and gets more out of.
A little diamond in the rough. And,
sure.
And he's a guy he's an every down guy because you look at this top offenses that they're going to be facing. What do they have? They have quarterbacks that are mobile. So you want to have a guy that can put pressure on quarterbacks, but they also have rushing attacks. If you're going to get to the NFC Championship game, at some point, whether it's early or late in the playoffs, you believe you're going to be facing the Philadelphia Eagles. What do they have? They've got a mobile quarterback, and they've got one of, if not the best running back in all of football right now.
John, you're playing chess when everyone else is playing checkers. This is a great idea, John in Chesterfield.
Thank you, John. John's looking alike.
Guys, you don't have to explain in depth all the scenarios. It's a no-brainer. Trade a first-round pick for this guy right now. I doubt Cincy would do it. There's many teams that could also trade their first that would be more appealing.
Could be, but Cincy may not do it right now. And this could be a lot of posturing from Shamar Stewart and his agent. I'm sure there's a lot of that in terms of, oh, yes, we're going to sit out this year and re-enter the draft. No player, absolutely no player wants to do that. But when it comes down to it, we've seen other players sit out, and it hasn't necessarily worked out well for them, but they've been further in their career, and that was a franchise tag that they didn't want to play under.
Brad Holmes has already told us we don't have any issues at edge. Why do you think we're going to do this?
Because it is the cheapest option to upgrade the edge. It is absolutely the cheapest option.
You got to clarify. Dollars. You got to give up a first-round pick. That's not cheap. But for a team dealing with some major salary concerns over the next few seasons,
right,
this is cheaper than Za'Darius or any of the other much
and
higher-priced options.
I outlined what it would cost, and this. Okay, I'll just up a little bit of what those numbers are. In year one, let's just say it's $3 million cap hit. In year two, nearly $4 million. Year three, maybe it's $4.5 million. And in year four, it's going to be maybe $5.5 million. That's the cap hit that you are taking. And then you get to decide whether you want to pick up that fifth-year option or not.
Let's get to Mike in Livonia. Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Go Blue, John. Listen, this is an amazing, idea. The only thing, is Brad Holmes. Is this the type of player that Brad Holmes goes for? And I don't know what the scouting report is on him. So, John, maybe you want to elaborate on that. Give us more, his strengths and weaknesses. But to me, this solves the issue that we're dealing with on all fronts. First of all, like you guys said, the offensive line is declining this year with Frank being gone. So now we tackle the defensive line. We get a secondary edge who could potentially be a star if he ends up being, the first-round pick that he's supposed to be. And then at the end of the, a few years from now, first of all, he's under a rookie contract, so we don't have to worry about the salary cap ramifications. And then in a few years, if he's any good, because Aiden's signed long-term and you can't keep both edges, you could trade him and get back that first-round pick potentially. So, I mean, I don't see why we couldn't go for it. And it allows you to use this window of this year and next year, being able to go for it and go for that Super Bowl. So I'm intrigued, to say the least. I hope he can make a move like this. It's very shrewd, to be honest. So
it's taking advantage of someone else's misfortune, the situation they put themselves in, to be fair. I guess the only reason not to do this, John, is if you just don't think, if you're more concerned with Za'Darius will be more productive this year than Shamar Stewart and trying to win this year. But everything they've told us, I'm trying to play the Lions game.
Is they're talking about winning long term.
Yeah.
And by the time he hits that 5th-year option, Aiden Hutchinson is going to be year 9. And I think still playing at an entirely elite level.
And if we're in a position where we have 2 elite edge rushers, good problem to have.
So be it.
Yeah.
Right?
All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, 3 months after being charged with hacking into personal accounts of thousands of female athletes, college athletes, former Michigan football assistant coach Matt Weiss has broken his silence.
Did I see that he's representing himself?
He sure is. So this is for the civil case. For his federal case, he does have an attorney that will be representing him, but for some reason he has not hired anybody or is not using the guy he's already hired to represent himself. So yeah, you did see that, right?
I don't know what the stats are on that, but it doesn't seem like that ever ends well.
No, it doesn't. I mean,
in the news cases that we've had,
it doesn't sound good. Anyway, so he pushed back on the allegations in court documents, and he took issue specifically with a default judgment granted to the defendants in this one lawsuit, as they claim he never responded to the lawsuit. And he basically argued that he was never served the lawsuit in the first place because it was mailed to his mother's home in Connecticut. And he even says that the signature used to, verify delivery doesn't match his own signature. So he says he never even received this, and he's accusing this lawyer who's representing multiple women of basically creating this publicity stunt designed just to make him look bad.
Well, I
think he's making himself look bad.
I was going to say,
there's really no publicity stunt that makes it look worse than he's already done.
Right.
When the FBI is indicting you and your university's dismissing you, they don't have to do a lot of work on the other side to make you look bad.
Not at all. A 10-year-old is hospitalized in critical condition after suffering a serious head injury in a crash that was unfortunately caused by a teen driver running a red light in Waterford on Wednesday night. Police say a 17-year-old Waterford boy ran a red light and struck a Ford Escape. The driver of the Escape, a 19-year-old from Waterford, and then there was a 22-year-old front seat passenger who suffered injuries, moderate injuries. They were taken to the hospital for treatment, but there was a 14-year-old in the back seat who also suffered injuries, and then 10-year-old in the back seat who suffered a pretty severe, serious head injury, who is now hospitalized. Police are investigating the crash. They did say evidence of marijuana was recovered from the at-fault driver, and they're trying to determine if that was a factor in the crash or not. Jim Harbaugh had some advice after a foul ball just missed his brother, John Harbaugh, and Cal Ripken Jr. at the Orioles game.
The timing of this was unbelievable.
Okay, I haven't seen it, so you can maybe describe how it went down. But I know they both
Yeah, I was watching the game, and they showed Cal Ripken Jr. and John Harbaugh sitting in the first row right behind home plate, right as the pitch was being thrown. Foul ball goes up, and Jason Benetti didn't say anything in the moment, and then foul ball goes straight up, and it's literally, they're right behind the net. It had to go straight up and almost straight down because it landed right between them, and that's when Benetti started talking about Cal Ripken Jr. and John Harbaugh, because it literally split them in two.
Yeah, and they both, kind of ducked out of the way. After the game, Jim weighed in on the situation and said there's a lesson to be learned. I think that everyone knows. Keep your eye on the ball, right? But yes, also you got to have your glove, because he did say that his brother was a tremendous middle fielder at one time, but he did note he didn't have his glove at the game.
Unprepared, probably wasn't wearing his cleats either.
I'm sure he wasn't. He wasn't.
John is very normal.
Yep. Finally, this Indian man traveling to London with his brother, miraculously the sole survivor of that horrendous Air India plane crash that killed 241 people. This man miraculously walked away from the crash site after being basically thrown from the plane. He told a medic on site that as the plane was descending, it split in two, is what he said, and that he was ejected before a loud explosion. Woke up in, all of the debris, saw people around him, dead bodies around him, got scared and took off running. And they said, yeah, he's got injuries, right? This guy's banged up, but said he's going to be in the clear. He's going to survive this thing. It's
a miracle.
It is a miracle. That's the only way you can describe it. It's insane that somebody survived that plane crash. It's crazy.
And then the survivor guilt of all of it.
It's going to be, he's got a lot to go through.
Yeah, it's a lot. Anyway, it's a scary crash.
Crazy.
Unbelievable that someone even survived it.
Without a doubt. Still investigating the cause of that crash.
It's Heather with the news. End of the hour, a forecast for the top offenses in the NFL. You expect the Lions to still be a top 5 offense. It's 97-1. Tigers back home tonight. Cincinnati Reds in town. Ellie De La Cruz in town. It's 97.1.
My guy.
Your guy.
Yes.
Waiting for you. Your guy.
I know. Sorry.
You're good.
I'm trying to find my on button.
It's right next to the off button.
Yes. It's actually right above it. But yes, I'm excited because he's just an electric player. Now he's not having the same year he had last year, but every time he is on the field, whether at shortstop, there are unbelievable plays he makes. He's got a cannon for an arm, and some of those are even more exciting than what he does at the plate. And I saw a stat last night that I'm going to nerd out on Ellie De La Cruz. He sees more changeup pitches than anybody else because of just how much damage he can do at the plate. And then obviously if he gets on base, it's, steal second, steal third. And so I get a chance to see my guy, Dylan Dingler, gun down Ellie De La Cruz. Hopefully.
Tigers 20 games above 500, 45-25. Yeah, Dan Dickerson's final call. We're going to get into the Lions at 8:50. Still a top 5 offense. We'll tell you what's forecasted. Last night, the Tigers won, but in the win, Tommy Kahnle gave up a run.
This is so weird.
Yes, what's the big deal?
It's so kind of uncomfortable to actually talk about.
So Tommy Kahnle just got a really nice write-up in the Detroit Free Press. He's having a nice year. He's part of that 1-2 punch with Will Vest.
Great free agent signing.
Yep. And in detailing the unique personality that is Tommy Kahnle, it was revealed that he shaves his entire body as a personal punishment whenever he allows a run, a tradition that started back in the minors. You heard that right. A personal punishment where after he gives up a run, so picture this, John.
I'm trying not to. Thank you.
They win. They win, and he's going electric razor or straight razor, whatever he's doing. He is going all hair removal from his body.
Maybe he's not a really hairy guy. Well, I'm looking at pictures of him, and maybe he just recently shaved in this photo because his arms look pretty smooth. They look hairless.
Maybe he had just given up a run.
Maybe he did.
The day before.
Yeah, he's given up, I think, 5 all year. So,
I mean, there's one of them there where he looks like he's got a 5 o'clock shadow. So
yeah,
you got to believe he's somewhat hairy.
As long as he's not mixing razors, you use one for your face and one for
the other parts. Hopefully, that's not a razor on the one you're alluding to.
Yeah, so he's got to have his whole kit and caboodle ready to go.
Yeah, so I mean,
now, John, I look to you because you were a professional athlete. Did you ever have a teammate? Did you ever see anything like this? Weird sports rituals when you were in the locker room?
So weird sports rituals? No, I don't believe. I did see something like this, and it's painful to talk about. It's still cringeworthy to have this vision just burned into your retinas. I did at one point walk into the shower. Because, and I'm assuming the showers are still the same, right? It's just a big room with a whole lot of spigots, and there's no personal space other than you don't use the same spigot. I walked in as I crutched in. It was right after I had my ankle surgery, and I noticed a player who was first in the shower that was shaving his unmentionables with a razor.
Oh.
And I was 100% appalled and disgusted that they would be doing this. If you want to do it, that's fine. I don't care.
Manscaping?
Yeah, manscaping. Do whatever you want. Just don't do it in the team shower where other dudes are going to walk in. And it was, I mean, you guessed it earlier. It's Clinton Portis.
Of course it was Clinton Portis.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
so I proceeded to swing a crutch at him.
Did you
get the hell out of here?
Shoo him out of the way?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Now he was the player that had a hand in you having this ankle injury to begin with?
Yes. It's been chronicled. It's been detailed. And my disdain for him as well. So, this is not. And because we asked the question, does he do this right after the game?
Right. When does the punishment start? Right away? Right there in the locker room?
Are there tears involved? I gave up a run.
I don't think there'd be tears involved.
I don't know. It's
weird
to do this to begin with. Yeah. I don't know. Is that emotional for him?
I mean, if it's punishment, it must be he doesn't enjoy it.
He wants to look like Sasquatch, but he gives up too many runs. Is that what this is?
I don't know. I mean, I guess if hopefully by October, he does look like Sasquatch.
Great. We wanted a nickname for him.
Sasquatch.
Need him like a full beard and chest hair and hairy forearms.
I mean, yeah, you can keep going with the description. Yep. I appreciate you stopping there.
I did for you.
Yeah.
You were talking about
Heather. Have you ever heard of anything like this?
Of somebody shaving their entire body as punishment?
Yeah.
No.
Seems
so
odd.
I'm reading more about it, like older stories from years ago about people old teammates calling him a psychopath for doing this. So this is nothing new for him. Yeah.
Yeah. It's gone on since he was in the minors, apparently. They called him a psychopath.
Yes.
So some other notes in the Free Press talking about Tommy Kahnle. They mention his personality. He's the loudest player in the clubhouse. He collects Philadelphia Eagles jerseys, wears a Notre Dame football helmet, keeps a video game.
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah.
Wait, what was that? Sorry, I'm still reading about shaving your entire body.
Wears a Notre Dame football helmet.
Oh, okay.
Video game console monitor in his locker. Caffeine addict. He's graduated from 5 Red Bulls a day to only 2 C4 energy drinks and 2 large cups of coffee. How does he describe his own personality? High energy, carefree, just having fun.
Carefree and hair-free.
It sounds like he's doing this. Sorry, I'm reading more about it. He walked in and waist up, covered in shaving cream. Like
waist up. So it's not his entire body.
Well,
or at least
what he did in front of. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, there's still it could be an issue. I mean, there's some issues shaving your chest. Could be.
What do you mean?
Just
what would be the issue? Just use a razor.
Must be careful.
Yeah, you need to be careful around a couple of spots.
Yes, you do.
I don't want to say it out loud. Nothing wrong with it. I just
his nipples, John. He has to be careful around his nipples.
Yes, he does.
He does, John.
Is the back covered? Like, is he asking a teammate, "Hey, there's a couple of spots I can't reach. Can you help me out here?"
It doesn't say that. He confirmed the entire body, not the legs. I don't know. There's a lot on this.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, so it's not the entire body.
So people are speculating eyebrows? Question mark.
Right. So it's not the entire body.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
This says who says he's shaving? Maybe he goes and gets waxed.
Well, it sounds like he is shaved in front of people, like with the shaving cream.
Yes.
Is doing this right then.
If he's not a hairy guy, he soon will be. You know what happens if you start shaving an area.
Well, that's
not
a
myth.
Is that true?
That is not
is a
true.
myth.
I don't think that's true.
So when I was playing, I would tape, when I wore knee braces, I would use the ones that just went on the side, and I would tape directly to my skin. My ankles, I would tape directly to my skin. So not to pull out every hair follicle one at a time, I would shave my legs.
John Jansen,
I would shave my legs.
Shave his legs,
and and if you didn't, or if you were late, then you would just rip off all the hair. And it's kind of funny that this topic would come up because just a couple days ago, wearing shorts, my kids, as kids do, they like to pick apart their parents and dad, and they said, "Dad, how come you have no hair on your legs?" So it is a myth. Like if you shave, it grows in thicker. No, I shaved my legs, or I just ripped out all the hair follicles. I have almost no hair on my legs.
It's a myth. Yeah. I shave my arms. My arm hair is not growing in extra thick and
doesn't come in brown.
No.
Very dark.
The information we just received. Suddenly, I have the image of John Jansen shaving his legs while singing the jingle. Who wears short shorts?
Who wears? Yes, just so I get into my jorts.
Oh, jeez.
There's a visual for everyone driving off the road right now.
Bunch of fun visuals today. All right, coming up next, do you expect the Lions to have a top 5 offense? We'll tell you what they're saying. It's 97.1. Is this Canely to his body hair?
John mentioned the shaving scene, the waxing scene in 40-Year-Old Virgin.
Yes. There you go.
Kelly Clarkson. Got it. Took a minute there.
Okay, some ticket text wrapping it up.
Little Kelly Clarkson on a Friday morning.
Not where I thought we were going today.
No. I didn't think we were going to hairless Canely.
Texter points out, pitchers are weird, man. Imagine one of you guys shaving your body because you botched a live read or had a bad show. Yeah, not going to happen. But they do want to know if you use Nair body cream, John. That's Mike and Celine.
No.
That wasn't your preferred.
Yeah, I just did it dry.
Okay. Nickname for closers, Veston Canely, the Saver and the Shaver.
The Saver and the Shaver.
Yeah.
There you go. Now we're getting somewhere.
The end of Canely's night, he could, if he's pitching well, no runs, no cuts, no errors. Brian and A2. It says, man, you're giving the afternoon show some wild drops this morning.
And if Rogers is the catcher that day, they can say it's the Saver, the Shaver, and the Flavor Saver.
There you go. I mean, you
we've had a very weird show today.
Take that however you want.
Heather's comparing a Tiger player to Dirk Diggler. Just a very weird show today.
I know. I watch a John Wayne every day. And it sounds like she watches Boogie Nights every day.
I have not watched Boogie Nights in a long time.
Yeah, now
however, every time I hear his name, that's who I think of.
Top of mind.
I mean, they're very similar sounding names.
Dylan Dingler.
And Dirk Diggler. Same.
I got to be honest with you. I never made that connection to begin with.
You didn't?
I never did either.
You didn't?
No.
The first time I heard his name, that's what I thought of.
Yeah, well, you must be the only one in Metro Detroit.
No way.
That's all I'm sure you are. Quite positive.
And that's Dingler's nickname.
Yeah. Who's behind the plate?
AP.
Anyway. Before we get too off the rails, because I think John is teetering right now.
Oh, boy.
The Lions. Football. Our salvation.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you expect the Lions to have a top 5 offense this season? We've discussed losing Ben Johnson. It's still Campbell's offense, but there's no Frank Ragnow. They were the number 1 offense a year ago.
Number 1 scoring offense.
Do you still expect them to be a top 5 offense this season? That is our question for the listeners. We bring this up because NFL.com has their forecast of the top 10 offenses for the upcoming season. And John, I can go through it, but do you believe the Lions are a top 5 offense in the NFL?
I think they can be, yes.
That's what I can.
I think they will be, yes.
Okay.
And the reason I say that is they have so many weapons in the skilled positions. And they have 2 of the 3 most important pieces on the offensive line that are still there, still stable. One of them, Penei Sewell, the best in the business. So, yes, I do think they're still going to be a top 5 offense. You can construct this offense, and I believe it's still Dan Campbell's offense. I know Ben Johnson was a play caller, and he called the plays, but it was a game plan that was put together by the staff, and it was under the guidance and tutelage of Dan Campbell. They will be able to move pieces around and hit different pieces to give an advantage to that offensive line. And last year, 51% run. I expect this year probably, and now when I say more, somewhere between 50 and 55% run. Play action pass last year was another 25% of the offense. So drop back passes in passing situations is limited. Offensive lineman's dream. Run the ball, run play action pass.
Yeah, ideally you don't have to, but they're going to play other really good offenses. And John, the game won't always be dictated by them. It won't always be on their terms.
But they do have the ability to control tempo, or at least when they have the ball, control tempo and be able to score points, match other offenses. And it's just going to come down to who's got the best team, who's got the ability to match a really good defense with a top 5 offense.
you'll sense the theme. When we go through the top 10 offenses for the upcoming season, the Lions are going to play 7 of them. 8 games.
Yep, 7 of the other 9 because they will play themselves in preseason, but it won't count.
So I think that would be part of it, is if the Lions find themselves in situations where they have to keep up, those are more drop-back situations, those situations where you don't have your center, that's an issue. Well, no, they don't have Frank Ragnow.
No, I know, but possibly that they're going to have to play catch-up or be in passing situations.
Okay, they had the number 1 offense a year ago, and they were able to roll people by 3 scores over and over and over again. This schedule's much more difficult. I don't believe the Lions are going to be rolling up 17-point and 21-point victories left and right. I think that's fair to say.
Right, but I also don't think it's necessarily going to be 42-41 every game.
Right. I expect the Lions offense to take a step back. I don't expect them to be top 5. Okay. I still think they'll be top 10. The Ragnow thing's considerable for me.
Mm-hmm. It is for me too.
And I was willing to overlook losing Ben Johnson because I think Jimmy's in the Joes more than the X's and the O's. You have the ideas. I got my guys up front. I got my guys in the perimeter. I got my playmakers. I've got my guys. I'll be fine. Well, if I don't have my center, Jared Goff's going to get pressure from the middle. Jared Goff has issues when he's pressured up the gut, as most quarterbacks do, but he doesn't have
pressure up the middle.
John, they're going to play a lot of football games. He's going to be pressured up the middle sometimes.
Sure, as they were sometimes last year.
And more often because they're not replacing Frank Ragnow.
Good.
Okay, I'm going to go through the list, and we want to know from you guys. 248-539-9797.
See if I can get Jim to pull out his hair instead of shaving it.
The top 10 offenses for the upcoming season is forecasted by NFL.com. The number 10 offense is the Kansas City Chiefs. They were not a top 10 offense a year ago. The thought here would be getting Rashee Rice back, second year for Worthy.
Mm-hmm.
It's still Andy Reid. It's still Patrick Mahomes.
Question I have is, what are they doing with their offensive line? They lost Joe Thuney, and they haven't addressed the tackle situation. So it's just, hey, let Patrick Mahomes be Patrick Mahomes. Let him run around. Hopefully he doesn't get hurt. And it's worked for him very well.
Number 9 is the Cincinnati Bengals. Quarterback, some talented receivers.
Offensive line issues still.
They were top 10 a year ago in scoring.
Mm-hmm.
Stay there at 9. Green Bay Packers were top 10 in scoring a year ago. First-round receiver into that mix. LaFleur offenses. Sure, top 10. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Number 7, I thought this was low. The Philadelphia Eagles. They are the best offensive line in football. They've got 2 skilled receivers, best back in football. They should be the at least in the top 5, I would think.
That's where, yes, we'll start to pick apart this list. I do think that they're a top 5 offense going into the season.
Number 6, the Denver Broncos. Kind of a surprise, but Sean Payton's offense, a better line than people realize.
Yeah.
They drafted a running back. They brought in Evan Ingram at tight end. I could see him in the top 10 this year.
Signed J.K. Dobbins to make a little bit more efficient run game.
Sure. I could see him top 10. They have him at 6. That means the Lions are in the top 5, and they have the Lions as the number 5 offense for the upcoming season. They do bring up Ragnow's retirement. Number 4 is Washington. They added Laramie Tunsil and drafted another tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Added Deebo Samuel as well. Number 3 is the Baltimore Ravens. Number 2 is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And number 1 is the Buffalo Bills. All of them were top 5 offenses a year ago.
I actually think the Baltimore Ravens at 3 is low. Last year was obviously the first year that they had Derrick Henry in the backfield. They signed him to a new deal. He seems to be one of those running backs that just does not have that expiration date. And we've seen all the stories about how he takes care of his body in the offseason, during the season. But their ability, as they continue to find different ways to use Lamar Jackson with his feet, with his arm, Derrick Henry, I think that combination is just unbelievable to me. And I know Mark Andrews had a big drop, but Mark Andrews is still a really good tight end.
Let us know. Do you expect the Lions to have a top 5 offense next season? No Frank Ragnow, no Ben Johnson. You see who the other teams are in the conversation. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. You can't say enough about Tarek Skubal. Brilliant once again last night in a 4-1 Tigers win over the Orioles and another series victory. Scoob, 7 scoreless, just 3 hits and 6 strikeouts. Manager A.J. Hinch says he wasn't perfect, but still highly effective, and that shows what the ace is all about. This 12-start stretch from Skubal, something we've only seen one other time the last 125 seasons. The numbers: 101 strikeouts, 5 walks, an ERA of 1.47. Solo home run for Dylan Dingler and a 3-run shot for Parker Meadows, both in the fourth, was all the offense needed last night. Round 2 of the U.S. Open at Oakmont this morning. It is underway. J.J. Spawn leads at 4 under. The local product, Bloomfield Hills native and former Wayne State golfer Grant Hafner's got some work to do. He's 11 over after 1 round, and he teed off just minutes ago. The Michigan Panthers go for their first spring football championship since 1983 when they take on the D.C. Defenders in the UFL Championship tomorrow night in St. Louis. The Panthers clinching the title game with a win over Birmingham last week. They've already beaten D.C. once this season, 38-14 at Ford Field last month. Jonathan Smith landing a commitment from 4-star offensive tackle Colin Campbell out of Arizona. Campbell, Michigan State's 11th and highest-ranked pledge in the 2026 class. Quarterback Cade Coffin is the Spartans' other 4-star recruit in that class. And Game 4 of the NBA Finals, Pacers Thunder in Indy tonight. Despite being up 2-1 in the series, Vegas still has the Pacers as the underdog to win it all. Indiana's had a 2-1 lead in all of its series so far in the playoffs, but OKC has not lost back-to-back games in over 2 months. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I want to avoid doing that thing that hockey guy does.
Oh, what's that?
Whine and beg people to like the sport. But I do have a question about the Stanley Cup. We'll get to it later this hour, plus the cookie jar. John, the conversation right now is about the Lions. All the questions about this football team with the offseason. Do you still expect them to be a top 5 offense?
I say yes.
And I say no. And we leave it up to you guys to decide. 248-539-9797.
Greg, what say you?
Now, John, you made a very astute observation about the Lions' schedule and how it relates to this ranking system, that they're going to be playing 7 teams, 8 games, because
against top 5 offense or top 10 offenses.
And yet Jim has them winning, I believe 12 games is the
updated tally.
Mm-hmm.
So to play and beat these high-powered offenses, how do you suppose the Lions will do that?
Greg, I think they'll have to score some points.
And will they not themselves have to be a top 5 offense to do that?
Not necessarily.
They could beat the Giants 100-0, sure.
But I think you got to understand, last year they were the number 1 offense by running up the score. And I'm not blaming them for it. The other team's job is to stop them. Nobody could stop the Lions. I don't foresee them scoring the way they did a year ago. I think they're coming back down to earth. I think that was going to happen with Frank Ragnow. Now I take out that piece, and I have them behind other offenses who are very good. I mean, John, Buffalo and Baltimore and Tampa were top 5 offenses a year ago, and they're not replacing a Frank Ragnow.
Well, Tampa is replacing a coordinator.
From within, and this will be their 3rd coordinator in 3 years, and it hasn't slowed down Baker. They added Ibuka from Ohio State. Godwin will be healthy. They actually have a center with some experience in Barton because they drafted one ahead of time.
So it's not an issue for them to replace a coordinator, but it's an issue for us to replace a coordinator.
I have not made this about Ben Johnson. I've made this about Frank. Because I really did feel like, to Ben Johnson's point, it was turnkey. But then you don't have your center, and it's a different conversation. I'd have the Lions somewhere between 6 and 8, one of the 10 best offenses in football, and leaving the door open for them to become a top 5 offense. But as I sit here today with the questions up front, I would leave them behind Buffalo and Baltimore and Tampa. Philadelphia should be ahead of Detroit right now offensively, led by their offensive line. And then Washington. I'd have all 5 of those teams ahead of the Lions right now.
So they're at 6.
Yeah, right around there.
Kind of splitting hairs there, aren't you? I know that 6 is out of the top 5.
I said somewhere between 6 and 8. I mean, we could sit here and fight about more. I think they're better than Green Bay, even with the center questions. They'll be the best offense in this division. I still think they're winning the division. but I don't think they're better than the teams ahead of them. Anyway, 248-539-9797. We'll get some of those thoughts in the mix. Ticket, text, and phone calls. Texter says they feel that the Bills are too high, and they don't think the Bucs are in the top 5 either.
So the Bucs is an interesting one because you look at what they did last year. And this was, 5 weeks without Mike Evans. They lost Godwin at the end of the year. They finished as a number 4 scoring offense in the NFL last year.
Hard to argue that they're a top 5 offense.
When all the components are back and healthy. The question is how long can Mike Evans be Mike Evans? Like it's remarkable what he's been able to do. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. And
you think so?
Oh yeah. For what he's been able to do. Now I know, there's been some good years, right? They've won a Super Bowl. There's been some down years, but he's always been that guy that's been highly productive.
The only reason I was pushing back at all is wide receivers a really crowded position, and just because someone should get in on the first ballot
doesn't mean they will. Yeah. But I think he's that type of talent. Depends who else is eligible at, when he retires. But I did raise an eyebrow to Tampa when I saw them as high as they were, but then you start digging into what they were last year, and it's not out of the realm of possibility. Do I think the Lions offense will be better? Yes, and mainly because of the 1-2 punch out of the backfield. And some might come down to how much of a back seat do they make David Montgomery take, and how much more do they feature Jahmyr Gibbs?
I don't think they will. I think the plan, and in the regular season especially, is to get both those guys to the finish line
healthy,
minimizing wear and tear. They're going to run the ball a lot, so you're going to want to share the rock. Now, when you get to the playoffs, you let Gibbs out of the cage. He's the more dangerous dynamic back. We talked a lot about that a year ago. I know that's one of people's biggest complaints from the start of that playoff game against the Commanders. Texture says the Lions were 5th in points and 4th in yards the year they fired Anthony Lynn and Campbell called plays while going 9-8. Yes, they will stay in the top 5 even with these changes. Mm-hmm. Ragnow, of course, is a big piece, but one player will not uproot the entire offense. Brad knew Ragnow was on the way out. They will move our young bucks around to ensure and provide coverage. Definitely top 5 offense. Run, play action, pass, repeat, Brad in a truck. Well, I want to push back. They're not replacing one player on the offensive line. They're replacing 2. 2 starters from last year's offensive line are being replaced. Both in the middle. Both where pressure could really mess up Jared Goff.
Could, yes.
Yes, could, John. Could, yes. I didn't watch the games yet. They have to happen still.
Right.
But it would be likely.
I like the fact that they have players that could step up and play. Is whoever they put at center, is he going to play like Frank Ragnow? No, not going to. But I would push back in regards to where Kevin Zeitler was last year and where he might be with another year of aging, that maybe a Tate Ratledge, there's going to be things that maybe he doesn't do as well. Experience is not going to be there. But as a young player, as a mobile young player, there might be more things that this offense will be able to do. Maybe they pull the guard a little bit more versus, in the run game, versus maybe they were limited in pulling Kevin Zeitler, especially late in the season when he's a little dinged up.
Fair. Says no way they'll be top 5. They'll be in the teens. Johnson ran the offense to Goff's weaknesses. More pressure will get to Goff. It's going to be a rough year. Now, I'm not doing the doomsday stuff like that, but I do think Jared Goff is going to be in for a bit of an awakening without Frank.
Could.
Antoine in Detroit, how you doing?
Hello.
What's up?
Hey, I think we are not just the top 5. I think we up in there with Baltimore and Tampa Bay and Buffalo.
So you think it could be not just top 5, but top 3?
I feel we get to play against, we don't get Buffalo, but we get Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
We get Baltimore. We're going to see this year. I mean, I know we got Baltimore on the road. That's been Jared Goff's Achilles heel. But the team knew, the organization knew that Frank Ragnow, it was a potential that he might call it quits this year.
Yeah.
I believe that Dan and Brad was up on that already. That's why they was playing them young boys last year. getting them time in, getting them experience, getting them seasonal. So I don't feel there's going to be a big drop-off from our losing Ragnow.
But how can you say that? How can you say it's not going to be a big drop-off losing one of the two best centers in football?
Because Dan Campbell's motto, and we didn't bought into it, is next man up.
Antoine, I love Dan Campbell as much as the next guy. He doesn't get to. You can't just assume we're getting all-pro production out of the position because Dan Campbell's the coach. I feel like that's silly.
That. I get that, but remember when Montgomery got hurt?
Yeah.
It was next man up. They put more of the workload on Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, we don't have a Jahmyr Gibbs playing center. I think that's the point.
I know, and I understand that, but we're talking about not skill positions, but more of a plug position.
See, but I think that's kind of talking out of both sides of your mouth. Like, we've highlighted how important the offensive line is for years, and we have talked about how great of a player Frank Ragnow is, not just in what he does in the run game, but identifying blitzes from a culture standpoint, being a gritty guy playing through injuries, for being a leader. We've praised this guy for years, and now he's gone, and we go, any old stiff can get plugged in. Dan Campbell's the coach, therefore we're going to be just fine.
I mean, well, you got to understand from a fan point of view, that's what's been going on. And we got our offensive line coach, Hank Fraley.
Yeah, great old line coach.
He's ex-lineman, and he know how to mold them young players into being gritty.
I think he's very good, and I think he is definitely in the positive category when you're replacing two guys as starters up front that can get those guys to play at a high level for their abilities. Is it going to be at Frank Ragnow level? Probably not.
No. He is regarded as one of the two best O-line coaches in the game right now, the other one being in Philadelphia, Stoutland.
Right. And he did learn from, I think, one of the great teachers in the offensive line game, and that is Juan Castillo, who was his offensive line coach while he was at Philly. And so you pair that with, some of this is just, Hank being Hank and being good at what he does. Some of it is also you learn from those around you. We talk about Dan Campbell learning from Sean Payton. Hank Fraley learned from Juan Castillo. There is that factor of being able to develop young players to be good, but sometimes you just don't have a Pro Bowler, all-proler to stick in there.
It's no disrespect to Hank Fraley. It's no disrespect to Mahogany or Ratledge, who is a rookie out of the box taking his first game snaps this season. They're not going to be Frank Ragnow. That's just okay to state that plainly. We don't have to twist ourselves into knots to say it's going to be there's a drop-off. This last guy still thinks they're one of the three best offenses in football.
Well, the one thing that he did say, and I know that schedules are not the same, but if we're going to talk about all of these different things as to why, Jared Goff can't be good or why this offense can't be good, you also have to say, when you say, hey, Jared Goff can't win on the road, well, where did the three losses come from last year?
Home.
All of them. And, he has proven that he can go into cold weather environments and get wins.
True.
Now, this year, it's going to be a little bit of a different task. It may be very different results. It's at Baltimore. It's at Cincinnati. It's at Kansas City. It's at Washington. At Philly. That's not an easy task.
Part of being the number one offense last year for Detroit, they put up 50 points in multiple games. They're not facing the Jags and the Titans this year.
No, but they face the Giants.
They play more good than bad. The schedule's harder than it was last year. I'm illustrating a point. They're going to face, we could do tit for tat on all this. They're going to end up with fewer 40 and 50-point games and more.
Most likely.
Could. They're going to have less points, and it's going to push them down, whether Frank was here or not. Then I pull Frank out, and I think they're top 10, not top 5, but it's a healthy conversation. We got phone calls to get to. It's 97.1.
Hey, summer is heating up, and there's nothing more refreshing than an ice-cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. Made with real brewed tea and real vodka, Surfside is only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, so it's easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. Look for the can with the sunset stripes. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
The Stanley Cup.
Just when you think you got it figured out.
What a comeback, down 3 goals. The Oilers roar back, win the game in overtime. Another OT thriller in the Stanley Cup.
Down 3 games last year, down 3 goals in the first period last night. And it really felt to me like this was starting to get away from Edmonton.
And just like that,
boom.
We're thinking they lost their composure in game 3 and they're going to get embarrassed. And they have home ice. It's tied 2-2. Draisaitl has been unbelievable. You could argue he could win the Conn Smythe if they get this done. It's been incredible television. What I want to do is avoid falling into the trap that hockey guy falls into. Why won't you like my sport? Ratings are down. Many of you aren't watching.
It's down in the NBA too.
Yeah, they're both down. I'm just curious as to why. We live in a city that is affectionately known as Hockey Town. People here grew up with the game, playing the game, the youth circuit. If you're not paying attention, why? Because I'm looking at McDavid and Draisaitl and storylines and rematches and great hockey and theater and close games and overtime and double overtime. Why? 248-539-9797. Genuinely curious why it isn't resonating with more people, the game of hockey.
Can I... One thing?
Yeah.
One idea I have?
Yeah.
The ratings are down. Down from what?
A year ago.
A year ago.
When these two teams played. Oh, and it was on ABC.
ESPN and ABC, but ESPN, and now it's on TNT.
Okay.
I mean,
maybe that's the answer.
Can't find it.
Yeah. I mean, is there an element of, I didn't know that the Stanley Cup final was on TNT?
Yeah, but now with smart TVs and smart remotes, give me hockey. Hockey. You just yell at your remote and it puts it on.
Yeah, and I'd like to give sports fans a little more credit of, especially in today's environment, of being able to, if you want to look for the Stanley Cup, like it's not that hard to find.
Okay,
but I do think it plays a part of it.
Bookmark this, and then next year, if we have a headline that says a Stanley Cup final ratings are up from last year, when it's on ESPN again next year, that's element that could play.
Yes.
So some of this is, not to nerd out, ABC is free over the air. TNT is not.
Right.
Monetarily, I don't know if it explains the significant
I'm sure
drop.
it plays a part of it.
It's part of it.
And I think more top of mind, ESPN.
Understood. So would like to hear from some hockey fans on that. We also have some thoughts on the Lions and what they are going to be offensively this season. Do you still expect top 5 even without Ragnow and without Ben Johnson? NFL.com did their forecast. They said the Lions would be a top 5 offense, coming in exactly at number 5. Paul in Clinton Township, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for taking the call.
What's up?
I tell you, I got even though you say you're not doomsday cookies, you're put it this way, you are straddling that fence right now.
I just want to clarify that doomsday is an offense that finishes in the top 10 but not top 5. That is what we're calling doomsday.
No, you're passively aggressively saying.
Well, I'm sitting across from Superfan over here.
Well, it's not necessarily what you say; it's how you say it. I mean, come on, didn't your mom tell you that as you're growing up?
My mom's told me. You tell me. My wife tells me. Millennial tell me on the podcast. I know.
Heaven forbid, Superfan who played offensive line feels we'll be okay.
It's a fair point.
But now. This is a couple of points for you. And mind you, I'm not telling you it's all going to be perfect either. But understand, 2 points. Last year, going into last year, Jason Kelce was considered, if not the best center in football, the second best.
Very good, yeah.
Philadelphia lost him. I'm sure everybody said that they were going to take a step back, and they didn't. So you don't know. The games have to be played. The other thing I would say, all these other teams that are ranked in the top 10 offenses that we're comparing the Lions to, they don't have Frank Ragnow either. They have centers. I just think, now, yes, ideally you have Frank Ragnow. Do we expect somebody to play exactly the same? Of course not. But that does not mean that offense cannot still be just as good. And I'm going to offer this, and I said it last year, say it this year, and I hope I'm proved right. I think they can be better without Ben Johnson. I don't think that they won't be as flashy, there won't be all that, but for winning football in the trenches and what we watched Philadelphia do in the playoffs, I'm willing to give my shot to a guy that's going to play a little more smash mouth football and be less worried about all of the trick plays and the various things that we did. I felt he put Jared Goff in a terrible position in that playoff game last year. You don't ask him, when your defense is depleted as it is, to throw as much and be in as many situations as he did. I mean, let's face it.
Oh, we agree on that, Mike. We agree. And it doesn't excuse Goff, but you have to know what you're working with, and you have to put your players in the best position to be successful. We've highlighted all the time, when this team turns into a pass-happy offense, a couple Bucs games,
it's not good.
It's not good, right? And it's no different than the shootout with the Bills a year ago, where what that playoff game was going to turn into was a shootout script, because they didn't just hand the ball off on short yardage.
You throw the ball 45 to 50 plus times. That's not Dan has admitted that as well. Mm-hmm. That's not a recipe for success for this offense.
I want to point out, he highlighted the Eagles. They are 7th on this list. The Eagles should be ahead of the Detroit Lions. So if I put the Eagles in and I kick the Lions out, are we losing sleep over that?
Not really.
Okay.
And I'll push back a little bit as well, because I know you're probably chomping at the bit to say this. When J.C. Kelsey retired, Cam Jurgens, who was coming in, had played in almost every game the year before, and I think he started a handful of games, but he was in his 3rd year in the NFL.
Easier to replace when you have someone that you have already developed
NFL experience.
Yes,
and it doesn't mean that Tate Ratledge can't be good.
No.
It doesn't mean that Christian Mahogany can't be good.
John, we get to Thanksgiving or Heather's favorite Christmas Day, and this line looks like a ragtag unit. They're together, they're working, and they look like a top 5 offense. That's all that really matters, is, are they a top 5 offense at the end of the year? But here in June, I can't definitively tell people, we have a top 5 offense anymore.
Yeah, and when they're hitting on all cylinders on Christmas Day, Colin won't be able to see it.
Poor guy.
I feel so bad for him.
He can watch it later.
DVR. I want to hit one other narrative on the ticket text, and then we have a hockey call to get to here. The texter who says Frank was banged up and they're not replacing prime Frank. You guys got to understand, injured Frank, inoperable toe Frank, was the number 1 run blocking center in the NFL last year. Even Frank at 60% was better than everybody else at moving the pile. Mm-hmm. So it's a big deal either way. Let's get to Mike on a cell. Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
So you had asked about why ratings might be down and why nobody seems to be paying attention to this exciting Stanley Cup, and nobody's paying attention to the basketball. My theory, and I'm participating in this actively, is a generational issue. I grew up with the grind line. I grew up with the going to work Pistons. My kid is all about soccer right now. Like, I used to grow up, I played rec league, I played every sport imaginable. We're in the pay-to-play era. He plays soccer. That's all he does. And I think he's pretty good at it, but that means soccer's on my TV all the time. I don't have time for hockey. I don't have time for basketball. I'm not interested in it because my kid's not interested in it. So I think it's a generational issue, in addition to possibly it's on, secondary channels like TNT and all this other stuff. But it's just not, it doesn't capture my attention anymore because it's not predominantly in my household.
Generational.
Yeah. I mean, that's part of it.
Says they missed the markets of Detroit, Chicago, New York ×2. It's a rematch. No one wants a repeat. No juice. See, last year went 7. I would argue a repeat was enticing. Clearly not the case. Yeah. Did the NHL hire Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce to show up last night?
We're going to go down. I knew somebody was going to say that Conspiracy. As soon as I heard they were going to be at that game.
Of course. Cookie Jar is next, 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather. Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation to active military members and veterans, like rolling out the red carpet, providing a personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. Well, at Verizon, they're doing all of that in the form of special military discounts. That's why they're giving military and veteran families mobile plans with the military discount starting at just $25 per line per month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, plus a 3-year price lock guarantee, excluding taxes and fees. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration. Visit your local Detroit Verizon store to learn more. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. $30 per line per month for 4 lines, less $20 account discount. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. For unlimited welcome plan in times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
That's Cubs guy Parker Meadows going yard. We know he'd buy a Meadows jersey. Some ticket text from the cookie jar. We got a hockey fan on hold that wants to... Oh, never mind. That was going to explain why people aren't watching the sport. Let's get to some of the cookie jar feedback. Best TV dads, Phil Banks, Fresh Prince, Bryan Cranston from Malcolm in the Middle and Breaking Bad. Two very different characters.
Very different.
Although one diagnosis away from being the same character. Bandit Healer, fantastic pick. Best TV dad is Al Bundy. Most realistic dad in TV history. This one says, by far the best and most wholesome good guy, Heathcliff Huxtable. It's hard to separate from Cosby, but the character, I get what he's saying. The Dr. Huxtable character.
Huxtable. Sure, yes.
I know it's impossible to separate it from Bill Cosby. Where does Up North start? Past Pine Knob, says Dave in Redford. Okay. Dave.
Which means I live up north.
Congrats.
Hey, good for you.
Thanks. I like it up there.
How is it in leisure country?
It's nice. It's slow.
Yeah, well, you got the hot tub in the backyard.
It's nice. Just relaxing.
Yeah,
it's great.
Up north is definitely not Mount Pleasant. Fire Up 2010 alum. It's Clare. Once you're past Clare, the scenery changes and it gets more hilly.
Okay.
Grew up in Midland. It's not up north. We consider Clare up north.
Okay.
Liking Dasani is Chicago tap water with minerals. That you can't prefer that over real ice, clean mountain spring water. It's bonkers.
I like ice clean mountain spring water more than Dasani, but I don't like Aquafina. If you're saying Aquafina is that, then I don't agree.
I like whatever's on sale.
Tastes plasticky.
I don't taste the difference.
Dasani does kind of have a well watery aftertaste.
Sure, I'm not denying that. I'm just sharing my preference.
Texture says water's water. I knew that high maintenance Heather would have a different view.
Yeah. Which one was served at the wedding? Tap water or
we didn't
bottled
serve water. It was only beer and liquor.
Have a little more vodka. Pepsi has Mountain Dew, so it wins automatically. Answer is Pepsi. The main is superior. The diets and Zero are superior. Gatorade better. Coke doesn't have anything that comes close to Mountain Dew. In terms of the thank yous, you say thank you at the first door, then again at the second door, and you can say it beyond that, but you don't have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're going through 3 doors, I mean, like, I don't
smile and nod.
Jim, your father worked on high-performance racing engines. Did he disown you when you bought a wind-up car? Dan and Howell. Yeah, he gives me a hard time. I mean, I get it at work. I get it whenever I'm talking to him. How's that thing running? Air quotes. It's just fine.
How's the spaceship?
It kind of sounds like a spaceship.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yeah. Well, before we get to the end of the show, and we got to hit others newsreel real quick. I do want to say, Happy Father's Day to all dads out there. I know what my dad means to me. He's had a little bit of a health struggle right now. So, Dad, I love you. All the dads out there, this world would be a better place with more dads that take an interest into their kids, whether it's baseball, softball, sports, if it's band, if it's whatever it is. Be involved in your kid's life. Those are the dads that I really take my hat off to. So, have a great weekend.
It's really well said. Normally we go to Heather's news with something awkward. This is way better. Heather, do you have something for... Oh.
Yeah, I got a shout out too. I got some great dads in my life. Yeah. My husband is a great father. Happy Father's Day to him early. And then, of course, my dad as well. See you guys on Sunday.
Yep. Great. What's on the news?
Oh, we are going to some news. Oh, this is kind of cool. Lion safety Kirby Joseph. Did you see this? He made this impromptu stop at a Detroit fire department and then shared footage of it on his YouTube page. And it did seem like it was not a scheduled stop. Like they weren't expecting him to show up, but everyone there was really excited to see him. Very welcoming. They gave him a tour. Sounds like it was his first time visiting a fire department. So that was cool. They offered him a pork chop. He played a game of cornhole and then duty called for the fire
pork chop?
Yeah.
All right.
So that's what it said.
Yeah.
You said then duty called?
Not for him, for the department. They got a call. No, he didn't. That would have been sweet. Here, suit up, man. We're going.
Where's my helmet?
I think Brad Holmes would have a few objections to him going into a burning building, but Yes.
But still, it was a cool way for him to highlight some local heroes, which is
awesome.
pretty darn neat. If you're headed to Detroit's Riverwalk this weekend, you can go and enjoy some free ice cream. Halo Top Ice Cream is introducing 3 new flavors, and they're showcasing them at a pop-up all across the country, but this weekend at the Riverwalk. So today through Sunday?
Yeah, sure. Makes sense.
3 days. They'll have the 3 new flavors: the chocolate chip cookie dough, chocolate fudge brownie, and cherry chocolate chunk.
I'm all in on all 3.
Have you had this type of ice cream, the Halo Top? That's like healthier.
It's a little bit of a different texture, but the flavor's fine.
I've never had it
I
because
can tell it's trying to be healthy.
Yeah,
I can tell.
Well, it has less sugar. It has more protein. So I'm sure it tastes a little different. But
yeah, it's kind of one of those too because they only come in those like smaller like cup sizes, and so. You're probably not supposed to eat the whole thing at one stop, but it's just one of those things where you just keep going until it's over.
It's the fun game we play because it's healthier. We can eat more of it, which then defeats the purpose of it.
Of course. Did you hear about this? Candace Cameron. Oh my gosh.
Candace Cameron
Bure.
Oh, Bure.
Yeah, from Full House.
From Full House, yeah.
Yeah, so she's got this podcast, but she recently opened up about horror movies being portals to demons. TVs in particular are the portal. But anyway, so she was talking about her family and how they sometimes make fun of her for her spiritual things that she believes in that's happening in her home, and specifically the TV being a portal. Did you know that there's a lot of demons walking around right now?
No.
We all have portals, right?
Well,
I mean, there's right now.
But it's a portal into your mind. It's your eyes are letting that into your mind. That's how I take what she's saying.
Well, that's not what she said, John.
We all have our own demons too.
Yes, we all do have our own demons.
Yes.
Yeah, but
I speak frequently about the voices that I hear.
Portal.
They're very funny voices. They're not scary voices.
I understood what you were trying to say.
Yeah.
But that's not what she said.
Well, she goes, sometimes when people have strong beliefs like that might be against what most people would say, maybe you keep that an inside voice.
Inside voices?
Yeah, maybe not reveal that to the world so that you can get attacked by people that would call you out.
John does a good job not verbalizing the voices in his head.
Yeah, sometimes I just laugh, and everybody wants to know what I'm laughing at, and I'm just saying, well, I told myself a joke.
Look, in today's world, you got to use the portal. You can't just be like Clemson all the time.
Right, yes.
Well said. Carson Anderson coming up next, boys. What do you got planned?
Well, obviously do a lot of Tigers. Nice win last night. All they do is win. Got some trade deadline stuff. I want to follow up on Shamar Stewart stuff you guys were talking about this morning.
Interesting
we got
possibility.
Who's on top and Are You Going to Eat That? I'm not sure if we'll do both. But
Did you guys not get to the...
We didn't get to it yesterday. No, it got so busy.
Well, you're still hoping.
Oh, boy.
Fun Friday ahead, 97.1.
Good morning and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. I'm Doug Carson. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Hello, Scott. How are you today?
I'm doing just fine, Doug.
Yeah?
Yes.
Good night last night?
I didn't sleep great. However, I did have some wins last night, and I was kind of happy about it.
Some life wins?
Yes.
A Gator with some W's at home?
Yeah, there were. It was difficult because I put Lois in the kennel last night because I'm going to Chicago tonight. And so it was weird to be in the house without the dog, and I kept looking around like, what? Oh, yeah, that's right. And then when I went to bed, there's no puppy sleeping next to me, so that was tough. But aside from that, because I'm gearing up for this trip to see one of my oldest and dearest friends, and his son graduated from veterinary school, so there's a graduation brunch tomorrow. So I was looking for something that I had forgot. The last time I was in Chicago was for like his daughter's, I don't know if it was high school graduation or whatever, or maybe it was Sweet 16 party or something. Bat mitzvah, I think it was actually. And it's been like 10 years. And I had brought something with me then to give to my friend. I had a whole bunch of these books that he had lent me years ago. Yes, books. And I actually read these books. There's like 8 books.
All right.
I swear to God. This is crazy. I know this is wild, right? So I used to read Clive Cussler novels from the files of NUMA, the National Underwater Marine Agency. Dirk Pitt was the main character, whatever. Clive Cussler wrote these like awesome kind of spy novel type stuff. And I used to read these until I was like 30 years old and I just stopped reading. I just got tired of it. And I had these books because my friend Marlon lent me these books. And I meant to bring them back to him 10 years ago, and I forgot. I left them in the car, and I never gave them back to him. And he had asked for them since, hey, I'll find it. And I could never find them in my house. I'm like, where the hell are these things?
Mm-hmm.
And so last night, I'm like, I got to find these. They got to be in the house somewhere. And I went in one of the spare bedroom and went up in the closet and looked in there, and I found some box. I'm like, it can't be in here, right? And sure enough, there was a bag full of Clive Cussler paperback novels. I found them like right away. I could not have been more amped up because it's a weight off my shoulders. Like I don't want to go there and have him bring, hey,
this guilt has been weighing you down for years.
It really has. It really has. So I just started. I was all excited about that, and then I thought I was going to bring a guitar out for his son is guitar player. So I'm like, you know what? Why not bring one of mine out there and say, if you want to borrow this for the next year, go ahead.
As a payback for
just,
you borrowing books for 10 years.
Yeah, and the fact that, look, I've got a bunch of them and I don't play them all, and I haven't played this one in particular in forever. Actually brought 3 of them out.
Do guitar people lend guitars? I didn't know the first thing about it.
Yeah.
Do they?
Well, I mean, I do all the time.
Do you?
With my guitar playing friends. Anytime you want to play something, yeah. And every once in a while, my friend Garrett will hit me up. Hey, can I borrow? Yeah, absolutely. So I'm excited about it.
Have you ever borrowed a guitar? Because I know a guy who's got a pretty sweet guitar.
Yeah, he'll never let me borrow that. Never. He'll let me come over and play it.
Yes.
But
Freddie Frito.
Yeah, I'll never get
the leader of Freddie Frito and the Corn Chips, a.k.a. my dad, has, what does he have?
It's like a 63 or 62 Fender Stratocaster.
On the funny...
original Fender Stratocaster with the original amp from back then, the tube amp. It's an amazing ensemble between the two.
The thing about it is it's totally lost on me. But my guitar friends have been after this thing for years.
Yeah.
And my dad's probably holding on to it. And happy Father's Day, Dad.
Yes.
I'm hoping that I'm more of an asset.
And not such a blanking liability.
Yes, we which is going to be a topic later in the show. So anyway, so you're heading to Chicago tonight.
Yeah.
Did you decide if you're going? Did you decide if you're going to a game at Wrigley Field?
I'm not going to a game at Wrigley Field because I'm going tonight, and I'm actually driving back tomorrow.
Okay.
So tomorrow afternoon I'll drive back, and the Cubs play at like 2:20 today, and that's pretty much the time I'm getting started.
So you just listen to it. No. Sorry.
No, I'm not going to be listening to the Cubs game this afternoon on my way out there. No, I did. This is another win. Where's my iPod?
Gator still has an iPod. People.
I don't have an iPhone, so anything I do have an iPod, so all my music is stored on this iPod. I'm like, where is that thing? Because I haven't used it in forever.
Can you get music on your phone?
I can. I have like Spotify app. I could do that, but I mean, I had playlists all set up, and I've used this iPod over the years. I'm like, where the hell is that? And
Still got it, people.
Was another one. I was able to find it, able to charge it, and I've got it ready to go. It's in the car.
You're awesome.
I'm excited, and
he's road tripping it. He's fired up.
Right.
He's got his iPod.
He's got his 4.5,
He's
5
got
hour
books
road
he's
trip.
bought for 10 years.
Yep.
Do you have a Rand McNally road atlas?
Don't need it. Got the navigation.
Just wondered.
Yeah. No. I'm not. It's pretty simple. 94, then whatever the road is going north.
Yeah, that's simple. There's only a few roads that go north in Chicago.
That's all right.
You'll be good.
I'll figure it out. Stay a little close to the coastline. I'll figure it out.
All right. So, is that the extent of the wins, or is there any more wins before we get into the Tiger win?
Knocked off a couple more episodes of Severance, so I'm ready to.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed. Have you decided? Are you at a point where you'd say you like it or not yet?
I think I like it, but I definitely don't love it.
Because you're 13 episodes in.
Well, yeah, but I commit to things,
and it's 19 episodes long so far.
Yeah, it's right. There's 10 episodes in season 2, and I'm ready to start. The next episode I watch will be episode 5.
Okay.
So it's interesting. There's some quirks in it that still I'm like, come on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, there's some suspension of reality for sure in that show, but fascinating plot twists. Fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Tigers. Scooble, Parker Meadows, the bullpen, back end of the bullpen. I mean, look, this wasn't. Scooble admitted it wasn't his best stuff, but they didn't get to him early when they could have. Right? I think it was 4 base runners in the first 2 innings, and then 1, 2, 3 through the 7th. And that's what we expect out of Tarik Skubal.
I mean, he's given up, 1 earned run in his last 4 starts. He has now lowered his earned run average to 1.99. He did walk 2 guys yesterday. That's inexcusable.
Yep. Send him down.
He has been unfreaking believable.
We've got that guy.
For a year and a half now.
We've got that guy. That guy that every team wishes they had. We've got that guy. And that guy can do a lot and help to set this team up for deep postseason runs, for postseason berths and deep postseason runs. We got that guy, and that guy was he didn't say the best version of himself last night, but I will take that kind of start each and every time out. 8-game lead for the Tigers.
He's 32-9 since 2023.
Yep.
His earned run average, I just eyeballing it, is probably around 2.3 since then. He was 2.8 in the 15 starts in 2023, 2.39 last year in 31 starts. He's got 14 starts this year, and it's 1.99. It's incredible what he has done. His strikeout to walk ratio, how's this for improvement? It was 7.3, then it was 6.5. This year it's 12.3. That's 12 strikeouts to 1 walk on the season. He has struck out 111 batters, 9 walks. He's given up 9 walks.
Crazy. And fantastic. We'll get into that game last night a little bit straight ahead. Get your phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson on Friday. Hey, it's Doug Karsch for the University of Michigan Credit Union. If you are ready for your dream car, UMCU is here to help. They have auto loan rates starting as low as 4.5 APR and 0 payments for the first 6 months. You can drive now and pay later. Applying is easy online or at a branch, and their team is with you every step of the way. Plus, same great rate applies for both new and used vehicles. Don't wait. Limited time offer. Becoming a member is easy. Visit umcu.org to get started. Insured by NCUA. was a lot to like last night about that Tiger game. I mean, it's not like an offensive explosion, but they did enough. Certainly that fourth inning. It's good to see Jahmai Jones back in the lineup and the leadoff spot. There were a couple of guys that, there were some questions about their roles and where they were, and he doubles to open up the game. You've got the Parker Meadows one night after going, I think it was 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts the night before. Parker Meadows hits a 3-run bomb.
Struck out 2 more times, but it's the big hit we care about.
Yep. Dylan Dingler had a solo shot. A lot of guys at the bottom of the order here are getting it done. McKinstry and Baez were on base when Parker Meadows went yard.
Each had 2 hits.
It's funny because I'm watching the game later because we had to watch it after got home late. And when Skubal struck out Cowser to end the second, the TV got a tight shot of him walking off the mound, and he looked disgusted with himself. I'm like, the bar is so incredibly high for this guy that a mere base runner or 2, and he's upset.
He's like a pro golfer.
Yeah.
When they put it on the green, but it's not like close enough to the hole. Like, damn it.
Yep.
Like you just stuck it like 10 feet. Actually, yeah, I should have had a chance to jar that.
Yeah.
Like what? But that's how
he is.
I'm
2 feet right of the hole. I wanted to be 2 feet left of the hole.
They had a
now I got to putt downhill.
Right. It's so annoying. Yeah. They had a stat last night going into when they show the lineup. Mm-hmm. It's always kind of fun if you watch the games on TV, when they show the opposing team's lineup, or even when they show the Tigers lineup, they usually start with a stat based on the entire lineup. And last night's stat was like their strikeout rate.
Yep.
Against left-handed pitching. And I'm looking at the bottom part of the lineup for the Orioles last night, and it was like starting with like the number 6 hitter. Their strikeout rates were way above 20%. All of them. And a couple other batters in the lineup had strikeout rates that were above 20%. I just thought, this is not going to go well for the Baltimore Orioles. This is just a bad matchup. And as it was, Skubal only struck out 6. But if he ever felt like he was in a jam, I had ultimate confidence because he's just going to strike a guy out.
Yeah.
And that's how he gets out of it. Oh, I got bases loaded, nobody out. Oh, I wonder what to do. Should I do it? Oh, that's right. I can strike him out.
I'll strike everybody out.
I'll just do that.
248-539-9797. D is in Detroit and on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, D.
DK, Gator, Kane, happy Father's Day to 3 of the hardest working men in the business, fellas. What's good?
Thank you.
Thank you, D. Same to you.
Man, you ready to putting something on that grill, fellas?
We'll see what Sunday holds. Got to figure out sort of the schedule first. But yes, I hope to have the grill fired up, the U.S. Open on TV, and a summer shandy in hand.
Oh, there you go.
That sounds like a plan, DK. Hey, man, check this out. Your boy, like you said, every team wants this guy. But hold on, DK. He got the juice. He got the swag. He got the confidence. I mean, when you look at him at the mound, he be smiling at guys when he strike them out like, dude, you can't hit this. So, bro, and I thought about this. If we sign him, it's going to be a blessing in disguise. But if we can't sign him, fellas, think about the ransom we can get for him. The haul of prospects or players we might get for him in return. So either way, fellas, I hope we do keep him. But if we don't, just think about how we can just do some damage with some prospects and some players. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it's a win-win.
I do and I don't. Like I hope they can thread the needle and find a way to keep him, and with a contract that he's happy with. And the whole contract, somebody suggested in an interview we did on a podcast for
10 years, $425 million.
Yeah, and he was like, "That sounds good to me." And like, well, that does sound good. I mean, it's a lot of money because I mean,
that's too many years.
That's the thing, right? Is you can say blank check, but eventually a team runs into issues with, their own budgets, and it keeps them from doing other things. But I guess if you're winning big, like that's the real deal here, right? If you're winning big, you get more money at the gate, you sell more advertising revenue, all the things that help you offset the cost of those things.
All right, well, what I would try to do, if those are like accurate numbers, let's say you have to get somewhere between with a 10-year deal and something that starts with a 4, go 10 and 400, whatever. I would, if I'm willing to do that as the Tigers, I'm going to front load the hell out of that thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like the first 5 years of that contract, he's going to get at least $50 million a year for those first 5 years. So that when he gets down the road and he gets into his mid to late 30s and you're like, oh my God, we still have to pay him for another 4 years here. Well, at least then you're paying him like $25, $30 million a year, which is still a mess load of money. But I'm guessing, 7 years from now that money's not going to look nearly as bad as it does now when thinking about paying somebody that much.
D, thank you for the phone call. And look, if the Tigers did it, it would be a great feel-good moment. Like we'd all rejoice in a lot of ways. Like D said, that's a lot of years for a pitcher.
It is.
And you kind of have to expect.
It's a lot of years for a pitcher. It's a lot of years for a pitcher who's as old as he is.
Yep. But you know what? I mean, Verlander stuck around and still pitching, right?
Yeah, and he's had like 4 arm events.
Yeah, and it's a thing to be scared of. I'm in favor of it, and I'm scared the hell out of it, right? I mean, that's there's a likelihood that there are going to be years where you're not getting the return on the investment, but at this point, you're trying to win World Series, and having Skubal, guy in the prime of his career, for a good portion of this run, it's kind of the cost of doing business, isn't it?
It is, and that's why would you do something, okay, I mean, he's intrigued by that offer. Could you go, 8 years, but increase the value and do 8 years at $400? That's $50 million a year, but you're saving yourself 2 years on it.
So just so people know, and because you used the term offer, and I want to make sure we're clear.
Sorry,
it's okay, because I think I might have too. It was on the Pardon My Take podcast, and they suggested, hey, what about a 10-year, $425 million deal? And Skubal said, that sounds good, with a laugh. I was reading a story in The Athletic about it. Said the interaction was clearly tongue-in-cheek, but it spotlighted the inevitable and upcoming contract negotiation for a star who's set to be a free agent after the season. 2026 season, sorry.
Yeah, 10 years is an awful lot to commit to any player.
Yep.
But specifically a pitcher, that's tough to do. And he's 28 now. That's a real tough sell. And maybe he knows that too. That's probably why he said, 10 years, sure. But look, they're going to try to get it done. There were the reports last year in the offseason that there were some kind of offer made, and they said it wasn't I don't want to use the term laughable, but it wasn't up to par.
Competitive.
Competitive. I think you're right. It wasn't competitive. So they know that they have to improve on that offer. And look, the guy is he's arguably the best pitcher in baseball. I mean, we're very provincial here about our guy, very protective about our guy. We'll say he's the best pitcher in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
He's been lights out for almost 3 seasons here. It's great. And you want to see him get paid and stay here. You do not want the Tigers to end up being like the Kansas City Royals or the Oakland Athletics or the Tampa Bay Rays when you finally develop somebody and they get to be so good that you can't afford to pay them.
Yeah.
Like we've got an owner that certainly has plenty of money, and I get it. It would be a massive hit on your payroll, but this is the guy you want to have pay. You want to pay this guy. There's a reason he's deserving of it.
And people are waiting to see. Some people are waiting to see ownership make a statement about the willingness to spend big time money to be competitive in a major way. And so, I mean, the Bregman contract offer was certainly representative of a team that is competitive. It's representative of that. But in the case of the Skubal contract, you need it would sure go a long way in terms of people, their faith that this team would spend the money. Now, do you overpay? I mean, I don't know what the term overpay means anymore. Do you like that? 10 years, $425 is one hell of a commitment that I think could be described as an overpay.
Yeah, well, for now, but 2 years from now, is it going to look like that?
I don't know.
When you got
it's hard
when
to
Aaron
imagine.
Judge's contract comes up, and you got other superstar players and their contracts come up. You've got guys who've certainly signed for crazy money, but you think about that's reserved for the elite players in baseball. That's what Tarik Skubal is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're not blowing this guy up to be something he's not. He is legitimately in the discussion as the best pitcher in baseball, and we have him. The only problem that I would have, the question, and it's not a problem, it's a question, and it's a question for Chris Ilitch, is if you commit to Tarik Skubal, is that going to prevent you from committing to other players?
Well, that's the thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, because we all seem to think that, okay, well, great, and he's going to spend money here, he'll continue to spend money. Well, if that takes up all the coffers, that's tough. But if the team wins, people show up at the ballpark. And when you pass a certain number attendance figure on the season, whatever it is, I don't know if it's 2.2 million people coming through the turnstiles, whatever the number is, where all of a sudden you start to make money and churn it out, then you can understand.
There's a delicate balance here
model.
Because you don't own a team if you don't want to spend the money. Let me start with that. But you also, that doesn't mean just spend willy-nilly.
Yeah, you're not the Dodgers. You don't have those kind of coffers.
All right. So that would be a massive move, and that's the big, that's a macro move. There's been micro moves along the way that have helped this team, and I want to revisit one of them that helped them win last night. We will get to that today at 10:35, plus your phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Unknown texter writes in, last night was an off night for Tarik Skubal. He didn't look right. If that's his off night, then give him a blank check right now.
Right?
I mean, it's real easy to say, and I hear you. And I want to see a deal done. I want to see a deal done that, I mean, what if you were to craft, what would the fair deal be? Because 10 years, 425.
That seems exorbitant.
It seems over the top, but
that's which his response to was, that sounds really good. Yeah, because that would be, if that's a deal, it sounds like that's a deal if made to Tarik Skubal, he'd sign right now. Mm-hmm. So that tells me go less. You don't need to go that high. But I mean, if I was talking to Scott Boras, I would say there's no way we can commit more than, say, 8 years on a long-term deal. We love Skubal. Skubal loves Detroit. We all want to be together. Let's figure this out. parameters on that. I mean, I think a fair offer, your starting offer, just because you need to know where they're at, right? So you're going to float something out there, and it has to be starting at like $35 million a year. I think to be fair. And I don't think that's going to be insulting. It's a starting point. And then they'll come in and Boris will say, no, we want.
Because I think he's getting north of 40.
Yeah. And he's probably deserving of that. But you need to know where they're at. So if they come back at 45, then you know, okay, between 35 and 45, we'll start in the middle and we'll go 40, and then it'll get worked up to like 42 a year. But can you do it over 8 instead of 10?
But I think the thing is we could sit here and we could do the talk and the minutia of all this and the business aspect of it. The reality is, you know what fans want to hear? Tarek Skubal's been locked up long term.
Of course.
That's all they want to hear. And I understand it. And so let's hope that they can find a way to get a deal done. I can't imagine Skubal being in a better situation. Now, if he has dreams of living in New York City or dreams of being back on the West Coast, then you can't really do anything about that. But as far as professionally, Tiger's got the best record in baseball. He's a star player who's beloved in this town. Whatever he has in him, the pitching coach is bringing it out in him. It might be all Skubal. It might be that Fetter doesn't need to do much with him, but Fetter has been so elite. And by the way, can we lock that guy up with some amazing contract because he's deserving? And, then you go get, they've put some pieces around him and they can keep putting pieces around him and he can be a king here for a long time. But if you have personal goals and dreams away from because professionally, can it get better than this? I mean, I suppose it can, but it's pretty damn good in Detroit right now for Tarek Skubal. Feedback, Ryan at work says the best way to extend Skubal to me is 7 or 8 years, $301 to $343 million, but defer half of it, the Ohtani, to after the 7-8 years if you're worried about signing other players or additions. Yeah, I mean, the money might, if you defer a lot of it, the money might not be as cumbersome years from now. Unnamed texter, I'm still getting a little concerned with the number of strikeouts by Riley Green. Well, yeah, he's not a perfect player.
No, he strikes out a lot, but
so do many of the best hitters in baseball. Yeah. It's is it a flaw? Well, yeah. But, you look at the guys at the top of the list, so many of these guys you would take. He has 89 strikeouts, the most in the majors. There's O'Neal Cruz, Austin Riley, Trevor Story, Randy Arozarena, James Wood, Dansby Swanson, L.A. De La Cruz, Willie Adames. I mean, a lot of these are attractive hitters, and they do a lot of striking out. But, he's not a perfect player. That is true. Unknown texter, the Skubal contract is a lot, but he's the best. Not like when the Lions gave Stafford an arguably mid-tier quarterback the highest contract ever. Stafford's contract was still worth it. Well, let's start up the Stafford conversation again, please. All right.
Well, let's certainly not compare baseball to football when one has a salary cap and one does not.
Yeah. All right, that's macro stuff. Of course, the micro stuff too is fascinating to me, Gator, and I love tracking how some of these guys ended up being Detroit Tigers. And we've talked about this player a lot, but I didn't realize something till today. And maybe it's been discussed in the broadcast and I completely missed it. Will Vest, shortstop at Stephen F. Austin. His last year, they converted him to a pitcher. And that ended up getting him drafted in the 12th round by the Tigers in 2017. So he goes to Stephen F. Austin as a shortstop. 1 year as a pitcher. 2017. So he toiled in the minors for a while with the Tigers, and I didn't realize he got Rule 5'd. And for people who don't know how Rule 5 works, it's a big part of the game, actually, and it keeps guys who are stuck in the minor leagues from being stuck there for their entire careers. If you've been in a team's minor league system for 5 years and you're not on the 40-man roster, if you're acquired at 18 or younger, 5 years in the minor league system, you have to be on the 40-man roster. If you're not, you're exposed to the Rule 5 draft, which means any team can take you out of your organization, but they only can do so and get to keep you if they keep you in the majors for an entire season. So he got Rule 5'd back in 2022 or 2020 rather by Seattle. He was over 18, which is 4 years in an organization, and then you can be exposed to a Rule 5. So and the 40-man roster is important because you have to be on the 40-man to be on the big league club. So the only players, like you can't right now go grab a guy who's off the 40-man, who's not on the 40-man roster in the minors, and call him up without putting him on the 40-man and releasing somebody from the 40-man roster.
Or a transfer to what some of
injured
the lists.
list,
Like what happened with Jackson Jobe allowed for the Tigers to bring up this pitcher yesterday when
I thought it was
Brisky down.
Okay, it was because they sent Brisky down, right?
Yeah,
It wasn't
they sent
Jobe.
Brisky down, and then they had to. There was a transfer because they don't want to lose Brisky,
Right.
so they put Jobe on the 60-day DL or something or IL.
Anyway, so it's if you're not on the 40-man roster after 4 or 5 years, depending on how old you were when you were acquired, you're exposed to the Rule 5 draft. So the Tigers did this years ago when they took this Akil Baddoo kid from Minnesota who'd been in their minors, and they kept him up all year, and they get to keep him then. So you can't steal somebody else's Rule 5 eligible player and park him in your minors. You have to. The idea is, yep. Will Vest got Rule 5 by Seattle back in 2020, and he was on their major league roster, made 32 appearances, and they're like, never mind, and released him. You can't send him down to the minors. You just have to straight release him. He cleared waivers, ended up back in Detroit. Like that sort of circuitous route for Will Vest, who is so good at the back end of the bullpen for this team. You know, it's just he's blossomed at a great time for him to blossom in his career, to be a closer or setup guy, depending on the night. Man, he's been good for this team.
He's been great. It's the fastball reaching 100 miles an hour is electric to watch that, but you can't just get by with that. You have to have other pitches too, and he does, and he knows how to pitch. And you know, for a guy who has, I mean, frankly, kind of limited experience as a pitcher because of this, changing positions and all that, it is an amazing story. An absolutely amazing story.
Yeah. It's awesome to see him. And him and Canely at the back end. Obviously, Canely gave up the home run, but I'm not that concerned about it. To have those two, like, it's one of the reasons why the Tigers have blown the fewest leads. They've blown the fewest leads in baseball. All right, there was some news yesterday. Reese Olson and Alex Cobb are rehabbing. Olson's back to throwing his changeup, which was what the problem was when he struggled with his grip. And Cobb is now pitching. He's in Toledo. We talked yesterday about trade deadline priorities, and I hated to do it because I could see them with Jackson Jobe being down, them getting another starting pitcher. But I thought about it. If they don't add a starting pitcher, I think they have a better chance to be okay. If they don't add a bullpen arm or they don't add a everyday bat, preferably right-handed. These two are trending in the right direction, feeling a little bit better about the starting pitching long-term.
I don't know. Because I guess I interpreted this a little bit differently when I read the injury report on it. I mean, Reese Olson, they're just waiting for him to have the discomfort to vacate his finger, basically. And it's not an issue throwing any pitch other than changeup, but the changeup is his best pitch. So he's got this discomfort in his finger. They gave him a shot at the beginning of June, and I think it's been 10 days since the shot. And that's why they gave the update yesterday or today. And he throws a bullpen and he mixed in a couple of changeups, but they really didn't say a whole lot other than, he mixed in a couple of changeups. So don't know if he was still feeling more discomfort after the throwing session or where that's at. So it's a little sketchy. None of us know yet. They know, but we don't know. I think personally it's probably not a big deal. It's something that'll just work itself out and the inflammation goes away and he'll be fine. The Alex Cobb stuff is a little bit more concerning because he's made 3 rehab stints now. The first 2, I think, were in Lakeland, and then he just made one in Toledo. He's increased his number of pitches with each outing. The first one was in the 20s, then he threw like 34 pitches, and then he threw 49 the other night. And he was a little rough in the first inning, walked a bunch of batters. I think he walked like 3 batters, gave up a hit in 2 innings of work. But they still say that the observations are he does not look comfortable coming off the mound or after his pitch because he's got this hip issue that he's dealing with. So I don't know if that's just something he's going to have to deal with, pain in the hip. If his arm is fine, if he's throwing great pitches, then whatever. But that one seems a little bit more concerning to me.
Well, I guess the fact that they're increasing the number of pitches each time out, and until they shut him down, I feel like they're probably thinking he's going to be here. But if they get Reese Olson back, and they got Mize, Reese Olson, and then figure out the fifth starter, I feel like fifth starter is one of those things that helps you basically just get back to Scooble, and then come postseason, you don't even need a guy. So, I think the Reese Olson news is why I think that Reese Olson, once he's back and going, they'll be good. It is good to have extra arms, and the supply got depleted with the Joe.
Sure could have used them last year, and with guys banged up right now, and then who knows what you can expect in the second half of the season. But I'll tell you this, I can expect an injury of some kind to somebody. That's baseball. That's sports. Someone's always going to get hurt. So I'd like them to be proactive and acquire a starting pitcher by the trade deadline. If nothing else, just to have assurance. If nothing else, to be your fifth starter ends up being a really good starter. And then you've got all types of options going into the postseason of who gets to be in the rotation.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, you're looking for some place to watch any of the greatest sporting events that are going on right now. We got the NBA Finals, you got the Stanley Cup Finals, you got Tiger games, all types of great stuff going on. The best place in town for anything to do with sports is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. It's awesome. Right there in 12 miles in the heart of downtown Berkeley. They've got the outdoor upstairs deck that is awesome. This time of the year, when the weather's great, and it's going to be great this weekend, that's where you want to be, hanging out up there, watching the game, having some drinks and food with your best friends. It's the way to go. They've got awesome specials, $4 bottles and cans of Miller Lite and Coors Light for all the Tiger games, and for everything else that's going on with the world of playoff sports right now. They've got great specials as well. And how about new food specials they have? The loaded pulled pork fries are delicious. And they've also got a pickle pizza. Yep, they brought that one back. Trivia is on Thursday nights at 8 o'clock, and they're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays as well. And if you need any event or party catered or just to host, let 24 Seconds do the work. You can enjoy your guests and enjoy the party. Heck, you can even have it out there on the deck. And they're hiring. 24 Seconds is hiring cooks as well. Every seat is a great seat, flat screen, high-definition TVs all throughout the place. They pump in the sound for all the big games. Service is amazing. The food's great as well. Best wings in town. Check out all the specials and happenings at 24secondsbar.com and grab a taste of the action for yourself. It's my favorite place to go, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
All right, feedback coming in, and a lot of it on the Tigers, on Skubal, trade talk. God, this is so different than last summer. Last summer, the Tigers were basically blacked out in Detroit and weren't competitive. And then, bam, we're suddenly a baseball town again, and an excitable baseball town, which is great. From an unnamed texter, you cannot sign Skubal for longer than 7 years, and when he becomes a free agent, no one is going to give him a deal because he would be 30 then. The Yankees signed that guy for 10 years, and he was younger, and I'm sure they regret it. 8 years if he signs now, 7 years if he signs in the offseason. The money part is not as relevant. I kind of agree with that the money part, I'm not worried about it, but what you don't want to be is paying for something you're getting nothing from, right? And look, not because it's not my, like, people are going to say, why do I care? It's not my money and there's no cap. Because it takes away from the budget of $50 million. Let's say they give him $50 million over, or $40 million over 10 years. Wasn't that the proposal? Or 42.5 over 10 years?
Yeah, 425 over 10.
So by the back end of that, if you're not getting $42.5 million out of a player, that's $42.5 million you can't be spending on other players. It takes away from whatever your budget is, and that's a significant amount of money. Now, it's not as significant 7, 8, 9 years from now, but it's a lot of money. John in Nebraska. Thank you for listening, John, on the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. How about 5 years, $225 million with locking in a 4-year, year 4 for possible extension? If Tigers aren't careful, they're going to lose Skubal to an always competitive team like the Dodgers or Yankees.
So the new hotness in baseball is to do the shorter deals and have opt-outs. Mm-hmm. Or if you have an 8-year deal, there's an opt-out after 3 years or 4 years or whatever it is. I mean, Alex Bregman, he signed a 4-year deal. There's an opt-out after 1. And some guys have that too. So is that possible where you can, hey, we'll give you do a shorter term deal, 4 years, but you make it $50 million a year?
I'd be cool with that.
I mean, I think I'd be cool with that too, but it's easy spending somebody else's money.
Sure.
But what Skubal's camp would probably prefer is why don't we do this? Why don't we do an 8-year, $400 million deal, and we have the player opt out after 4 or after 3? Because that's what they're going to try to negotiate. Scott Boras is going to try to negotiate down to get the opt out as soon as possible, while still getting guaranteed money from the team. You get the best of both worlds that way, which is that's brilliant if you're an agent and you're able to work a contract like that. And that's the contract that Bregman has with the Red Sox.
Next text from an unnamed texter. Gentlemen, put your emotion aside. It would be totally irresponsible to sign Skubal for $400 million, whether it's 8 or 10 years. He pitches every 5th game, could win 20 to 22 games. Therefore, you have to win 70 games without him. Save your money for everyday position players.
No, you make 35 starts in a season, and he'll give you a chance to win all 35 of those games. He may not win. He's not going to win. He's not going to go 35-0. But when he exits the game, does he have the lead when he exits the game, or is he give your team? Are they tied? Does he give your team a chance to win? Don't look at the win total. Look at overall how many games is he competitive in, and he's competitive in damn near every game.
John and Shelby, Vest needs to blossom with hair. If he shaves, it means he's giving up a run. So awesome, we know this now. It's Canely, isn't it? Canely that shaves if he gives up a run.
I think it is Canely.
Yeah, it's not. What else do we got here? I know it's not my money, but I can't stomach anything over 7 years for Skubal. I literally got to the point where I couldn't stand seeing Miggy's face for the last 3 years of his deal.
That's unfortunate.
That seems overly punitive towards Miggy, but I get what you're saying.
But I know people that were felt that way.
Dude, we did the show.
Well, there's that too.
We did the show the day he signed, right?
Yeah.
And we said last I don't know how many years, but the end of this contract is going to be painful. That was something we knew, and we also said, of course, they want to keep him. It's the price of doing business.
Yeah, and it got more painful because it wasn't just because he got older; it's because he got hurt, which typically happens when you get older. But that was the big thing: is that he had a really debilitating injury that he's battling through. So remarkable when you go back and look at that he still hit for decent average.
Yeah,
but the power was all gone from him.
Yep. Too bad, but. All right, so Cincinnati's in town. They got one of the most exciting players in the game in L.A. De La Cruz, shortstop. They are playing better baseball of late, Cincinnati. And I expect it to be a pretty jam-packed Comerica Park once again.
Should be. Reds are 15-10 in their last 25 games. They've now gotten back above 500. And they've got 2 right-handed pitchers going and then a left-hander on Sunday and Wade Miley. But this is supposed to be the perfect weekend. You look at the weather forecast, and it's like mid-70s or even into the 80s, mostly sunny, very low threat of rain. You've got Father's Day on Sunday, which you gotta imagine lots of people want to take Dad to the game. I mean, it's absolutely what I would have done. You know, my dad were still around. It would have been, seeing my brother can go and my nephew, and would have taken everybody out to the game, and we would have sat in the good seats. But unfortunately, it's not happening this year. But I imagine lots of people are thinking of that. And it's just this perfect weekend to do that. The Tigers are on fire.
Yep.
They're back to being 20 games above 500, 8 games ahead in the division. It's a team that's so worth coming out to see. And I was going back at some attendance figures, some older attendance figures. And 2014 was a pretty good year for the Tigers, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't go to the World Series, but they played really well, had a great team, and got knocked out, I think, by the Red Sox or whatever it was.
Baltimore.
Anyway,
whatever it was. Yeah.
Whoever it was, they got knocked out earlier than we all expected it to happen. They had 2.9 million people come to the turnstiles. Last year, there were 1.8 million people that came to the turnstiles, and that was a playoff team. But we know what happened. The first half of the season, they were dead, and they didn't get hot until August. So we can understand why the attendance figures were down. We're just coming off that series with the Cubs where there were 121,000 plus people in 3 games. I have to imagine that because the weather's great, because the team is playing great, and kids are out of school now, now's the time where we start seeing massive weekend attendance figures at Comerica Park where they're going to average like 35,000 for every weekend that they're at home. And why wouldn't they? This is a really good baseball team.
Yeah, and it's fun. Here is a public service announcement. And I'm speaking to you, Scott Anderson. Sunday is a Roku game. So, I know that has a lot of people bristling, but if you have a smart TV, make sure you download the Roku app. It is authentically free to stream Roku games. It is not give us your credit card number and you get a free 10-day trial. It is not even ask for your name, your address.
But it has to be through a TV, right? I don't think you can do it on your phone.
Oh, that I'm not aware of because I haven't tried it on my phone. But we got the Roku app. We were up north. I'm like, oh, damn, Roku game. I'm like, well, let me just see how much this will cost me. And when I downloaded the Roku app to our television, on the front page, it was Tigers and I think it was Guardians. And it just said watch. And I clicked on watch and I started to watch.
Yeah. Also, of note, it's an earlier start.
Yes, it's 12:05.
As opposed to the typical 1:10 or even 1:40 start that they've gone to on Sundays as well. Another intriguing part of Sunday's game.
Mm-hmm.
Wade Miley's pitching for Cincinnati. There was a story that just came out. They're doing this ongoing investigation, the wrongful death of Tyler Skaggs, the pitcher, was with the Angels?
He was with the Angels at the time of his death, yes.
And he overdosed some kind of Oxycontin type thing, and he overdosed. And there's been an ongoing investigation that is a wrongful death lawsuit. And Skaggs' agent has now implicated Wade Miley as one of the sources of the drugs and saying Wade Miley, he got his drugs from Wade Miley. I can't imagine that that's not in his head.
Well,
for a while here, let alone for this weekend, let alone for Sunday's game, that has got to be in his head.
So if he did truly supply drugs to Tyler Skaggs and he knew it, this has to have been hanging over him since. They were teammates together in Arizona. And his name has come up twice. Once in the director of communications for the Angels is serving 22 years because he apparently helped Tyler Skaggs get some illegal narcotics. And he, I guess, was on record saying that he that Miley was a source of the drugs. Skaggs' former agent said that Miley got him the drugs. So it's two people. I mean, now it's public, but he's still pitched with this hanging over his head. It's just a charge at this point, or an accusation, I guess.
Yeah, the pills were the pain pills containing oxycodone. The accusation is that they were provided by Miley.
Mm-hmm.
There's a deposition where it says a former publicist for the Angels, Eric Kay, was convicted in Texas of providing the fentanyl-laced pills that an autopsy found contributed to Skaggs' death. He was sentenced. That's the guy who was sentenced to 22 years. So now, if they're also saying this was provided by Miley, I mean that's brutal.
Yes, it is.
It's brutal, and who knows what's going on in his mind? Like if he was taking those pills too, he survives because whatever, his body can handle it, and then somebody else's doesn't. I can't imagine the guilt that goes on. It's a horrible story, and it's one that needs to be followed, and yet I do not envy any of the reporters covering this have to go down there. I wouldn't wish anyone to have to go through this if you're Wade Miley.
There's a lot of topics that come up in our jobs. It's not why we got into this, right?
Yeah.
And it's not, I don't think it's what fans really, I mean, they obviously care about the death of a player, but it's not why they watch sports.
No. And the ESPN story goes on to say that he's not facing criminal charges in this, but this is, a wrongful death suit. So this is a civil case.
All right, straight ahead, Gator. A famous name, big-time star, lost $1 million on an NBA Finals bet. We will get to that today at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Another masterclass from Tarek Skubal propels the Tigers to a 4-1 win and a series victory over the Orioles last night. Scoob's final line, 7 scoreless, 3 hits, 6 strikeouts. Manager A.J. Hinch on his ace. All the Tigers' offense came in the fourth, a solo home run from Dylan Dingler and a 3-run blast from Parker Meadows. Win number 7 for Skubal. His ERA now 1.99 on the season. Tigers now 20 games over 500 once again, 45-25 entering the weekend. Tonight, the start of a 3-game weekend series with the Reds. 7:10 the first pitch right here on 97.1 for Game 1. The Michigan Panthers go for their first spring football championship since 1983 when they take on the DC Defenders in the UFL Championship tomorrow night in St. Louis. The Panthers clinching the title game with a win over Birmingham last week. They've already beaten DC once this season, 38-14 at Ford Field last month. And Game 4 of the NBA Finals, Pacers Thunder in Indy tonight. Despite being up 2-1 in the series, Vegas still has the Pacers as the underdog to win it all. Indiana's got a 2-1 lead in all its series so far in the playoffs, but OKC has not lost back-to-back games in over 2 months. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
If you've just flipped on your radio and you're fired up for some Tiger talk, well, get the Odyssey app and use the rewind feature and go back to the beginning of the show, because that is where we did a whole bunch of Detroit Tiger talk to open up the program. And we'll circle back to the Tigers a little bit later on. But there are other things going on, including the finals, in the Stanley Cup Finals and the NBA Finals. Let's start with the Stanley Cup. Leon Draisaitl with his 4th overtime game winner of the playoffs. Now, this one I would not describe as a work of art. I would describe it as
no.
I'm not even sure. I think that was an attempted pass, right? I mean, I don't know what he was trying to accomplish, but it got the right deflection off a skate and unfortunately broke the heart of Taylor Swift.
Did it?
I don't know. I assume she was rooting for Florida, but I guess I really don't know.
What?
Well, she was there.
Oh, what? I didn't.
How could you not notice her? It was like every third cutaway was Taylor Swift. And
I basically saw second half of the game. I don't know. Did they stop showing her?
No, they showed her.
I was doing other stuff while the game was on.
He does not care, and I know that some people don't too. So
anyway. I will tell you that my interest came back a little bit. I was actually very happy that Edmonton won the game. I think because the time I started tuning in, they were down 3-0. I was like, oh, come on. Don't get smoked after all that stuff was going on at the end of game 3. Don't go out like this. And then they just started scoring goals. Goal. Take the lead 4-3. And then they gave up the goal with 20 seconds to go. And then they score in overtime. The overtime winner, the pass that went to Draisaitl did not look like it was intended for Draisaitl.
No.
Looked like it skipped past the guy in the middle, went to Draisaitl. So it was like 2 missed plays, 2 missed passes that result in a goal. And then Draisaitl's going to try to send it back across the middle, flubs and hits his skate and goes in. Look, that's hockey, right? That's puck luck.
Yep.
And it's heartbreaking when it happens in overtime. Absolutely devastating when it happens in overtime. You know, this is Game 4 is always so great in any sport when it gets to the playoffs, because that's the game you have the opportunity to really kind of put your foot on the throat of a team. You win the game and go up 3-1, the percentages are extraordinarily low for the other team to come back from the 3-1 deficit. But you even it up at 2, here we go.
Yeah, man. And I got to tell you, it was entertaining as hell down the stretch. You know, for Florida to force overtime with 19.5 to go or whatever it was, and then Edmonton to win in overtime, it's probably good for the game, you know, to see overtime. And by the way, probably good for the game that it wasn't a marathon overtime. As much as I love them buckling in, I don't think it holds an audience into the wee hours. But, you know, exciting stuff. In the meantime, the NBA found this today, Gator. Jay-Z put $1 million down on the Oklahoma City Thunder to win the NBA Finals in 5 games.
Yeah, well, that's not going to happen.
No.
Not in 5.
So here's my question about this. What do you think the return on this bet would have been? I've got the answer, but he's putting $1 million down on OKC in 5. I know when I bet $1 million, I want it to be a decent return, but I also want to be sure of it.
I would imagine it's probably like 10-1 odds.
So you think you get $10 million back?
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to figure out. Look, I guess if you're a billionaire, and he's a billionaire,
yeah.
I hate to say it's a drop in the bucket, but kind of is. But it's still $1 million, man.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
not to these people, not to billionaires.
I guess, but if you're going to put $1 million down, when I saw the return, I was surprised. It was $2.3 million.
What?
He risked $1 million, and the story says that he would have taken home $2.3 million had he got it right. Oklahoma City in 5. And I'm just like, okay, if you're going to bet $1 million, you probably want to be pretty sure you're going to win. But is that really worth the risk to bet one outcome of a possible 8 outcomes? Right? You're betting now. It's more likely Oklahoma City was the favorite. So if you're betting them to win in any number of games, even though they trail this series, but I don't know. It didn't seem like a great bet to me.
No, I can understand.
I'm concerned about our guy Jay-Z's wealth here.
Are you?
I'm very concerned.
Are you?
Yeah. I don't know, man. And obviously you thought it would pay more.
I did, and I thought maybe I might have odds from somebody that printed those out or sent that to us before the series began. When they show like the exact odds, usually we get an email like that.
Yes, we do,
and I have not seen one. So interesting, because I too would have thought it was more than that. But I guess if Oklahoma City was an overwhelming favorite.
Yep.
And if you're going to pick when they win, was this going to be most obvious way that they win? They win in 5 or win in 6?
Could be. Very well could be.
5 would have been a home game for him.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I can see why that maybe, looking back on it, that the odds wouldn't be that tremendous for you.
Still, it's really...
Yeah, I just feel terrible for Jay-Z. He just lost $1 million.
I think Beyonce's pissed.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much so.
I hope those kids make it.
She'll write a country song about it.
Yep. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Coming up a little bit later on, got a question about Father's Day that we will get to today at 11:24 that I think everybody can relate to. I guess we'll find out at 11:24. Hey, it's Doug Carr. Summer savings are in full swing at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Right now, you can lease a new 2026 model year Equinox 2LT for just $349 a month with zero money down. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount Finance through Ally Financial or DORT. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. So did you hear what Jansen brought up this morning as it pertains to Cincinnati and trading for an edge rusher? Did you catch any of that?
I did not.
It's kind of interesting. He wondered if this thing gets really bad between Cincinnati and Shamar Stewart.
Who's the rookie who's drafted in the first round, has not signed a contract yet.
No. And it's over wording in the contract that would, I guess, in his view, jeopardize his guaranteed money. Gator, I wonder, John just threw this out there. What would the price tag be if they get to an impasse that Detroit could actually go get Shamar Stewart? Because Shamar Stewart was a player that there were reports that the Lions really liked. And if you're Cincinnati, I don't know what's going on down there. It feels like they're having some issues keeping their players happy. I mean, did they go too far with the wide receivers and Joe Burrow, and now they can't afford other players? I don't know, but they've backed themselves into a bit of a corner, it feels like. And why they've charged up this hill with the wording on the contract, I don't know. But Shamar Stewart has now left camp. And I saw a headline. I listened to this thing Jason La Canfora did on it. The headline was "Prepare for a long holdout." In the story, he didn't really go quite as far as the headline suggested.
Was he complaining?
Was he what?
Jason La Canfora really has turned into quite a complainer about all things Baltimore area, even though this has nothing to do with Baltimore. But if you follow him on Twitter, you'll know what I mean. But so he was saying that this is something that might go for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't really say it as much. The headline implied that. It would have to go for a long time before there'd be accessibility to him. And I think it would probably cost you very high draft capital because
he was a first-round pick.
And it would be a late first-round pick you're getting him for, one would assume. I mean, I'm sure they would negotiate with that. So are we talking about 2 firsts? And would you cash in future first-round picks for a player, an edge rusher, young edge rusher who would come cheap and could help you? And would Cincinnati accept 2 firsts?
Well, we know the Lions were considering moving up in the draft. So is Shamar Stewart one of those players in that bucket of players that they really, really covet? We won't know. We'll never know unless the Lions actually make a trade. Then you're like, oh, yeah, they really coveted him. But if he is, and if Cincinnati is really this dumb, and all evidence points to Cincinnati being dumb when it comes to how they handle the player relations, if they end up having to trade him, absolutely go after him. Because if it's that player that you truly covet that you never thought you could get, that the price was too high to move up on draft day, I can't imagine its price is going to be higher in June than it was on draft night to try to trade up to that spot. So you're talking about like 2 firsts. I don't know if it would cost that much, but I would certainly, because at this point, Cincinnati is... Are they up against a wall here?
Well, I don't know what was offered. We obviously don't know what was offered back then to move up. If you're Cincinnati, okay, you got to think that the PR hit between Hendrickson being, discontent and now this, they would have to make a trade that people would go, if I were Cincinnati, I'd be looking for a trade that made me say, oh, score. Like, here's our way out, and this looks good. So is 2 firsts overpaying? I mean, it might be. Whenever we talk trade, I always think in these terms. If we were doing the show in Cincinnati and we had a team and we had this asset, the escape hatch you're looking for is a trade that is worthwhile, a trade that is widely praised. You're not going to undersell Shamar Stewart. If you do that, you white flag it, you take a loss, and you look terrible. You'd rather have him sit out and say, we're going to keep him.
Well, go back and realize what Shamar Stewart actually is. He was drafted 17th overall.
Yep.
And according to ESPN's draft page, he was ranked 6th by his position group and 22nd overall. So, if you're the Lions and you've got a pick that might be, let's just say it's pick number 30. Say they go to the NFC Championship game but don't get to the Super Bowl. Let's just throw a number out there. The 30th pick. How much more is it going to take to move up? That amount of spots. I don't think it's another first-round pick. And when
so you wouldn't do it for 2 firsts. I mean, because everybody would do it for a cheap price.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it for 2 first. I don't think I would do it for 2 first.
What about?
First of all, I got questions about him anyway because of he really wasn't that productive in college. I know he's got all these other measurables that seem to indicate he's going to be an outstanding pro and all that. But I mean, the bottom line, he wasn't that productive at A&M. He may have gotten pressure on the quarterback, but did he get home? No. So I don't. When you see players get traded later on, it seems like they don't come anywhere near the value that was initially bestowed upon them. I mean, we always point to like the Randy Moss trade when he went to the Patriots. It cost them almost nothing.
Yeah.
There have been other players that were in the throes of their career that may have been starting to get on the downside. This guy hasn't even played a game yet, so nobody knows. It's not like he's Jalen Ramsey. He's played a few years in the league. He's been the best corner in football. And you're going to give up multiple first-round picks and multiple second-round picks to get him. This is an unproven guy who was drafted 17th overall.
Okay, I guess if I put myself in Cincinnati, the organization shoes, and Doug, the Cincinnati talk show host, I'm not selling him cheap at all. At all. I'm looking first plus. And maybe it's a second-rounder that can convey to a first if the Lions win a Super Bowl. But to pry a first-round pick off a team when they're going into – and that the Lions – reportedly liked, I think the cost would sting. If you think you can get him cheaper than that, I think everybody would do it.
Well, the other thing is...
Except Cincinnati. I think everybody here would do it.
But if I'm Cincinnati, if it's me running the show, I'm just getting the deal done for him.
Well,
I'm signing him to the damn contract. What's the holdup? Are you serious?
I mean, I guess that's one way to look at it is what the hell is Cincinnati doing?
That's the thing. If Cincinnati already has this track record of being stupid when it comes to... now it's their own draft pick, let alone their own defensive lineman, who's the best player they have outside of Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, and they're like, go ahead and find a trade, and they haven't found anything yet. They just released their leading tackler, and they're just doing stupid things, and this is really dumb because it's just language in a contract.
Well, it's odd because I don't know that any other team I've heard has messed with the language of the contract that threatens his guaranteed money. And it probably, how serious is Cincinnati about the language, and how serious is Shemar Stewart, or how long is he going to take this holdout?
Well, now Cincinnati could be dumb on 2 levels. A, dumb and stubborn enough where they're not going to give in on their demands here, and also dumb and stubborn enough to not trade him. And to maybe value it too high, and maybe that's what's going on with Trey Hendrickson. If teams have inquired and the price is too high, although we haven't heard one single rumor of a team that's made an offer for Trey Hendrickson. So we don't know what's going on there, but it seems like it's a Cincinnati problem. Now, would I love for the Lions to take advantage of the Cincinnati stupidity? Yeah. Can they? I don't know. And you know what? The other thing, I guess I'll consider this too, because you're talking about 2 firsts. If you're the Lions, and you know that you're going to be in cap hell starting not this season. This season you got space, but starting next season, you go into the throes of cap hell because all these giant contracts are starting to be paid out. You're going to have Hutchinson on the list too and all this. You might be okay with saying no to having an extra first-round pick, and then that's more guaranteed money that you have to give somebody.
No, it's a good point. It could be a very cost-effective move for them.
Yeah.
But if you call, you find out if they'll even take your call. Yeah. I suspect that they probably won't. I don't feel like this has reached an impasse yet. But it is weird, and it's strange that it's Cincinnati again, and it would be a young edge rusher that apparently they coveted. So get creative and give them a call. And if as your words, stupid, if they are stupid, you might be able to get them cheap. I would think it would be very hard to get them cheap, but I guess it is, how committed are you to the language in the contract?
So now that I've talked it out, you're asking me would I give up 2 first-round picks for him? The answer is probably.
After all that pushback, you do it.
Well, yeah, because you just sprung this on me, so I'm starting to I have to talk it out.
Sure.
And as I talk it out, I look forward to hey, cap ramifications down the road are really tough for this team.
Yep.
Maybe it helps to not have $5 million against the cap because you've got a first-round pick.
All right, if you want to keep talking about this, 248-539-9797. If you have any thoughts, if you think 2 firsts is crazy, if you think Cincinnati would never do it, do you think Cincinnati would do it? And if would they do it for cheaper and why? John suggested 1 first, and I thought, well, hell yeah. 10 times out of 10, I'd do that. Just cash in next year's first-round pick for a player now? Sure. But anyway, 248-539-9797. Gator, it is Father's Day weekend. Father's Day weekend. And dads say quotable things. I think your dad has given a quote that we have repeated on this air because it's so damn funny and was such a great, he hit the eject button on something and got out of it. I just love the quote. My dad has said something about me that my friends repeat to this day. In your household, what is your dad's most famous saying? Like Jansen said, in his household growing up, his dad would always say, does this tie look good? And the kids would always say, looks good on you. And it would say, like this joke, this running joke is apparently John's dad always asked, does this tie look good? They'd be in a store. What do you think of this tie? You think this tie looks good? It was his thing.
Oh, it looks good on you, though.
Yeah. What is the most famous thing that you guys that you and your siblings quote that your dad said? And by famous, I mean in your house. I don't mean like it went viral and you got a million hits. I'm talking about just famous within your household. 248-539-9797. We'll get to Gators if you haven't heard it. My dad's, if you haven't heard it, I suspect you have. But it's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, what's your dad saying that is famous in your household? I remember one of my favorites of all time from a listener. We'll get to ours in a second. We'll get to your phone calls on this Father's Day weekend. When we were talking about bad Mother's Day gifts, and the one guy called and told the story about his dad on Mother's Day gave his mom a ham, and she opened it up and was like, "What's this?" And as the caller put it, and my dad famously said, "Well, you like ham, don't you?" And he, for him and his siblings.
Well, you like ham, don't you?
It's so great. And we started, Enjoy Your Ham became something we said on the show a lot. But anyway, Scott, your dad's story, you guys were at the boat show.
Yeah, years ago, we're at the boat show. My brother, myself, and my dad. And my mom had called me when my dad was on his way down to my house to pick us up. And she said, "Don't let your father buy a boat." Because he had just retired. Mm-hmm. And it sold his business.
High risk of boat purchase at this point in his life.
She was really concerned that was going to be the case. And I didn't think that was really going to be the case. But we're walking around the boat show, and it was great. And see these, big boats. And this is 25 years ago. There's some big boats there for sale. And they're like, at the time, $250,000 boats. I knew my dad was not going to buy a $250,000 boat. I mean, come on. But we would get on board all these, small yachts, if you will, and check them out, and the inside cabins were always just kind of fun for us to do.
Sure.
And a salesman sees my dad and he's getting all excited. He would probably say, "Oh, this guy, he looks like he just retired. He's probably got some cash to spend."
And he's laying it on thick.
Yeah. He's like, "Yeah, well, this would be great. You'll get this, whatever lake that where are you at?" My dad's like, "Oh, I got a place up in Petoskey." "Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, they got a marina right there. Yeah, our place is right next to the marina." "Oh, that'd be awesome. Yeah, we can get this shipped up there, and you can have it, and by the summer without a problem." "Yeah, you can pick out what kind of cushions you like." "Yeah, okay." And then my dad looks around, and this guy is so excited, he thinks he's got him in. He's reeling him in. My dad goes, "Well, there's not enough cup holders." So
he got out of the sale.
And the guy's like, "What are you talking about?" He says, "There's just not enough cup holders. I like to entertain a lot of people, and you don't have enough." And the guy's like, "But there's 2 here, there's 2 there, there's 4 in front." They're all nope, not enough.
Your dad's like, "Not for a shooter like me." And he got out of the sale.
And he got out of it.
Not enough cup holders.
And we walked off the boat, and my brother and I are just cracking up. Like, "Not enough cup holders, huh, Dad?" And he's like, "Nope, not for my taste."
So my parents do a lot of work on their own yard. I had some friends over. I don't know, we're 19, 20 years old. We're throwing a football around, and I probably, one of my friends, it was probably me, trampled on some flowers that he had planted, which is funny because now that we are homeowners, I'm like, yeah, he got mad. So I trample on these flowers, and my dad says to me in front of my friends, "When are you going to start being an asset and stop being such a blanking liability?" And he swore, and then he walked away, and my friends died laughing.
Yeah, well,
and still quote him to this day. But what is your dad's best quote or most famous quote on this Father's Day weekend? 248-539-9797. Mike in New York, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, what's happening?
How you doing, Mike?
All right, man. I'm driving in from Chicago.
Okay, great.
Over here, this show, and I'm just dying. I was dying to tell you, my father was a nut, and he would rant at you, right?
Okay.
And his most famous rant was basically, "Jesus Christ, how many times I got to tell you?"
And that was one that he used on you and your siblings?
Yeah, it drove me nuts because half the time I was sleeping, he just scream at you.
Now,
if you ate something in the fridge, if you did this, it was nuts.
Are you, Mike, are you a dad now?
Stepdad.
Okay. Do you ever use that saying?
What's that?
Do you ever use that saying? Do you ever say that?
Yeah, all the time, and they don't, because their first language is Spanish, so they just they mutter something in Spanish and they leave.
That's funny. Thank you. 248-539-9797. I was telling a story about one of my kids. My dad started laughing. It was about an unpaid parking ticket, and I was complaining about how they hadn't paid the ticket, and then we got a fine, and I'm like, and I'm mad, and blah blah blah, and he just burst out laughing. He's like, "You don't say." I'm like, "Yeah." And I realized, I did this to him. Devin, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Devin.
Hi.
Hey.
So the thing my dad always used to say, well, first off, we were a very sheltered family, very religious, so we weren't allowed to listen to like rock and all that stuff, but he did as a kid. And I think it's an old Run DMC song. Anytime we'd be driving down the road, he'd see a car with tinted windows. He'd be like, tinted windows, they don't mean nothing. We can still see who's inside. And we, for like years, we're like, Dad, what the heck does that mean? And he'd tell us, well, just don't be doing anything stupid in the car.
Yep.
So to this day, me and my sisters, we're always, joking around. And well, now I'm a dad, and I got a 6-year-old kid. It was actually a couple of weeks ago. I saw a car we were driving. I drive her to school, and I said that same thing, and she goes, Dad, what does that mean? And I'm like, you know what? I should probably look that up. Probably not something I should be saying around my daughter.
It's a DMC quote.
Here we go.
Tinted windows don't mean nothing. They know who's inside. Yes. So that great role model, DMC. Actually, he is a pretty good dude. That is a Run DMC quote. 248-539-9797.
What else from that song? What else you got?
It's like that, and that's the way it is, right?
I don't.
You're
looking at me like
I think it's. I'm pretty sure it's. It's been a minute here, but I think it's like that, and that's the way it is. I'll look it up. Barry is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Barry.
Hey,
what's up?
Going on?
How are you?
Oh shoot!
Go
How
ahead.
you guys doing?
We're good.
All right,
Go
what's
ahead.
up, Barry?
Oh, did I screw that up?
No, you're on the air live, Barry. We got you.
Barry can.
No, it doesn't sound like it. It's tricky. My apologies.
Well, that's your song. That's
No,
your jam.
No, the funny thing is I never liked that song. I never really liked It's Tricky. But when I say on the air, it's tricky, you immediately do this.
Well, actually, I don't. Usually, we play this. We just play the beginning of the song, and then you bust it out. You start spitting rhymes.
Yeah, I was never a huge fan of It's Tricky. Franco is next on 97.1 The Ticket in Clawson. Hi, Franco.
Hey, Doug, how you doing?
What's up?
No, not much. Hey, when we were little, my dad would always say, you need more polenta.
What does that mean?
It sounds
funny.
funny.
It would reference to, like, if you couldn't move something or lift something, you need more polenta, and I never knew what that meant. And then when I got older, I realized it was a food.
Yeah, you need more carbs to build some strength there.
So wait a sec.
Yeah,
give you the energy.
When you're a little kid, you didn't know what polenta was.
I don't even know what it is.
Polenta?
Yeah.
It's like a
food.
Yeah, it's like a grain, almost like almost like hardened grits, if you will.
Yeah.
That's funny. All right. Well, there you go. Need more polenta.
Thanks, guys. Be good.
Yeah. Thank you. Happy Father's Day to you. Yeah, what's your dad's most famous quote? I kind of like that one. Need more polenta.
Need more polenta.
I can't remember who it was. It's funny. I think it might have been Jay-Z's dad. So another reference, because I read this quote in Men's Health magazine where he said when he was a kid,
Dad said never bet $1 million.
No, they were outside. Him and his brothers were outside, and they were messing up the lawn. And his mom was complaining, and his dad said, "Relax. We're not raising grass. We're raising boys." And I'm like, "Oh, that's a good one."
There you go.
That's a good one.
That's not bad.
I like that. I'll put that in the holster and use it when necessary. Greg and Novi, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, my dad, he had this quote. I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember Ray Oyler, who played for the Tigers.
I remember the name.
Shortstop. He played in. He couldn't hit for anything. I think he had a 125 average, but if you hit the ball to him, he was a vacuum cleaner. Okay.
Yep.
So my dad would always listen to the game or watch it on TV, and he'd be sitting there, and if somebody hit the ball in his direction before it even got there, my dad would just go, "You ain't gonna make no living doing that."
That's great.
Yeah, Ray Oyler was a career 175 hitter in 6 major league seasons. The first 4 were spent with the Tigers.
Yeah, he was terrible. He was terrible. But my dad said that all the time. And we were kids. I was 10 or 11, and we just got used to hearing it, and we chuckled. Now my friends tell me I sound just like them when I say something like that.
That's great. That is great. Hey, Greg, thank you. 248-539-9797. Cal is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Cal.
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. How you all doing today? What up, though?
We're great.
Thank you.
Well, my father gave me a great, sincere quote from the heart. He told me never lie down with a woman unprotected unless you want her to be both your wife and the mother of your children. And he told me that after all 4 of my children were born out of wedlock.
So are we saying that the quote
so you didn't listen to
didn't work?
Well, I'm sorry. My father wasn't in my household, but this was something that I really took to heart that I pass along to my own sons. But again, this was a great quote to me, and I wish I would have heard this prior to the fact of my children being born out of wedlock.
There you go.
Thank
All
you,
right. Yeah, that was appreciate it.
Well, happy Father's Day to you.
Yes. 248-539-9797. What's your dad's most famous quote in your household that you and your siblings might repeat, laugh about? 248-539-9797, 97.1, the ticket. You've heard of him, though, right? Okay. So Gator does what Gator. Yeah. This is classic Gator. Caller calls up, references a baseball player that we barely heard of, Roy Euler,
Ray Euler.
Ray Euler.
And I did remember the name.
I've not heard of Roy Euler either.
No. But he played, I thought he was it played in the 70s or something, but it was mid to late 60s into 1970 was his last year.
Mm-hmm.
So when I look at his stats, first 4 years at Detroit, he was offensively not gifted at all. Defensively, apparently, was pretty good. After he left the Tigers, he played for a team that was abbreviated in 1969. Under the abbreviation, we went from DET to Detroit to SEP. And I'm like, SEP? The hell is SEP? And I'm like thinking, what the hell is it? It's not the Senators. What the hell is this? So I clicked on it and it said Seattle Pilots. I'm like, oh. And yes, I've heard of Seattle Pilots, but that's the first time in my life that I can remember looking up something that said Seattle Pilots on.
Really?
With a statistical season from Seattle Pilots. I'm like, what the hell was that? That's crazy. And yeah, they're there.
Well, okay.
I should have known.
Yeah, well. They were around for 1 year?
I don't know how many years they were around for, but.
They were in the American League West. They relocated to Milwaukee and became the Brewers. There you go.
So when the Braves left, Milwaukee Braves went to Atlanta.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Their ballpark was Six Stadium.
6?
Yep. Which was SICKS, 6.
Now, you know me, when it comes to baseball and stats and stuff like that, I know my fair share. I remember names of players and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at this roster, not a single one.
What do you mean?
I don't recognize a single one of these guys on this roster.
Play for the Seattle Pilots?
Yeah, at least in 1969.
You're slipping.
I'm disappointed with myself. There's a guy that stole 73 bases 1 year. I should know who the hell Tommy Harper is, and yet I don't. I'm sorry. I apologize to you.
Well, I'll report to the corner office after the show. 248-539-9797. All right, so here's the deal. We're looking for your dad's most famous quote on this Father's Day weekend. What did your dad famously say that you and your siblings repeat all the time? I wonder, I should text the kids and ask them what I say to them all the time and see what they come back with. What's my go-to that they laugh at or make fun of?
Yeah, you should.
Let's find that out. Let's go to Danny. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Danny.
Hey, happy Father's Day. My dad, I have a sister. I think he only said this to me. It was always when I was getting scolded or in trouble. He never swore. And he's like, Danny, it's better to be thought of as an idiot than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. And the worst part is it took me forever to figure that out. But, yeah.
That's basically keep your mouth shut, but a fun way to put it.
There you go.
Yep.
So happy Father's Day, guys.
Yeah. Thank you, Danny. I just looked down at Twitch. This is kind of random. Kier Duchesne, please, wrote, my dad had a weird dislike of Gerard Gallant. Don't like that guy.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm trying to think of players that my dad just didn't care for, and I'm sure there'll be one that pops up in my head at some point. But yeah, it's just because there's players that you don't care for that I don't care for that will say, this guy,
Mm-hmm.
Gerard Gallant.
Apparently, Gerard Gallant.
Pretty good. The Red Wings.
Mitchell is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Mitchell?
Hey, how you doing? I'm calling from Florida. Go Tigers!
Go Tigers!
So we were a big bowling family, and my dad always used to say, "Just get your spares, and the strikes will come."
Okay, all right.
And I found that as a good metaphor for life too. And the other thing he always said to me is, Mitchell, there's going to be things in life you're going to have to do that you just don't want to do. And
amen to that.
Yeah, so that's it, guys. I stay in touch with all the Detroit sports via the radio. Thank God you guys exist, and let's just keep it going. And I've always appreciated you too.
Oh, thank you, Mitchell. We do appreciate that. By the way, I want to pass this along because it might be helpful to some listeners. There was a upgrade or a reboot of the Odyssey app. If it's not working for you, log out and log back in. If you are not listening because you can't get into the Odyssey app and so you can't hear this, then this is useless advice. So I'm hoping somehow, some way the message gets to you. If you're struggling with the Odyssey app.
Well, maybe those people then have flipped over to YouTube or Twitch.
Yes.
And now they know.
Yep. So
that's half the battle.
Yep. If it's not working, log out and log back in. And here's what's funny. So a listener pointed this out, and I talked to management, and they said, "Oh yeah, there's an upgrade. Try logging out and logging back in." And a listener responded to me. I literally texted the guy or tweeted him back. There was an upgrade. Try logging out and logging back in. Find it. And person responded, "Is this how you text your kids? It's so passive aggressive."
What? Giving straight information?
Yeah. I'm like, huh. How should I have worded it to not come across?
Because maybe he thinks that you're like, duh, like obvious. Have you tried unplugging the computer, waiting 15 seconds and plugging it back in?
Yeah, but that works every time.
I know this. But sometimes you don't think to do the simple thing.
248-539-9797. What is your dad's most famous quote on this Father's Day weekend? We go to Butch next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Butch.
Hey, how's it going today, guys?
All right,
great.
Butch.
Happy Father's Day. Anyway, I got a couple of good ones. My dad was a Teamster, long-time truck driver and Second World War vet, equipment movement and all that stuff, and he'd seen a lot. But when we would go on maybe even just up to the grocery store or something, and you had to make a left-hand turn on a busy street, and you'd get some fraidy cat out there who wouldn't get out there, and my dad he had gray hair and he always wore a hat, and he'd say to about the guy that wasn't making his turn, he'd say, "Must be a gray-haired old bastard with a hat." and then he'd say, "This guy's going to take a month of Sundays to make his turn."
A month of Sundays. Nice.
A month of Sundays. How often have you heard that?
I've never heard that, and I think it's great.
Very specific.
One from Costa this morning that cracked me up.
What was that?
They were talking about what jersey would you get for a Tiger player right now, because they don't really have, outside of Skubal, they don't have any real superstars, and who even knows if Skubal's going to be here 2 years from now. So making that investment, and everybody went through who they'd like, and I think Dingler was popular with Jansen, and also with Heather. Heather she said it reminded her of Dirk Diggler,
sure,
from Boogie Nights.
Oh, when they drafted him, we talked about it.
Yeah, 100%. Costa said, "Well." He goes, a lot of people would probably choose Riley Green, but Riley Green runs like he has a piano in his pants." And I listen, I'm laughing.
He's not slow, but...
Well, no, he's not slow, but he does have a weird style of running. And then Jansen's he says, "You mean like a piano on his back?" And he's like, "Well, whatever." And it was just, he got the metaphors mixed up there.
Yeah.
And it was funny as hell. And of course, the real thing is that he runs like he's got a load in his pants, is what it looks like. But he moves quickly.
He's
it's
not
weird.
slow.
It's like straight upright running, and the arms stay high.
And
the legs aren't like long. They don't look like they're long strides.
We've talked about this before. Is it just us, or does Riley Green kind of have a different style of running? And it
works for
people
him.
Are like, people are like, yeah, he definitely runs different. 248-539-9797. I texted my kids. Oh my God. Here's the first one that just came back. I said, "We're doing a topic on the air. What's your dad's most famous quote? What would you say it is for me?"
And which one sent this?
The oldest.
Okay.
He sent two.
Okay.
The first one is, "We need to talk."
Yeah. I've heard you say that.
The second one, "How is practice? What did the coach say?" They hate that. They hate it.
I didn't say anything. We were just practicing, man.
Yeah.
What did you guys do? What did you accomplish?
We'll see what all comes in here.
Back off, old man.
It's kind of like, hey, I just got home. Let me decompress. My wife has told me, "Would you let them walk in the door?" I'm like, what difference does it make? I'm interested. Adam in Plymouth here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Adam.
Hey, guys. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
So I have two. It's hard to pick between them, but I'll go with the sports-related one. So my dad was my baseball coach, like you were, my whole life until I got to high school, when it was time, just to go play JV varsity ball. It was my freshman years playing JV, and it was second game of a doubleheader. And the first base coach had to leave because he had another commitment, so my dad got sucked into coaching first base.
Love it.
I had a pretty good day, and then my last at bat, in the second game, I got a single, and that I was 6 for 8 for the day. And I got down to first base. My dad gave me a high five. I go, "Hey, Dad, I was 6 for 8." He goes, "Yeah, but when I was playing ball and I went 6 for 8, my average would go down."
Oh, wow. There's a flex.
He's not impressed, Adam. He's not impressed.
The first base coach, or the first baseman and the umpire just started dying laughing.
That's great.
I got another quick one if you got a second.
Sure, real quick.
I was little. We were at a bar. I was with my dad. He's with a bunch of Teamster guys that he worked with, and one of the guys asked a trivia question, and I was sitting at the other table minding my own business, and I got it right. And the guy turned to me and goes, "Who the F are you?" And my dad goes, "That's my son, and if you talk to him like that again, I'm going to knock you, out." And that's the first time I ever saw my dad get very angry.
Yeah.
And you're not used to that as a kid.
Yeah.
And we were walking out. I go, "Geez, Dad, that was crazy." He goes, "Just remember something, Adam. I may not be bad, but the bad don't mess with me."
Wow.
Wow.
Yes.
So then I was like,
Adam's dad was
a bad man, dude.
Adam's dad was hitting 900 and people didn't mess with him. 248-539-9797. My wife just sent one in that I say to the kids all the time. We'll get to that today at 12:02. A few more of these. Plus, next hour, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? We'll talk some Tigers as well. They win the series in Baltimore as Skubal was all of what we expect Tarik Skubal to be, and it was a good time for it. All that coming up next hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. Back to your phone calls in a moment here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. We are talking a lot about dad quotes, famous dad quotes, and what your dad, I mean, by famous, we mean famous in your household. My wife just sent one that, because I texted my family, I said, all right, what's the quote that you guys repeat or laugh about? And my son said, we need to talk. And how was practice? What did the coach say? My wife then added this one: don't come in hot. I tell the kids that all the time. When they get into a new situation.
Glad you said it. So you're talking about your kids. I mean, it's Father's Day and all, but just saying. No, but that's advice.
You're a child.
I am. But that is great advice. And we talk about that all the time. Like, when you walk into a situation for the first time,
spend some time.
Don't come in hot.
Read the room.
Read the room.
Yep.
See what the temperature is and then figure it out.
Yep.
Then act accordingly.
Yep. Sort of see what you spend some time listening before you say much.
There it is.
248-539-9797. Scott, how about this Tarik Skubal? Wow, is he good?
He's not bad.
You remember when Tiger Woods won the U.S. Open by 11 strokes and said I didn't have my A game?
Yeah.
Skubal went out, threw 7 shutout innings, gave up 3 hits, and said he was fighting himself all night.
Fighting himself.
Yep.
Just fighting himself.
Yep.
He is he's absolutely incredible. His month of May, in 41 innings, he struck out 59 batters and gave up 2 walks and had an ERA in the month of 2.2. He has started off June by throwing 14 2/3 innings with only 12 strikeouts and 2 walks, but his ERA for the month is 0.61 because he gave up a run in his previous outing. That's amazing. 55 innings of work to have 71 strikeouts and 4 walks.
Yep.
He has 111 strikeouts on the season and 9 walks. His walks plus hits per innings pitch is dropped dramatically from one year to the next. As great as he was last year. 0.92 whip, 2.39 earned run average. This year, his whip is 0.81, and it's a 1.99 earned run average.
He's under 2.
He is insane how good he is. And, yeah, that's why every Detroit fan would love to see him play with the Tigers for the rest of his career. It's almost like contract be damned, whatever. Just I want to see him play until he can't play anymore, and then, unceremoniously dump him when that happens, because that's what athletes are. They're disposable, seemingly. But everybody wants him here. Everybody wants him here long term, and this is why. This is not a short sample size. You go back to 2022. He made 21 starts that year, and his ERA was 3.5. He had gotten better every year. His rookie year, 5.6. Then it was 4.3. Then it dropped to 3.5. In 2023, it dropped to 2.8. Then it dropped last year to 2.39, and now it's at 1.99. You talk about a trajectory in the right direction. This guy is amazing. He's left-handed. He throws over 100 miles an hour, and righties can't hit him either.
My favorite part of the broadcast last night was after the second inning, because Baltimore had a chance to get to him in the first 2 innings. They had 2 runners on in both innings. And at the end of the second inning, Skubal strikes out Cowser. And as they zoom in on a shot of him walking off the mound, it's 2 scoreless innings, but he gave up 2 base runners in each of them. He's walking off the mound, and he's shaking his head. He's disgusted. Absolutely disgusted. And my apologies. He only gave him 1 base runner in the first, 2 in the second, but he was mad at himself.
I tell you what, Cowser,
yep,
that guy has had a rough series playing in center field.
Was he's the dude that hit the wall last night?
Yes.
I got to tell you.
He got robbed of trying to get a home run ball. When he climbed the wall, it looked like he had it, and he didn't. It was just over his outstretched glove. An amazing effort. Doesn't come up with it. He dove to try to stop a Zach McKinstry ball and catch that. He didn't. It rolled underneath the glove, went to the wall, and Zach got his second triple of the game.
Right.
And then last night, on a deep fly ball, off the bat of Dylan Dingler. He's tracking it like, oh, I got this, and forgot that this is it's your home stadium. You've only played here for a while. Wouldn't expect you to know once you hit the dirt or the track that, hey, the wall's going to run into you. He doesn't even consider that and almost runs through the wall. He hit it so hard with the glove still up in the air and his head still up in the air trying to make the play. I thought he was severely injured on that, and he stayed in the game.
Whatever the distance of the wall was from home plate, like at 368 feet, he thought it was 370 feet. He didn't. He thought he had a couple more feet. And
it seemed like he thought he had more than just a couple feet.
Yeah, he really thought he was locking in to catch that. And
that's as hard as I've seen anybody hit the wall.
248-539-9797. Now they got Cincinnati coming to town with one of the most exciting players in the game, and Elly De La Cruz, a Cincinnati team that's playing better. They're coming at Detroit with two right-handers and a lefty on Sunday. Scott, I like the Tigers' chances to, first of all, have a great weekend at home. Like this, I like this pattern. Go on the road during the week, come home, and pack out the stadium. And I mean, we're really feel fortunate to have Tiger baseball back, because last year they were back, but we didn't realize it until like mid-September when people are like, wait, have you looked at the standings recently?
I think they've won a lot, right? Yeah, because they were very they were less than average at the All-Star break.
Yep.
Less than average at the trade deadline. They just traded away Jack Flaherty, their second best pitcher, who was pitching brilliantly for them last year. And we're like, collectively as a fan base, now what? Well, then guys started to get healthy and picked up the offense significantly.
Got crazy.
They did pitching chaos for 6 weeks, 7 weeks, whatever it was. It was incredible. Just incredible finish to the season. And now they're doing things more conventionally, but still winning at that same crazy clip. 20 games above 500, 8 games ahead in the Central Division of the American League. They're great.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to some phone calls. We're doing your dad's favorite, the most famous quote on this Father's Day weekend. I did see this one, and I like it. Vanna Fun on Twitch says, my dad, quote, you're at a 9. I need you below a 4. And I said, I actually posted back, was that referencing volume? And he said, yes, and emotions. I like it. Brittany, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brittany.
Hi, how are you?
We're great, Brittany. How are you?
I'm great. I have to tell you, I have the best dad in the entire world. Shout out Greg Lewan. He has been an usher downtown at all of the stadiums for the last 20 years, and he had knee replacement surgery about 7 years ago. Coming out of anesthesia, he wakes up, he looks at me, and he says, you want to know what? You never trust a man who knows nothing about baseball. And that was his quote, and we love it. And every time I bring a guy to the house, the first question he asks is, do you know what a cycle is? And that's the rule in our house. You can't date a man who knows nothing about baseball.
That's great. I want to know the responses that the fellas you brought home, did they ever vary, or were they always like, oh, yeah, it's single, double, triple, home run? Or did somebody say, you mean like menstrual?
You want to know, one guy, he had no idea what it meant. And then after he left, my dad was like, he's out. He's like, what? You can't know, like, you can't date a guy who knows nothing about baseball. You can't date a guy who doesn't know that the Tigers are the best and who understands the importance of Miguel Cabrera in our community. Like, get this guy out of here.
You're really loser. And how long did that relationship last?
Not long. Once Greg gives the thumbs down, you can't keep going.
It's
Greg
a wrap.
is the end-all, be-all.
It's a wrap. Brittany, thank you for sharing, and happy Father's Day to Greg. 248-539-9797. Tim and Novi, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hey, happy Father's Day, gentlemen.
You too.
You know how when you're a teenager, how you start to get mouthy with your parents? Well, my dad's favorite quote was don't let your ass write a check that it can't cash.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I like it.
And, I raised boys, and I used to say that to them. And this past Memorial Day weekend, my grandson, he's 17, I'm messing with him, joking around and that. He looks at me and says, Grandpa, you're writing that check.
Wow.
I looked at him. I said, "Yeah, but Grandpa didn't get to be 66 without bouncing a few."
Wow. Grandpa for the win.
Nice.
Well, Gator, I know, all sincerity, I loved your dad's stories. I think your dad did a wonderful job, and I know you'll miss him. And he definitely left his impact on the community because you and your dad impressions, well, my favorite thing about it is people don't know your dad, but they know your dad through your impressions of your dad. And it leaves, it definitely made an impression. People I've talked to, they like it. And your dad was awesome.
He was a great man.
Yep.
And he's sorely missed.
We'll get to another edition of Are You Going to Eat That today at 12:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. Sounds good, doesn't it? That's why I would recommend them to family members if they need a lawyer for an auto or truck accident. On top of that, this backs it up. They got the largest auto accident settlement, largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, a couple things Tigers related here, and thank you for all your stories. It was fun to get everybody's famous dad quotes. And you know what? There were some awesome ones that we just can't say on the air, but do know we had some laughs. So thank you. Scott, what do you make of Bo Brisky getting sent down and Matt Gage getting called up?
I think they needed to send Bo Brisky down. I don't think there's any question. He really struggled the other night. And Gage has pitched awfully well at Toledo.
Mm-hmm.
And it's strange because you look at his numbers throughout his career, and he's actually he's pitched very well. It's a small sample size. It's only 19 and 2/3 innings of work, but in that time, his WHIP is at 1.06. His earned run average is 1.83, and he hasn't pitched since 2023 in the majors. He's pitched in the minors, and he's, like I say, he's been very good. He was very good at Toledo this year. So I'm a little surprised that he hasn't gotten more of an opportunity, given that when he pitches, he performs. But hey, he's got his opportunity here. He's a lefty. Don't know if this is going to be a long-term thing. I think they'd love to get Bo Brisky fixed because he can throw so hard. But right now, he's not commanding the strike zone like they want him to. So he's got to work on that. In the meantime, here's a guy who does have great command of the strike zone. He doesn't walk many batters, and he'll get an opportunity here. They got a lot of lefties they're going to face in the lineup against Cincinnati, and I think in the teams they face next week as well. So it makes sense. But this is not like one of their top prospects by any means. He's a 30-year-old pitcher.
Well, you know what's funny about this is I completely butchered it because I was thinking to myself, we finally get to see him. But I can't for the life of me. And then I realized, wait a sec. This is not anybody I've heard of before. And I can't for the life of me trying to figure out who I thought he was. Like, I was all fired up, and I'm like, oh, we finally get to see him. He's been around for a minute. You know who I think I thought it was? I think I thought it was Gage Workman. Do you remember that name?
Oh, yeah. He's a shortstop who they let go.
Yeah.
And then was released by the team that signed him, and then the Tigers got him back.
So he's back?
Yeah, he's back with I think he's in Toledo, actually. And he hits. Gage Workman can hit.
Yeah. So I was.
Is he an Ohio State guy?
I have to look it up. I don't think so. Dingler was the Ohio State guy, but maybe he came into the organization right around the same time Dingler did. Yeah, Gage Workman is an Arizona State guy. Yeah.
Wrong state.
It's all right.
Yeah. But this guy.
You'll be docked a week's pay.
Damn it. But Matt Gage has pitched in 32 innings this year at Toledo, 32 1/3. His WHIP is below 1. It's at 9.59. His earned run average is 1.67. And he has only allowed 4 walks in those 32 innings while striking out 28. He doesn't necessarily have overpowering stuff, but he's that crafty lefty, throws in the low 90s for his fastball, and just gets it done. So let's hope that he can get things done, because they're not asking this guy to be the closer. You're not asking this guy to be a setup guy. You're asking this guy to replace Bo Brisky.
Yep.
Give me an inning or 2 at the most if you can. Get this guy out situationally because you're left-handed, and we'll see where it takes him.
So something that we're going to do a lot and hear a lot, and it's just getting started, is trade deadline talk. And, the commitment the other day from Scott Harris, hey, we're in a position to buy, and we are going to aggressively pursue players that we think can help us without doing anything that we think is going to hurt our ball club long term. So they've got depth in the system, which means they're going to have coveted prospects where if they trade away a shortstop, guess what they've got? Another shortstop that's up and coming. If they trade away a catcher, they got another young catcher. If they trade away a first base, they have depth. And so it's a great place to be. Story on MLB.com about one team that might shake up the trade deadline. And their GM is Sam Hazen is the GM of the Arizona Diamondbacks. And he has acknowledged that he's already getting calls from teams asking about several of their players. Now, they're not pulling the plug on the season yet, but they seem like a team that very well could pull the plug on the season. And I always wonder when I hear a GM acknowledge, yeah, we've taken calls. when I hear GMs acknowledge, yes, we're calling Pittsburgh about Paul Skeens, I want to know, does it make sense that it's our GM? And I would think that it does make sense that the Tigers have reached out to the Diamondbacks because they would have a lot to offer. They're a team that is at 500, but I'm going to look at where they are in the wild card chase. Well, they're now 4.5 out. And my guess is a team that's 4.5 out needs to fade a little bit more before they become willful sellers. But
and yeah, we've got like 7 weeks until the trade deadline too. So.
7 weeks to collapse Arizona, get the job done. But I've talked a little bit about my trade crush, Lourdes Gurriel, left fielder there, right-handed hitting left fielder. But they got Eugenio Suarez, they got Josh Naylor, which would be ironic. I don't know that they'd have a need for Naylor, the first baseman, but he is one of their big trade chips, and I couldn't stand him last year during the postseason, and I don't see the need as much for him.
No, but Eugenio Suarez is the former Tiger.
Yep.
He hits for tons of power, but he has not hit lefties well this year at all. He's hitting like 138 against lefties, I think, going into last night. So, but he does, I think he has 19 home runs on the season, over 50 RBI, and plays third base. So would that be an upgrade over what they have? Yeah, it would be. And I believe he's a free agent at the end of the season. So, yeah, it's a player to keep an eye on. Being productive there, but it's not necessarily it's not a screaming need. The Tigers don't have screaming needs in the field necessarily. They can make upgrades, but there's nothing that says, oh my God, they're so deficient here. Not with the emergence of Javi Baez this year, and not with the emergence of Zach McKinstry. If you have to, those guys patrol the left side of your infield, and you're fine. Not only defensively, but you're fine offensively. Because McKinstry has just figured something out where his OPS is around 800, and Javi is, hitting 275 or whatever it is this year. He's been so much better. So there's not that screaming need. The screaming need is the pitching side.
So there's the pitching side. They got the story goes on to highlight Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly that have been in the rotation for them. They've got relievers Shelby Miller and Jalen Beeks who could be had. And I mentioned obviously my trade crush on Gurriel, but the story mentions veteran outfielder Randall Grichuk, who's on an expiring contract. He's a right-handed hitting outfielder. He's a part-time player for them this year and doesn't have massive numbers. He's hitting 250 with a 756 OPS, and he's got 3 home runs. Question is, could AJ Hinch envision a role for him? He's been a double-digit home run guy for most of his career, so he's got some pop. Gator, would you have any interest in him? Because that's a player that I don't think would come with much of a cost in terms of what you'd have to give back.
I mean, whose spot is he taking in the lineup?
Well, he'd just be a right-handed hitting outfielder, so when they're facing lefties, he might.
So whose spot on the roster do you want to take him?
Whose spot in the roster?
Yeah, who go? I mean, you bring somebody on, somebody's got to go out.
Well, let's start with, is he worth bringing on? I don't know. Jahmai Jones.
Yeah, I guess my point is that I'm not right now. I'm in no mode nor mood, I guess, for looking to add to the lineup just yet. Don't need to do that right now. I think as we get closer to the deadline, maybe something happens. Maybe you see an injury and it becomes painfully obvious that they have to do something. But right now, I don't see that screaming need. Matt Vierling is going to come back in the next, couple weeks, you would imagine, and that's another player that comes in. And is this guy going to be better than what Matt Vierling offers up? Does he offer the same versatility? Is the same? And who knows what kind of glue guy that this person would be? But I guess for me, I'm not looking to upgrade anything with the lineup just yet.
The Tigers PR department has put this out. Their TV ratings, their local TV ratings. Have you seen this?
I have not.
Through June 9th, average household impressions on our linear television broadcasts have jumped 82% compared to the same point last season.
Which, I wonder why that is.
Oh.
The same point last season? Is that really what you're going to compare it to?
Yeah, but the plug was pulled, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Locally, our games have drawn an average rating of 4.46 over that span, which ranks second amongst MLB teams.
That's impressive.
We also rank 5th in household impressions per game through June 9th, behind only Dodgers, Mets, Phillies, and Yankees.
That's impressive. That's the impressive part. But don't compare it to last year when
streaming has been a great success as well, with unique streamers per game up 93% compared to last year, which is that's really interesting because last year at this time, I'm pretty sure the plug had been pulled and you could only stream. And there were some services you could get the Tigers, right? But everybody else had to get the FanDuel app. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Another edition. Are you going to eat that at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket?
Hey, folks, got some great news. This weather is getting nice and warm, which means you got to start thinking about turning on the AC, but make sure the AC is going to work properly. It's time to call the great folks over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They've been keeping homes cool in Southeast Michigan and comfortable for over 20 years. It just came out to my house a couple weeks ago, made sure that we did the checkup on the AC unit, make sure it's running right. It is. And they did a long diagnostic test. It was like a full hour experience, and that was just fine. They also figured out that my furnace had an issue, and they fixed that immediately. It's awesome. They've got an expert team. They're fast, friendly, local. Jackie came out to my house. He was amazing. So don't wait for a meltdown. Call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling today, or visit birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Ayunde is in for Kang today, who's off, and Kenny's behind the glass. looking good. Probably fired up from last night's Stanley Cup playoff game. That was a hell of an exciting game. 248-539-9797. Lenny in Farmington Hills. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Lenny.
Hey, Doug, I have to agree with you guys. Pitching is our biggest need, especially with Job out. And, Flaherty and Scoop are a great 1-2 punch. I don't know, Mize, he doesn't look the same. He looked a little better last time, but not that good. And, Olsen, who knows, what the deal is with him. So, anyways, the guy who seems to be readily available, according to everything I've read, is Sandy Alcantara of Miami. And they said he looked really good last game. They said his velocity is close to, again, near 100 miles an hour. And Miami is so bad, I think they'll go with almost anybody. What I would do, and I know we signed him to a big contract, but he doesn't seem to be working out there. I would go Colt Keith and maybe, I don't know, one of our, whatever, Matt Manning or somebody for Alcantara. They might go for that.
Okay. Alcantara's kind of having a rough year. I don't know what's happened down there. He has been better of late, but there's two things.
Didn't he miss all of last year?
There's two things here. I mean, if you get rid of Colt Keith, aren't you kind of creating a hole in the lineup?
Not really. I mean, he doesn't seem to even have a position. I know they put him at second, third, DH, but I don't really think it's that big of a loss. I know they say, well, maybe he'll develop power or something, but Alcantara, is prior to the injury.
I'll tell you something funny, Lenny. I saw something from Miami suggesting that Miami pair Alcantara and send him to Detroit right now for Jackson Jobe.
I wouldn't do that. But
I don't know that Miami would do that.
Yeah. I know you never know how someone's going to come off of Tommy John, but I wouldn't do that. But I think they got rid of.
But do you recognize Alcantara's had a terrible season this year?
Well, you got to look at the team around him.
No, that's not. But it's when you're a pitcher, it's. Are you giving up hits? Are you giving up too many walks? He's got to earn on average north of 7.
Yeah, but
he's got a whip of 1.49.
Yeah, but lately, last time he pitched, they say, like I said, he was close to 100 miles an hour. He looked more like the pitcher. He was like one of the top pitchers in the league.
Lenny, he was at one point, and you're 100% right about that. But this year he has not been good. His last start he was very good. The start before that he was good. The starts before that he was awful.
Well, I'll just say
maybe this is trending in the right direction for him. If he continues to pitch like this, then it becomes a bright trade chip for Miami to have. But I don't know if it's something you're looking at right now.
I would not trade Colt Keith for him.
Well, they needed. I mean, they got rid of Chisholm, Luis Arise. I mean, it seems like they.
I'm sure they'll be willing to trade guys. There's no, and plus he's due to make $21 million in a couple of years, in the last year of his contract. So I could see them moving him. I'm just saying right now, I don't make that move until he proves that he's back to form, because for the majority of this season he has not been back to form, which made him one of the best pitchers in baseball.
All right, Gator. You ready for another edition? Are you going to eat that?
Well, I am hungry. But it's lunchtime.
All right, Gates. I know you're going to Chicago. Is there any chance you're going by way of Gamebridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis and go to Game 4 tonight?
No.
Oh. Because if you were there, you could get something called the Indiana Porkster. For $16.99, you get a crispy pork tenderloin, a beer-roasted bratwurst, thick-cut bacon, bacon onion jam, and whole grain mustard on an Indiana-branded bun. That's a lot going on here with the Indiana Porkster. Pork tenderloin, bratwurst, bacon. Gator, the Indiana Porkster. Are you going to eat that?
That's really not my jam, to throw a bunch of meats on a burger type sandwich and then throw that down. And you know me with bacon. I love bacon, but by itself, I don't like bacon on things. So no. No, and I'm not going through Indiana.
Okay.
At least that part of Indiana.
No, I didn't think you were, but it's got bacon onion jam.
I mean, that part sounds good.
Yeah.
And if it were just like the crispy pork tenderloin, I'd be interested in it.
Well,
That's not the case, though.
Gator saved $16.99, and so would I.
I'm looking to save money anytime I can.
Gator Hershey's has come out with a new version of its chocolate bars. The Hershey's X1 Double Chocolate Protein Bar. The new protein bar is made with real Hershey's cocoa and chocolate chips, but with 1 gram of sugar. So you get the indulgent chocolatey flavor, but in a better-for-you package. The 1X Hershey Double Chocolate Bars boast 18 grams of protein per serving, making them the perfect midday snack to keep you going until mealtime. Gator, the 1 gram of sugar Hershey's protein bar. Are you going to eat that?
Yeah, I'd try that. 100%.
Okay.
I've got some protein bars at home. I just had one the other day. Quite tasty, all different types of flavors. So the Hershey's XL.
I think I'd try this. I find that I'm moving away from protein bars.
Why?
Because if I'm gonna look for some protein, I'll do it in a shake form. But I find like we got that Oreo one.
Yeah, it was
not.
No,
it was not for me.
It was pliable.
Yeah. No, that's different. The Oreo, or not the Pop-Tart thing I got from Target. I'm talking about the Oreo. We did it on Are You Gonna Eat That a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and it was pliable. That was the one that there was the protein bar you brought in. Yeah, and
I didn't bring one of those in.
I thought you did.
No,
yeah.
That was a Pop-Tart. The Oreo one I never brought in. I had it at home, but I don't think I brought it in.
All right.
Next up, so we're both no on that. Next up, Chick-fil-A.
No, I would try that.
Oh, you would?
I have no problem with
my
protein bar.
Chick-fil-A. Summer menu is testing two new sandwiches. But you're only in 2 markets. If you're in Salt Lake, they're testing the new Jalapeno Ranch Club Chicken Sandwich. This is Chick-fil-A's Jalapeno Club Chicken Sandwich, original spicier grilled chicken patty with pepper jack cheese, caramelized onion-flavored bacon, lettuce, tomato, and pickled jalapenos, served on a toasted buttermilk ranch bun, includes a side of jalapeno ranch to tie the flavors together. Gator, you going to eat that?
I'd try it. I mean, I know normally I say I don't like bacon on burgers and sandwiches and stuff, but I do like Chick-fil-A chicken. I'll try this for the sake of science, Doug.
Salt Lake, here comes Gator. I would pass, and I might try more with the bacon, but they have another sandwich that they are testing in Jacksonville, Florida.
Okay, all right.
The creamy barbecue chicken sandwich, original spicier grilled chicken fillet with creamy barbecue slaw and sweet heat pickle chips. The sandwich is served on a classic buttery toasted bun and pairs with a creamy barbecue sauce on the side. Gator, are you going to eat this?
100%. Yep. Coleslaw on a sandwich is fantastic. It's like a deli sandwich. I freaking love. My favorite sandwich of all time is a turkey and Swiss with coleslaw and Russian dressing, with extra Russian dressing on the side, because Daddy likes to add.
I think this sounds fantastic. If I saw this on the menu, I'd order it. I'd order 2.
Wow.
Yep. Next up.
But not an egg roll.
Not an egg roll. Well, I mean,
You like egg rolls.
I do like egg rolls. I just don't order them.
Too decadent.
No, it's not too decadent. It's I don't eat my entree. So why am I getting egg rolls if I'm not finishing the entree? You can get at KFC, starting now, Peaches and Cream Mountain Dew. Started June 9th. You can add vanilla cream to the KFC exclusive Mountain Dew Sweet Lightning to create a Peaches and Cream Dew. Gator, Peaches and Cream Dew. You're going to eat that?
No, that doesn't sound right to me. No. Kind of shying away from soda lately, even if it's a zero sugar soda. And that would be the only way I would even try it if it was a zero sugar one. So
yeah, to me, anything peach flavored goes back to a peach schnapps.
I'm not
years ago.
I totally get that.
I'm out.
I totally understand that. Peach schnapps can do that to you. I'm not against the peach flavor. I think sometimes it can really, like a couple of years ago for the 4th of July, I was at a party and I made a white sangria. And it was really, really tasty. And I had these, I also had brought some beer with me. And one of the flavors of beer was like a peach shandy of some kind. I added it to the sangria, my own personal glass of sangria. I poured a little bit to top it off. It was fantastic.
Look at you.
So good.
Experiment chemistry.
I do that with alcohol.
Mountain Dew's got a new dragon fruit flavor coming to Walmart. It blends the brand's signature citrus flavor with tropical sweeteners of dragon fruit for the tropical sweetness rather of dragon fruit for the soda. A soda that's juicy, vibrant, and just a little unexpected. It's not overly sweet, but it leans into the fruit flavor in a way that feels like summer in a bottle. Gator, the dragon fruit Mountain Dew.
They sold me on the description. Summer in a bottle, not too sweet. I think I'd try it, but again, the zero sugar version of it, I would try it.
I'm out on that. Wendy's is teaming up with Cheez-Its for its juiciest, most savory release yet. Announcement says the savory snack brings a real cheese taste that's amplified with savory applewood smoked bacon flavor. Gator, the Wendy's Baconator Cheez-Its. You're going to eat that.
So these are Cheez-Its, but
Cheez-Its.
they're bacon flavored.
Yeah, Baconator flavored, yes.
Yes, 100% I would try this. Sounds delicious.
I actually might try that.
Yeah, you would.
I think I might.
You know what else would go good with that?
What?
Some Windschuler's bar cheese. Dip those in there.
My man's always thinking.
I'm a thinking man.
And
Kenny,
finally,
you're down with that. Yeah, Kenny knows.
Finally, Burger King in Japan is releasing a Wild West burger. The Japan-only barbecue rodeo Wild West burger is made up of 2 beef patties, crispy onion straws, 2 slices of melted cheese, crunchy pickles, fresh lettuce, and topped with a smoky dousing of bullseye barbecue sauce. Gator, you're going to eat that.
Sounds great. Hell yeah. I'd try that out.
So I would do this with the Impossible Whopper, and I think it sounds fantastic. Onion straws and barbecue sauce.
And it's basically it's a Whopper, and then they add the onion straws, which I'm fine with, and barbecue sauce is. I know it's your favorite condiment to use.
Love it, absolutely love it. All right, there it is. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
I wonder if that's going to spur any kind of inspiration on the drive
after the show.
Yeah, we'll see.
You're going to get a box of Cheez-Its, Baconator Cheez-Its.
I don't know.
All right,
gotta go to Japan before I go to Chicago.
What a weekend Twin Peaks has in store for you. The party starts tonight. You got NBA Finals, basketball finals, Game 4, big game. Can that team from Indiana move closer to wrapping up the Larry O'Brien Trophy? You got awesome golf major action through the weekend. You got the hockey, Game 5 on Saturday. And you got local baseball on as well. So go spend your weekend at Twin Peaks. The summer is starting to heat up, and there isn't a better place to cool off than with their signature 29-degree draft beer. You heard it right, below freezing. They freeze their mugs for over 6 hours and keep enough in-house that no mug is ever used twice in a day. Then your favorite draft is poured into a bone-chilling 29 degrees. Into that mug, the results, beer crystals. What a great way to enjoy the beer of the month, Pacifico. Once you've cooled off, you can order a variety of scratch-made favorites like the smoked and grilled wings, hand-cut and breaded to order boneless wings and tenders, even hand-cut New York strips. I love the Chipotle chicken. Outstanding. Got one last week when I went to Twin Peaks. Best part, served by the beautiful, hospitable Twin Peaks girls. Hands down, best place for sports because no bar can compare with the whole package. Find your lodge today. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. All right, I don't know if I consider this sad, and I wonder how people feel about this. Front Office Sports is reporting that the Browns' $2.4 billion suburban domed stadium has been approved for $600 million in funding from the Ohio State legislature. Another $600 million will be needed to be found to get the 50-50 split the team envisions between public and private funds for the project. Okay, so where the money's coming from is a whole nother topic, and I guess that's not what we're after here. Some people get really, really worked up about stadiums being built with public money, and I understand it, and that's a whole nother topic. But Gator, that would be another team going indoors. And I know you prefer indoor football to football in the elements.
Yep.
I do not. And it just feels like this is the trend that everybody's going to build an indoor stadium eventually, because it can host so much more than just football games year round.
Let me just clarify that. For me, it's because the reason I'd prefer games being played indoors in inclement weather, because I don't want the weather to affect dramatically the outcome of the game. I'm absolutely 100% open to having a retractable roof stadium. Those make all the sense in the world to me. You know, you close the roof if it's raining, or you close the roof if it's snowing or whatever. But otherwise, leave it open. Depending on how cold it is. I mean, I don't know if it matters as much, but for me, it's about the extreme weather. I don't like watching those games played in Florida where it's a quagmire and you have 7 fumbles in a game and all that. That's not entertaining to me. So if I were to build a new stadium for a football franchise, it would be a retractable roof stadium.
Okay, interesting. I'm such a fan of the way football traditionally was played, and I feel like the elements are just part of the game. You got to build your team to be able to win at all kinds of elements. And when I go to a football game, I don't mind, and I haven't been in the stands in a long time, but I do remember going to a game in December at Soldier Field and being in the upper deck there in one of the end zones, pretty high up. And Scott, I mean, I was bundled up, dressed appropriately, and loved every second of it. Now, I get that some people just don't want to do that, or they just can't get warm in the wintertime or December or whatever. So I feel like part of football dies every time a new dome is built. And it doesn't sound like this is retractable. This just says dome stadium. So, but you're not anti-dome stadium at all. You just would prefer a retractable roof.
That's correct.
Huh. I want them all to be outdoors.
Yeah.
All the time.
And again, it helps. You mentioned the other big part of it. It's a stadium that's got to be a moneymaker. So you want to bring other events there.
Yep. And
you're limiting yourself if it's just open air.
Yep.
Sky's the limit otherwise.
Yeah. It's like everybody wants to host a Final Four.
Mm-hmm.
And you just can't do that in an outdoor stadium. But the way it's gone, you build a big indoor stadium, you're bidding for a Final Four.
Well, you know what? Yeah, they would never do it for basketball. I was going to say, even if you can guarantee the weather's going to be great, they won't do it because of the wind.
No. Do you think that the Pistons would ever play a game in Ford Field? Like just one a year? Strike a deal with the Lions and move over to Ford Field for a game? I was thinking about this the other day. Like if they hosted the NBA All-Star game. Would you do it in a big stadium like that, or is that the days of doing like a big curtain? Are those days over?
Yeah, I think those days are over. I remember I was actually at that the Silverdome Pistons Philadelphia 76ers game for Dr. J's last game, and I think there were like 50,000 people there.
Wasn't that a Marathon Gas ticket giveaway?
I actually went with Joanne Purton. She and I went to high school together, and her dad had gotten tickets, and she's like, "You want to go?" I'm like, "Yeah, let's go." So we went to that game. I don't remember if there probably was some other sort of giveaway, but to be part of that big crowd for a basketball game was kind of cool. But I don't think that's what you want to do for an All-Star game. We've been waiting for an All-Star game forever, and then you're going to take it away from LCA and you're going to put it at Ford Field?
Yeah, I was just thinking about it. I mean, because like Indiana's hosting NBA Finals, and I think it's Gainbridge Fieldhouse is a beautiful little arena. But if they took it over to Lucas Oil, now teams don't want to give up on that, and I get it. But how many people could you sit in there? I don't even know why I'm suggesting this, because basketball played in football stadiums is a terrible watch.
It's not good.
No. But you could probably get
too far away from the court.
But in the state of Indiana, I bet you could.
Oh, I'm sure you could
fill the thing up.
If the Pistons were in the playoffs and you had games at Ford Field, do I think that you would have more than the 20,000 to get to LCA? Of course you would.
Yeah.
But are you going to be able to sell 60,000?
So that's a big question, because it's one of the reasons why I'm struggling with the UFL and the Michigan Panthers. Is it the big stadium feel? I don't know why this impacts me, but it really does as a viewer. Flip it on, empty stadium. What am I watching? And that's a total psychological thing, right? The product on the field isn't super impacted by it being in an empty stadium. It is what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in Indiana, I bet you could fill Lucas Oil. I bet you could fill Lucas Oil if you wanted to. I'm not sure Detroit would fill Ford Field. I think we got really good fans, but Indiana is a basketball passionate state.
Without question it is. And always has been. So, I mean, it might be a little bit different there, but even still, I just taking away the sight lines from those diehard fans.
Yeah.
It's kind of rude.
It's bogue.
It's bogue. It's bogue.
Well, like I said, for me, part of football dies every time an outdoor team moves indoors, and it looks like Cleveland took a step towards that. The other thing I didn't love, although I love downtown arenas way better than suburban arenas, and they're talking about doing this in the suburbs.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Another reason that teams build new stadiums is to get a Super Bowl. And if you're a cold weather city and you want to get a Super Bowl, you need a dome. But if you're going to build it in the suburbs, does that take away the access to hotels as much as if you were to have it downtown? I don't know if that would be beneficial for that or not.
Good question.
This also could just be posturing from the Browns.
Yeah.
And if they're trying to get more funds out of it, I don't know. The way these things play out, it always seems to rub people the wrong way, because you are talking about billionaire owners in a business like the NFL. This is different than, say, oh, he owns a basketball franchise. Maybe basketball's the wrong way to put it, because basketball franchises are worth billions. But compared to other sports, NFL is a license to print money. Every year they profit significantly. And if you're going to hear that a football franchise organization is going to ask for public funds or demand public funds under threat of leaving the city and going somewhere else who will, that is awful.
It sucks, because my guess is you can always find somebody else who will.
Right.
A city without an NFL team or a pro sports franchise to get one would say, yeah, we'll build it for you.
But I wonder if you would also always find a richer billionaire who's willing to buy the franchise and keep it there and pay for it with his own money. And when Bill Davidson did that with the Palace,
yeah,
I mean, fans loved Bill Davidson because that was it. No public funds, built the stadium himself, built the arena, and it was a fantastic arena for as long as it was there.
Yep.
It was state of the art when it was built, and when they played their last game there, it was still pretty freaking great.
The only thing I didn't like was the location, but that
was a big problem.
I mean, it's specific to where you live, and if you lived in that area in the northern suburbs, you probably loved it. 248-539-9797. All right, former NFL player could be in real trouble, charged with attempted murder. We'll get to that today at 102. Plus a lot of feedback coming in on the Tigers, who won another series, beating Baltimore last night. 4-1 behind Tarek Skubal. It is Carson Anderson on 97.1 A Ticket.
Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug and Scott taking your calls at 248-539-9797. Same number to Ticket Texas if you like. It's going to be a great Father's Day weekend. Beautiful weather. Tigers are in town against Cincinnati. They return to action tonight.
So Powers just told me something interesting.
Yeah?
He said on Jordan's last trip through Atlanta, they moved the game to the Georgia Dome and sold 40,000 more tickets or something like that.
Sure.
Would that ever happen for LeBron's last trip through places? Move game to a dome. I don't know why I got down this rabbit hole of idea, but
I'm like, this is a strange one.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't appeal to me, but it depends on the city and who the player is, I guess.
Yeah. Just a thought. All right, so Antonio Brown could be in real trouble here. Arrested on attempted murder charges stemming from a fight. He's accused of firing at least 2 shots at someone. Scott, I saw video of the fight, and I remember watching it going, this is not good, but you never know with Antonio Brown what led to something. He came out and said somebody tried to jump him and steal his jewelry, and he was just defending himself. He spoke to the police. They let him go, but I guess after further examination, they want to talk to Antonio again about this.
Yeah, there was a celebrity boxing event in Miami last month, and a fight broke out, and I was reading through the story, and I want to make sure I get it accurately because it apparently he is alleged to have gotten the gun from a security guard and then shot at somebody a couple times.
Nobody was hit, right?
Well, there's a victim that apparently may have been nicked in the neck, just nicked, and he did go to the hospital. But this is it's a nutty story.
According to the warrant, witnesses told police that Brown was the shooter and 2 shell casings were found at the scene. Brown was unarmed at the time he was detained, but the man he allegedly punched during the altercation told police that Brown began to run towards him with a firearm after the fight had already been broken up, and he shot at him twice. The man identified Brown on surveillance footage and also said he has known him since 2022.
Yeah, I'm reading from the same story. Now, this is an updated story, a different story than I saw this morning when I mentioned something about the security guard. So that's why I said allegedly, because I don't want to mix it up there. But it appears that they've got video of him actually firing the gun. So that does not bode well for Antonio Brown.
I mean, look,
who was so quick to exonerate himself from the whole thing. Say, hey, please let me go. They knew that I didn't do anything. I was jumped.
Yep. If somebody is trying to steal my jewelry, which I don't have much bling, Gator, but if they were, I'd kind of be like, take it. Let's just wrap the whole thing up.
Yeah.
And thus concludes our transaction. Because I guess I'm not wearing super expensive jewelry in the first place since I wear none. But if you got a lot of money invested in it, I suppose, but you better have your life threatened before you pull out a firearm, is the way I see it.
You would think.
Yep. These are not problem solvers. All right. So feedback coming in. First, regarding trade deadline in Arizona. Do you think if we made a trade with Arizona for Suarez, that we could just send them the same crappy prospects we got for JD Martinez and call it even? Okay, can you name the same crappy prospects?
Oh, I
know I got one.
Oh, man.
I think I've got. That era they did a lot of purging. And 3 names have popped into my head.
I kept getting shortstops, and none of them panned out.
Like none of them.
No.
I'll give you one name. Dawel Lugo.
Yeah.
Do you got any more? Wasn't there an Alcantara?
I think it was an Alcantara. I don't know if that was that trade or if that was one of the other.
I don't know either.
Trade or something like that.
Wasn't there a Jose King?
There was a Jose King.
But was he from Arizona or was one of these guys from the Cubs? Yeah, none of them panned out. And do I think that Arizona would take that? I think they might.
No, I don't think they would. They've got a trade chip there. It's a power hitting third baseman that will get something.
Yeah.
He was traded to the Diamondbacks for Jose King, Sergio Alcantara and Dawel Lugo. Nice job, Doug Karsh. All the same trade.
Remember the purges. All the same trade. So they got
all
nothing.
The same crap.
They got a little bit more than nothing and also nothing. Dude, Jose King, when they traded for him, wasn't he like 17?
Wow, you're on fire today. He was actually 18 when they traded for him.
Is he still in the organization?
He is not.
Okay.
He is he's playing with the Gigantes in the Nicaraguan Winter League.
Oh, yeah. Is that Giants?
It would be the Giants, yes.
Okay.
But the Gigantes. In the minors, he has a career 255 batting average, but 651 OPS. Didn't really work out well for him. Dawel Lugo. I remember being excited about Dawel Lugo.
He played quite a bit for the Tigers, didn't he?
He did. I don't know if quite. Yeah, I mean, he had 400 bats with the Tigers in 3 years. Hit 236 with a 628 OPS.
Mm-hmm. God, they got so much nothing. Those purges, I have to admit, I was excited, thinking they were setting themselves up for the future.
Right.
Hey, God, nothing.
And Alcantara played 10 games with the Tigers in 2020, hit 143, played 3 years in the majors in 192 games, 502 plate appearances, hit 209 with a 624 OPS. But it's okay because all they did was give him J.D. Martinez. And it's not like J.D. Martinez was great or anything for
I shouldn't say, but
for Arizona. He goes to Arizona and in 62 games hit 29 home runs, 65 RBIs, hit 302 with an 1107 OPS. The next year he went to Boston, had 37 doubles, 43 homers, drove in a league-high 130 runs, hit 330 and had a 1031 OPS and was fourth in MVP voting.
I just said in all that purging, they got nothing. The thing is, in all that purging, they got something, and it's still with the Tigers, and that's Jake Rogers.
I like Jake Rogers. I think he's a nice complimentary player.
Yep.
But that's all they got.
In all that purging.
And at the time when they acquired Jake Rogers, he was a very highly thought of catching prospect. And the other two guys they got in that trade, man.
One of them was a pitcher.
Yeah. And he was
always hurt.
Yeah.
Frank. No,
I
it
was
wasn't.
going to say, it was a film that.
Rodriguez. Whatever.
Yeah.
He was always hurt. And the other one was the outfielder, Daz Cameron. Yeah. Anyway.
Franklin Perez?
Yeah, I think that's it. I said the same thing as an unnamed texter. I said the same thing about Verlander. Lock him up to a long-term contract. We didn't. Now look what happened. He went to Houston and won a World Series. Look, the Verlander thing, I started to get scared about his age, and you weren't. And he's still in the league way longer than I thought he would be.
About whose age? Verlander?
Verlander.
Yeah, but he's had several arm events since he left the Tigers. And I think he's hanging on because he wants to get to 300 wins, and he's so far away. He's still has 40 wins to go. And it's just, in today's baseball, you're not going to win 20 games in a season. You're unlikely to unless you're one of the top pitchers in baseball, and he's not. Not anymore. He's had a Hall of Fame career. He has won a World Series, won MVP, Cy Young, done all that stuff. He's got 3 career no-hitters. He was an amazing pitcher, but he is nowhere near what he was anymore, and he is broken down significantly over the last few years.
Feedback here regarding Shamar Stewart. Is there a path to the Lions trading for Shamar Stewart? If Stewart sits out this year, he goes back in the draft. At some point, the Bengals will have to take whatever they can get. Shamar Stewart could use a quick Google search on this. Shamar Stewart could use a CBA loophole to create a nightmare situation for the Bengals, re-enter the NFL draft. Apparently, it's possible. So that could be his leverage. It was a Jansen idea. Hey, call him and ask. See what it would take.
Apparently, only 2 second-round picks have signed in the NFL because those guys were given guaranteed money, and it's created quite a stir with the second-round picks because now everybody's like, wait a minute. These
the two guys who signed got guaranteed money, yeah.
So everybody else is like, well, we want guaranteed money.
Doug, it won't take 2 first-round picks to get Shamar Stewart. It is really if it really gets to the point Cincinnati's about to lose them for nothing, I can see one first and maybe next year's fourth. Look, I would always do it for less. If you're going to tell me I can get the same product for less, I'll take that price.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Will the Tigers feel pressure to sign Skubal long-term after not doing the same with Max Scherzer and lost him to Washington?
Well, remember, they made Max a heck of an offer.
Mm-hmm.
And Max said, thanks, but no thanks. I'm going to bet on myself. And, you can come at me like everybody else, but I'll be a free agent at the end of the year. It felt like a week after that the Tigers said, okay, Miggy, here's money we were going to earmark for Max and then some. So what do you say? And Miguel Cabrera signed the giant contract, and it was great for a few years and then not so great. But I'm glad Miggy stayed here because we have to see the milestones that he hit, the 500 homers, the 3,000 career hits, as a Detroit Tiger, as it should have been, despite that they were way overpaying him at the end. But in the end, what did that cost the Tigers? I guess the ability to spend money on other free agents that they weren't doing at that time, but they weren't terribly competitive at that time either. They didn't have a whole lot of prospects coming through the minor league system at then. So looking back at it, it was frustrating for Tiger fans to hang on to Miguel Cabrera with a giant contract that was a bit of an albatross at the end. And that's what you want to avoid at all costs. You don't want to have that albatross contract with a player at the end of his career, which is why if you consider on that podcast when they floated, hey, 10-4-25.
10 years, $425 million, it was suggested.
And he's like, yeah, it sounds great. Now, even if you drop it down to 400, it's the 10 years part that's the problem. It's not the money. Yeah, at least for me and you, it's not the money. It's the years.
We had a caller that made that point. A texter that said, whatever the money, just don't go too many years.
Right. I mean, you can't deny that he's worth a contract that's going to pay him $40 million. He's the best pitcher in baseball.
248-539-9797. Hey, FanDuel's the best place to find all your favorite player props for the NBA Finals starting up this week. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to check out a player's consistency during the playoffs, or maybe they've been flirting with a triple-double? Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. You know, last night they had a profit boost in the Stanley Cup Finals. I think it was a 30% profit boost. So that's the thing I look for, and you should too. There are banners at the top of the app. You select those, you claim offer, and don't forget to opt in. There's a little toggle you have to hit to make sure you get your profit boost, but take advantage of those whenever you can. And the thing I like about it is you can bet on a favorite and actually get a better return with the profit boost. Seems to make some sense. And right now, new customers that visit FanDuel.com/Doug, you will get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Gator, you think Jay-Z would lend me $1 million to bet?
I mean, you never know unless you ask.
Hey, Jay-Z, can I have $1 million of yours to bet?
How would you bet it?
So that's a great question. If somebody gave me $1 million to bet, I would bet the most sure thing I could find with a little return. Because the little return would be so much.
Like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander over 15 points or something.
Something like that, yeah. Let me see what I can find here.
And then like, please don't get hurt. Please don't get hurt.
And that's right. If you could only keep the winnings, I wouldn't try and score big. I would do something where I might get $200,000 out of it and be like,
right.
Woo-hoo!
You would make a bet that's like minus 1,000, minus 5,000.
Yeah.
Just an obvious bet.
Yep. Okay. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I'm not seeing anything I love there. Made threes. Over 1/2 of basically to hit 1 3. If I bet $1 million, let me plug this in the app. $1 million would pay $142,857.14. Jay-Z, can I have $1 million to bet that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander will hit a 3 tonight? Please don't get hurt. Please don't get hurt. We're bringing this up because he bet $1 million on the Thunder in 5 and lost $1 million, which will really cut into his $2.7 billion net worth or whatever the hell it is. But
sure.
Yep.
It's a fairly safe bet that you're offering up there, Doug.
Yeah, I mean,
he has played in I don't know how many postseason games it is, but in the postseason he has only failed to knock down a 3-point shot twice. It has happened.
It has happened, and it could happen, but
he only made one last time out,
yep.
and won the timeout prior to that. So you're playing with fire. They don't call it gambling for nothing.
You know what? I'm going to just go ahead right now and make my typical bet. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, $1 over 0.5 3-pointers, 14 cents.
Why don't you jump it up? Why don't you go $10 to win a buck?
To win $1.43, Scott.
Well, right, but you know what I'm saying.
I'm not going to do that.
What? That you won't do.
No.
But you'll take Jay-Z's money.
Yeah, I'll take Jay-Z's
do
money
it
and give him his
$1
million back and take my $143,000. That would be my play. Let's go, Shai.
Well, you should really get on the phone.
Yeah, well, hopefully he's streaming on the Odyssey app, which you can log off and log back on, or delete the app and reload it, whatever it is. Apparently, there's some
update the app,
whatever it takes. All right, more feedback coming in regarding the Tigers and the possibility of what they could do at the trade deadline. And Scooble, the contract quotes have kind of said tongue in cheek, would you take 10 years, $425? And he's like, yeah, sounds great. Listen to this from an unnamed texter. Whatever the Tigers would offer, it's going to get rejected. Boris wants him to go to free agency. Do you think that's a fact? That whatever they offer, Boris is going to reject it?
No. I don't think it's a fact, because I think at some point you'll know what Tarik Skubal wants to do. Does Tarik Skubal want to play in Detroit? Does he love Detroit? Does he love playing with his team and A.J. Hinch and Fedor and pitching alongside the guys? And I think, yeah, that probably is a big factor. He wants to. I'm not saying there's any hometown discount, but I think that Boris will make it known you're going to have to be competitive with the big boys.
See, I've gotten to know you for a long time, and something you talk about all the time that I don't think is reality. You seriously believe in good faith negotiation, and you get frustrated when you don't think there's good faith negotiation going on, because you think all negotiations should be good faith negotiation. We're talking about Scott Boras. The whole realize he wants to be there thing, I don't know is in his playbook at all.
No, but it might be in the Tigers have the relationship with Tarik Skubal too. So they may know what's in Skubal's heart without talking to Scott Boras about it. Scott Boras, I know what he's about. He's about making the most money for his client, which ends up making the most money for him. But he's going to look out for his client's best interest. That's his job. And if his client's best interest in his eyes is to get in the biggest deal, of course he's going to try to negotiate that. But the Tigers will know from Tarik Skubal, because of their direct relationship with Skubal, what's really in his heart. And they'll also know if it is, yeah, you know what? I don't know if we're going to be able to compete with the Yankees because we already know that there's going to be a crazy offer coming from them.
But that's what brings us to the scariest part of this whole thing. I don't think you hire Scott Boras to do anything other than capitalize. I think if you want to have, good faith negotiations or want to tell someone I want to stay here, you probably don't hire Boras. Scott Boras is brought in as a hired gun to set records. And that's the part that scares me. And I'm not mad at Skubal for doing that. Everybody has every right to do with what they want.
No, but it's quite possible that whatever player it is tells his agent, Scott Boras, I want to sign back with this team. And then Boras' response is, that's fine. We'll get you with this team. I'm going to get you the top dollar. I will negotiate, but understand there's going to be some other negotiations go on too. There are going to be other offers that come in that might be better, but it's only going to increase the offer you get from the place that you really want to be. But I don't know if he really wants to be here.
Feedback from an unnamed texter. Offer him $55 million a year over 4 to 5 years. He is 31 years old. No, he's not.
No, he's 28.
Does he mean he'll be 31 when he becomes a free agent?
Well, he's 28 now. He'll be 30 when he's a free agent.
Yeah, I don't know what the
he'll be 29. He's a free agent after next season. Correct?
He turns 29 in November.
Yep.
And I think it is after next season.
So he'll be
29. He's not
just ready to
he's
turn.
Not 31 now. He'll be 29 when he becomes a free agent.
He'll be just ready to turn 30.
I love this kind of offer. I have no issue with $55 million over 4 to 5 years. And if you offer,
Tigers might.
They might. They might, but I don't think you're overreaching in terms of years.
No, that's the Bregman contract. That's what the Red Sox did to get Bregman.
Yep.
The whole thing was $30 million, $30 million, $30 million, right? That's what he wanted per year. And the Tigers weren't going to get there, but they got pretty close at 28 or whatever it was. And the whole time he kept saying, not going to take a short-term deal. It won't work. And then in the end, he took a short-term deal, but for $40 million a year.
Yep.
So that's the same type of deal this is. If we're all talking, he's going to $40 million a year, $42 million a year, whatever it is. But short term, 55, does that get it done? It might get it done. And like you, I'd be all about that.
And I'm over here fired up to score my 14 cents on a Shea Gilgeous-Alexander over half a three-point shot tonight. 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket. So who made that post, Gator?
Saw this Ryan Hanna, who's with the Wing Wheel podcast, I believe. He had posted that on this day in 2002, the Red Wings lifted the Stanley Cup for the 10th time in franchise history, beating the Carolina Hurricanes in 5 games. Scotty Bowman marked the final game of his career as a champion. And then he followed that up with listing that there were 11 Hall of Famers on that team for 2002. And my initial thought was, after going through the list of the Hall of Famers that were on that team, was it Steve Duchesne not in the Hall of Fame? And he's not. Duchesne, who finished his career with the Red Wings, played the last 3 years of his career in Detroit, but was not a Hall of Famer. Played 1,100 games in his career as a defenseman. He was, at one time, was great. But it got me thinking back to that crazy time in 2002 when I was part of the broadcast coverage of that, and was in the locker room after they won it at the Joe and interviewed every player that was there. I was amazed at how many people they fit in that locker room.
Yeah.
Family
it wasn't
and friends,
big.
hangers on. There's so much about that. Waiting forever to get into the room with all the other media members. We're just waiting. Kwame Kilpatrick came by with his entourage of people. They got in first, or at some point ahead of the media did. Eventually, we all get in there. It was amazing. So loud in there. Eminem was played on a constant loop.
Is that right?
It seemed like it was a constant loop. Yuri Fisher. Loved Yuri Fisher. It was so unfortunate how his career ended with the Red Wings. Shortly after that, I think a couple seasons after that, with the heart issue he had. But fortunately, he was able to overcome that, and he's, I think, still part of the organization. But Yuri Fisher, I remember being on his skates for like 3 hours after the game. He was just wearing his hockey pants and his skates and was shirtless, smoking like a cigar and drinking beer and champagne the whole time, just loving it. Everyone was having the time of their lives, as you would expect. Being in the there was a studio that we had, a makeshift studio we called Studio P.
Because there's a little bathroom. Right?
It was part of the bathroom, was across the hall from the locker room. And we had a makeshift studio there, and Art Regner was doing the post-game coverage. I was with him for part of that. I was busy getting the interviews with players, and occasionally somebody might come out and they actually sat and would talk with Art on the air. We were on the air for like, I think it was close to 10 hours. It was all overnight. At some point, Ken Cal, this is one of the many reasons why we love Ken Cal. Ken Cal at like 3 a.m. went out on a coney run, picked up some conies from Lafayette, came back, brought the conies there. There may have been some beverages provided by some people from the organization. It was just an amazing experience for me it was much younger at the time, as you go back 23 years, but it was so amazing. At times I walked out onto the ice while we're doing a recorded segment. We're playing back one of the interviews. I walked out onto the ice, and all the confetti was still down there, and the streamers and all that, and just like this was
surreal. You got to live that, and
amazing.
The thing is too, we got the Stanley Cup Finals going on right now. Okay, and you watch these games, and you go, all right, how far away are the Red Wings from being one of these two teams? And then you go, well, they're pretty far.
Well,
but it wasn't that long ago that all three of our competitive teams, Pistons, Tigers, and Lions, felt pretty far away.
And the Tigers, for that matter.
Pistons, Tigers, Red Wings.
Oh, I thought sorry.
Pistons, Tigers, Lions, yeah. They all felt pretty far away. And yet here they are. Two of them are clearly competing for a championship.
Yes.
The third one looks like it's just getting started on what could be a championship caliber run.
Yes, and with the Red Wings, they're still trying to make the playoffs, but it's so unfair to compare any team really with the 2002 team.
Yeah,
because of the aforementioned 11 Hall of Famers. When you think of Chelios, and Datsuk was a rookie that year, and Sergei Fedorov, Dominik Hasek, Brett Hull, Igor Larionov, Nick Lidstrom, Luc Robitaille, Brendan Shanahan, Steve Yzerman, Scotty Bowman was the head coach. It was an insane amount of talent. And then other guys that were on that team that were really good, like a Yuri Fisher, that would have been the perfect defenseman the Red Wing fans would have loved for the rest of his career, because he had size. It's 6'5". He had a mean streak in him. He hammered guys through the boards. He was that big defenseman that everybody clamored for, and unfortunately his career was cut short. But they had so much talent on that team.
Man, we were really fun, and yes, spoiled by that team in that era. Now they are the furthest from.
They are the furthest from. And they have some moves to make this offseason. They got a draft coming up shortly. Free agency begins, I think, 48 hours after the Stanley Cup is handed out. So we'll see how much they improve, but they are so far away from that team. But how far away they're from actually hoisting a cup, they're still far away.
I mean, I would imagine that right now or around now or over the last few weeks, they've been positioning themselves for the moment free agency opens. So they're probably having the Mitch Marner discussions and, other potential available free agents.
Yeah.
Again, so it's sure is going to be an interesting time.
Sam Bennett.
Which would be also very acceptable. In the meantime, feedback coming in on Scooble. Any organization who gives a 10-year deal to a 30-year-old max effort pitcher is nuts. Even the Mets refuse to do it. High average annual value, 5 or 6 years, or let someone else pay him.
Well, I can't see them giving a 10-year deal. And if you're going to offer him any kind of deal after this season, he wouldn't be 30, he'd be 29. Yep. So you're saving yourself a year there. I even bristle a little bit at an 8-year contract. But you have to look at the business of getting things done and what's it going to cost to get things done. And if you are going to go 8 years, then I would front load the hell out of that contract for the first 5 years of that deal to make it to overpay for the first 5 years. So the last 3 years are a lot easier to take if the player's on the downside of his career.
What's great is you're telling the player straight up, you're going to get more money right away. Let us front load it. We'll pay for what you through your prime. And then in the last few years, I mean, you can invest the money and you'll be perfectly fine. Scooble guarantees you 2 wins in a playoff series. Give him the money. Okay, we have a very recent example of him guaranteeing us not 2 wins in a playoff series. That's the attitude we took into the Cleveland series last year. And I'm not mad at him. And it does feel like Scooble goes along. I mean, he can be a massive factor in a 5-game series. He should be a massive factor in a 5-game series. But, I don't know that you can say that.
I mean, you look back at his postseason last year, 6 shutout innings against Houston, 7 shutout innings against Cleveland, and then, unfortunately, the last game that really was bitter, 6 innings, 5 earned runs given up in that game.
Then we get this one from an unnamed texter. I'm going to read it because it got sent in, and we address this all the time, and I feel like it's sort of the disclaimer that comes with any conversation about baseball contracts. But here we go again. Does baseball have a salary cap? I don't understand why we keep having these conversations. They can spend the money if they want to.
Yes, they can, but they can't spend money like the Yankees can spend money, like the Mets can spend money, like the Dodgers can spend money. It's a different market. So they just don't have the same resources that other teams do. Now, if Chris Ilitch just wants to say, money be damned, we'll operate in the red, but I've got my guy, and I think that's what fans want. They don't, hey, look at this guy. What an owner. He doesn't care that they're losing money as long as the fans are happy and trying to chase championships. I mean, there's something to that too, which we'd love to see. But if you could guarantee the World Series, at least one World Series title, I think he'd say, we'll back up the money truck, because he knows what that would mean. You get 3 million people coming through the turnstiles. That's going to help out. Now, there's revenue sharing in baseball, but I think it's like 48% of the money that you make goes to the revenue sharing program. The other 52% stays with you.
Well, I'll just say this too. At some point, you're paying, if you say just throw the money at them, like this person is saying, it doesn't matter. There's no cap. They do have a realistic budget, and if you waste the money, if you sign them for too long for too much money, that's money you can't spend on other players. That's money you can't help because you've committed $42 million for the next 10 years.
Do you think baseball is going to get to the point where they realize that they have to have some kind of cap because it's so unfair with the haves and the have-nots? And
Well,
does that happen?
You have to get the Players Association to agree to it, and Players Associations, this one has fought tooth and nail.
Yeah.
I mean, the Dodgers, they have the tax, right? The Dodgers are paying $562 million for $405 million of contracts. Okay, so
it's another $100 and something million that actually is a tax
$156.2 million
that's spread out to the rest of the league.
Yep.
The rest of the league
because they're over the tax threshold, which is something like $250 million. So, I mean, that's just the way it operates. But if you look at the teams, here are the teams, the top 3 teams in baseball that are over the tax threshold that have right now roughly $300 million in taxes. Dodgers, Mets, Yankees, 1, 2, and 3.
Well, and you look at those teams, the Yankees are at the top, American League East. The Mets are on top of the NL East, and the Dodgers are on top of the NL West. They have 3 of the top 5 records in baseball.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you're looking to upgrade your outdoor space, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Bridge in Farmington Hills on 97.1. Hi, Bridge.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bridge.
Hey, a couple of things on the Tigers and a couple of concerns, too.
Yep.
Did you see the power rankings that just came out a couple of days ago? Everybody had them at number one.
Yep.
Except the Bleacher Report, I think that's the one. But here's the interesting thing is this Matt Snyder from CBS, is what he wrote in Skubal. Tariq Skubal in 83 and a third innings has 105 strikeouts and 7 walks. That is just absolutely. What do you think the word he used after absolutely?
After absolutely, 100, 103.
It's 111 strikeouts and 9 walks is what he's done.
And he described it as
at the time he wrote.
At the time he wrote.
Right,
it.
At the time he wrote it, he wrote 105 strikeouts and 7 walks.
But then he wrote that is absolutely something. Gator, what would you say? I would say
filthy.
I would say Mickey Mouse.
He said stupid. That is absolutely stupid.
Yep.
I think he wanted to go one up on insane, but so that's the word he used.
I mean, he's right. So, it's ridiculous how good this guy is right now. And I mean, so last night, Bridge, sorry to interrupt, but last night he came off the field, that game was over, and he said, I was fighting myself all night. He gave up no earned runs, 3 hits, 7 complete innings, and was fighting himself all night. It reminded me of Tiger Woods winning the U.S. Open by 12 shots and saying, I didn't have my A game.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He had 2 walks. Which is 3 times the rate that he had.
It's crazy.
What I just quoted you.
How dare he have those walks?
I think we should send him to Toledo so he can fight in the strike zone.
That's a good call.
But, no. Anyway, so my concern here is the 1-2 punch that we have, which is great right now, Tariq Skubal and Flaherty. But I'm always concerned about Flaherty as to when he might revert to what he was 5 weeks ago. And because at the end of the year, when you run into the Yankees and Dodgers, but if you get there, we need that plus whatever else we have.
I mean, you're right. Flaherty's got to keep it up. Flaherty's huge because Flaherty has a little bit of ups and downs, but the best version of Flaherty makes this 1-2 punch a problem. It is a problem.
Yeah.
But there's a lot more certainty about Skubal keeping it up than there is Flaherty keeping it up.
But not only that, but when Reese Olson gets back, the last game he pitched, I don't know if you saw that, but his pitches were filthy. I mean, he was like nasty.
Well, that's why they're not going to rush him back because his changeup is his best pitch, and that's the one that causes him discomfort with the finger and the gripping of it, and that's why they gave him the shot 10 days ago or 11 days ago. Hopefully he's able to come back soon because he's got great potential. He's got great potential.
Correct me if I'm wrong. With Reese Olson, a healthy Reese Olson, do the Tigers have 3 pitchers that are 2.3 ERA or below? Do you have Flaherty in front of you? 3 starting pitchers I'm talking about. No, Flaherty's ERA is 3.41. I'm way off. I apologize.
No, but there was a point where Mize was under.
Yeah, he's here you go. Reese Olson's 2.96. I was way off. Reese Olson's 2.96. Casey Mize 2.95. And Tariq Skubal 1.99. Meanwhile, you got bullpen arms like Will Vest, Brant Herter, Tommy Kahnle. ERAs 1.5, 1.83, 1.75.
Yeah. And don't forget Tomas Nido.
His ERA?
0. 1 2/3 innings, no hits, no walks, no strikeouts, 0 ERA for the once backup catcher and who's now back at Toledo.
Yeah, well, my guess is he probably won't be used in that role again. Hopefully not, because it probably means they're getting smoked. But Scott, things are good. They just got to kind of maintain. And we sit here and we talk about trade this, trade for this, trade for that. I mean, as much as you want to bolster your team, you know what you really want to do? Like I started looking at other teams and what they might do, and you're worried that somebody else is going to make a trade that makes them a clear favorite.
Right.
You know, and so you kind of monitor the environment around you, because right now I'm very comfortable with the Tigers being a favorite, obviously in the division, biggest lead in baseball, a favorite to get out of the American League. You know, they've done extraordinarily well against the other contenders, extraordinarily well. So I'm comfortable with that until somebody else makes a big splash.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? It's you go back to the days when we loved the NHL trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
It was always, what's Colorado going to do? How do the Red Wings counteract that? And it was like that for 3 or 4 seasons. It was a lot of fun to pay attention to the trade deadline back in the day. And then went to a salary cap and things changed dramatically with trade deadlines, but there's still some decent movement. I love the Tigers being in this position where they're the best team in baseball, because the best teams in baseball are teams that are moving and they're shucking and jiving, do whatever they can to get some new talent on the team and to help put them over the top. Yes, you can't just be complacent with what you have right now. In 7 weeks, this trade deadline will come and go, and yes, they have to look at things. I don't necessarily think they have to now. I mean, it'd be great if you get in and get something done early, but but I'm not looking to add too many players to the lineup at this point. When we get closer, probably will, and we'll see which teams are in contention, which teams have fallen out, willing to move players. We'll see if there's any injuries they have to be dealt with. But right now, knocking on wood, the roster for position players is a pretty good roster. You can always upgrade, but keep in mind, if you're going to upgrade, someone's got to go off the roster.
Well, that's where that I thought that was a really telling line by Scott Harris earlier in the week. We're going to take a cold, hard look. When you say cold, hard look, that says we got to remove emotions, not fall in love with our guys, and make decisions that make us better as a baseball team, even if it means fewer ABs for, and I'm throwing this name out there, Zach McKinstry.
Right.
If we can get a player that we think is better than him, we cannot say, hey, we're not going to make this trade. We got to get better. We think we should get better here. Regarding Skubal, if Earth was a baseball team and we were playing in the Galaxy series, Skubal would get the ball in game 1. That's about where he is right now. Yeah. If Earth was playing another life form in baseball for control of the planet, I think most of Earth would say start Skubal.
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
I mean, look, Tarik Skubal's it's remarkable what he's accomplished in the last 2.5 years. He has been the best. He has, even when he had a little bump in the road he's had a couple of bumpy starts this year. 2 bumpy starts. Everything else has been pretty freaking dominant. And for a guy that has the control that he has, I still can't get over that number. It's 111 strikeouts to 9 walks. That's like your hero Tony Gwynn.
Yeah.
When you go through a season with like 23 strikeouts on the whole season.
Yeah.
It's the same type of stuff that Skubal's doing, but that's how many walks he gives up.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of control is devastating. They have this guy out there every 5 days when you can get concerned, there's a couple guys on base, but at the same time you're like, it's all right, Skubal will just strike the next guy out. He'll get out of the jam. There's nobody out. It doesn't matter. He'll strike a guy out. He doesn't have to rely on, I hope that they hit it shallow enough that the runner can't tag up from third. He takes matters in his own hands and just says, yeah, okay, I'll go 101 on the inner corner. Boom. He's amazing.
He really is. Now, is it, going to be, are they going to have the pitching depth? They need to get healthy. They absolutely need to get healthy. Cincinnati in town this weekend. Have you ever seen Elly De La Cruz in person, live?
No, just watching TV.
Okay, I saw him once. He looks inhuman the way he runs the bases. Like, I feel like he takes 3 strides and he's at third. He's so big and so fast.
Yeah, he's 6'5", something like that?
Yeah.
And incredibly fast, and then, by the way, throws the ball like 102 miles an hour across the diamond, whether he's playing short or third base. He's amazing. An amazingly talented player.
Yeah. Exceptionally fun to watch kind of player. He might be that guy as a position player that everybody's jealous of. Everybody in the league would want him the way we got Skubal as that guy on our side. There's also a player for Cincinnati that I swear we tried to trade for him in the past when the Tigers were trading pieces off. You know, Gavin Lux is with Cincinnati.
Oh, is he from the Dodgers organization?
Former Dodger prospect, and got a chance with the Dodgers, and young player. He's now 27, not so young anymore, but that was a player I felt like every year we were like, can we get Gavin Lux from the Dodgers? Because he felt like a guy who was, potentially a path to get him. Never really worked out.
All right, this is going to be on brand for me.
Okay.
Just saw a highlight on Twitter.
Yeah.
From Tigers ML report. They've got the Dominican League, I believe, and the Tigers have a prospect, the 17-year-old Chris Rodriguez kid they've talked about.
That's got like a 9,000 OPS.
Yeah. He just hit his third home run of the season, left his bat at 105 miles an hour. He's 17, and he's got exit velo of that much. This kid, I mean, I get it. The competition isn't special, but the last time I mentioned his name, he was hitting 98-mile-an-hour fastballs over the wall at over 100 miles an hour. It's exciting.
Mike Valeni has made his way
in
in
the Tupperware there, Buckaroo.
It was a little pasta earlier today. So
listening to you do Would You Eat It is hilarious.
You like
because 3 syllables in, I already know you're not eating. You were describing some form of bratwurst-based heart attack, and I'm like, yeah, we don't need to ask Doug if he's eating this.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Was it the Indiana burger, or whatever the hell that was?
The Porkster at the Pacers games with bratwurst, pork loin,
anything
and
that
bacon.
guides you to a public toilet is a no-go. Yeah. You can't be throwing 18 meats and a bacon jam on something and then public toilets. No. The answer is just a hard no.
I mean, what you're hoping for is that you've got the 2-hour window of the game and then get home.
Yeah, because
you
there's
need home field advantage.
Well, there's a middle ground there, too, that is a very scary space. It's called traffic.
Yeah.
That's
dangerous.
There's not a detail shop in the world that's going to clean up your mess.
That's an excellent point.
It's just
you hope you're driving a rental.
Yeah, it's forever unclean at that point. So you're risking a lot.
Yeah.
I'm good.
So what do you guys got planned coming up next?
David confided what he really wants for Father's Day, and he kind of didn't. He wasn't totally comfortable, so I'm going to be his proxy today.
Okay.
And all David wants is to just be left to F alone. David doesn't want to talk to his family. He doesn't want to be bothered. He just wants the afternoon to himself. The question is, what percentage of dads feel that way?
Who would admit this?
And because it's not David saying it, it's me on behalf of David.
I like it. You know what? It sounds like a rant that you could just play at the end of every Friday show.
You want your time.
Yeah.
But no, the other one is Kenny is in need of an intervention with this Wallman situation.
Oh God, is he letting it eat him up?
He is, but we're going to expand upon it, is the one that got away. What is the athlete from your favorite team who got away and it just, you never got over it? Whether it was a player you wanted to draft or a player you physically, in the case of the Red Wings, paid to leave. But it's really getting on Kenny's nerves. It irks me a little watching the games because Wallman is playing really well.
Yeah.
But it's just...
Yeah, I understand the frustration.
Do you have one off the rip?
I mean, I can think of a huge one when Ryan Mallett left Michigan, but he was never going to work in Rich Rod's offense.
Of all, really?
That's the first name that popped into my head. Yeah. First name. May he rest in peace. But
no, for like me, we have a bit. Like for him, it's Halliburton because he wanted him pre-draft.
Yep.
They took a point guard. Halliburton goes one pick later. Halliburton will forever be in this. For me, it's Wyatt Langford. I'll just.
Yeah, you are.
Think about we're trading for a right-handed bat. This kid's got 14 homers and 13 steals,
and he's hitting 230. But yeah,
no, Gator, no doubt. But the OPS is about 800. Like he's valuable.
Sure.
Him and Torque are similar. Is that fair? Except this kid has speed and look.
I guess there's some similarities. Yeah,
it's heartbreaking.
Max Clark is he'll be all right.
I know in 2028.
Yeah.
Come on.
I got another one that'll be controversial, but it was one pick later.
Well,
but I don't think anybody's going to back me on this one.
I think when you do the draft pick thing, it's hard to beat Aaron Donald.
Tough.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's a tough one to beat.
One, yep.
So no,
personally, I like
fun.
the Keon Coleman.
Okay.
Yeah,
that one hurt.
Well,
great personality
good
too.
Call. Well,
hey guys,
when you ask for 7 raises in 7 weeks, it kind of gets old.
Well, he was worth it.
Sorry.
Have a great show, and have a great Father's Day weekend. Everybody, stay safe, treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Friday. We have got a hell of a good show planned for you. Get you to your Father's Day. Kenny, if you are watching on video, Kenny is, in fact, wearing a hot dog button-up shirt. Can't make it up.
I mean, it fits.
Not totally mad at it because the first thing Kenny said to me outside of, hey, Mike, how you doing today, is I need some picks. I've created a bit of a problem here as Kenny now. I walked in and it wasn't the NHL Network and Kevin Weeks in an ill-fitting puff vest. It was America's Day at the Races. And Kenny goes, and I can get us Churchill too if you need it. And I'm like, who are you, hot dog man?
This is the drug dealer complaining that the guy that he's dealing drugs to does too much drugs.
Kenny, we gave you a hit. I didn't know it was going to be a lifestyle.
Wow, you're all of a sudden addicted, huh? Imagine how that works.
I walked out the door last week to the Belmont Stakes, and Kenny had a nice score. I gave him a little exacta delight that paid 22-1 on his money, and he was excited.
Right, you're shot. Would you give him low-calorie crack? Like, seriously.
Meth plus. But today, Kenny wants.
He won the bet, and now he wants to win more bets with horse racing.
Yeah,
I'm going to be like Jeff Rieger, except with horse racing.
I can see how it's addicting because the races are over in 2 minutes, and you get to start all over again.
A lot of races.
Maybe a little too many races.
So Kenny will be rifling bets in a hot dog shirt today, but that's not the centerpiece of what we're doing. I want to dive right into Stanley Cup Finals last night. We're not breaking hockey down, so nobody needs to run for the hills. Incredible game, incredible comeback by the Oilers, overtime, the whole bit. But there's a player for the Edmonton Oilers. There's a player who people here you are familiar with, and you didn't just get rid of him. Salary dump or here, take this player and we'll take a minor league guy. No. You took the player and you attached a second-round draft pick to him and traded him away. Year later, said player was traded for a first-round pick. Wallman. The name Wallman. It's like Heisenberg if you're a Breaking Bad fan. Wallman. Kenny, it's driving him to madness because Wallman's playing really well. Oh, but he was a bad guy. Okay, well, he's clearly not so bad that the team tied at 2 in the Stanley Cup Finals can't handle him. But he's playing really well, and the networks are talking him up. And as I'm watching, I do think of Kenny, but then the unthinkable happened. Kenny, out of nowhere, texted me. And this is 10:30 at night. Kenny's working late at the office, and he's probably a little liquored up, and he texted me. And it was a Wallman rant, and I respect it.
I thought he was betting horses in Japan.
Mike, I need a pick at shot 10. No. Now listen, Kenny, I need you to step to the main stage because you've got to look in Rico's eyes and make him understand the fury that I felt. But this Wallman thing is driving you to madness.
It's the whole scope of the situation. It's not just Jake Wallman's a good player. It's not just we traded him away. It's the fact that, A, you paid to do it. You paid to trade this guy away. You gave draft capital, attached it to him, and sent him on out the door. And then a team says, no, he's worth a first-round pick. And that would have been fine enough if he would have stunk there and we would have been like, oh, well, that was a dumb decision by Edmonton to do that. Why would they do something like that? No. He's on their team and he's scoring in the Stanley Cup freaking finals, dude. That's ridiculous. It's an absolute mismanagement of assets by Steve Yzerman. That's what I'm upset about most. But then he goes on national TV last night and scores right in my face. I'm like, what are we doing here?
So we're not going to make this a Wallman rage fest, but I want to know what player got away from your team where it was your Wallman. Yeah. What's your Wallman?
See, I see where Kenny is coming from because they made it seem as if this guy was complete garbage, and he wasn't. And it's almost like you just need the wings to do it, to admit, we're sorry. We screwed this thing up. No? Would that help you any?
Well, I mean, we got the answer to that. It was no and no.
You know what?
But
you're right.
We also know reality. We know that there were You want to call it attitude concerns or character concerns, or he didn't, quote, fit the room. Even a hockey neophyte as myself knows that. So they don't need to expand upon it. The point is, how bad of a guy can he be? And second of all, you had to attach a box of candy to him to get rid of him. Right. A year later, people are like, oh, no. Keep the candy. We'll pay you.
Right.
So here's the question.
Right at the time, he was the old couch. No, I'll drop it off at your house for you. You don't even have to come here.
Yes. Charlie Murphy's couch. So look, what's your Wallman? Now, it could be a player that you desperately wanted on draft night and your team passed and he was the next pick. More on that from Rico. It can be a trade that happened. It could be a guy you didn't re-sign. It is just, what is the player, the one that got away? Like, what is the player who is your Wallman? Because Kenny is truly, there's no hyperbole. It's not for radio, unlike a hot dog button-up. Kenny's legitimately upset. I would think many Wings fans are. But what's your Wallman? Rico, who's the one who got away?
Well, I mean, I think the one that we talk about all the time, he's playing in the NBA Finals right now. It's Tyrese Halliburton. We're sitting here saying, and for the record, not in the same draft as Cade. Things could have happened, and with the way the NBA lottery goes, we're like, well, we got to get Cade a help, some partner. You know, you had him.
Hey, who did they draft there? When did you hang out with Will Smith?
Killian Hayes. Who, when I last saw, got released from the French national team.
Yeah, he's a baguette salesman.
Right.
In Lyon.
Right. If you get lost looking for the Eiffel Tower, look for the tall guy.
He helps you in a little beret. Right. So who is your Wallman? David. I mean, I've got one, and I think people know who it is.
But no, I have another one real quick, David.
This is the one that Rico's going to get attacked, and he shouldn't. I'm going to stand up for this guy. Please say it.
In the 2022 draft.
Wait. Hold on. Are you going to be able to do this without yelling?
I can do it. All right,
go ahead.
I can.
Go ahead.
The Lions selected. They passed over Jordan Davis.
Oh, no.
Jordan Davis goes to the Eagles, the very next pick. The pick before Jordan Davis, the Lions selected wide receiver J-Mo.
Yeah. It doesn't feel good. Does it feel good to say that and not get slandered?
It does.
Okay.
And I know. Lions, what are you talking about? J-Mo is all Jordan Davis. Because, you took a defensive tackle in this draft because why? You needed one. Just saying. It ain't like he went to Philly and did nothing.
David, what's your Wallman? And again, you don't need to make something up. If you're not affected the way Kenny is, or some Wings fans are about Wallman, you don't have to say, oh, this is my guy. But I think as fans, we've all had those moments. We have a bit on this show every day, and it's not anger anymore. It's not. It's more of a joke, and we have a ha-ha, and I'm sure some people get bent out of shape. I just don't care. Like, we have fun. Mine is something that's fun now, but it bothers me. It does.
As it should.
But I want David to go first. David, do you have what's your Wallman? Who's the one who got away?
This was my guy going into the 2015 NBA draft. I love this guy in this draft, and to this day, it pains me when I see everything he's doing when he's in Paris, helping the United States win a gold medal, and when he's in the NBA Finals, and yes, they lost it, but he was still in the NBA Finals.
Oh,
and
no.
I just hope
is this the guy who wears the Tiger hat even though he doesn't play here?
And
would this be the guy who swears he wanted to go to Michigan State, but when he had a chance to go to Michigan State, he didn't go to Michigan State, and he instead chose to play for that scumbag Calipari in Kentucky?
Yeah.
Would it be that guy? Does his last name rhyme with Hooker?
It would be that guy because back in those days, I was still doing double duty and working for the Wojo Show. And Wojo Damas predicted that we were going to draft Devin Booker. And we didn't. And we took Stanley Johnson instead.
Well, yeah.
And things.
And stuff.
Question mark.
David, nobody comes from Arizona and
Rico.
just...
Stanley Johnson.
Yeah.
They took the one guy who couldn't shoot.
That is painful.
His jump shot took longer than it takes Kenny to get a sentence out. This is everyone knows mine. Do I really need to say it? I'll let the ticket. Wyatt Langford. All right, we're good. The streak continues. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country in Northville, is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, all the time. Got the absolute lowest prices. And with Northville, they got what you need when you need it. Time to plan it, build it, buy it. Do it where the pros do it. It's Northville Lumber. Stop by, take home some samples, see the showroom. Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Okay. Kenny, do you feel better? Do you feel almost a cleansing of sorts that you were able to speak your truth? Watching the Stanley Cup Finals, the Walman thing is really a thing for you. But we wanted to open it up to everybody and every team. What is your version of Kenny's Walman? A player that your team got rid of, didn't want, or outright didn't take, who blossomed elsewhere. And I don't think it's revisionist history to say that Walman has blossomed. He's playing high-level hockey, major minutes, on a team that's in the Stanley Cup Finals. This is different than Kenny being upset that Walman, you know, like if Walman ended up with the Sharks and is putting up some useless numbers, well, that's different. It can bother you, but not this. I think Kenny's bothered on two fronts. Walman could have netted you a first-round pick, or, wait for it, was better than almost anyone not named Mo Sider in your defensive core. Like, that's White Langford. Okay.
No and no.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Let's get to the people, shall we? Corey's going to bat lead off today. What's up, Corey?
Hey, guys. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, buddy.
All right. So before I give you mine, Mike, the look on your face had been one of, like, absolute disgust when Doug threw out Ryan Mallett. Are you serious? That's the first name that comes to your mind when
I was stunned.
Holy cow!
I was really shocked. It was
I almost
disbelief.
I almost missed my exit on the freeway.
I was like, wait, in the universe, that's the guy? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think Ryan Mallett's ever come to the first name in my head ever.
No.
For many reasons. So I have two. They're both Tiger-based. One was Max Scherzer. I know it was a money thing. But Max Scherzer, just because I just thought he was like a warrior god pitcher, and I loved him. But also, Suarez, the third baseman we had that we traded away, and now, I mean, he's been a really good third baseman for years. And
Corey, you mean the one that's in trade? You know, that maybe the Tigers could trade to get back?
Exactly, yeah. Now they're saying, hey, we could get him. I'm like, we did have him.
Yeah. Suarez kind of feels like the Chris Middleton of baseball. Like, we had that guy. No,
yeah.
Corey, listen, I think the Scherzer one is the one that you might end up living again if they don't keep Skubal. I mean, look, you wanted him. You made him an offer. He said no. He bet on himself, and he left. And, yeah, for the next, better part of a decade, there were several years he was the best pitcher in baseball. And you went, wait, that was my guy. And
yeah, he was unhittable.
Yep. I mean, I don't know. Corey might be foreshadowing something. I mean, wouldn't that turn into Skubal if he's not a Tiger past 26?
But see, I don't think so, because for Scherzer, it was a lot of spite there. I think both parties, because that was the whole Verlander thing, and he was just like, hey, pay me like I'm an ace. It's like, well, you're not really the ace. It's Verlander. So, you know.
But hold on. Remember, they offered Max the money. And then immediately when Max turned it down, didn't they sign Miggy? Wasn't that how it worked?
Right, but I'm saying
that's what it looked like. Yes. Did you get this? Give it to him.
David, it just seemed like they were playing some games, some mind games. Like, it didn't seem like it was sincere, my opinion.
Kenny. Wallman.
I'm sorry. I was just looking at my FanDuel account. It actually gave me a notice that I was spending too much time on the app. So
Kenny, you're trying to bet multiple tracks while at work.
Yes.
That's a distinct issue.
You're right. I just need an intervention.
Just give me 20 minutes. I'll have something for you.
Another one.
I can only do that in the commercial breaks. I cannot sit here in good faith with Rico and pull up
1-800-GAMBLER.
Kenny, you need another hit? Hold on, wait for the commercial break. What if I start putting my picks in little plastic baggies and handing them to Kenny?
No. This man has to be responsible, Mike. He's about to become a husband. He has to be responsible.
Pretty soon, this will be all he has.
I got to do it now. Before that starts, I got to get it out of my system.
That's the attitude.
No,
all right.
No, because okay, honeymoon money. I need money. Come on. Let's go.
But what if he wins?
It could be such a better honeymoon. Come on.
That's not how it works,
honey. Let's just stick with the living room.
Noah 97.1. What's up, Noah?
Well, Mike, shout out, about to walk into Costco here.
Yes.
Some groceries.
My man.
Filling up some gas, but also thanks a lot for stealing my thunder there.
Why?
Skubal. That's my one. I am a huge collector. I collect Skubal sports cards, Skubal signed jerseys, and frick, man, I think we're going to let him walk, and it really makes me sad.
So
I love the guy. I love his grittiness.
That's a preemptive Wallman.
Yeah, I know every time I see him on the mound pitching, I just get sad. I know that they're just going to let him walk, and it's going to be just unfortunate.
If it happens, and man, we've got a long way to go.
We'll just say when it happens.
Okay. I mean, yeah, if you approach it that way, Noah, that would be modern Scherzer, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Now, what's in the offing?
I would even say it's Verlander too, right? Because you let Verlander walk.
Though, but hold on. It wasn't letting him walk. The team was in disrepair. They were going into a rebuild. You did right by the player, and you traded him. That one doesn't bother me because he would have toiled here. This team was nowhere near ready to win. The Scherzer thing was different. Felt different.
Yeah.
What's
different too.
What's in the offing at Costco? We going to the meat department? What's the story?
We're getting it all. We're getting all the groceries. We've been trying to get out here for this past week, and finally able to do it. Just been so busy with work and whatnot, but we got everything coming up.
It's Father's Day. If they've got the ribeye caps, you got to scoop them up. That's all I'm telling you.
Yeah, we're getting that. We're smoking. We're grilling. We're doing everything today.
There it is. Noah, you have a great time.
Okay.
I'm jealous.
Appreciate you guys.
I wish I could be there with you, Noah. You live for me. I'm living vicariously through Noah.
Sometimes I don't even know who you are. This is the same. Mike, you really need to try Costco. I don't need a pallet of pickles.
I thought that's all it was. It's such a magical place. 248-539-9797.
You mentioned vacuum sealer one more time.
It's a great purchase. Do you know I pulled a couple of vacuum sealed items out of the freezer today?
I'm here for you, and you just double barrel. Nope.
David, ticket text.
Chris Middleton and Dinwiddie both bothered me because we had both traded them away and watched them blossom into good NBA players elsewhere.
Middleton, yes. Are you really bothered by Spencer Dinwiddie? Really?
He became a good role player.
All right. Middleton became like an all-star, like a real dude for a while.
Yeah, this town loves role players. Remember that. So
you know what? I would say even Contavious Caldwell Pope. You could throw him in there.
Ugh. I hate him. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm biased. Leave me out of it. Great player, great human. All right.
Where'd this come from?
I got into so many arguments. I didn't want him here. I didn't want him drafted. I didn't like his game. And then for years, I had to deal with people like who would, no, you don't know ball. He's good. And I'm like, he's not good. It was like Rodney Stuckey. There are these players in my 20 plus years in this town that you go to war over. And it doesn't matter if you ended up being right. No one cares. You still had to go through it.
Gotcha.
So like a KCP or a Rodney Stuckey. There was even an Austin Day contingent in this town. Very difficult.
I'm trying to think. Was Caldwell Pope the one they took right before Trey Burke? They took him instead of Trey Burke. Because I remember
believe so.
A lot of people were angry. Like, oh my God, Trey Burke was sitting right there.
Hell, I thought Trey Burke would have been good. Honestly, it just didn't work. It's the NBA.
Yeah, that was Joe just saying, no, I'm not following along with everybody else.
Yeah, and that was in his Argyle phase, the later years. David, ticket text.
I like this next one because it's a little different. Mine is when Rich Rod got fired and Sammy Watkins he decommitted from Michigan. Hurt me to watch him ball out at Clemson.
Whoa, I'm gonna say this. This is a take I had back in the day. You tell me if it's true or false. If they had given Rich Rod the next season, he would have had them in the same place as Brady Hoke. Those were all his players.
I'm gonna do you one better, Mike.
Okay.
And this is where
you're going to have a headset that works.
Yes. Michigan fans, if you had given Brady Hoke one more year, he still would be there right now. Or you would have to fend on him off from the pros because Brady Hoke brought everything Urban Meyer did to Ohio State, but he did it first. So you would have had your pick of the litter of all of the top players that went on to play for the Buckeyes would have been coming to Michigan. He was running that system. They didn't give him this D coordinator, and they really didn't back him. But I have to say, if they had just supported him, and you're right, one more year.
You're talking Rich Rod, not Hoke.
Yes.
And you wouldn't have 6 level 1 violations. That's for you, David. 248-539-97.
I mean, it was all set up. It was going to be the Devin Gardner at quarterback, and he was going to move Shoelace out to the running back and run some little like that West Virginia type offense. But Sammy Watkins, I do remember that. He left.
You hate to see it. All right, more of your phone calls. Who's your Wallman? Kenny is mentally shattered watching Wallman play really well in the Stanley Cup Finals, the one who got away. This is emotional. It really is. Wyatt Langford. All right, 97.1. That was Kenny last night screaming no and no. Watching Wallman score, watching Wallman exit the zone with speed and precision passing. Who's your Wallman? David, the ticket text.
Adam Oates is
noted graduate of Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, RPI. It's in my hometown. They were in the 85 Frozen Four.
Okay.
The goalie was Darren Pupa.
Wait, what
former
is it
Lightning.
again?
RPI.
Rensselaer?
Yeah, it's for all the kids who can't get into MIT. It's an engineering school. It's like super, super expensive, and it's in my dump of a town. It's a very weird thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing for them because they can buy up all the real estate from all the blighted housing.
Okay.
Yeah, they
it was
basically
like Michigan State's football field.
Now that's him. David just turning up sensual music for no reason.
That's David's just been on one with me all day, so I won't even get into it. So,
are mommy and daddy fighting here? What's going on?
We're not.
No, he just basically said, "Next, move along."
All right, I'm going to hear more about this in the break because I'm kind of excited. Maybe. Go ahead.
Someone says Keon Coleman transferring to Florida State and scoring 3 touchdowns against LSU on opening night. Can't believe that happened.
That's a Wallman, but I think
Wallman.
there's going to be Wallmans everywhere in college football and basketball. It's different. You don't even get a say anymore. Like the Wings had to willfully package Wallman up.
Yeah, the only thing that helped me with the Keon Coleman was like, well, at least we got the other side with K9. So, yeah, that worked, I guess.
But what if we
Balanced
had
out.
them both?
They did.
No, I mean forever.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Joe in Mount Clemens says, Patricia and Quinn, when they traded away Quandre Diggs and then he became a Pro Bowler that year,
Tough one.
that angered me.
That's a tough one. It's a tough one.
Phillips?
Darius Slay, after Patricia
Yes.
told him to start hanging off a dude's ding-ding in a team meeting.
Yeah.
Whoops. Sorry.
And then ended up being the assistant coach for that same team.
That had to be very awkward.
Someone says, Sue, the fact that the Lions couldn't keep him is disgusting.
Disagree.
No, because he didn't want to be here from the jump. Like he was already trying to see, well, okay, so in 4 years, you don't really have to give me that 5th-year option. I can leave. I'm good.
You got to remember. It nailed it right there. Remember the day he signed? Wasn't it his sister saying we like the contract because it gets him to free agency faster?
Yep.
Then they couldn't find him at the combine the year before, and my dumbass is on the air going, "Guys, he's gone. I don't even know what we're talking about. We're gonna have to take a D tackle." Was Aaron Donald one of the people we wanted? Yes. I liked Aaron Donald. I like Zach Martin. They went with Eric Ebron. Okay, so, Wallman, let's get to the people, shall we? Matt, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, pal?
What's up, Mike? You just stole my
What is
thunder,
going
but it's okay.
What did I do?
Because you mentioned Aaron Donald. I was going to say him, but that's okay because I have backups.
Okay.
Let's go for the Pistons in 2003 when they drafted that idiot Darko. They could have took Carmelo. They could have took Dwayne Wade or
Chris Bosh.
Chris Bosh. What was it? There was another one. I can't think of it. They could have took like they could have took Draymond Green. They could have took Jokic in 14.
All right, well, there's always going to be those. But the Darko one, the difference is it's not the 30th pick. Yeah. You had the number 2 pick. True. You had your pick of the litter of the players who went 3, 4, 5. That one sticks. And it altered the course of the franchise. It was really no different than when the Celtics took Lenny Bias and he, blew up his whole heart with cocaine. It's just... The Celtics, the Celtics were not the same because Bird and McHale and Parrish had to play a ton of minutes. Darko, while he didn't die, was useless.
Right. I've just never heard Len Bias put that way before.
And the Lions could have took Odell Beckham or Aaron Donald. But I'm with Kenny. I was watching the game last night. Every time I saw Wallman, it was like him just saying F you for like trading him away. Now he's showing you what he's actually worth. It was the stupidest decision to give him away.
I think the problem too is, and Matt, we'll never get the full story, but okay, well, I'm sorry. Was this guy like Aaron Hernandez behind the scenes?
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? When you're that type of player, good teams don't really bring you into cup runs. So there's a disconnect here.
And Matt, I would say I don't even think it was like an FU. I think he's just out there living his best life and doesn't even think about Detroit anymore.
You're right. It wasn't an FU. It was more of like, oh, okay, you traded me. Well, take a look at this.
Yep.
Goal. Now we're in overtime. I just won the game.
Yeah.
Anyways, happy Friday the 13th, guys.
Yeah, Matty, appreciate it, brother. Look, I get why Kenny's super bothered by Wallman. I do, and it's fresh. And when your team's not having success, it makes it more difficult. Look, the reason I'm okay, I'll never be okay until Max Clark comes here and turns into Mike Trout, but I'm okay because the Tigers are really good. I do laugh to myself, though. We got to get a right-handed bat. I'm like, yeah. How about one with 14 homers and 13 steals on June 13th? Okay.
Yeah,
but
nice.
the Tigers are good, so I can make sense of it. For Kenny, the Wings aren't good. And the defense, think about this. They paid to have Wallman leave and went on to have the worst penalty kill in the history of the sport and had a defensive core that never could get out of its own end. To where Kenny will come on the air, hot dog shirt or not, and say, well, Mo Sider's got to play the most difficult minutes because he's always stuck in his own end. Who would have helped you get out of your own end? Wallman. That's why Kenny's getting it at every turn.
Oh, no. It's like whenever I see, Langford and he gets some type of highlight and I immediately think, well, wonder if Mike saw that.
I do. I have alerts.
So, no,
because I have a bit with Kenny where I text him anytime Langford does something good.
I totally understand it. So, no, we all have that player. You're like, yeah, I know that upsets him.
I know. And look, the Jordan Davis thing for you was never going to be flashy. And that's where you were always going to have a hard time winning arguments with callers. But the reality is, what was the Lions' biggest need the last 2 seasons?
Yeah.
A true space eater to line up next to Aleem McNeil. Here's what's interesting. What did you use a first-round pick on this year?
Yeah.
Exactly.
No. I remember Cookies. He's just a nose tackle. That's it. Like, he's more than that, Cookies. This is the guy that can just anchor a line. No, we could do better than that. All right. And it's the ironic thing. That's what you took this year in the draft. I'm like, God. Or you could have had a better version already there.
We're going to root for the best.
It would have been him and Aiden coming in at the exact same time.
That sounds really fun. Oh, well. All right. But again, at least they're good. You can work your way around it when they're good. Kenny can't work. The Wallman thing for Kenny is like a spike strip on the road. You can't work your way around it. Tires gone. Every time he watches Wallman, spike strip. At least with the Lions and Tigers, you and I can get over it. Yeah. Teams are good, man. Just wish Wyatt was here. All right, let's go to the people. We'll go to Mike 97.1. Mikey, what's up, pal?
Happy Friday, fellas. How's it going?
Great, Mike.
So the first one I had, Corey actually took it first caller, but it was Max Scherzer. I remember at that point, man, I was young watching the Tigers. And at that point, it was, the guys on your team, they were going to be there till you retire. And it was heartbreaking, to see one of your favorite players leave at a young age and kind of, I'd say, ruin my innocence as a sports fan. But then the second one I had, it was Josh Jackson going to Kansas. Yeah, big Spartan basketball fan, and I really thought he was going to come and stay. And oh man,
do you remember though?
On a young Michael too.
I remember this, Mike, and look, I don't know if Rico will remember this. I remember calling Rico in another life, and I'm going, "This kid's transferring to Napa to play high school basketball." I go, "They don't even have schools in Napa Valley." And Rico's one-word response to me, Mike, Apple.
Yeah.
It was all the mom. It was a circus of a recruitment.
Oh, I remember that one vividly.
Apple.
I remember waking up to 1,000 mentions on my Twitter feed of something I put out, and I woke up the next morning and Mom went ballistic and had all her minions come after me.
But here's the thing, Mike, the one way it's like Cliff Alexander, another legendary recruit that didn't happen. They didn't really go on to do anything. Like Jackson was one of the worst NBA picks of the decade. He was terrible. Mm-hmm. So
No, that's true. I remember watching Kansas play when he was his freshman year there, and I mean, he was a nice player and all, but yeah, when he ended up getting to the league, I mean, what he played in Detroit for what, like a 10-day contract? They signed him for a year.
Yeah, about 5 minutes.
Because Mike, he was supposed
really
to
didn't do much.
He was supposed to come in that class with Bridges and Cassius and Nick Ward and all of that. He was the 5th member of that class. Never happened.
I'm trying to think of the recruit you missed that, like for State, the one that got away is always going to be Mike Hart. Mike Hart, see, Michigan fans probably don't, the young ones don't remember this. Mike Hart was out here to go to Michigan State, and it was either a camp or whatever. And on a lark, they drove back from upstate New York, dropped off his tapes in Ann Arbor.
Yeah, no, they were leaving, and it was just like, well, it's just right up the road. Let's just, while we're here.
And that's the one that got away, because Mike Hart was a high school legend in upstate New York. His highlight tape, he had some of the most ridiculous runs in the Carrier Dome, like in the state title game. Mike Hart was like legit. But Michigan, again, Mike Hart was like a 3-star. So Michigan was probably off recruiting like Kelly Baraka Jr. Well, all of a sudden, you drop off the tapes. That could be a one that got away, because he ended up being a really good football player.
Well, I know Riegers, if Michigan-wise, Riegers is still like, man, if that damn rollover accident never happened, we would have had the Flintstones. That's his thing. He will go to his grave believing that. Michigan would have had the Flintstones if the rollover never happened.
Is he right? I'm asking.
He could have been right.
Okay.
He could have been right, yeah.
Instead, he got Kevin Gaines wrestling on the lodge. One of the wildest headlines ever. Wasn't it like a wrestling match outside of a car on the lodge?
Okay, what knowledge do you just not retain? Like,
Rico, I've been here my whole adult life. This is what I do.
I understand, but it's just like, what are the things that just don't make it past the gatekeeping in your mind?
A lot.
Kevin Gaines. No, it's true. But it's like, wait, you held on to that?
I got lots of sure.
But there's something sitting there beyond the velvet rope like, Mike, let us in. No, I got to hold on to this Kevin Gaines memory.
Yesterday, I gave you a Robert Newkirk throwing a student into a dumpster at State.
But no.
Kenny, we recruited some bad boys under Saban.
But yeah, Josh Jackson, I think the only one I said you probably dodged would have been Bates. Remember, he committed.
Amani Bates. Oh, boy. Hate to see it. All right, listen. We'll get to more of your calls. This is a hit. The Wallman Chronicles, 97.1. All right, this is the time I'd normally tell you, here's your 8 minutes of football, but instead it is Father's Day weekend, and from time to time, Mr. David Hatchetman Hull presents gift ideas. Although David has something different in mind, here is your Father's Day gift guide. No.
That
David,
would
I
be a
love the
good
music,
Father's
buddy.
Day
It's tremendous.
gift idea. Ah, yes. Let's start here, guys. There are people.
TJ,
okay.
please.
All right.
Mike.
There are fathers out there that love pizza, so why not get him the 12 multi-fuel pizza oven? Something that you can set up outside.
All right.
And enjoy.
These have become very popular. And before Kenny turns into a smartass, no, me, the guy on the pizza box, doesn't own one. I don't know what to say about these. I think you got to know what you're doing to operate them. And making pizza is idealistic. It's not realistic. Meaning, oh my God, this is going to be a blast. We're going to make pizzas for the games. One problem. Where are you getting the dough? You making it? You going to proof it yourself? Then you got to buy all your ingredients? Then you got to do all this crap? I don't. And we live in a state where we're inside 7 months out of the year.
Or you just get the dough from the grocery store.
Come on, man. Now this is where I'm going to turn to a pizza snob. Now, come on now.
No?
Got to make your dough.
Was it the Giornos?
Okay. Yep. I really hope this. I really hope the light stanchion crashes down on you, like Patches O'Houlihan in dodgeball.
You don't have a pizza maker?
No. No. Because of that, it's just one of those. It's the same as a Blackstone.
Time consuming.
Yeah, it's a very time-consuming thing. And then what is? Hold on, you're a father of 17 kids.
Yeah, I don't have time.
Hey, Dad, here's a gift that's going to take up more of your time.
I don't, but you may be retired and could do it. But I don't have no. I have no.
You
time.
know what? People have told me those who buy the pizza maker, it's the I guess the outdoor equipment of a treadmill. You have all the intentions of using it, and
it
you
just collects dust.
And you set stuff on top of it.
There you go.
All right, here's the next gift idea for the grandfather. Someone may be retired that goes up north all the time, and they're a bookworm. Get them the Amazon Kindle Paperwhite.
Yes, 1,000% yes. If you have a reader in your life, my mom is a voracious reader. My wife loves to read. If you like reading, the Kindle or a subscription to something like Audible for audiobooks. Way better than reading. I wish I had those in school. Reading sucks. But if you like reading, no, it's because I have to read so much for this damn job. I don't get to read for pleasure anymore.
You don't get to really choose when you want to. Yeah, you're
no.
right.
Oh, look. New Jeff Passan article. No. Audible. You just buy the damn thing, you turn it on, and you soak in all the knowledge by listening.
Just the same thing. To just take a couple hours to yourself and say, no, I'm reading something non-sports related. Just going to read this.
I'm like David. Too busy. Okay. No time for non-sports. All right, go ahead.
Maybe your dad or your
great gift idea.
Grandfather or your uncle loves to golf. Well, maybe they need a little something in the corner of their office. We'll get them the Putt About Grassroots Par 3 putting green.
I want to say something. While I don't think I'm judging, it's going to sound like I'm judging. I always feel like when you watch a movie or a TV show and you see the guy in his office on his putting green handling a conference call, I've always thought those people were douches. So are you going to call your grandfather a douche? Is that what you're doing if you buy him a putting green?
No, I just think that they're obsessed. Once you start golfing, it takes over your life. And
can't you just buy him a golf club or shoes?
No, but it's practicing putting, so you could do it in your office.
All
so
right. Live your best life.
It's like Kenny raffling off horse racing bets right now. It's what he loves to do.
This is a stunning heel turn for Kenny.
Doesn't make Kenny a loser. It just means he likes betting horses. I'm right there with you, Kenny. Nice shirt.
On the horses or the putting green?
No, I'm just saying on the putting, if like the putting green, if that's what you do, like I can see Rieger just being obsessed with it.
I think if you bought Jeff anything that gets him away from his family, he probably is in. I think Jeff actually wants to be homeless. Rieger, it has to be studied.
I mean, I've never seen a man, no matter what time of the day, he will figure out a way to get 9 holes of golfing.
Correct. While never being near his children.
Well, I'm glad that kind of leads into the next gift idea because Vivid Seats has this concert ticket package. So you can send them anywhere around the country, and you can give them the concert tickets, hotel room, and everything for your father, grandfather, whoever.
You got to be Stoney level devoted.
That's what I'm saying. You have to really want to go to a concert elsewhere.
Yeah, that wouldn't work in my neck of the woods. I don't care about stuff like that.
Yeah, I was about to say, I could see if, like, you know what, I want to see this person play in Vegas or this arena, but just to travel the country, nah.
If they're in Seattle, you go to Seattle. They're in, yeah.
I mean, he does like Bruce. It's possible. All right, go ahead.
This next one is a simple, very, very simple one. I know my grandfather has a ton of these. He used to always drive the camper around the country. He loved his coffee, so you would get him the tumbler.
1,000%. For me at least, I can't speak. I know Rico doesn't like coffee like I do. Yes.
I mean, he literally had 1,000. There was some in the camper, some
my
at home,
dad,
everywhere.
My dad will have coffee any time of day, any location. Yes. Coffee.
So is he one of those
dad
people,
loves coffee, so
it does not keep him awake. It's like water to him.
Oh, no. My dad doesn't sleep.
Okay.
My dad's maniac.
No, I mean, some people can drink coffee and they're like, no, it doesn't keep me awake.
Big G actually operates on like 18 minutes of sleep. It's been him his whole life. I've told him, shouldn't be drinking coffee at night. He doesn't listen.
This is where you get it from?
I'm a way better sleeper than him. Dude, my dad's on a different planet.
You know what? But
you also control when you drink your coffee, too.
I time out my caffeine, yes.
But David, I'll say this. It's something about coffee. It is the nicest phone calls I've ever gotten from Mike. Hey, you're on your way in? Yeah. Hey, buddy. Hey, pal. Can you swing by and pick me up? I forgot. I got his order in the phone.
Iced coffee.
But I need this and add this.
No, two Splenda.
Yeah.
Black coffee, two Splenda. That's all. Need a little bit of sweetness. Can't be all acid.
Two Splenda.
That's it.
Oh, man. You're the best.
You're
the best.
I ain't doing these frappadappas and this other stuff. A very simplistic coffee drinker.
So this next one works perfectly for everyone in this state of Michigan. I know someone has a dad, a grandfather, someone that goes up north, takes their boat up north. Here is a Bluetooth speaker.
Yes.
Perfect for them to put on the boat, wherever they want to do.
What about your golf cart?
You could do that too.
That plays. What about the garage?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes to all of it. That plays. Also, anything that promotes dad being left alone. I think that's a winner.
Bluetooth speaker is very underrated.
I love it. Love it.
You know what? Don't go cheap. Get a good one. Don't get one that, all of a sudden the battery dies after 15 minutes. Spend a little money on dad.
Unless dad's a deadbeat, then get him the cheap one.
No.
And then laugh when it dies.
No, because then that means dad's back in your company again.
You're right.
Sure
Buy
is.
the expensive one.
Sure
Rico
is.
wins.
And if you have any...
We lost him.
And if you have any questions on if he's your grandfather, father, or not,
do not say a paternity test.
There
do
is
not.
a genetic test that you can get.
I think we're a little too late for that.
I really want to make Father's Day awkward? Here's a paternity test.
Right, because what if it doesn't come back the way the family thinks?
David, are you trying to tell us something?
No, not at all.
Well, all of a sudden, you're no longer calling him uncle anymore.
I'll move past that and go straight to something simple.
In Kenny's world, you just call him cousin.
All right.
So, David, is this like a... No. I don't even think this would be a gag gift.
No, it's not.
Like, I gotta think, David, as a father, I don't think that you would find that funny.
No, that's not funny at all.
That's not. Hey, Dad, look what we got you.
That's like one step from David going, and here's your best guide. It's called birth control.
Just give me horse racing pics and shut up, funny man.
Make me a bicycle.
I got to think, David, if your kids gave you that gift, I would purposely go get somebody else's DNA for the test. Oh, okay. You think that's funny? Look at the results.
Oh, my God. This is like a twisted Netflix show. Jeez.
I didn't think it was going to go there. But, might as well, right? And let's close it out here real simple. They need drill. They need whatever. Here's your Craftsman cordless drill set.
Yeah, but I'm with Rico on this. Don't buy the cheapies.
Oh, no.
Otherwise, the thing will be halfway done into putting the first nail in or screw, or you're using a Sawzall bit.
Yes.
Buy something with a good battery, please.
Thank you.
Total agreement with Mr. Beard.
All of a sudden, you know what? Just go get the screwdriver.
Yes. David, this was actually excellent, minus that weird paternity test suggestion.
Yeah,
in there.
I just wanted to throw something silly in there,
Okay,
That's how you ended up with 4 kids.
Once again, play stupid games, you'll win stupid prizes.
Wow, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Apparently, you've had several.
Father's Day gift ideas. 97.1.
Brought to you by the University of Michigan Credit Union. Michigan State's Board of Trustees has officially approved the contract of new AD Jay Batts. He'll take his post this upcoming Tuesday. The Tigers are getting ready to start their 6-game homestand tonight with the Cincinnati Reds, and with that, they'll face one of the more exciting players in baseball, Elly De La Cruz. That's Reds analyst Chris Welsh. Here the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:10 as Brant Herter battles Nick Martinez. The U.S. Open is underway. It's day 2 there. J.J. Spawn still your leader. He led after day 1 as well. He's 5 under par and 6 holes through his second round. The Mavericks posted a welcome to Dallas Cooper flag graphic on their website, officially tipping their hand on the number 1 overall pick. The Thunder hoping to even...
really, though? Worst
What?
kept secret.
No, but I don't. It's kind of weird that you do it now, isn't it? I don't know. People don't do that. The Thunder are hoping to even the series with the Pacers tonight. Tip at 8:30. Indiana holds a 2-1 lead there. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Adel. This update brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling at the Corwell Health Sports Desk. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
3:00, great to have you with us. And we've got a lot of people who want to talk, and we're going to get right to you. Here's the quick Cliff Notes sell. We were all watching Stanley Cup Finals last night. Incredible game. I mean, for the Oilers to be down 3-0 on the road, battle back, blow the lead with 15 seconds to go to win it in OT. It was an incredible game. It was. But watching the Oilers, Kenny Cott is having a Wallman issue. That Wallman... his exit from the Wings, how you paid to force him out, only for him to be worth a first-round pick to go to a Stanley Cup team. And he's playing really well. Really well, really significant minutes for a really good team while we're toiling with the worst penalty kill in the league. It has haunted Kenny. So we've asked the question, who's your Wallman? Who is the player that your team got rid of or you wanted? It made total sense. And they didn't acquire. For instance, Rico wanting Halliburton here, them taking Killian Hayes. Same position, same right where the draft is. Like, it's okay to bring the draft up. Don't do, well, I wanted this guy, and that guy went in the 5th round, and you're bitching about a 2nd-round pick. That's not it. We've had a couple of Max Scherzer suggestions, a couple of people preemptively saying Skubal because they personally don't believe he'll be signed. But who is your Wallman? Because, look, I don't think Kenny's wrong. It's one thing if Rico wanted Jordan Davis with the Lions or I wanted Wyatt Langford for the Tigers. Both teams are really good. Right. You can work around it a little bit.
Right, and at least the Lions didn't get Jordan Davis. They got Jameson Williams. So
good player.
It worked out so far. I would have rather them with defense. You got Max Clark, who could work out.
It might.
Could.
Maybe he'll be awesome. Could you really use him now? The point is,
I'm going to get you some white cap tickets.
I'm good. The point I'm making, I can work my way around it. They're 20 games over 500. They're a really good baseball team. But Kenny's the sad meme of the guy walking with his hands in his pockets in the rain. The team stinks. The defense stinks. Wallman would be the best guy you have, not named Sider. And you paid to force him out because, wow, bad guy.
Yeah.
How bad is he? Unless the Oilers are just a complete degenerate festival. Like what? I get why Kenny's been out of shape. I do. So that's what we're rapping about. Now, are you sticking Halliburton or Jordan Davis? You only get to pick one as your number one.
Oh.
Just say Hallie and call it a day.
Yes, Halliburton.
Just say it.
It is.
Even though the Pistons are good, the guy the Pistons drafted is a baguette salesman in Paris. Mm-hmm. Halliburton's a superstar. Despite, by the way, you told me Stephen A. now tripling down.
He's tripling down. Basically, well, you can't be a superstar. I guess he had magic on there. Like, unless you sell out an opposing arena.
Okay, who does SGA sell out?
You know what? Great point. Because if he comes to Detroit, you're not like, oh my God, we got to go see this guy. But unless you can sell out an opposing arena, then you are classified as a superstar.
Tip in sports.
It has nothing to do with your play on the court. Steven, take a day off.
Yeah, here's a tip in sports media. You're going to be wrong. I'm wrong. You're wrong. It's okay to be wrong. It's not a criminal offense. You're not going to get hauled off to the gulag.
He will not let this go.
He needs to. That's pretty bad.
He's literally just rewriting rules. Has nothing to do with his play on the court. Now it's you can't sell out arenas, so you're not a superstar.
Let's go to DJ in Detroit, 97.1. Deej, how are you, sir?
Gentlemen, what up, though? I'm good, man.
DJ.
Happy Father's Day to all you guys that are fathers, man, in case I don't talk to you over the weekend, man.
I was going to say, what is your plan? Is there an event you'll be the master of ceremonies at? I can't keep up with you.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
I'm chilling, man.
Are you hosting a mayoral debate on Monday?
No comment. So with that said, check this out, fellas. So just stay with me here. So my stress reliever on a daily basis is, man, after I get through dealing with my business and all that, I come home, I cut on my MLB 25 as a grown man. I don't play against nobody. I play against the computer, and that's just how I release myself because it's the funnest game that I played in years, and me and Kenny Cott was just talking about that, right?
Okay.
So now, when I play this game, a former Tiger literally hits a home run against me every time, or he damn near goes for the cycle. And it pisses me off that he's supposed to be with us, Nick Castellanos. It pisses me off. He literally nails me. I try to pitch around him. Like, I be like, dude, he was with us, dude. Like, he was one of us. And I don't understand the dynamics of what happened and how he got away. But that's my one because he kills me routinely every time I play my game damn near.
If you go back to it, prior regime, you had Al in the media basically saying, well, I can't get anything for him. Nobody wants him. They wanted him to play some other positions. He didn't necessarily want to do that. It was probably time for an exit for both.
Okay.
But I'm sorry he destroys your relaxation. I apologize.
No, but maybe that was close to a woman where, you know what, you probably should have worked this out and kept him on the team.
Yeah, and he was good. He was a good player for several years.
Yeah, so then I got a 1B, and I'm going to leave you. This one, the easy one is the one that everybody says because Aaron Donald was the best defensive lineman in football that year at Pittsburgh, so that was easy. But here, I'm going to go back for y'all. The one that nailed me the most for years and it took to get over is because the guy that we passed on literally nailed us for years, Terry Fair and Randy Moss. Like, every single time that Moss, they're going deep, I said, oh, boy, here we go. And he beat Terry Fair. So that one stuck a craw on my side for years.
DJ,
Didn't get over that one.
because Randy Moss, they didn't think that he was a good cultural fit for the line.
Meanwhile, we watched a season of Terry Fair not in your television screen when the ball was snapped.
But DJ, they made up for it with the next round and got you Jermaine Crowell.
Oh, man.
Kneecap sold
God.
separately.
Hey, y'all want to hear a quick one-off? I ain't going to blow the horn on y'all, so I ain't going to say the name. But one of my guys was on that team, one of them Lions teams. He used to tell me, he's like, dog, watching Randy Moss, dog, I've never seen nothing like it in my life, dog. He was like, he runs past the safety, the linebacker, and the corner, dog. Like, I've never seen nothing like he used to tell me routinely, like, dog, he's never seen nothing like it. He said they knew it was coming. They would move the safeties 15, 20 yards back.
Didn't matter.
He said Moss still will run past him.
Yeah.
And he said he was right there on the sideline looking at it. He had never seen nothing like it.
That's why he was called the freak. I mean, he was 6'4". He had the long strides.
That's why he became an adjective. You got Moss.
DJ, we're gonna do the Kenny Cott college football highlight thing. Kenny, I need you to pull up Randy Moss versus Army. Marshall went to West Point to play Army. And
I've seen that. I'm sorry. I don't want to burst your
Every stride was 10 yards, and he leapt. In stride, he leapt over a cadet. And it was back when Marshall, they all wore the high socks. His legs looked like they were 50 feet long.
No, I remember.
You've never seen anything like him.
Wasn't it the Thanksgiving Day game against the Cowboys where he just went off?
3 catches, 150 yards, and 3 touchdowns. Yes. Thanksgiving.
Yes, 3 receptions.
I remember that.
They were all
so
80-yarders. Oh, by the way, to DJ, the problem is I only think of Nick Castellanos in one way now.
Big events happening?
No.
Tom Brenneman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When an announcer's career is over and he's in the midst of apologizing
I'd like
for
to apologize.
a heinous remark.
There's a deep fly to left.
Hold on. Do we have that in the system? It's Friday. But he's like, basically.
Never should have said what I said. And,
I don't know if my bosses are ever going to let me work. And there's a deep fly to right. I shouldn't laugh, but I am. Oh, God. Oh, it's like he prides himself on being a man of faith. Well, can we go to the hot mic for a second? My God, I think the only thing I've ever heard that was worse was the A's announcer in Kansas City. Well, we had a good time at the museum, and then Dallas Braden is sitting there like, yeah, we did. I'm like, do you realize what he just said? Do you know the clip I'm talking about? We can't play that one.
Or you could be me that actually played that clip as loud as possible in the barbershop. Didn't know my phone was that loud.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, David. Thank you. That was just a treat. That's the only thing you say, Nick Castellanos. That's all I hear. Oh, he's a deep fly to right. I consider myself a man of faith. But Tom, you got to let it go, brother.
Yeah.
I didn't hear a whole lot of faith on that hot mic. Okay, then. 248-539-9797. FanDuel, best place for all your player props. NBA Finals. You can make smarter plays. They've got performance trends. And even if you miss tip-off, you're busy. They've got live SGPs. You can combine the live odds into a live SGP. It's what people are into. $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/ticket. You can join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, we get to the people. Also, we got a couple new names to throw in the hopper in the 4 o'clock hour. And I know Unless I land you Michael Jordan in his prime, it won't be good enough for you. But a couple new names have entered the chat as guys that Trajan Langdon could offer for. I'll get them to you in the 4 o'clock. Right now, it's Kenny. It's Wallman. Who is your Wallman? The one who got away. Can I ask Kenny one question before we go to the phones?
Yeah.
I don't want to belabor this, but Kenny,
Why aren't the
being
horses
serious.
very nice to me?
What's up?
Why aren't the horses very nice to me today?
Okay, just breathe. The Wallman thing.
Sure.
I just want you to, at least in your own words, do you believe if he had stayed that it makes, how much of a difference would it have made?
I think it makes a difference on things like the power play. And I think down the stretch when you need guys like that. You need guys that can play playoff style hockey to get into and succeed in the playoffs. I think for the defense specifically, he represents about a 20% improvement.
Okay.
And that's way more than we needed to make the playoffs. I think if we had Wallman, we would probably be a playoff team. I don't know how good of a playoff team we'd be. We might be a first-round exit.
Oh, wow.
Because
you're saying at least you're in the playoff.
Yeah, we might be one of the bottom feeder teams that loses to Florida, but you know what? I mean, or Toronto or
But
whatever.
if it's the difference in ending the streak and not, I get why Kenny's angry. I can't speak to whether what he just said is true, but if Kenny says it and it's hockey related, yeah, I respect it. I mean, that you have every right to be upset.
And it's not because Jake Wallman's some stellar player, but look at the role that he's playing on a Stanley Cup team right now and scoring in the Stanley Cup
major
finals.
minutes. And last night, every time they leave the zone, who's the guy getting them out of the zone?
Correct.
It's him.
He's not some bum-ass player.
No.
He represents a big difference on any defensive core. Like when we talked about Wyatt Langford, I know that's your guy, that's your project.
But the difference is the Tigers are really good, so I've moved on.
No, but when they were not, and you saw Texas in the playoffs in the World Series with him in the lineup.
Yeah,
that's what we're talking about here. It's the same thing.
Yes, you understand my point is, and it's the same with Rico. Look, Lions are good, Tigers are good. It helps with you. I understand the Wallman thing because your team is bad. And then you're told, well, essentially, well, they had to get rid of him. Well, why? I'm sorry. Was he launching puppies out of a cannon?
No and no.
Okay.
That's what we got. We got
All
no
right.
and no. And by the way, I listened to a bunch of national podcasts. They play that clip and go, what the hell is going on? They actually played that Rieger clip.
Oh, really?
And they said, can anybody explain this? Because we don't know what Steve Yzerman is doing. I'm sorry. I'll get off my Yzerman soapbox. It's frustrating.
No, here, hold on, though. Don't go yet. Because the reports today, did you see in the papers?
I did see something exciting.
Yeah, but hold on. It's all about scoring. How does that fix a horrific defensive core, a horrific penalty kill, and a substandard goaltending situation?
I saw a different report than you saw.
What did you say?
I saw that the Red Wings are amongst one of the 3 teams interested in, should he not resign there, Aaron Ekblad.
Yeah, okay.
Interesting.
Now that will help part of the equation, but that can't be all.
No, that can't be all. But to what you said
That's
about
a B signing. Fair?
Fair. B+. Give it a B+. Aaron Ekblad's really good, and he's in the Cup Finals. Let's be fair about it.
If you do it with an Elias Pettersson revenge tour,
right,
then it would become a B+.
And if the scoring thing that you read was true, address 2 needs. I think all of your needs need to be addressed: the scoring, the defense, the goaltending.
All right,
Those are your
Marner,
main 3.
Ekblad, and Kosa FTW.
Okay. Yep. Exactly.
I have nothing.
Yeah. Sure.
The
100%.
Yeah. The goaltending thing is just going to be Peter Mrazek. I
Question
can't wait.
mark. Yeah.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
Kenny's head's going to explode. Let's go to Kyle, 97.1. Kyle, what's going on, buddy?
Gentlemen, how are you guys doing today?
Good. What's up, Kyle?
First-time caller, long-time listener. Oh, boy. Ekblad, first off, isn't coming to Detroit. He's not leaving Florida. Why would you leave a tax-free haven and Stanley Cup champions? Not going to happen.
Okay. Thank you for killing any joy. Appreciate that.
No problem. Anyhow, the one guy that we did miss, and this goes back to the 1990 entry draft, Detroit Red Wings selected Keith Primo in 3rd overall, and the Pittsburgh Penguins 5th overall selected Jaromir Jagr.
Oh, my God.
Imagine that one. The following year, you get Nick Lidstrom and Sergei Fedorov.
I mean, Keith Primo was good.
Stop it, David.
David, you
just stop it, David.
Kyle's in pain. I don't think he needs that remark.
You were just shot. Here's a Band-Aid.
Thank you, Kyle. Tremendous. How depressing.
Yeah.
But at least it was, 40 years ago or whatever it was. Let's go to Brad, 97.1. Brad, what's going on?
Hey, Mike, I don't mean to pile on Kenny, but I got one that I think he feels the same way as me about. How about Marian Hossa instead? We kept Franzen for multiple years, broken down, and had to pay him all that money, and he didn't play. I'm a Red Wings 10-game season holder for the last 2 years, and, your Eiserman scale of the week, I was a 3 earlier, and Wallman fired that one in last night. I'm now a 2, which means I'm not going to renew this year at the Selecta seat next Saturday. So thank you, Stevie.
The only thing that made the Marian Hossa thing a little more tolerable is didn't he have like a skin rash thing and he couldn't put his pads on anymore and had to retire?
Yeah, but how many cups did he get with
Look,
Chicago? How many,
Brad, I'm
Franzen,
trying to make it better. It's Friday. I'm trying to help. I can't fix it.
Doesn't it still hurt?
I know.
Kenny, doesn't it still hurt?
I can't listen, Brad. I mean, we're all watching the Stanley Cup Finals. It does bother you because it's not just that the player is good; it's that you acted like he was radioactive, and then less than a year later, a team paid a first for him, and they're a Stanley Cup team. It's not like he went to the Blackhawks. It's just it drives you crazy.
It does.
I appreciate it, Brett. I'm sorry. I tried with the Hossa thing. I know. You bet on the wrong horse. I know it. David, a few ticket texts, please.
Sam Levitt for Michigan State. That is Connor in a car.
No. Stop. We got to stop with this. First of all, here, I don't care. Sam Levitt's not that good. If you actually watch Arizona State football, he's not that good. We cannot make him that he turned into Peyton Manning when he left. Second of all, there was nothing you could do. Jonathan Smith didn't like him out of high school, didn't recruit him out of high school. Levitt made up his mind the minute they hired Jonathan Smith, I'm leaving. I don't think that's the same as...
It's not. Apparently, Smith said something to him during the recruiting process, and the second he signed the contract, not only did he leave, he didn't leave quietly.
He packed his bag.
He was just like, F this guy. I'm never going to play for him. I'm gone. And again, then he made some back name Scatterboo good.
But I'm not saying he's bad, but he's not all that. I don't, like what? I'm sitting
because
here.
You saw him in the playoffs. That's why.
Yeah, but again, look at the team he had around him.
Right. And I would say if you swap quarterbacks and you put Childs in the middle of that, he would have made the playoffs with Arizona State, too, playing out in that conference.
There are plenty of kids who left state that bothered me. That's not a big one.
Jake in D.C., Ohio State fan here. The one that got away from me was Joe Burrow.
Yes. Oh. But the people who should be really bothered by that are Nebraska fans. He wanted to go there. They told him you're a safety.
Yeah, good call.
Yikes.
Both schools, but no, yeah, I just imagine Ohio State and we just let him go. He put up a season like no other quarterback.
It's the singular best season I've ever seen at LSU. That was, he did that in the SEC. You're like, this isn't real. Mm-hmm. Then you had OBJ on the field handing out dollar bills. What a time.
That was amazing.
What a time.
Oh, we talked about Randy Moss earlier. Somebody texted in, lifelong Florida State fan since 1980s. Randy Moss would have been on the same team as Peter Warwick back in the day for Florida State.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he's the one that got away.
Yeah, hold on. Randy,
I thought he was Notre Dame.
He was, but he was also supposed to go to Florida State.
Okay.
Wasn't one weed and one grades?
I think so.
I think Notre Dame
was great.
I think Notre Dame was – no, I thought Notre Dame was great.
Oh, okay.
Well, either way, he launched Chad Pennington's career.
Yeah,
yes, he did.
Come on. All right. I nerded out enough. We'll move on. 97.1.
Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. This time filled with hours of packing and unpacking and then so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when you move into your new home is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have a new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. And then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just sit back, kick back, and relax and stream your favorite TV shows and movies while somebody else deals with all of these boxes over there. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it the right and easy choice and move with Xfinity. Learn more at xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on the Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers are back in Detroit to face the Cincinnati Reds. Brant Herter will make an opening start tonight. Cater Montero expected to be the bulk man. Here the 7:10 first pitch right here on the ticket. According to Chris Solari, new MSU AD J-Bat was officially approved by the MSU Board of Trustees today. He'll make $1.85 million in year one in base salary. The 6-year deal will total $11.6 million. Michigan Panthers quarterback Bryce Perkins has been named the UFL MVP. The former Rams backup has led the Panthers to the championship tomorrow in St. Louis. Scotty Scheffler tied for 33rd right now at the U.S. Open. J.J. Spawn still the leader through 8 holes in day 2. He's 4 under par. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
Absolutely riveting commercial break that I cannot share with you. Let's just get to business. I want to knock these phone calls out. We'll move on. I do have new names to enter the chat on your shopping list. And again, doesn't matter who I bring up. You know the rules. I don't bring up anyone who is not somewhat to fully available. And I'm always conscious of acquisition cost. I have 2 new names for Piston fans. You can do whatever you like with it. You'll probably treat these names like Najee Davenport treated a laundry basket. If you don't get the reference, Google. Let's go to Jeff. Kenny, do you get that reference, or is that too old for you?
That's too old for me.
I think we said it enough.
Type
in Najee Davenport laundry basket.
Right on the work Wi-Fi, huh?
Yeah, no. There's no image of this. Okay. I would never do that to you, and shame on you for thinking that of me. But I think you should understand the reference. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, buddy?
Hi, how you doing, Mike? I have to, before I give my name, I just want to sympathize with you for one thing. I also had a dad who did not sleep much. I was a second shifter. He was the first shifter, and he liked to go build things with loud tools.
Oh, yeah.
So you can imagine that I got to join in the non-sleeping crowd on many days.
Saturday morning, 6 a.m., lawnmowers, hammers, projects.
Chainsaws.
Oh, please.
All right.
Mikey, get up. Oh, God. Jeff, go ahead,
I know.
buddy.
I was up till 4, and it's 8 o'clock. But no, the one I wanted to mention, it's because this started a chain of things. For a while, the Detroit Tigers were buyers. Then they go and they, buy David Price, then sell him off. And then the other one is J.D. Martinez. You can't sign him because you're going to rebuild, but then you turn around, sign Upton with the money you could have spent on him, and then you turn around and trade Upton. So it was that time when Detroit was buy, we're going to sell, we're going to buy, we're going to sell. It was, I think, JD was one that they could have had and kept on, and we were even talking, many years later, hey, bring him back for that right-handed batter.
See, that's the funny part. Jeff, it came full circle. You're right, is that JD became a name where you're like, let's go and get him. Mm-hmm. And that's a fair one. It's just, Jeff, by the end of it, it all had to be torn down. It's just you didn't have Scott Harris here to fix a lot of it. Look, I have to be very fair. I mean, I nobody was harder on Al Avila than me. But now that we see the Tigers respectfully, a lot of these guys are Avila's guys. And Scott Harris done a hell of a job of the minor league system and making some shrewd acquisitions. But go up and down that list. They're Avila guys. No. They are.
No, it does. It reminds me of a lot of, we talked about it earlier in the show, Odyssey Rewind if you missed it, but Dumars and some of the guys that he picked, and we were like, oh, that's this guy. And then they go on and help teams win titles.
Has anyone woken up Walter Sharp? You drafted a guy with narcolepsy. Your point holds, but just not that one.
Mistakes were made.
This is a gross story, Mike. Thanks for turning me on to this one.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you, man.
You're very welcome. That's why his nickname was Najee Davenpoop.
See, that is an embodiment of our horse bets today, Mike.
No, there's been 2. Kenny,
I know. I'm jonesing, Mike.
Time out. All I said to Kenny, by the way, people, if you're just joining the show, Kenny walked in, horse racing's on the TV, and he's like, I need picks. And I'm like, who are you right now?
But I said, okay, Kenny, there's two ways to do this. You could take, slow and steady, or you want to shoot the moon for some stuff. He goes, I want to shoot the moon. Okay, here we are. I have something for later. Just relax.
All right, okay.
Let's go over to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, I'm just happy Father's Day to everyone who's a father.
Well, David's got enough kids for the whole show, so I'm sure he appreciates that.
I got 4, and they're all young. But mine is Matt Joyce over Cleet Thomas. That's a heartbreaker to me.
Who was this again?
Matt Joyce.
Oh, my God. That's a B-side right there. Now, why does it bother you so much?
Because there really wasn't much of a salary difference, and Matt Joyce was just so successful, and we chose to keep Cleet Thomas. I don't understand it.
Okay. Hey, listen, everybody's entitled to the one that bothers them.
Yeah.
It didn't go on to be Babe Ruth, but it's fine if it bugs you. I mean, Kenny's Wallman deal is definitely a level above that.
Cleet Thomas?
Listen, the guy had a B-side.
You know what?
All right? Not every song can top the charts.
It bothers him.
David, can I say something here?
Sure.
I want to know if this is something or nothing. The Michigan Wolverines have just gotten a quarterback out of the transfer portal, and when I tell you he is one of the worst quarterbacks I watched all year. All year.
Wait, today they just got a...
Yeah. Do you see this headline?
I have not yet.
Take a look.
Okay. All right.
Do you see it?
Okay.
Do you see it, David?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. You just got Jake Garcia from ECU.
Yeah.
Now, everyone locally knows.
You love ECU.
No one cares more about the Purple Haze, no quarters, the ECU Pirates, home of Jeff Blake. Listen, Jake Garcia was atrocious. I mean, absolute garbage juice. To a point, he lost his job to Caton Hauser.
He passed for 1,400 yards.
Probably had twice as many picks as touchdowns. Totally spitballing.
8 touchdowns. 12 interceptions.
Yeah, what?
In 5 games.
Okay. All I'm saying is you already took Mikey Keene, former UCF, former Fresno State.
He's hurt.
Right, but you paid $1 zillion for Bryce, but I'm telling you, starting a rookie's a terrible idea. Rookie. Starting a freshman is... Actually, you know what? F it. It's pro ball.
It is.
Starting a rookie's a bad idea. That's why if he went to LSU and sat behind Nussmeier, this wouldn't have been a problem.
Jake Garcia's not the answer.
No.
Well, Jaden Davis, apparently he didn't move the needle. And you have 2 quarterbacks going into the fall.
Doesn't it say the quarterback room is in crisis? I'm asking.
No. It says that they are just going to have the best quarterback room ever.
Can I deal with this on Monday?
What's
I
your
want to have a
experience?
great Father's Day weekend. I don't want to deal with the quarterback situation.
Did you tell your wife that when she said she was pregnant with kid 5? No. You dealt with it in the moment.
We only have 3. We have 3.
By the same woman. I know. The point is they're all your kids. They're all yours.
So I need the DNA test is what you're
You
saying.
know what?
Why are you taking...
I'll allow it.
You will. Thank you. Jake Garcia.
Oh, my gosh.
David, he's terrible.
Here's the thing. I'm going to take your word for it, not because, you're a Sparty. You love
I love ECU. I do.
You love the helmets. You love everything about this.
Most famous
You watch
alumni,
it.
Sandra Bullock. He's terrible. Why would you take this kid?
It tells me you're desperate for quarterbacks. And
Or are they going to throw Underwood to the Wolves? This is the clipboard guy, and Keene is dead.
No, they need somebody to go out to Oklahoma and play, and then I think that's what.
This kid makes Davis Warren look like Joe Montana. This kid's awful.
Yeah. This is their version of he's not quite ready. Can you just get us through the first 2 games?
ECU said the same thing. He's... Okay,
12
you know
picks
what?
in 5 games.
You know what I'm going to say? Here's what I'm going to say.
5 games.
Right.
What? Hello, Aunt Joni's here. This isn't Sparty Radio. I'm telling you, this kid's terrible. 5 games, 12 picks. He's not good enough to play at ECU.
Mike, you are really ruining David's weekend back here. I got to tell you.
It's a news story. I'm sorry. You know what? 97.
Hold on, wait.
I got
Hold on.
nothing.
You know what? Wah.
David, enjoy. You want a Steven Garcia jersey? I'll buy you one.
Ooh, wow. Yeah, because I don't think.
And if you don't think I'd say the same thing if he was going to state, then you don't know me.
Of course you would.
No, I don't think they believe that Mikey Keene is going to be ready. So, yeah, and I think this is the best quarterback that's still out there. So,
yeah, remember the whole part about NFL free agents? If you're unemployed on June 13th,
I
you're
do
not good.
recall you saying
I'm pretty sure that carries over for a guy who lost job at ECU. Okay, good talk. Happy Father's Day.
His phone rang. He was lifeguarding. Hey, okay, sure. I'll get to Ann Arbor.
97.1. All right, we're gonna get to a football today, top of the hour. And look, all I ask is this. All right, it's very annoying. It's like, guys, it had nothing to do with Sparty Radio. If MSU brought this kid in, I'd say the same damn thing. This kid's awful. Now, if you're telling me, it's because Mikey Keene's dead, we need a backup, Oh, that means you're starting Underwood, which that's not what's best for that young man. Like that's just whatever. If you think he's going to roll in and be Peyton Manning, I wish you good luck. But David, this is your team. You do whatever you want. Don't come to me like I didn't watch this kid. I love ECU football.
No, he's a bad quarterback. He's truly a bad quarterback, and it makes me wonder that they're bringing him in. It does make me wonder that maybe the bowl ban is coming and Bryce Underwood is going to be leaving.
Okay, hold on. All right,
Jake Garcia?
You don't want to do this. You don't, David. I don't care if you're a Michigan fan.
How else would you bring in a poor quarterback like this? You need someone to play.
Because he's the best of what's left. It's a month before the season gets ready to get going. You need a quarterback. Keene is not ready, and you just have your other two who have zero experience. I don't think Michigan's ready to turn it over to either one of those two. You need somebody to go into Norman, Oklahoma, and play in game number 2.
Oh, the problem, look, Mikey Keene's been hurt all spring. I mean, I remember reading articles from like late March, early April. The kid wasn't even practicing. And look, Mikey Keene, how do I describe Keene? He's gritty. I mean, like I liked him at UCF as a backup, and then he got a starting role. The Fresno stuff, it is what it is. You're at Fresno State.
I mean, he had an open audition last year when you guys played Fresno. He played in the big house.
Yeah, he overthrew a wide open player who dusted Will Johnson, and then he rolled that right into a pick six. Look, David, I don't think you want to go there. Okay? I don't think your fan base is going to take kindly to that. I'm not ready to go there. Although that would be hilarious.
I could see where David's coming from.
There's a concern.
I know I can see where it's coming from.
You've got
maybe
a lot
they
of
know
concerns.
something, but yeah, I just think that 12 interceptions in 5 games.
Rico, he's bad. He's woeful. I mean, if Caden Hauser takes your job, what does that say?
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
Come on.
Wow.
You're taking a quarterback on June 13th. I think, okay, read into it. Keene is dead. Jaden Davis stinks. So you're either starting Underwood or this is going to be your quarterback for at least the first 4 or 5. I mean, none of these are good scenarios.
You know what, David? Feel good about yourself. You just landed a 7-foot German to play on the hoop team. So there you go.
That's going to make me feel good when we're not winning football games.
I'm just trying to help.
Well, you felt good while cheating, so isn't that kind of the inverse?
Oh, no.
Happy Friday. All right. Now, come on. We're having fun. Everybody calm down. Jake Garcia. Go pick up the replica. You're on your own, man. And if I'm allowed to make fun of State's players when they get transfers from Hope College, I'm definitely allowed to make fun of Steven Garcia. I don't want to hear it from that fan base.
It's just so concerning because I thought Keene would have been ready. I thought he was going to be the guy, and then you would eventually hand the reins over. This tells me that Keene is nowhere near ready.
And even if he wasn't, though, even if he's not going to be ready, Jake Garcia can't be the answer. There has to be someone better out there
what, David?
in the transfer portal.
I think what you're going to end up seeing is a lot what you saw last year with Michigan, where they're just going to run 3 quarterbacks out there.
No.
And
please, no.
It's spin the wheel.
Or do you just play Underwood?
I would not play him. I would not.
I don't think that the Michigan fan base could handle that thinking. I understand where you're coming from. But if you play Underwood,
you got to be willing to lose.
You got to be willing to lose. You got to be willing to have a bad season. You got to be willing to go 6-6, 5-7. But knowing on the flip side of that, man, this kid's going to gain a ton of experience and take you to a national title contention.
And look, I don't know the kid, nor do I care. You have to have the right type of kid. As long as Underwood is confident.
No, it's not him. I'm thinking
I'm saying you have to, as a player, you don't want a kid to lose his confidence. You don't want a kid to get destroyed and gain bad habits. I don't know Bryce Underwood.
And that's what I'm saying. If the fan base supports him and says, you know what, we're going to take this year off, you just get better. But if he has to read every other day how bad he is and you can't lead us and you're Shane Morris 2.0, that's going to be a problem.
If he's strong enough to handle it, meaning everything with it, because there's part of the fan base that would not accept mistakes and not accept not winning, if he can handle all of that, then do it. But I'm not saying he can't handle it.
Just do yourself a favor. Don't put him out there against Oklahoma.
I would not do that at all.
I'll take Oklahoma -14, and I'll take the under. Don't do that. Play him after that. Or play him against, the Michigan School for the Deaf like you did in 1930. Do whatever you got to do. Just don't put him out there against Boomer Sooner. That's a terrible idea.
Especially a new and improved Boomer Sooner.
John Mateer, y'all. David, any ticket techs or fans just not?
Yeah. Jeff Garcia, Jake Garcia, Steven Garcia. Doesn't matter. Underwood is the guy.
Okay.
The hammer is getting ready to drop, and Bryce will transfer before the season. Michigan knows something.
I'm not going. I'm not going there because it's too delicious. This is like when Kenny starts fantasizing about a Marner and Ekblad and like a Connor, a Hallebuck offseason. It's just too much.
And see,
that's Kenny when he sees Wallman.
And David, for the ticket texters that says he's the guy, yes, I actually did watch their spring game, and I was like, he's not ready yet. Underwood. He has potential. I've seen him play in high school.
Not yet.
You would be doing him such a disservice.
Any freshman, by the way.
Oh, yeah, for
I
sure.
don't care. It'd be like if Texas started Arch Manning. You can't do that.
Right.
The only time I've ever seen it really work.
One time.
Trevor Lawrence.
That's it.
That's the only one I've seen.
And you know what? I didn't realize. I think somebody corrected me. It was Chad Henne as well.
Henne was
yes.
Chad Henne. But Chad Henne had NFL players surrounding him
Receivers,
on the offensive line,
yeah.
receivers, running. He had basically they walked in the huddle and said, "Hey, don't care what the play is, throw me the ball. We'll be okay."
David, honestly, if there was a way you could just know the other team's play, it would help Underwood. Oh, wait.
Well, no, that's not the guy who's representing himself. Different coach. Sorry.
Oh, don't even.
Different coach.
No.
Can't keep my scandal straight.
He decided to represent himself because that always works.
Oh, by the way, totally unrelated note. Did you see who showed up in court to support Diddy today? Okay. On a
Kim
list.
Jong-un.
Second place. Kanye. Well, if you're Diddy, you're just like the dudes like landing the Delta plane. No, no.
He's the third base coach.
No, stop. I don't know him. Kanye, unannounced, to show his support for Diddy today in court.
Oh, man. I would tell my lawyers he is not allowed to talk to anybody. I don't care if you have to pull the fire alarm. Do that.
That is a character reference right there.
Can you imagine if Kanye wrote like a character witness statement? Meanwhile, the guy's showing up and his wife is wearing like a Tic Tac box over hers. Man. I mean, what is it with this cat? His wife's naked in public all the time. The hell? Kanye is just
pull the fire alarm.
How
Do
does
not
the
let him
jury
speak.
stay impartial when you see him walk in?
No,
How?
David, it's not that. I want to know, how do you keep him from, because the second people saw him, they're tapping their camera guy.
Yes.
Kanye, we have to talk to him. And he's going to be like, why are you following me? You know what? I'm going to talk to you now. And what's going to happen next? Oh, boy. Even Saturday Night Live writers couldn't even predict this.
Oh, God. I just saw that headline like 30 minutes ago. I went, wow, man, if that's who's supporting you, you got a real problem. Okay, then. Really good stuff. We'll get to a football today. David. What size Garcia jersey? What do you need?
Don't need it.
What
I'm
about
good.
Junior? What about the kid?
I'm good. Oh, he's going to be pissed when I text him this.
You better hope this kid don't play. He's
which
bad.
one? The other son, not the good son.
Yeah, the Michigan son. Yeah, the good son. The good son.
The good son's
They're
the
both
middle
good.
97-1.
Take the DNA test.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Tigers lineup is in as they get ready to face the Reds here tonight at Comerica Park. Gleyber Torres will lead off today and play second base. Kerry Carpenter bats second and right. Riley Green will hit third and left. Spencer Torkelson back in the cleanup spot at DH. Colt Keith will hit fifth and play first. Wenzel Perez in the outfield batting sixth and playing center. Javi Baez back at shortstop today hitting seventh. Zach McKinstry in the 8 hole as he plays third, and Jake Rogers running it out at catcher today. Brant Herter on the mound. Cater Montero will be the opener. First pitch, the bulk man, I should say. First pitch at 7:10 right here on the ticket. Michigan Panthers QB Bryce Perkins has been named the UFL MVP. He was surprised in the middle of an interview with SportsCenter as UFL part owner Danny Garcia popped on the screen and shared the news. The contract of new MSU AD Jay Batt has been approved. He'll make $11.6 million in his 6 years. He also has performance goals clauses in his deal, agreed on by the president and Batt himself. They'll be determined on a yearly basis in mid-June. Day 2 of the U.S. Open rolls along. The projected cut line is now +7 here in day number 2. Tristan Lawrence, your leader, him and J.J. Spawn have been flipping 1 and 2 the last couple hours here. The NBA Finals resume tonight. The Pacers have a chance to take a commanding 3-1 lead. Tip-off at 8. Stanley Cup chase is back tomorrow as well. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, now we get you some football. 8 minutes with a bow on top. It's football today.
Well, here's the thing, Mike. David has been coming up with different things of the top 25 most dynamic players, the best players over the last 25 years. Mike, this is something that I thought would be perfect for you in your wheelhouse.
Yes.
Top 25 college plays since 2000. The iconic plays that have happened in college football.
So this is like a nerd fest for me.
Yes.
All right. Do you want me to just start guessing?
Yeah.
Let's start out with the kick six. Auburn, Alabama. Chris Davis. Auburn's going to win the football game. I think that guy's dead. Didn't he die in like a car accident or something?
Yes, he did.
The announcer, not the play. I don't want to kill Chris Davis.
Congratulations, Mike. That was number 1.
Okay. It was an unbelievable moment. All right. Trouble with the snap. Rico looks like one of the sign language people.
Number 8.
Number 8.
Number 8.
Okay. How about Boise State, Oklahoma, the Statue of Liberty? By the way,
Statue of Liberty play.
All I heard was Nick Castellanos with a deep fly to right there. Yes, Kenny.
I have a guess.
That sounded awful.
Yes, 2018, Tua to Devonta Smith. No, don't put up. I hate this list. It's the least fun that I've had in a very long time.
Okay, so Mike, Boise State was number 2.
Okay.
Kenny, Tua's OT touchdown, that was number 4.
What's the time frame on this?
Since 2000.
Since 2000. Okay. David, do you want to venture a guess on these? I've rattled off a couple. I got to think a little bit more. This is a lot.
Yeah, when you did trouble with the snap, that's all I got because that's miserable right there.
All right.
Okay, you know what, David? I'll give you a hint. There's another one involving your school.
What about Henny?
There's actually 2.
What about Henny to Manningham to win the Penn State game in like 06, 07?
That is not in there.
Last play of the game. That was amazing. That was a great throw on a slant.
Not in there, Mike. And there's actually a play that you've been talking about.
Oh no!
For you've mentioned this play a couple times. It's a certain wide receiver out of the Big 12.
Michael Crabtree, 08 at night against Texas.
Yes.
Up the sidelines. Okay.
Yes.
That's one.
I think I know.
What? Go ahead.
You said involving my school.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Appalachian State?
David?
That's John Sale in the big
if you
house.
would.
Castellanos, deep fly to right.
That was number 5. Michael Crabtree, number 6.
All right, now I don't feel so bad. That made me feel a little bit better now that it wasn't just me suffering. Now
All
it's
right,
David
let me
suffering,
guess
too.
a pair and see if either of them made the list.
Okay.
Little Giants or Rocket?
No and no.
Okay. I thought the fake field goal against Notre Dame had a shot.
I thought so too, but it did not. Michigan State only made it the list one time. Kenny?
How about that Reggie Bush in the fog punt return?
Kenny?
Did that make it?
Yes. Number 15.
Well done.
All right. Let me start giving you this. Lamar Jackson at 25, his leap over a player against Syracuse.
Corner pylon. We referenced this play earlier in the week.
Mm-hmm.
Great highlight. Friday night game.
At 24, Cam Newton's Heisman moment TD run against LSU in 2010.
He was the whole team.
In 2015, Hunter Henry's miracle backwards lob versus Ole Miss.
I was at that game.
Really?
Yeah. That was against Arkansas.
Yeah.
That was 4th and 25. I was there. That was ridiculous. It was also ridiculous. It was 45 degrees in Mississippi. I go there to escape the cold. I was at that game. Dude, people saw a ghost.
Now, for this one, Mike, this is only for you. At number 22, Trinity's Riley Curry against Millsap. 15 laterals, 61 yards. The play took 61 seconds. This is the longest play on the list.
What is this for me?
Because I figured you...
It's not even televised.
I figured you still knew what it was.
I do not. I'm sorry.
At 21, Eric Crouch's reverse pass in 2001.
Oh, wow. That's
in at number 20, Jalen Milroe's miracle touchdown throw to Isaiah Bond in the Iron Bowl.
That was 4th and 36.
Yeah, and it was corner to end zone. Didn't they call that play to Grim Reaper or something? It was something really like sensational. They called that play. And I still don't know how Auburn didn't defend it. None of that makes sense. Carry on.
Play, yes. That play is called Gravedigger.
I knew it was something like sensational.
And at 19, Ed Reed wrestles the ball away from his own player for a pick 6.
Yep.
In 2001.
Also, the speech in that game against Boston College should be a play unto itself. Kenny, have you ever heard the Ed Reed speech? Halftime against BC.
Yes, yep.
He puts his heart in this bleep.
Let's stick with Miami at tie for 17. 8 laterals of chaos in 2015 as they come back to win. And also tied for 17, the Bluegrass Miracle. Mike, LSU coming back. It looks like Kentucky won the game. Nope. LSU 74-yard Hail Mary.
Over the top.
Yep.
Hold on. Is the other tip play? Georgia was in that play, right? The one it's over the top and they deflected it and the Georgia receiver runs it in for the touchdown. It was like a mirror image of the LSU Kentucky one on the Hail Mary.
I don't know that would be in there.
Okay, well, it was an unbelievable play. And you're lucky because that doesn't happen to my team. Go ahead.
16, as a freshman, Tim Tebow introduced himself to the college football world with a jump pass.
What is it with Tebow when he talks? He always sounds like he's out of breath.
Kenny got number 15, Reggie Bush in the fog. And at 14, we got the Bush push against Notre Dame.
Drama. It's fine. It's
the
not
high grass that day. They did not cut.
They didn't mow the lawn for a month with USC coming in.
13 is the Orange Crush. It is Hunter Renfro's touchdown against Alabama.
The little sprint out.
Yeah. Johnny Manziel at number 12.
Is that the Bama game?
That is.
The white helmets?
Yes. I'm looking at them right now. David, your other team again, we talked about this play, the Jadeveon Clowney car wreck in 2013.
That's just
at 11.
It's kind of overhyped. I mean, I understand there was a missed assignment and he lit up Vincent Smith, but like really one of the top 25 plays in history.
I mean, it was like a video game hit. At number 10, probably the most controversial play, Ohio State winning the national championship over Miami.
The flag was 40 seconds late.
Yes, it was.
I mean, they'd already handed the trophy out. Is Michael Vick's run against Boston College in here, the Kenny Cott highlight?
No, it is not.
Damn it.
Roy Williams, Superman, in 2001 against Texas, where he jumped over the line.
Okay, this is the first play on the list. Outside of your Paul Millsap College, this is the second play on the list. I don't remember this play.
Yeah, he jumped into the chest of Chris Sims. He just went straight Superman over the entire offensive line and just Chris Sims turned around and had no chance, no shot. Really? You don't remember that? Okay.
Was this like Danico Sallin at Ohio State?
Yes, very similar.
The Terminator?
Look it up, Mike. Trouble with the snap at 8. And like I said, we got the prayer at Jordan Hare in 2013. You remember that one?
Yes.
And then we got the kick 6. Followed by the House of Horrors at Michigan, the Tua toss. Vince Young, USC at number 3, followed by Boise State trickeration and the kick 6.
Kick 6 is to me the one. The Iron Bowl, the environment, the way that went down, it was against.
No. And the arrogance of Nick Saban because he called the timeout and said, nah, you know what? We're going to kick the field goal and lined up for it. And next thing you know, oops, mistakes were made.
Wild.
Top 25 college football plays since the year 2000, 97-1.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, now you're drowning in medical bills, you're dealing with insurance companies who couldn't care about you. Bottom line, injury attorney David Femininio will get to work for you. You need David? He's a phone call away. Get David, get paid is not just a phrase, it's a promise. So if you or someone you know has been injured, don't sit there and hope it gets better. Call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com.
Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything, including our discussion. Look, we've always had players that you feel like got away. The Wallman situation, Jake Wallman, it's haunting Kenny. We had a really nice discussion. Everybody's got a version of that. But watching him in the Stanley Cup Finals. But David, Rico, I got to tell you, I think together we all have to do something fun. In 14 minutes in the 8th race at Churchill Downs, I didn't realize Rico owned a horse. This is exciting. I don't know anything about this animal. I don't care. We're betting it. Rico, the horse, I want to make sure I get this right. The 10 horse in the 8th race at Churchill, Malcolm X. We're betting it. We're betting it. Can I do anything to support the movement? No. Listen.
No and no.
No and no. We're blind fire.
Okay.
Don't know anything about it.
All right.
Malcolm X.
Let's go.
I don't know how that got past the Jockey Club. Like, I do not know how you get that name sanctioned, and I don't care. I'm thrilled they did.
Is it like one name and they didn't realize it was?
No. It's just like the movie with Denzel Washington. Malcolm X.
Because I guess at that point you're like, you know what? If we say no, I don't want picketing.
I don't
Just
know.
go
But
ahead and name the horse Malcolm X.
We have to do this, Kenneth. 8th race, Churchill, 14 minutes.
Sending
All
Kenny the money
let's
right
do,
now.
Let's
Okay.
do the ticket.
I'm in. I'm in.
I never bet names, but this is too good to
Let's
pass
go.
up. If this happens, we're going home for the weekend.
Okay.
Pretty sure the horse 15-1.
I was about to say,
We're doing
what is it?
I think it's 15.
Are we betting just to win, just outright?
Kenny,
Man, Malcolm X doesn't come in second.
All right, I'm
All
about
right,
winning.
I'm asking.
Look at you, man.
I'm asking
Why
questions.
are you
that's
trying to
all.
hold Malcolm X back?
I'm not trying to hold Malcolm X back.
Malcolm X is taking some money here. His horse was 20-1 on the morning line. It's 9-2. Malcolm X, we are moving the line.
Let's go. I'm in.
TJ loves this pick. All right. 8th race, Churchill. This is our moment. Okay. David, ticket text, please.
Little Giant should be on that list. Agree 1,000%. Trouble with the Snap audio was glorious to hear. It's been a long time.
Listen, and again, I'm not bent out of shape by any of it. I just think when you have night game, national TV, that bumps it up a little bit. It's Notre Dame. That matters. And it was a fake field goal in double overtime, which you're probably never going to see again.
And you know what? It could just be because it was Michigan State, because I thought Rocket should have been on that play as well. Again, it was another night game. I think Wisconsin was number 6 in the nation at that point.
Yep.
Didn't happen.
That's okay.
Now, the irony is that the App State, you know what was famous about that game? It's the Big Ten Network's first game ever.
Yeah, it was.
Are you serious?
Yes.
It was, because I was a young kid, kept going back to I was at the barbershop again, kept going back to the car to listen on the radio. We lost. They didn't believe me until the cut-in. Remember the old ABC noon broadcast?
Before Rico ruined everything.
Yeah, they would cut in, and they said, oh, crap, you were right, David. Yeah, I didn't want to be right.
Well, the Big Ten Network, it was their very first game ever.
All I remember, if anyone brings that game up, I never think about the call you played. I always think about the App State, the two hillbillies calling the game. John Sale in the big house. It's like, are you kidding me? This is not a broadcast. It's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, because they probably like, wow. I mean, they brought their version of what Otto down there to do the game, thinking, well, we're going to lose to Michigan. And next thing you know, it became iconic.
Was that back-to-back years for Michigan? They lost to App State and Toledo?
Next year was Toledo.
Yes, it was.
But like Toledo, they lost like 10-6, even though Nick Moore, the receiver, who I think went on to play for your Steelers, caught like 20 passes.
He did.
The only touchdown Toledo scored was a pick 6.
Because I remember, Mike, because I was going to Michigan State was playing Notre Dame that day, and me and my college roommate were driving, and we were, because it wasn't on the satellite radio yet, and we're refreshing the phone, like, okay, what's the score? And it's like, it's stuck at 1 second. Like, who won the game? It's stuck at 1 second for the longest. And then finally he was like, you're not going to believe this. Yeah, Toledo won final.
I think it was either 10-6 or 13. It was something.
It was something very low.
It was ratty. Go ahead, David.
Someone says, is this horse at least a black horse? Tony in Oxford.
I don't have a program in front of me to tell you the color of the horse. I can just tell you. Listen, if this horse is named Malcolm X and it's white as snow, I'll fall over laughing. I have no idea.
It'll be the next controversy, Mike, like the white Black Panther.
Well, speaking of white as snow, someone says, when does the Bumpy Johnson horse race?
That's amazing. Yes. Stringer Bell coming up in the 10th race at Santa Anita this afternoon.
This race would only be funnier if there was another horse in that race called King. Then it would be funny.
You're right. You're exactly.
Prop Joe and Avon Barksdale.
That'd be amazing. Someone's saying the fake slide from Bo Nix should have been on there for one of the best plays.
There was the fake slide from Pickett was probably better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Against Wake Forest.
Yes. Someone else is bringing up, what about the Central Michigan Miracle in 2016 versus Oklahoma State? Nate in a car.
Yes.
Won that game on a Hail Mary.
Yep. Oh, hell. What about the miracle against Michigan State? Dan Lefevre was out of his mind. They missed the field goal, but because State was brain dead, they were lined up off sides. They got to kick it again.
Yeah, that happened because then State make a field goal.
Yeah.
And then that happened again. So, yeah, it was like a couple of times they could have walked away with the victory.
Mm-hmm. Same old Spartans.
Malcolm X is a brown horse. Well, that's there forever now. I just looked it up. I Googled it.
Wow.
It's true. I was like, I'll help out the show. I'll let everybody know with the question everybody's been asking.
Oh, God.
Rico, remember when you were saying when words are coming out of your mouth and you just want to grab them back? Yep. Well,
no, you can't.
No.
It's okay, buddy.
Damn it.
What's our minutes to... God, I wish we could take this race live. I want all of Detroit rooting this.
Did you put something on it? Do I need to send
we're
you
8
some?
minutes to post.
Okay. All right. I'll send you something.
Sounds good.
No, we're doing this. Like, I'm not kidding.
No, I said I'm going to send you some money.
Yeah, for sure.
Kenny, how many horses are in that race?
Let me check.
Because honestly, let's just run the wheel. We'll just put them on top in the exacta over everything. Let's get nuts. It can't lose. This is serendipity.
Malcolm X, brown horse.
Looks like there's 5 scratched.
Got to save that one for February.
We're gonna move on past it. There's 5 horses that are scratched in this race.
Okay.
This is your Black History moment.
No.
Malcolm X.
It's a brown horse.
We're off the rails.
Remember the Titans.
Okay, David, ticket text, and then we are going to get to who said it, and we're going to watch Malcolm X run. This is going to be exciting, and I hope he wins. I'm pumped.
Oh, someone says with the greatest plays, I wish, and I know it can't because it was 1994, that the Westbrook versus Michigan could be on that list. Too bad.
Okay, kind of like the kick six. I was telling the story that I had just went out to the mailbox and was like, wait.
You missed that play too?
DVR, I was able to go back and watch it, but because it was supposed to go to overtime, and then Saban got cocky, calls timeout, and says, I'm going to go kick the field goal to win this
What
thing.
about Westbrook?
Westbrook, I was driving. My buddy of mine was getting married. It was his rehearsal dinner.
Fall weddings. See?
And
I bet you that ended in divorce.
I was in the car. No, they're still married. They're
Good
still
for
married.
them. Good for
still
them.
married. Kids just finished at Cornell.
Whoa.
I'm getting out the car, and all of a sudden, every guy comes running out the house, yelling and screaming. I'm like, well, what just happened? They were like, the whole Westbrook thing. I'm like, no, Michigan was winning that game. I just turned the car off. They was like, you didn't see the final play. So, yeah.
You got some bad luck, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just stay seated. Wait a second until.
See, I think it's when I'm not seated that history happens.
That's that. Let's go with that.
So then stand up when we're watching Malcolm X race.
Yes.
David, yeah. You know what? I'm going to leave the room. Trouble with the snap almost happened that way.
Oh, well, that happened to me.
I was down on the field, and I'm sitting there talking to the guy from the Big Ten Network, and I'm like, you may want to turn around. You may want to turn around and pick up your camera. And ball game. Like, we're looking for flags. Like, I think they just scored. I felt like Kenny. They scored?
Question mark?
So I'm going to leave the room with Malcolm X. I'm not even going to watch.
You have to. This is destiny.
No, because he'll go faster than the Secretariat.
I'm excited. 24853. That's what they're going to say when they're loading into the gate. Kenny, we got. You know what? I don't think you don't have that channel to watch that, do you? How do we not have? You know what? It's Friday. I'm not going there. I got it. Have Evan cue it up on. He'll beam it to. Not beam it. What the hell do you call it? Where he plays it off his.
Cast it.
Yeah, whatever. Evan will magically broadcast it to the TV. Have him go set that up. Malcolm X is running. That's a command performance. Watch this thing finish last. All right, if you're hungry. Oh, wait, just kidding. That can wait. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northfield Lumber. A.J. Hinch is leading off Gleyber Torres for the Tigers today. It's the 10th time he's done that. He has a 800 OPS in those 9 games. Brant Herter will make the start tonight right here on the ticket. First pitch at 7:10 versus Cincinnati. The MSU Board of Trustees has officially approved the contract of new AD Jay Batt. In the same meeting, they greenlighted a new deal for hockey coach Adam Nightingale. His buyout now sits at $2 million. That's twice what it was prior. His retention bonus also 3 times higher, sitting at $300,000. People speculating that's so he doesn't leave for the NHL.
You going to sit down for the update? I mean, you're making me nervous.
My chair was taken from me.
We're watching Malcolm X.
Take the chair back.
Put 800 on him for me. Tristan Lawrence is still the leader right now at the U.S. Open as well. He is 5 under par. J.J. Spawn has dropped to second. They've been flip-flopping between 1 and 2. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, hold on. Here's who said it and stuff. We're watching Malcolm X run. This is where our coworkers say things, and we got to guess who the hell said it.
I love it, guys. I love it. All right,
listen, it's a long race here. This is like a marathon over here.
Let me give you who is eligible. Let me look again.
Malcolm is having a ground-saving trip, guys. We're riding the rail.
David,
Kenny, come on over here.
The simplest one ever.
We're going to go.
I'll guess Gator. Leave me alone.
6 a.m. to 6
Costa.
p.m. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. is what we're going to go with.
Okay.
So I'm going to start with this one at number 1. You can sign him to a 1-year deal for just about any amount of money you wanted. I don't think they want him.
I think I said this. This is about Zadarius Smith. Kenny Malcolm's got a lot of ground to make up.
You know what,
sure
David?
does.
I'll say Mike. Just go ahead.
Yeah,
and play.
Mike, lock it in.
No, hold on. Yeah! Yeah! I think Malcolm's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
This is not.
He is back there.
The movement is not going well, is all I can say.
Let me give you an
Has it
explanation.
started?
Oh, it's
Not going
it
good.
started, and I don't know if Malcolm's aware of it.
So let me give you an explanation.
Hold on, we're
Rico.
making a move, David.
I was going to save that one. Maybe go with it or not, but we needed an easy one to start because no one is paying attention to who said it today.
I'm paying attention. I got the first one right.
Ironically enough, 2 black guys are paying attention.
As Malcolm X is running?
Right.
Wow, that's amazing right there. All right.
Kenny's working for the FBI. He's working for the feds.
Here we go, number 2.
Are you kidding me? Just do
Number
the
2,
thing.
He's got
Okay,
the
ironically
picture.
enough, you just sounded like Big G right there. I just wanted to let you know that.
Malcolm got 4th.
All right, here we go. He's got the picture.
Loser.
Damn it.
He's
Malcolm
a loser.
X is a loser.
Number 2, he's got the picture. He understands what it's supposed to look like, how it's supposed to be operated, and if that hadn't gone according to plan, Dan Campbell still would have taken over. This is his offense.
All right, so a blind defense of what the Lions do.
According to plan, sounds like Gator to me. I feel like that's a Gator-ism, a Gator phrase, perhaps.
But a whole declarative statement like that, doesn't that feel Cookies-esque? This
David-
is Dan Campbell's
David,
offense.
Could I hear it
bitch.
again?
You sure can, Rico.
Minus the Malcolm X slander.
He's got, you see, you notice how
He left
they were
himself
the two
so
laughing.
Listen, Rico, all I'm telling you is he
kid-
left himself a lot of work to do in the lane. He was too. It was ridiculous.
Talking about horse races,
They
not
called,
people.
They called Malcolm X a loser and just busted up laughing.
He's got the picture. He understands what it's supposed to look like, how it's supposed to be operated, and if that hadn't gone according to plan, Dan Campbell still would have taken over. This is his offense.
I'm going to say Cookies. Okay, hold on a minute. My God.
So it sounds like because Ben Johnson is gone.
And who would minimize that?
and do it with a declarative statement. This is Dan Campbell's office.
See, I was thinking Doug just kind of, don't worry about this. He knows what he's doing.
He wouldn't have bet on Malcolm.
Who else at the station wouldn't have bet on Malcolm, Mike?
I'm going to go Doug, David.
Anybody else?
Are we all locked in?
David, you put so much work into this.
I'm cool. I love when we have fun. We all locked in?
I'm not the one who had a horse named Malcolm X running at Churchill. That required us to bet that. Carry on.
All right. Who said it?
I had the right show, the wrong host.
Wrong host.
Damn it. But it was that, like that blind defense, but also
See,
the declarative nature of it.
Yeah, see, I thought it was Doug just telling you, don't worry about it.
No, sir, I'm a horse. That was a live look at Doug at the barn.
Number three. Playing Little League, you rarely face the left-handed pitcher, it felt like. So you grow up and you're accustomed to facing right-handed pitching.
This is the first one I have no clue on. Kenny, can we lean on you for a lean?
Lean?
Is it 6-6? Well, Ricker
6-6.
Ricker did
So it's
really
somebody who play. So you think it's somebody who may have played Little League or something of that?
It had to be.
What's the the subject matter is usually what steers me towards a certain show. I don't know what this is pertaining.
Playing Little League.
Or somebody with kids that play Little League.
Tecumseh Time.
That was my lean.
He's like the Casey Stengel of Metamora.
I'm gonna go Tom.
Yeah. We're going with Gov?
Tecumseh Tom.
David? Damn. Hey, Gov's a big-time manager. You haven't heard this?
Yeah, I heard. I hear quite a bit.
Too much.
They call him the Joe Torre of Luna Pier.
Next one here. Number 4.
You're a problem.
Number 4. I'm not one to drug my kids, but I'm not opposed to that idea.
Oh, my.
On surface, I'd say John.
On surface, yeah.
But there's no way he would go double John.
It's easy.
John or Heather?
No, Heather. It's got it. I'm going to guess Heather. Lock it in.
Oh, yeah.
This has to be after a news segment or after
Something
a story
on
that
a
came out.
plane,
Something. Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Yep.
All right, let's go with Kenny. Just
No, it's about because I'm trying to narrow it down who has kids.
Right.
all right. You're sure about this?
Like 50%.
Why am I taking advice from a guy wearing a hot dog shirt?
At your own peril, sir.
Yeah. All right, Heather.
Let me give you behind the veil here, people. Mike is sitting here guessing, and then he looked down at Kenny's shirt and said, "Why am I doing this?" His face was amazing.
Right, like I'm sitting here and I'm taking serious advice from a guy in a hot dog button-up shirt.
Because that bet made you bar best friends, where you don't know this person, but now you're best friends, and now you sit back and be like, wait a minute, what are you wearing?
It was.
Why am I listening
it was
to you?
serendipity. A horse named Malcolm X. It was required.
I understand. I'm saying you and Kenny right now have that bar best friend. Didn't know each other 10 minutes ago, and now
you're taking life advice from a guy in an Oscar Mayer button-up. It's a strange journey.
Yeah. Hot dog, can't lose.
So for
Unless
context,
you're Malcolm X.
Was it a plane story?
For context, so people understand,
I don't want to.
Heather is traveling with her kids and her family soon, and somebody brought up give them something to go to sleep on a plane.
Yes, signed every other passenger on that plane.
I capped that perfectly. Let's go.
That was excellent.
Yeah.
David,
All right,
we have one more?
Last one. For a pitcher, the longevity is a real concern. I think the Tigers, the way they handle pitchers shows you that is a real concern. That all across Major League Baseball, it's a concern.
A lot of concern in there.
Who does a lot of concerning? Doug?
That's
Cookies.
Doug. I was going to say, I'm going to go Doug.
I was going to go Doug, too.
Doug seems like he's concerned.
Very concerned.
Very concerned. You didn't recycle.
Maybe a little
I'm
too concerned.
All right, so hold on. You two are showing a real confidence here in that.
I'm again at a 50%. I already got my one.
But there's no thought to Cookies. Or is Cookies on the side, you just sign the guy
Cookies is more telling you why you're wrong.
Cookies is more definitive too. He's not
Doug
concerned.
is just like, it's concerning. Here's my opinion. I'm concerned.
I don't think it's
kind of a
cookies at all.
hands off.
Yeah.
I'm a horse. All right.
Damn it.
Oh, no.
You got it.
See?
Or did you change it?
I guessed it. I never got to declare. David hit the button and just said we're over time.
You know
Do I
what?
get credit?
You're off the rails.
You
We're
get
just going to
credit.
give this to you.
Yeah, you got it.
Happy not Father's Day to you.
But thank you. Malcolm
Happy
X.
Father's Day to all three of us.
And we all salute Malcolm X the horse.
That's right.
Nice fourth place finish, you bum. All right. Malcolm X can't be a bum. Hungry Howie's large one-topping pizza, your choice of 8 irresistible flavored crusts for $8.99. In-house made dough, 100% real cheese, 20 ingredients to choose from, toppings rather, excuse me. All $8.99 for that large one topping. The only thing you need to do, you go to hungryhowies.com or download the app, and it's an online carryout. That's the only sacrifice made. It's online carryout. $8.99 one topping. It is a limited time offer. Take advantage of it before it's gone. It's Hungry Howie's. All right, this is the time I'd normally tell you, here's your 8 minutes of football, but instead it is Father's Day weekend, and from time to time, Mr. David Hatchetman Hull presents gift ideas. Although David has something different in mind, Here is your Father's Day gift guide. No.
That
David,
would be
I
a
love the
good
music,
Father's
by the way.
Day
It's tremendous.
gift idea. Ah, yes. Let's start here, guys. There are people.
TJ,
okay.
please.
All right.
My
There are fathers out there that love pizza, so why not get him the 12 multi-fuel pizza oven? Something that you can set up outside
All right.
and enjoy.
These have become very popular. And before Kenny turns into a smartass, no, me, the guy on the pizza box, doesn't own one. I don't know what to say about these. I think you got to know what you're doing to operate them. And making pizza is idealistic. It's not realistic. Meaning, oh my God, this is going to be a blast. We're going to make pizzas for the games. One problem. Where are you getting the dough? You making it? You going to proof it yourself? Then you got to buy all your ingredients. Then you got to do all this crap. I don't. And we live in a state where we're inside 7 months out of the year.
Or you just get the dough from the grocery store.
Come on, man. Now this is where I'm going to turn to a pizza snob. Now, come on now.
No?
You got to make your dough.
Was it DiGiorno's?
Okay. Yep. I really hope this. I really hope the light stanchion crashes down on you, like Patches O'Houlihan in dodgeball.
You don't have a pizza maker?
No, because of that. It's just one of those. It's the same as a Blackstone.
Time consuming.
Yeah, it's a very time-consuming thing. And then what is? Hold on, you're a father of 17 kids.
Yeah, I don't have time.
Hey, Dad,
I don't.
here's a gift that's going to take up more of your time.
I don't, but you may be retired and could do it, but I don't have no. I have no.
You
time.
know what? People have told me those who buy the pizza maker, it's the I guess the outdoor equipment of a treadmill. You have all the intentions of using it, and
It
you
just collects dust.
And you
After
set
a
stuff
while.
on top of it.
There you go.
All right, here's the next gift idea for the grandfather. Someone may be retired that goes up north all the time, and they're a bookworm. Get them the Amazon Kindle Paperwhite.
Yes, 1,000% yes. If you have a reader in your life, my mom is a voracious reader. My wife loves to read. If you like reading, the Kindle or a subscription to something like Audible for audiobooks. Way better than reading. I wish I had those in school. Reading sucks. But if you like reading, no, it's because I have to read so much for this damn job. I don't get to read for pleasure anymore.
You don't get to really choose when you want to. Yeah, you're
No.
right.
Oh,
Yeah,
look.
you can.
New Jeff Passan article. No. Audible. You just buy the damn thing, you turn it on, and you soak in all the knowledge by listening.
Just the same thing. To just take a couple hours to yourself and say, no, I'm reading something non-sports related. Just going to read this.
I'm like David. Too busy. Okay. No time for non-sports. All right, go ahead.
Maybe your dad or your
Great gift idea.
grandfather or your uncle loves to golf. Well, maybe they need a little something in the corner of their office. We'll get them the Putt About Grassroots Par 3 putting green.
I want to say something. While I don't think I'm judging, it's going to sound like I'm judging. I always feel like when you watch a movie or a TV show and you see the guy in his office on his putting green handling a conference call, I've always thought those people were douches. So are you going to call your grandfather a douche? Is that what you're doing if you buy him a putting green?
No, I just think that they're obsessed. Once you start golfing, it takes over your life. And
Can't you just buy him a golf club or shoes?
no,
or-
but it's practicing putting, so you could do it in your office.
All
So
right. Live your best life.
It's like Kenny raffling off horse racing bets right now. It's what he loves to do.
This is a stunning heel turn
Right.
for Kenny.
Doesn't make Kenny a loser. It just means he likes betting horses. I'm right there with you, Kenny. Nice shirt.
On the horses or the putting green?
No, I'm just saying on the putting, if like the putting green, if that's what you do, like I can see Rieger just being obsessed with it.
I think if you bought Jeff anything that gets him away from his family, he probably is in. I think Jeff actually wants to be homeless. Rieger, it has to be studied.
I mean, I've never seen a man, no matter what time of the day, he will figure out a way to get 9 holes of golf.
Correct. While never being near his children.
Well, I'm glad that kind of leads into the next gift idea because Vivid Seats has this concert ticket package. So you can send them anywhere around the country and you can get them concert tickets, hotel room, and everything for your father, grandfather, whoever.
You got to be Stoney level devoted.
That's what I'm saying. You have to really want to go to a concert elsewhere.
Yeah, that wouldn't work in my neck of the woods. I don't care about stuff like that.
Yeah, I was about to say, I could see if, like, you know what, I want to see this person play in Vegas or this arena, but just to travel the country, nah.
If they're in Seattle, you go to Seattle.
I mean, he does like Bruce. It's possible. All right, go ahead.
This next one is a simple, very, very simple one. I know my grandfather has a ton of these. He used to always drive the camper around the country. He loved his coffee, so you would get him the tumbler.
1,000%. For me at least, I can't speak. I know Rico doesn't like coffee like I do. Yes.
I mean, he literally had 1,000. There was some in the camper, some
My
at home,
dad,
everywhere.
My dad will have coffee any time of day, any location. Yes. Coffee.
So is he one of those people,
loves coffee, so this
it
is
does
great.
not keep him awake. It's like water to him.
Oh, no. My dad doesn't sleep.
Okay.
My dad's maniac.
No, I mean, some people can drink coffee and they're like, no, it doesn't keep me awake.
Big G actually operates on like 18 minutes of sleep. It's been him his whole life. I've told him you shouldn't be drinking coffee at night. He doesn't listen.
This is where you get it from?
I'm a way better sleeper than him. Dude, my dad's on a different planet.
You know what? But
you also control when you drink your coffee, too.
I time out my caffeine, yes.
But David, I'll say this. It's something about coffee. It is the nicest phone calls I've ever gotten from Mike. Hey, you're on your way in? Yeah. Hey, buddy. Hey, pal. Can you swing by and pick me up? I forgot. I got his order in the phone.
Iced coffee.
But I need this and add this.
Two Splenda.
Yeah.
Black coffee, 2 Splenda. That's all. Need a little bit of sweetness. Can't be
Iced
all
coffee,
acid.
2 Splenda.
That's it.
Oh, man. You're the best.
You're
the best.
I ain't doing these frappadappas and this other stuff. A very simplistic coffee drinker.
So this next one works perfectly for everyone in this state of Michigan. I know someone has a dad, a grandfather, someone that goes up north, takes their boat up north. Here is a Bluetooth speaker.
Yes.
Perfect for them to put on the boat, wherever they want to do.
What about your golf cart?
You could do that too.
That plays. What about the garage?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes to all of it. That plays. Also, anything that promotes dad being left alone. I think that's a winner.
Bluetooth speakers very underrated.
I love it. Love it.
You know what? Don't go cheap. Get a good one. Don't get one that, all of a sudden the battery dies after 15 minutes. Spend a little money on dad.
Unless dad's a deadbeat, then get him the cheap one.
No.
And then laugh when it dies.
No, because then that means dad's back in your company again.
You're right. Buy the expensive one.
Sure
Rico wins.
And if you have any...
We lost him.
And if you have any questions on if he's your grandfather, father, or not,
do not say a paternity test.
There
do not.
a genetic test that you can get.
I think we're a little too late for that.
I really want to make Father's Day awkward? Here's a paternity test.
Right, because what if it doesn't come back the way the family thinks?
David, are you trying to tell us something?
No, not at all.
All of a sudden, you're no longer calling him uncle anymore.
I'll move past that and go straight to something simple.
In Kenny's world, you just call him cousin.
All right.
So, David, is this like a... No. I don't even think this would be a gag gift.
No, it's not.
I gotta think, David, as a father, I don't think that you would find that funny.
No, that's not funny at all. That's not.
Hey, Dad, look what we got you.
That's like one step from David going, and here's your best guide. It's called birth control.
You just give me horse racing pics and shut up, funny man.
Make me a bicycle.
I got to think, David, if your kids gave you that gift, I would purposely go get somebody else's DNA for the test. Oh, okay. You think that's funny? Look at the results.
Oh, my God. This is like a twisted Netflix show. Jeez.
I didn't think it was going to go there. But, might as well, right? And let's close it out here real simple. They need drill. They need whatever. Here's your Craftsman cordless drill set.
Yeah, but I'm with Rico on this. Don't buy the cheapies.
Oh, no.
Otherwise, the thing will be halfway done into putting the first nail in or screw, or you're using a Sawzall bit.
Yes.
Buy something with a good battery, please.
Thank you.
Total agreement with Mr. Beard.
All of a sudden, you know what? Just go get the screwdriver.
Yes. David, this was actually excellent, minus that weird paternity test suggestion.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw something silly in there,
Okay.
That's how you ended up with 4 kids.
Once again, play stupid games, you'll win stupid prizes.
Wow, happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Apparently, you've had several.
Father's Day gift ideas. 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. Some good news on the Tigers injury front. Matt Vierling and Reese Olson are set to begin rehabs in Toledo. Vierling will DH tonight. Olson will start tomorrow. As for Alex Cobb, who is a few starts deep in his rehab, he received an injection in his left hip to address inflammation. The Tigers begin a series with the Reds tonight. That's Reds analyst Chris Welsh. Here, the interleague clash right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:10. In other baseball news, Brewers starter Aaron Savali was disgruntled after he was moved to the bullpen earlier this week. Now he's been traded to the White Sox. First baseman Andrew Vaughn goes the other way. MSU's new AD, Jay Batt, will have his first day this upcoming Tuesday. His contract was officially approved today by the Board of Trustees. Round 2 of the U.S. Open is live from Pennsylvania. J.J. Spawn and Tristan Lawrence are tied for the lead. The projected cut line +7. Rory McIlroy currently one stroke higher than that. Bryson DeChambeau also scuffling, tied for 42nd. The Thunder and Pacers are back on the floor tonight in the NBA Finals. Tip-off at 8:30. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you aboard. We have had a wonderful time, and if you had us betting on a horse named Malcolm X at Churchill Downs on your bingo board, you win. We did Stanley Cup Finals and some of the Kenny Cott torture that is the Jake Wallman saga and who your Wallman is. So if you want that, Odyssey.com rewind. Guys, dealer's choice. It is Father's Day, and we can go one of two ways here. A, David confided in me about something with Father's Day, and I want to act as his proxy to find out if it's true or not. Or I can offer you the two new names that are available that a team is willing to listen to, and Piston fans can shred both because I can't deliver them Shaq in his prime. Which of those two would you like at 5 o'clock?
You know what? It's David's day coming up on Sunday.
Okay.
In honor of David, let's plead his case.
Okay. So, here's the deal. David wasn't comfortable saying this, so I'm saying it. I am acting as David's proxy. David, all he wants for Father's Day, all he wants, is to be left the F alone. He does not want to talk to his wife or children. David just wants an afternoon of serenity. And I said to David, well, look, I don't have kids. I don't like kids. I can just say to you that I think the thing that men want is peace and quiet. We just want serenity. I think as men, we do great in solitude. I think that it's a totally legitimate thing. Now, I can't imagine. Now, David's life with 4 kids, 2 separate families. It's very difficult. No. I'm making sure you're paying attention. The point is, gentlemen, if you're driving home, it is Father's Day weekend, and your family's probably made a lot of plans for you because they think that's what you want. Here's my question. On behalf of David Hull, deep down, isn't all you want for Father's Day is to not be a dad? You just want to be left alone. Is that true? Does David represent you out there in listener land? Or is David acting like a selfish deadbeat? Now, which of those two is true? Rico, he said it earlier, and I said, well, let me present it. It's less damaging if I say it versus if it actually is David saying it. He might have to answer for it at church. Isn't that what most dads want? Just leave me alone.
It is. They can't say that, though, because they have to.
But I did.
Act like, well, I enjoy spending time with my kids. And some may, but you don't have the option. It's just kind of given to you. And you would like to have the option.
But why don't you have the option?
Because, David, if you deny your family and kids, it's like some people take it personal, like you don't want to be here, rather than, you know what, we're going to hit the pause button. Today, You go away, you do whatever you need to do, and enjoy yourself, and we'll see you back at 7 p.m.
But why is it okay for on Mother's Day, the mother to say, yeah, I want to do your thing, and I do your thing, right? If you don't want to be with the kids, don't be with the kids. Yet on Father's Day, when I ask for the same thing, I'm looked at like, oh, you don't love us? You don't love your kids? No, I just want to do my own thing.
Well, David, I would say,
God, there was a lot of pain in that
it
voice.
was,
My God.
David, I think you kind of knew that. I mean, look at the level of gifts that you get compared to Mother's Day gifts. Like, one is Christmas, and the other one gets treated like Flag Day.
Very true. Very true.
I mean, basically, Brute is only in business because of Father's Day.
Yes.
Wow. Guys, can you help me with this? Help me out. I was going to throw you a few new names to the Pistons hopper, but it is Father's Day, and there's a lot of pain in David's voice. To the dads out there, you have to weigh in on this. I don't have kids. It's not for me to weigh in on. I have solitude. I have my time. I can do the things I want to do. David never has that because David, all jokes aside, is a very good father. But all David wants for Father's Day is to not be a dad. Is that what secretly deep down, and if you guys have to use fake names to call in, I respect it, isn't that what you want for Father's Day? That's what David wants to know on behalf of me. Less damaging when I do the setup versus David. 248-539-9797. David, now, I will offer you a guess. My guess is it's probably split. 50% of dads probably are like you. And then there are 50% who, it probably is all about the family all the time. That is a guess. I'm not qualified to answer it or speak with authority. I just know what 50% you're in. You would just like to be left alone. Like you don't want dad brunch.
No.
You don't want gifts you didn't ask for.
No.
You'd actually like your family to disappear for about 8 hours.
And don't take it personal. Don't get angry. I don't need attitude later on this evening. I don't need, look who bothered to show back up.
Ooh.
Yeah, exactly. I don't need the smart comments. I don't need any of that when I return from resting or doing whatever I want to do.
No, I get you because you're thinking, okay, I'm having fun and but there's going to be hell to pay when you get home. Hey, kids, look who's here.
David, I think
you'll
catch hell from about half of dads. My guess is we're going to have a 50-50 split here. Half the dads are going to say, no, it's all family. You don't get to do that. And then the other half are going to say secretly, I agree with you, but I can't say it for fear of reprisal. That is my guess. Again, I will not speak with authority on this. Do we have early ticket text returns on either Malcolm X's fourth place finish or this Father's Day question?
Jesus, no. I want to be with my kids for Father's Day. Okay. Another one. I enjoy my kids. They're younger, but I know these times won't last. Being catered to, spending time with my kids is a great day. John in Commerce.
Yeah, but hold on. The catered to part. I don't know that David's going to experience that.
No, I have one kid left that would actually care to do that. But he can't cook yet. He's 4 years old. He can't make anything.
Oh, he's useless. 4 years old, he can't do anything.
Mm-hmm. Here's one. I'm taking my 3 boys golfing with me on Sunday. It's because I don't want to be around my wife.
Okay, that's a different issue. Oh my God. Okay.
Wow.
I'm leaving that alone.
If you live with your kids, yes, solitude. If you don't, and you're an empty nester, you want to be around your kids and appreciate it.
Okay, I get
that.
Yeah. If you see your kids every day.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest. Like I still ask my dad, what do you want to do? And if my dad said, look, like I always said, hey, do you want to just chill out or you want to do something? I don't take any offense to it.
No, but see, I think
solitude is gold as a man.
I don't think as a father, you're allowed to say, I don't want to do anything, even though you will be like, all right, great.
Yeah.
What do you want to eat? I'll ship it to wherever you are. Happy Father's Day. Most fathers feel guilt as if I do this, man, it's going to be repercussions.
So is David emotionally broken because he feels no guilt?
He is, because it's not you. Because, his wife is going to be like, really? You couldn't take the time to spend with your kids?
If people understood my life and the things that I do, and I'm always running here.
Let me get the tiny violin
I'm always doing this for the kids and going here and taking them there. And when do I ever get a break? I want it now. Give me my time now.
Wife was probably saying the same thing.
Whoa. I'll tell you, I got to know what went on before I got in the office today. You two, this is a serve and volley. Wow.
When do I get a break?
Woo. Unbelievable. Ticket text, please.
1,000%. We don't need to be waited on or given things. Just let us unplug from dad life and do whatever we want.
For instance, if a dad's a golfer, deep down, and I'm asking, I do not get to speak about this authoritatively. If you asked a guy and said, listen, no fear of reprisal, you're not going to catch any shade, you have two options. You can do the Father's Day fiesta, or you can go play 18 holes of golf by yourself and be left alone. Golf cart, Bluetooth speaker, bucket of beers, and just... I think half of dads would probably say the latter.
But see, I think most dads, it's not doing, I think it's more of a, this is going to be held against me for the rest of my life. Remember the Father's Day of 2025 when you just opted out on your deathbed?
I'll give you this text that just came in. I am golfing with my dad. When I told my wife, I received the look of betrayal and a comment about how my girls want to see me too. For the love of God, I see them every day.
Right. That's the thing. It's not being left alone. It's you will never hear the end of this.
And that guy's really in a pickle because it's Father's Day and he wants to spend time with his dad, but then he's a dad and his kids think he's a bum now and his wife hates him.
And
That's a tough deal.
And I'm sure the wife won't stir the pot at all saying, well, I guess I'll have to be dad today.
That's a tough break right there.
Parents are the best birth control sometimes. When I hear stories like this, or I hear Jeff not being able to golf because of his kid or whoever, every parent in this building at some point has been the best birth control for me.
Kenny, the best birth control is probably the fact you're wearing a hot dog shirt.
No.
You got it for me, Mike. Wrong again.
Wrong again.
Buddy. She said yes, and he had a hot dog roller in the living room. The bar is low.
Okay. I think we're back to Kenny's
Say
answer.
the bars. Catch strays left and right.
Man, it's Friday at 5, and Rico has just got an M16 out right now.
Is this because of Malcolm X losing? Rico, is that what this is all about?
You probably have to clarify for the 5 o'clock audience. You're talking about Malcolm X, the
Malcolm
horse.
X, the horse, finishing in fourth place.
I got a text from the nation, and they weren't happy.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, I thought it was the one when he said Malcolm X was the loser.
Oh, I'll get that.
Okay.
My God. When it comes to the IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm specializing in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. It's very simple. Maurice and Jerry have dealt with the IRS for years. They will get to work the day you call. They will fight for you and get on the offensive with the IRS. Save your time and money. Visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you can call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again.
All right, so we got the Father's Day dilemma. For you dads out there, would you just rather be able to opt out of the day, do your thing, play some golf, whatever, hang out in the backyard, smoke barbecue, whatever it is? You don't have to be around your kids, you don't have to be around your family, and you don't have to feel like a deadbeat.
Well, we have a caller who disagrees, and he's royalty on this show. And we only get a call a couple times a year.
Oh, okay.
20-year listener and a father of many children. This is we go to Big Vern, a very high-level dad. Big Vern, what's going on, buddy?
It is a blessing and an honor to talk to you, gentlemen.
It's good to hear from you again.
I don't fault David at all. There is no fault. There is no blame because, well, he needs to establish his dominance. My wife, the wonderful woman that she is, she understands that Father's Day is the most important day of the year to me. You can forget my birthday. You can forget Christmas. I don't care about Thanksgiving. Father's Day, my wife and children are the most important thing in the world to me. But at the same time, we're also going to do what I want because I'm the king. But I've established that in the beginning. There is no giving you a problem like that guy who wrote in about my wife saying I can't play golf with he hasn't established his dominance. He has no dominance. So I will get up in the morning. I will do my 5K for prostate cancer. We're going to church. We're going to a restaurant of my choice. I'm going to open my gifts, and my family is going to lavish me with love and attention like I show towards them. That's my choice because I love them. It's my day. And especially, since I've been in the gym, I get my time now. That's my escape. So you also have to do something a little constructive to be able to get your time too. So you can have your side hobby, your constructive hobby, and it all works out. It's all about how you establish your dominance. There is no dilemma. It's your day. You're the King David. It's in your name. Establish your dominance. Do what you want to do. It's your day, bro.
David. So Vern is calling in from Zamunda.
Oh, jeez.
Of course. You have to establish your dominance. He has it in his name. Royalty just comes with being King David.
David, what's your problem now?
No, he's right. He's exactly right. I'm gonna set some things in order today.
Can we call your wife live on the air and say Big Vern said I have to establish my
woman? And I might have to change my name, Mike, because like I said, I've been in the gym. I dropped 9 medium Vern from now on.
My man,
okay. Yeah,
Vern, that's fantastic, brother. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, I've been on the Doug.
You got to stick around for them kids. That's right.
Yes, you got to stick around for the kids. I've been on the Doug Carter's eating plan. I've been eating kale pizza, fat-free water. I've been riding the bike. So as long as you have some type of constructive hobby along with your side hobby, it gives you a little bit more leeway. If David just sat around and played video games all day, or he did nothing, or, he just sat around the house, didn't accomplish any tasks, it would be hard for him to be able to establish his dominance. But as a father and being the stand-up citizen and the man of God that he is, why shouldn't he get his day? There should be no dilemma.
David, then you just need to say Big Vern said it.
Right, you're exactly right. Medium Vern.
Medium Vern. Smedium Vern.
There we go.
David, are you gonna tell your family you don't want to see him on Father's Day?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go home and tell him I hate him.
You sure?
I think I'm gonna go home and tell him.
I mean, Vern.
I don't know that that's the move.
I'm just joking, people. I love my family.
You got the blessing of Vern, who out there looking like Zion in this medium shirt.
Let's go to Jason, 97.1. Jason, what's going on, buddy?
Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Mike, and you're a father too because you're a father of dogs. So go to Costco and go get them some damn treats. Enrico, you're
damn right.
What? Enrico, you're a father too of that tortoise. So you know what? Shout out to you too.
I'll take it.
No.
As long as it includes a trip to Costco, I'm happy. This is super. What do you got, Jay?
So the last 4 years, because I've called in before, I got 3 daughters. One that's 21. I got a 19-year-old just finished her first year at UNC. Shout out. But you know what? They know this is my day. I want to be left alone. Mother's Day gets hyped up. Put them on pedestals, but they give dads things they got to work with or cook with, whatever. So in 2 hours, we're getting ready to get in a car, me and 5 buddies, and we're getting ready to be on a fishing charter tomorrow morning, hit the Gulf Stream, and go catch a mahi-mahi, deep sea fishing.
Good for you.
Good for you. Excellent, Jason. I love it.
And I'll be back Sunday night because you know what? 4:30 comes early Monday morning. But you know what? It's our time. So all the fathers out there, especially the ones that are deployed dealing with this nonsense overseas, you know what? Happy Father's Day. David, you do what you want to do. You've earned it. Put some respect behind your name. And Mike, take your butt to Costco. You earned it, brother.
You're damn
Have
skippy.
a good weekend.
Enjoy
Jason,
that
my
trip.
man. I love it. Hey, David, basically.
David, I want you to walk in the house. Woman,
No,
we need to talk.
That would not be the move. Because I've met David's wife a couple of times.
All
that
right, then
would
say it like
not
Ray
be the
Lewis.
move.
Women.
I don't know that acting like Ray Lewis would be the move either.
I'll be sleeping outside if I do
Yeah, I
that.
was going to say. I think there's definitely a more politically correct way.
I need you to strut in like George Jefferson. Woman, we need to talk.
Okay, that's Rico. I'm suggesting something far different. Ticket text. We'll get to football today. By the way, David, congratulations on your new quarterback at Michigan. He's a real doozy.
Oh man.
Yeah, if you missed the show earlier, Michigan brought in arguably the worst quarterback in America. What it means, I'll let you people read into it. I just tell you, it wouldn't be on my roster. If State brought him in, I'd be upset. I'd be upset if he was my backup. Steven Garcia is Jake Garcia, whatever. The kid from ECU, he's terrible. Threw 13 picks in 5 games. He's awful. When you lose your job to Caton Hauser, you're objectively bad at football. Okay, Mikey Keene's hurt. And if you have to get a quarterback on June 13th, I mean, I'd rather just lose and play Underwood. Honestly.
But once again, I don't think that the Michigan mindset will allow them to throw away a season. I mean, you kind of threw away one last year, but yeah.
David is going to go home, tell his family he hates them, and that he's moving in with his other family. LOL. Wow.
I mean,
no. My son has a baseball tournament all weekend, probably 2 games on Sunday. I love watching my only son play baseball, but an afternoon on the couch, falling asleep to the U.S. Open would be great. Pete and McComb.
Can I give one piece of news?
Sure.
That might help Lions fans feel a little better. Sporting News, amongst other websites. Have you caught this J.J. McCarthy stuff?
No.
Here's a headline, and they're all like this. Vikings flirting with quarterbacks due to J.J. McCarthy's struggles in OTAs.
Are you being serious right now? Boy, you're just trying to really ruin his Father's Day.
No, I just said he's a wild card.
He ain't a Michigan Wolverine anymore, okay?
No, he...
So, but see, that was always the wild card, as you said. If he actually picked things up, you saw, redhead or not, what Sam Darnold did, and he was a career backup throughout the NFL. And he went out there and led them to 14 wins.
I'm just, listen, I don't know.
Who's still out there?
Kirk Cousins.
Okay, would they make the trade?
Well, my question is, we dismiss a lot of OTAs when you hear, oh, they're having the time of their life.
I do
They're
as
playing
well.
so well.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
is this the same thing? Do you
No.
just shoo it to the side?
No, like when I saw when J-Mo dusted the other corner they drafted in the second round.
Rakestraw.
You know what? Bad day, bad snap, whatever. Good for J-Mo, bad for Rakestraw. When the team is openly talking about this, now I don't think they would bring Cousins back.
Remember, they already traded for Sam Howell, too. And Howell apparently has looked good at OTAs. Look, the headline caught me off guard. I think McCarthy, if he's good, they're going to be a threat to the Lions. If he's bad, he's a wild card.
This is when I will talk to JJ and tell him, you will never have it this good, son. Get your stuff together. Get your life together. You're never going to have it this good.
Well, he had it good in college. He knew the other team's plays.
You know what, Mike? You win.
My bad.
97.
All right, we're going to get to a football today, top of the hour. And look, all I ask is this. All right, it's very annoying. It's like, guys, it had nothing to do with Sparty Radio. If MSU brought this kid in, I'd say the same damn thing. This kid's awful. Now, if you're telling me, it's because Mikey Keene's dead, we need a backup, that means you're starting Underwood, which that's not what's best for that young man. Like that's just whatever. If you think he's going to roll in and be Peyton Manning, I wish you good luck. But David, this is your team. You do whatever you want. Don't come to me like I didn't watch this kid. I love ECU football.
No, he's a bad quarterback. He's truly a bad quarterback, and it makes me wonder that they're bringing him in. It does make me wonder that maybe the bowl ban is coming and Bryce Underwood is going to be leaving.
Okay, hold on. All right,
Jake Garcia?
You don't want to do this. You don't, David. I don't care if you're a Michigan fan.
How else would you bring in a poor quarterback like this? You need someone to play.
Because he's the best of what's left. It's a month before the season gets ready to get going. You need a quarterback. Keene is not ready, and you just have your other two who have zero experience. I don't think Michigan's ready to turn it over to either one of those two. You need somebody to go into Norman, Oklahoma, and play in game number 2.
Oh, the problem, look, Mikey Keene's been hurt all spring. I mean, I remember reading articles from like late March, early April. The kid wasn't even practicing. And look, Mikey Keene, how do I describe Keene? He's gritty. I mean, like I liked him at UCF as a backup, and then he got a starting role. The Fresno stuff, it is what it is. You're at Fresno State.
I mean, he had an open audition last year when you guys played Fresno. He played in the big house.
Yeah, he overthrew a wide open player who dusted Will Johnson, and then he rolled that right into a pick six. Look, David, I don't think you want to go there. Okay? I don't think your fan base is going to take kindly to that. I'm not ready to go there. Although that would be hilarious.
I can see where David's coming from.
There's a concern.
I know I can see where it's coming from.
You've got
maybe
a lot
they
of
know
concerns.
something, but yeah, I just think that 12 interceptions in 5 games.
Rico, he's bad. He's woeful. I mean, if Caden Hauser takes your job, what does that say?
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
Come on.
Wow.
You're taking a quarterback on June 13th. I think, okay, read into it. Keene is dead. Jaden Davis stinks. So you're either starting Underwood or this is going to be your quarterback for at least the first 4 or 5. I mean, none of these are good scenarios.
You know what, David? Feel good about yourself. You just landed a 7-foot German to play on the hoop team. So there you go.
That's going to make me feel good when we're not winning football games.
I'm just trying to help.
Well, you felt good while cheating, so isn't that kind of the inverse?
Oh, no.
Happy Friday. All right. Now, come on. We're having fun. Everybody calm down. Jake Garcia. Go pick up the replica. You're on your own, man. And if I'm allowed to make fun of State's players when they get transfers from Hope College, I'm definitely allowed to make fun of Steven Garcia. I don't want to hear it from that fan base.
It's just so concerning because I thought Keene would have been ready. I thought he was going to be the guy, and then you would eventually hand the reins over. This tells me that Keene is nowhere near ready.
And even if he wasn't, though, even if he's not going to be ready, Jake Garcia can't be the answer. There has to be someone better out there
what, David?
in the transfer portal.
I think what you're going to end up seeing is a lot what you saw last year with Michigan, where they're just going to run 3 quarterbacks out there.
No.
And
please, no.
It's spin the wheel.
Or do you just play Underwood?
I would not play him. I would not.
I don't think that the Michigan fan base could handle that thinking. I understand where you're coming from. But if you play Underwood,
you got to be willing to lose.
You got to be willing to lose. You got to be willing to have a bad season. You got to be willing to go 6-6, 5-7. But knowing on the flip side of that, man, this kid's going to gain a ton of experience and take you to a national title contention.
And look, I don't know the kid, nor do I care. You have to have the right type of kid. As long as Underwood is confident.
No, it's not him. I'm thinking
I'm
base.
saying you have to, as a player, you don't want a kid to lose his confidence. You don't want a kid to get destroyed and gain bad habits. I don't know Bryce Underwood.
And that's what I'm saying. If the fan base supports him and says, you know what, we're going to take this year off, you just get better. But if he has to read every other day how bad he is and you can't lead us and you're Shane Morris 2.0, that's going to be a problem.
If he's strong enough to handle it, meaning everything with it, because there's part of the fan base that would not accept mistakes and not accept not winning. If he can handle all of that, then do it. But I'm not saying he can't handle it.
Just do yourself a favor. Don't put him out there against Oklahoma.
I would not do that at all.
I'll take Oklahoma minus 14, and I'll take the under. Don't do that. Play him after that, or play him against the Michigan School for the Deaf like you did in 1930. Do whatever you got to do. Just don't put him out there against Boomer Sooner. That's a terrible idea.
Especially a new and improved Boomer Sooner.
John Mateer, y'all. David, any ticket techs or fans just not?
Yeah, Jeff Garcia, Jake Garcia, Steven Garcia, doesn't matter. Underwood is the guy.
Okay.
The hammer is getting ready to drop, and Bryce will transfer before the season. Michigan knows something.
I'm not going. I'm not going there because it's too delicious. This is like when Kenny starts fantasizing about a Marner and Ekblad and like a Connor, a Hallebuck offseason. It's just too much.
And see,
that's Kenny when he sees Wallman.
And David, for the ticket texter that says he's the guy, yes, I actually did watch their spring game, and I was like, he's not ready yet. Underwood. He has potential. I've seen him play in high school.
Not yet.
You would be doing him such a disservice.
Any freshman, by the way.
Oh yeah, for
I
sure.
don't care. It'd be like if Texas started Arch Manning. You can't do that.
Right.
The only time I've ever seen it really work.
One time.
Trevor Lawrence.
That's it.
That's the only one I've seen.
And you know what? I didn't realize. I think somebody corrected me. It was Chad Henne as well.
Henne was
yes.
Chad Henne. But Chad Henne had NFL players surrounding him
Receivers,
on the offensive line,
yeah.
receivers, running. He had basically they walked in the huddle and said, "Hey, don't care what the play is, throw me the ball. We'll be okay."
David, honestly, if there was a way you could just know the other team's play, it would help Underwood. Oh, wait.
Well, no, that's not the guy who's representing himself. Different coach. Sorry.
Oh, don't even.
Different coach.
No.
Can't keep my scandal straight.
He decided to represent himself because that always works.
Oh, by the way, totally unrelated note. Did you see who showed up in court to support Diddy today? Okay. On a
Kim
list.
Jong-un.
Second place. Kanye. Well, if you're Diddy, you're just like the dudes like landing the Delta plane. No, no.
He's the third base coach. No,
stop. I don't know him. Kanye, unannounced, to show his support for Diddy today in court.
Oh, man. I would tell my lawyers he is not allowed to talk to anybody. I don't care if you have to pull the fire alarm. Do that.
That is a character reference right there.
Can you imagine if Kanye wrote like a character witness statement? Meanwhile, the guy's showing up and his wife is wearing like a Tic Tac box over hers. Man. I mean, what is it with this cat? His wife's naked in public all the time. The hell? Kanye is just
pull the fire alarm.
Do not let him speak. Stay impartial when you see him walk in.
No, David, it's not that. I want to know, how do you keep him from, because the second people saw him, they're tapping their camera guy.
Yes.
Kanye, we have to talk to him. And he's going to be like, why are you following me? You know what? I'm going to talk to you now. And what's going to happen next? Oh, boy. Even Saturday Night Live writers couldn't even predict this.
Oh, God. I just saw that headline like 30 minutes ago. I went, wow, man, if that's who's supporting you, you got a real problem. Okay, then. Really good stuff. We'll get to a football today. David. What size Garcia jersey? What do you need?
Don't need it.
What
I'm
about
good.
Junior? What about the kid?
I'm good. Oh, he's going to be pissed when I text him this.
You better hope this kid don't play. He's
which
bad.
one? The other son, not the good son.
Yeah, the Michigan son. Yeah, the good son. The good son.
The good son's
They're
the
both
middle
good.
97-1.
Take the DNA test.
All right, weather's getting better, which means road trips up north. A lot of people heading up there. Look, bottom line, Moran Chevrolet has you covered, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You need a truck? They got them. 25 Silverado 4x4 LT Crew Cab, $249 a month. That's zero down. Also, the 25 Blazer EV, you can lease it now, $199 a month, zero down. Both deals 24-month low mileage leases, and both are at Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast and easy at MoranExpress.com or stop in on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
All right, so we talked about the one that got away because Kenny was just so upset about Wallman and how he's playing for the Oilers. If you missed that, use the Odyssey Rewind. We also had some fun, too. It's the top 25 games, or top 25 plays since 2000. And, yeah, the App State thing, David, when I looked at it, I totally forgot all about it because it happened so long ago. So.
Yeah, before Big Ten. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The
No,
first game.
that was
Big
the
Ten
very
Network.
first game on the Big Ten Network. Not a lot of people actually got to see that. So.
Yeah, and people thought that it wasn't, whatever, I'm not going to see it. It's just App State and whatever. And it became.
The
wow.
Big Ten Network couldn't have drew up a better script for that because all of a sudden now everybody had to come to them to get the highlight for that game, put them on the map.
I miss where Big Ten Network mattered.
You never thought they.
I'm kidding. I hate the Big Ten Network. I can't.
Why are you sitting there being lying?
David, this has been a bit in my entire 15 years of being friends with Rico. I hate the BTN. I go into a rage. Like Jerry DiNardo, his existence offends me. Dave Rebson, like all of it. I'm like, oh my God.
They have to be pro Big Ten. You're right. I don't think they've ever done like a bad story ever on anybody. Because, all 18 teams now help paying their salary.
I know, which is why it's not real. It's the Kremlin.
It's good feel good.
I don't like.
The only thing good about the Big Ten Network is the BTN in 60. When they chop the game up.
Yes, that was great.
Yes.
The rest of it,
they chop the games up and you can watch everything, all the key plays in 60 minutes. That's the best thing.
All right. Look, Rieger's here, fresh from his tanning bed. My God. Rieger looks like.
Get outside.
We've been in Miami for the last 6 months.
You have to remember, he hasn't been on the air all week. He's probably been golfing every day this week.
You know where else he hasn't been?
Gorgeous the last 2 days.
Home. That's where else he hasn't been.
I'm not going to put up with this anymore. I've been with my daughter. The Tigers had early games against Baltimore the last 3 days, so I haven't had a show. I've been with my daughter nonstop. Great family man I am.
No one believes you.
It's
all right.
true.
No, I actually do.
Yeah. Thank you.
He hangs out with his daughter.
I love my daughter. Why? What are you getting at?
I'm
I feel like you have something on your chest. Go ahead. Just
listen.
Have the nerve to say it. What do you got?
I'm just saying.
Listen.
Come on.
You're walking into the Thunderdome. Rico and
It's like Jim Leland in Boston. Have the nerve to say something.
Do you really want me to?
I don't think you do, Jeff.
No.
Watching him and David go at it has been really difficult. Kenny, Kenny with a Kevin Durant blast on David's hairline. It's been a tough 5 o'clock.
I simply said you spend a lot of time with your daughter.
Yeah, but I feel like there's something you're holding back.
All right, save it for later.
You never
What's
say
coming
something
up
nice
next?
to me. All right. So yesterday, Tarek Skubal was pretty great, right? I heard you guys do the topic. It was a great topic about 10 years, $425 million, right? Yesterday was also the anniversary of something. I want to bring up the anniversary, and I looked up this man's stats, and it made me sad. Some things in sports are just truly dead, and I think this is one of them. I want to give it to you next, and what else in sports is no longer with us? I mean, you guys bitch all the time
The
about
Wings
how
having
college
a
football
penalty
is.
kill.
Yeah, yeah. How about Jake Wallman yesterday?
We started
I
the show
heard
with
that.
this. Kenny,
Yeah, the one that got away, the Wallman that got away.
Look, both things can be true. You could say, well, he was, bad guy, needed to leave. Well, okay, but a Stanley Cup team still gave up a first-round pick to get him, and he's playing really meaningful minutes for them, and he's playing really well.
Do you find it funny that Pickard and Wallman were on the Wings back in 22-23? They won 30-some games, if that, and now they're on the cusp of bringing the cup back to Canada.
No and no.
I think they're happier now.
No and no. Okay? No